After breaking up, Qin Yu obtained a wealthy system that allowed him to sign in by spending money. The more he spent, the greater the sign-in rewards. From then on, he began his extravagant life. I'm done pretending. I'm revealing my true self. I'm a millionaire. Buying cars? Is there anything more expensive? Buying buildings? It's just like shopping in a market. As long as I like it, what does the price matter? Chapter 1. Exclusive sign-in system. Qin Yu. Let's break up. In a Western restaurant in Nanjing City, Su Li coldly stared at her boyfriend Qin Yu and said, holding a bouquet of flowers in his right hand and a diamond ring in his left, ready to propose to his girlfriend. Qin Yu's smile froze, both shocked and heartbroken. Lily, are you joking? Haven't we always gotten along well? Why are you suddenly bringing up a breakup? Qin Yu said excitedly. He and Su Li used to attend the same high school, but they became a couple a year ago at a high school reunion. Qin Yu had a crush on Su Li during high school, but he was too timid to confess until he graduated at the reunion, knowing Su Li was still single. He mustered the courage to confess after a few drinks, and to his surprise, Su Li accepted and even came to this city to work with him. Su Li was quite beautiful, while Qin Yu had an average appearance. Together, they made many male classmates envious. Today, on May 20th, Qin Yu planned to formally propose to his girlfriend for this Valentine's Day, having already bought the diamond ring. Although the ring was very small, barely visible as having any diamonds, it still cost him 3 months' salary. Chapter 2. Ex-girlfriend's best friend. 100 billion. This happiness came too suddenly. The system is indeed amazing. Looking at the panel. Host. Qin Yu. Age. 25. Constitution. 50. Normal. Mental strength. 50. Normal. Sign-in progress. 0 tasks. None sign-in points. 1 skills. None. Balance. 10 billion. Backpack X1. He really gained 10 billion. Can the balance on the system panel be withdrawn or transferred besides using a card? Qin Yu asked the system. You can instruct the system to transfer money, which can be sent to any bank account, including the host's. Can large transfers of hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions be done? I don't want to attract any investigations from certain people. Previous prompts have indicated that items produced by the system, including cash, will not cause any trouble. Oh, how can items from the system's backpack be taken out? Qin Yu asked again. The host can directly issue a command to open the backpack and take out a specified item, but once taken out, it cannot be placed back into the system's backpack. Qin Yu stroked his chin then. System, please take out the bank black car from the backpack. Ding, the item from the backpack has been delivered to the host's hand. Chapter 3. Luxury cars. With your spending ability, it's impossible for you to buy a car here. You're just here to browse luxury cars that I advise you to leave early. This is not a place for you. Bai Xiaoya disdainfully threw down this remark and ignored Qin Yu, turning her head with a flirtatious smile towards a portly middle-aged man who had just entered. From a distance, she could be heard sweetly calling out, Boss Li, you're here. Are you here to buy that car you looked at last time? Qin Yu felt annoyed. He was indeed here to buy a car. What do you mean it's impossible to buy a car here? What do you mean this isn't a place for me? Damn, it's really a case of a dog looking down on a person. However, with this woman gone, it was peaceful again. Wandering alone in the exhibition hall, stopping and walking, he looked at quite a few cars, including Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, etc. But he didn't find his ideal car. It always felt like something was missing. Or maybe he was dressed too ordinarily. No car salespeople had approached him yet. A few girls at the front desk were chatting, including a short and chubby woman named Sister Wang. Qin Yu glanced around, wanted to find a salesperson to ask, but they all kept their distance from him. Chapter 4. 100 million. Chen Yin was somewhat speechless. Perhaps if the other party bought another car worth around 1 million, she could believe it. But this car, is it believable? 89 million. Even if there is a discount of 1 or 2 million, plus other fees, the new car would probably cost over 100 million. Who would be willing to spend so much money on a car? Even if one had that much money, would it be better to invest in business or buy real estate or villas? Moreover, this car had been sitting in this dealership before she arrived. It was considered old stock. With a price set like that, who would be willing to spend so much money on a car that looks a bit understated? However, the customer is paramount. So Chen Yin politely said, Mr. Qin, the price of this car might be a bit high. It's 89 million. She deliberately stated the price, hoping that Qin Yu would back off. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu smiled lightly upon hearing it, somewhat pretentiously saying, well, this price is a bit low, but I can barely accept it. Chen Yin was left speechless, struck by Qin Yu's words. In fact, Qin Yu was also taken aback by the price. An SUV this expensive, in the past, he wouldn't even have dreamed of it. But remembering the system and 100 billion he had just signed in for, he confidently said that line. Chapter 5 Huajiang Plaza. After Qin Yu paid for the car, he sat back down, casually chatting with manager Liu for a few moments before picking up a magazine from the reception table. In reality, he wasn't reading. After just spending 1 billion, he was still fixated on the task of spending 1 billion for the sign-in. System, sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. You have obtained permanent ownership of Huajiang Plaza. The documents related to the ownership of Huajiang Plaza have been stored in the host's backpack. Please check. Qin Yu almost jumped up in excitement. Huajiang Plaza. The place where he worked was indeed inside Huajiang Plaza. The location of Huajiang Plaza is quite good in the entire Nanjing city, and the rent for the offices and shops inside is naturally not low. He remembered that his company rented half a floor on the 21st floor of Building A, which was over 1,000 square meters, and the monthly rent was around 150,000. That's many times more than his monthly salary. In an instant, he had become the owner of the entire Huajiang Plaza and the major landlord of his company. Checking the system panel, he indeed saw that the backpack section displayed Backpack X1. In the end, he resisted the urge to take out the property documents for Nanjing Plaza and decided to wait until he needed them. Chapter 6 Checking into the hotel, Chunyin by Xiaoye was astonished. Sister Wang was dumbfounded. Then, a series of incredulous gazes were fixed on Chunyin. It turned out that it was this little girl who sold that car. Sister Wang came back to her senses and immediately asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier? We discussed it for half a day." Chunyin could only point at Qin Yu. In fact, it was this Mr. Qin who bought the car in full payment. This sentence was like a thunderclap, ringing in everyone's hearts. Only now did they realize that this seemingly ordinary man was actually a super rich person, casually spending over 100 million on a luxury car. The clowns were actually themselves. The salesperson who had mocked Qin Yu earlier was regretting it immensely at this moment. A few people were secretly cursing themselves. Today, Qin Yu had been looking at cars in the lobby for quite a while, yet no one went to attend to him. They not only saw him, but also laughed a bit. Thinking about that car costing around 89 million, the commission would be nearly 1 million. If anyone had approached him then, that 1 million commission would have been theirs. Sister Wang had a face full of regret. A commission of over 100,000. Such a high commission was absolutely rare even in this dealership that mainly sold high-end cars. She really wanted to slap herself. How could she have believed by Xiaoye when Qin Yu just walked in? Especially since she had offended this wealthy man just now. Chapter 7 Encountering the ex-girlfriend. After putting away his phone, Qin Yu started the car and headed straight for Jiangyun Hotel. In less than 10 minutes, the car drove into Jiangyun Hotel. However, seeing that the entrance was packed with cars, several vehicles were queuing there. Qin Yu initially wanted to drive up and hand the car keys to the hotel doorman to have him park it, but seeing the situation, he was too lazy to wait and directly parked in a temporary parking space at the hotel entrance. Just as he was about to park in an empty space, suddenly a white sedan brushed past his car and parked in that space ahead of him. They were so close that it seemed like their cars would bump into each other, and it had stolen the parking spot he was about to use. Qin Yu felt very displeased. His good mood seemed to be ruined at that moment. Glancing at the white BMW, he felt like he had seen it somewhere, but couldn't recall where. He didn't want to think too much about it, and continued to park in another spot not far away. After getting out of the car, he walked toward the hotel. "Hey, brother, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you were also trying to park in this spot." A young man in a suit got out of the white BMW and smiled at Qin Yu with a mix of apology and smugness. Qin Yu paused, his expression slightly cold. He could tell the man was feeling smug. Chapter 8 Su Li's shocked. Tang Qin stepped forward slightly bowing, saying, "Mr. Qin, hello. I'm very pleased to be your butler for the presidential suite." "Hello. I'll trouble you in the future," Qin Yu replied, his eyes involuntarily taking in the beauty before him. Her skin was like snow, her figure graceful and beautiful, with an exquisite oval face and clear, lively eyes. There was a slight ripple in his heart. This woman's looks could definitely outshine Su Li by a long shot. "No trouble at all, Mr. Qin. You're too polite." Tang Qin's lips curved slightly as she handed him her business card, saying that he could call her for anything, and she would provide the most professional and attentive service. Qin Yu said thank you and took the business card. "Mr. Qin, I'll take you to your reserved presidential suite now," Tang Qin said. Qin Yu nodded, saying a word to Han Xian, and followed Tang Qin toward the elevator inside. Arriving at a very high-end looking elevator, Tang Qin took out an electronic card and swiped it, causing the elevator to open immediately. This elevator is exclusively for VIP presidential suites. Ordinary guests cannot use it, Tang Qin explained. Qin Yu nodded and stepped into the elevator. After Qin Yu left, Han Xian was also busy with other matters and left the lobby. Chapter 9: The Gap. With a stumble, Feng Yuan almost fell to the ground. He recalled the parking space at the entrance. It wasn't just a close call with that car worth over 100 million. If that car had been scratched a bit by his car, it wouldn't be enough for him to sell his BMW to cover the cost. He didn't dare to think that the money Qin Yu used to buy the car was borrowed. If he could borrow that much money, he would also want to try. Since it wasn't borrowed, it meant that Qin Yu truly had that capability. Being able to spend 100 million on a car and casually spend over 3 million to stay in a presidential suite. Such a person is definitely a big shot. Feng Yuan relied on his parents and had some assets, but all his assets combined didn't compare to the value of Qin Yu's car. Facing a giant that must be looked up to, one might feel that the other party could crush him with just a flick of their little finger. With such a disparity, what can he compare with the other? Yet he boldly snatched the other party's girlfriend away. This is simply courting death. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Su Li, as if she were a bomb that could explode at any moment. All he could do now was to stay away from this woman. Feng Go, what's wrong with you? Su Li asked when she noticed Feng Yuan's unusual expression. Sorry, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I won't go for dinner. Let's go another day. I'm leaving now, bye. Chapter 10. Buying clothes. The two waiters who had been guarding the entrance pushed 2 carts into the living room, uncovering the food boxes and serving the dishes one by one onto the dining table. A total of 8 dishes were served, including a fruit platter, a mixed dish, chicken soup, steak, roasted fish, blood duck, and vegetarian dishes, all presented in small portions. They looked exquisite, though each plate didn't hold much. However, it was enough for 2 people. In addition to the food, there were red wine, drinks, and juice. Qin Yu sat down, and the 2 waiters bowed and retreated as Tang Qin came over to serve. Mr. Qin, would you like red wine, a drink, or juice? These juices are freshly squeezed, Tang Qin asked softly. Then I'll have a glass of juice and a glass of red wine. Okay. Tang Qin first poured a glass of juice, then opened the bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Qin Yu, placing it on the dining table. Looking at the delicious dishes laid out before him, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel his appetite surge. He picked up his chopsticks and tried a few bites without using a knife and fork. The food was flavorful and aromatic. Mr. Qin, is the taste satisfactory? Tang Qin asked, placing the glass of red wine in front of him. The taste is indeed good. I'm very satisfied, but there's one thing, Qin Yu said, looking at Tang Qin. Chapter 11. Betting. A woman dressed in an extravagant manner with a plump figure was staring at Qin Yu and his companion with an arrogant expression, her eyes filled with disdain. Ever since these two entered the store, especially that girl who looked like a fox spirit, her husband had been completely captivated by her. She had long been unhappy and was seething with jealousy. Seeing Qin Yu spending money so freely, she finally seized the opportunity to mock him. Qin Yu looked at her coldly and retorted without hesitation. What? Am I buying clothes here and it's bothering you? Do you have to bark like a fierce dog? What did you say? Daring to say my wife is a fierce dog? Are you looking for death? The man next to the wealthy woman, a scruffy-looking man in his 50s wearing a suit, glared at Qin Yu. In Wang Zhi's mind, it was acceptable for his wife to insult others. But if someone insulted her, it was like slapping him in the face. As a company owner, he couldn't allow that. Moreover, the other party was dressed cheaply. Just a worker, it shouldn't be hard to deal with someone like that. It was a pity that such a beautiful woman was with a poor kid. It was like a flower planted in cow dung. Heh, she jumped out to make a scene herself. If she is not a fierce dog, what is she? If anyone is looking for death, it's you too. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said sharply. Chapter 12. Anger. After leaving the Animus specialty store, they continued to browse a few other clothing stores. By the time they exited the shopping mall, they had several shopping bags in hand, filled with expensive clothes and a pair of shoes. As Qin Yu's personal service butler, the task of carrying the bags naturally fell to Tang Qin. Mr. Qin, going out with you tonight has really opened my eyes. Tang Qin spoke more casually now than before they went shopping. Oh, tell me about it. I never knew what the life of the wealthy was like, casually going to a mall and spending 400,000 to 500,000. Sigh, how can we who can't even afford a piece of clothing feel about that? You're mistaken. Poor people have their own joys in life, and wealthy people have their own troubles. Qin Yu replied. What troubles do you have, Mr. Qin? My troubles. Qin Yu pretended to ponder. My troubles are actually the same as yours. I'm too poor and I'm left with nothing but money, so much that I don't know how to spend it. Tang Qin couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Qin, you're too humorous. If that's the case, there wouldn't be any poor people in the world. The two chatted and laughed as they returned to the presidential suite where Qin Yu was staying. Chapter 13. Being fired. These loud words immediately attracted the attention of employees in the office, who gathered around to watch. Many were already familiar with the cause of the incident. Zhou Jun's reputation in the company was not good, leading to pointing fingers and murmurs. Seeing the situation getting out of control and turning against him, Zhou Jun panicked a bit and angrily pointed at Lu Xiaotong. Lu Xiaotong and Li Ping. I don't know what you're talking about, but don't slander me. I never said those things. What? The things you said can just be treated like farts? You don't admit it? Lu Xiaotong mocked. Exactly. You have no design talent and rely on your uncle to steal others' credit. How dare you say it and not admit it? It's truly despicable, Li Ping agreed. What are you two doing here? Don't you have work to do? The speaker was Zhang Daso. Hearing his voice, the employees watching the scene were startled and scattered like frightened birds. Upon seeing the department manager arrive, Li Ping and Lu Xiaotong exchanged glances and quietly retreated. Although many employees disliked Zhang Daso, he was the manager, and there was a necessary respect for the job. Chapter 14. Meeting Wang Ji again. Zhou Shanghua's expression was also unsightly after hearing this, but he remained silent, not taking Qin Yu seriously at all. Heh, Qin Yu, you're a dismissed employee, yet you dare to be so outspoken here. Have you been mentally affected after being fired to the point of threatening the boss? Actually, you wanted to resign yourself rather than the company firing you. Fine, all your bonuses for this month will be deducted. Zhang Daso gleefully took pleasure in kicking a man while he was down, eager to please his boss. Qin Yu ignored these words, only sneering coldly, his eyes growing more fierce. He silently returned to his workstation, too lazy to even write a resignation letter, and began to pack his things. Zhang Daso sent someone over to monitor him, and also delivered Qin Yu's personal file. There wasn't much to pack, along with the file. He had everything in a small bag, throwing away unimportant items. Qin Yu left the company without a hint of nostalgia, leaving behind an image of a curtain call in the eyes of others. Once outside the Qishang Advertising Company, Qin Yu called Jiang Sheng, the property manager of Nanjing Square. Are you at the property management office right now? Hello, boss, I'm here. Okay, I'll be there shortly. Chapter 15. Admitting mistakes. 200 million in a quarter is nothing compared to the nearly 100 billion in the system balance. Especially for someone who needs to spend 100 million on a car. It hardly counts as anything. After that, Jiang Sheng took out some documents that had been prepared in advance, including the operating rights documents for Huajiang Plaza and some financial statements. Qin Yu briefly glanced through them and signed where necessary. After signing, he closed the document folder and heard Jiang Sheng say, Mr. Qin, your net income for this quarter is around 1.6 billion. I'll arrange for the finance department to transfer this amount to your account shortly. No problem. Qin Yu replied calmly, as if the 1.6 billion was just pocket change to him. In fact, it was indeed like that. At this point, Qin Yu turned his gaze to Wang Ji, who was standing aside. Seeing Qin Yu looking at him, Wang Ji hurriedly put on a smile, appearing very servile. Mr. Qin, I apologize for what happened last night. Please forgive my recklessness. After saying this, he deeply bowed to Qin Yu. This made Jiang Sheng understand that Wang Ji had offended his new boss. No wonder he had been acting so obsequiously earlier. He looked at Wang Ji with a cold gaze, knowing he would have to perform well in front of his boss later. Chapter 16. Dumbfounded Jiang Sheng nodded in response and communicated through his phone. Our boss said, you should come up to the property management office and bring manager Zhang from your design department with you. Okay, I'll be right there, Zhou Shanghua quickly replied. By this time, he had some understanding. Could it be that he offended the owner of Huajiang Plaza? However, he knew the major shareholders of this commercial street and had no connection with them. So how could he have offended them? Especially since they specifically requested Zhang Daso to come along, which made it even more puzzling. Although he was confused, Zhou Shanghua hurriedly dismissed the meeting and called Zhang Daso to go with him. He set aside the plan to call General Wang from Jiyuan Games. Compared to terminating cooperation with Jiyuan Games, this matter was trivial. Zhang Daso followed his boss, and from the earlier meeting, he knew that something bad had happened in the company, but he was even more puzzled as to why he was involved. They didn't talk much along the way until they met Jiang Sheng, who was very polite in greeting them, wanting to inquire about the owner of Huajiang Plaza. Don't ask so much. You'll know when you go in, Jiang Sheng said coldly, leading them into Qin Yu's office. Chapter 17. Lian, all of this was due to him binding a dedicated sign-in system. Just 2 sign-ins granted him wealth he had never imagined before. Thinking of today's system sign-in, he felt a stir in his heart and opened the system panel. Host, Qin Yu, age, 25, physique, 50, normal, mental strength, 50, normal, skills, none, sign-in progress, 3, 7 million, level 1 sign-in unlocked, tasks, none, sign-in points, 2 balance, 98. 9 billion, it seems spending 1 million corresponds to a level 1 sign-in. Although he had already spent 3, 7 million, his current sign-in still only counted as level 1. At least he needed to spend a total of 10 million to make a sign-in worthwhile. Qin Yu put away the system panel and quietly considered. He resisted the urge to sign in immediately and thought about where to spend money to reach the 10 million mark. If he didn't want to go out to spend money, the quickest and most convenient method was. His mind stirred, and he opened the Dolong app on his phone. In the past, when he watched streamers on Dolong, he saw those top-tier big shots spending money on gifts like water, which really dazzled him. Today, he also wanted to be extravagant and dazzle others. He directly entered the recharge page and recharged 7 million. Chapter 18. Sign in. By this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room had risen to over 30,000. Wow, what kind of live broadcast room is this with such a big shot? Handsome big shot, so imposing. Handsome big shot, I want to have your babies. Handsome big shot, I followed you. Next time there is something like this, let me know in advance so I can bring a stool to watch. Lian's heart was racing with excitement. 1666, Jia Lianhua. She was almost overwhelmed with happiness from the sheer number of Jia Lianhua gifts. This isn't a dream. Thanks to this reward, she could suddenly become a little rich woman. She secretly hoped that this big shot's generous gift was also due to the song Don't Think of Her that she had just sung. This song was indeed requested by the handsome big shot. This was her good luck. Fortunately, she noticed that the handsome big shot had requested that song and had sung it out loud. Thank you so much, handsome brother. I have no way to repay you. I don't know what song you wanted to sing next. Let me sing another one for you. Lian thought for a moment and directly asked in the live broadcast room. The host has no way to repay you, so I might as well offer myself. I don't think the handsome big shot would mind. Chapter 19. Collision Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You have received 500 million cash. 500 million cash has been deposited into your balance. 500 million cash. Qin Yu felt a bit disappointed. Compared to the previous 2 times, this was far too little. It seemed that next time he needed to aim to spend at least 100 million or more. At least $1 billion to make a sign-in worthwhile. He secretly decided. At this moment, his phone rang, and when he answered, it was a call from Lu Kursin. The content was roughly what Qin Yu had guessed. It was about how Zhang Dasho was suddenly fired, and Zhou Jun also packed up and left. Especially Zhou Jun, after learning of his dismissal, had immediately knelt before the boss, hoping to stay in the company, and was ultimately dragged out amidst his wailing. The scene was as messy as it could get, and the outcome was quite satisfying. This result made all the frustration Lu Kursin had felt since morning dissipate, and her mood lifted as she spoke, returning to her usual liveliness. What surprised her even more was that she had taken over Zhang Dasho's responsibilities and become the manager of the design department. Her excitement was evident in her tone as she asked Qin Yu if he wanted to return to the company, and she could request it from a boss. Chapter 20. Agreement. She had just divorced her husband last month and came to Nanjing City for Modu today because her brother was the general manager of Jianyan Hotel. So she directly checked in there. Ma Ichuan was sitting in the general manager's office of Jianyan Hotel when he received a call from Ma Wenxiu and was not surprised. He had personally arranged accommodation for her. His previously smiling face gradually cooled down as he listened to her on the other end of the line. After Ma Wenxiu finished speaking, he comforted her. I'll help you handle this. Don't worry. After hanging up, Ma Ichuan called Zhang Zhong, the manager of the security department, asking him to pull up the surveillance footage from the hotel entrance to find the video of the car accident and send it over. Zhang Zhong did not dare to delay and quickly agreed. Before long, a video came through on his phone. After watching the video, Ma Ichuan sighed inwardly. It seems that the main responsibility for this car accident still lies with his sister, Ma Wenxiu. However, that guy was dressed normally, so he probably isn't a big shot. This shouldn't be difficult. He has been the general manager of this hotel for several years, and he has encountered many influential figures, accumulating quite a network and a sharp eye that is not something ordinary people can compare with. If his sister offended someone he can't afford to offend, he would naturally ask her to apologize. Chapter 21. Jiangxian, Angel's Shadow. Li Heng finally recognized that he had seen this type of car before and even inquired about the price. It seemed to be several tens of millions. Wow. The last time he saw such a car, it was the vehicle of the eldest daughter of the Fong family, which is quite something. Li Heng could guess with his toes that anyone who can afford such a car is definitely not simple. With that thought, his gaze immediately turned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was standing not far away. He saw two people coming out of the hotel, one of whom was a younger man wearing the hotel manager's uniform, the lobby manager of Jianyin Hotel. The other, around 40 years old, slightly balding, was the brother of the woman. He seemed to be someone important, likely a superior of the hotel lobby manager. Ma Wenxiu's previous comment sounded somewhat harsh to Qin Yu's ears, and it inevitably stirred some anger within him. He thought to himself, after the damage assessment is done, if I find out that the repair cost of my car is even higher than yours, I want to see if you dare to deny it. Ma Ichuan glanced at Qin Yu with indifference. He had seen Qin Yu on the surveillance footage and knew the cause of the incident. He asked Ma Wenxiu about the outcome of the situation. Ma Wenxiu recounted their negotiation, and Ma Ichuan nodded, agreeing with her. He was quite satisfied with the negotiation. Chapter 22. Buying a new car again, the first thing he saw was that Lamborghini, identical to his own, with half of its front smashed. He was slightly surprised, as it seemed that car had only been bought not long ago. Turning his head to look at the other car, his eyes widened, and he cursed, "Damn. Isn't that Fong Jia's car? Xiange, do you know the owner of that car?" The blue-haired girl asked curiously. "Let's go take a look." Jiang Xian eagerly ran towards the two cars. He thought to himself, if that car really is Fong Jia's, then the other party must have run into an immense stroke of bad luck. They wouldn't just walk away unscathed. When he got to the Angel Shadow and saw that the license plate number was different, lacking that impressive string of numbers, and noticed that the paint looked fresh, he realized he had mistaken it. However, he was still surprised. This car is incredibly expensive, over 90 million, and not everyone can afford it. Although the rear collision wasn't as severe as the other sports car, it was still considerable. If it were his car, he couldn't imagine how much it would hurt. He had borrowed this kind of car before, and its performance was beyond imagination. This model was launched by TAS Company at the end of last year. With only a bit more than 5,000 produced, and in Longsha country, there were not more than 20 people who owned this car. Chapter 23. Unbelievable. Qin Yu saw that the damage assessment report had come out, so he instructed the car dealership staff to tow his car away for repairs. Ma Wenxiu was a bit anxious, picked up the damage assessment report for her car, skimmed through a series of repair lists, and found the total repair cost on the last line. 2 million. This number shocked her. Although she had hinted at raising the price when she called the car dealership earlier, she didn't expect it to be this high. However, this was exactly what she wanted. After all, she didn't have to pay. Still, her heart ached. Her nearly new car had now become an accident car. Feeling some resentment, she couldn't help but glare at Qin Yu again. In her view, this accident was entirely the other party's fault. The damage report was seen by the other three people besides Qin Yu, especially Manager Li and Manager Zhang. Both were shocked by the repair cost. They had both learned about the negotiation between the parties and felt sorry for Qin Yu. They all silently decided to keep their distance from luxury cars in the future. Qin Yu picked up the damage assessment report for his own car, opened it, and casually browsed. 11 million. That was the repair cost for his Angel Shadow. Chapter 24. Backtracking after saying that, he turned his eyes and fixed them on Qin Yu. He had just heard the conversation among a few people and knew that the Angel's Shadow outside belonged to this person. A person capable of buying such a luxury car at his age, and one he had never seen before, piqued his curiosity. Jiang Xian pulled a sofa chair over and sat next to Qin Yu, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, brother. I'm Jiang Xian. That Angel Shadow is yours, right?" Qin Yu also smiled and didn't dare to act too grand. He had seen everything clearly just now and knew that this person, who was about his age, was not simple. "I'm Qin Yu. Nice to meet you. The car you mentioned outside the hotel is indeed mine." Jiang Xian laughed heartily. "Brother Qin, you're quite impressive, driving luxury cars worth over 100 million. I've seen one for sale in Nanjing City, but unfortunately, I can't afford it. The one you mentioned, it wouldn't be from Dua Luxury Cars, would it?" Qin Yu asked somewhat curiously. "Yes, it's from Dua Luxury Cars." "Brother Qin, you wouldn't tell me that you bought the Angel Shadow from Old Lu, would you?" Jiang Xian joked. "You guessed it right." Qin Yu nodded. "Really?" Jiang Xian's eyes widened. He had seen that car the day before and asked, "Did you just pick it up yesterday?" Chapter 25. Helping out Brother Qin. "You are absolutely right. That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Jiang Xian couldn't help but praise. He continued, I heard that initially, Brother Qin wanted to repair each of your cars separately, but this idiot insisted on compensating like this. Now that he knows the repair cost of the other party's car is even higher, he asked, backtracking. I can't stand people like that. Looking at Qin Yu, he added, Brother Qin, I heard that you signed a contract as well? Yes, the contract is right here. Qin Yu smiled, handing over the signed contract to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian took a look and said, Great, why not give me this contract and write another authorization letter? I'll help you handle this matter. If she refuses to pay, I guarantee she'll have to cough up the money even if she has to sell her house or car. What do you think? Ma Ichuan, who had just had a sullen face, changed his expression upon hearing this. Young Master Jiang, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to get involved? He knew that if this matter were handed over to Jiang Xian, Ma Wenxiu would be left with no choice but to pay. The Jiang family's influence was not to be trifled with. Even without that contract, they wouldn't dare to deny it. If it was just facing Qin Yu alone, there might be a chance for negotiation, as someone who could afford such an expensive car wouldn't be overly concerned about money. If Ma Wenxiu changed her attitude, he might continue to plead for her, and perhaps she would agree. Chapter 26. South Cloud Walking. It seems Brother Qin also likes sports cars. But since you already have luxury cars worth over 100 million, why not just buy a regular sports car? Limited edition sports cars aren't cheap, and they're hard to come by. To buy one in a short time, you can only get a second-hand one. Qin Yu smiled and said, Mainly, I'm someone who buys the best things. It's the same with cars. I've heard that limited edition sports cars are rare, so I wanted to ask if you have any connections. You're right, otherwise I wouldn't have bought the Angel Shadow. Jiang Xian's eyes flickered, and he continued, I have an aunt who runs a large car dealership, dealing in both new and used cars. The used cars mostly consist of top-tier sports cars, and they also have limited edition models. If you really want, I can take you there, but it's a bit far in the East Xiu district of Nanjing City. It takes at least 30 to 40 minutes by car. Qin Yu asked, Will this take up your time? No problem. I'm just out for fun today, so it doesn't matter where I go. That's great. It's almost noon, which is perfect timing for lunch. I'll treat Brother Jiang to a meal here at the hotel, and afterward, we can go. How does that sound? Chapter 27. Yun Chowding Zhao Song. What are you doing here? Jiang Xian's expression turned cold as he asked the man with a strong sense of hostility. Why can't I be here? This is a car dealership. Of course, I'm here to buy a car. Do you have a problem with that? Buying a car? Jiang Xian glanced at him sideways. What car did you buy? After saying that, he looked curiously at his aunt, wanting to know the exact answer from her. Young Master Zhao is here to look at cars, but unfortunately, that car was too expensive, so he couldn't buy it. Oh, Jiang Xian smiled slightly and said to Zhao Song, Look at you, you can't even afford a car. That doesn't match your title as Young Master Zhao. Oof. It's normal not to afford a car that costs over 100 million. But you, buying a used Lamborghini for a few million and still on credit? I feel embarrassed for you just hearing that. You. Jiang Xian was somewhat exasperated and snorted. So what? Anyway, it's my aunt's car. We're family, so I can pay slowly. It's our business, and it's not something you should comment on. You can't even come up with that money, yet you're pulling relatives into it. It's just that President Yin doesn't want to bother with you. Damn it, Zhao Song. I think you're asking for a beating. Chapter 28. I bought it, aunt. What car is so expensive? Don't mention Qin Gu. I'm also very curious about which model costs 170 million. Jiang Xian asked anxiously. Not only Jiang Xian, but Tang Qin behind him also cast an interested glance. Such an expensive car would attract any woman, not just men. This is a supercar that is priceless and was bought 3 years ago by a businessman from another region at a high cost. Due to problems with his company's cash flow, the bank won't lend him money, so he has no choice but to sell the car. It was released 3 years ago with only 3 units, each with a different name. Yin Xiaoding said slowly, It's one of the Bugatti Night series, the Night Wind. Night Wind? Wow, it's this car. I've also heard about the 3 models of the Bugatti Night series: Night Wind, Night Voice, and Night Shadow. Jiang Xian seemed to have researched this limited edition sports car and couldn't help but introduce it. This car is equipped with a W16 engine, capable of producing 500 horsepower, with a 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration in 2.3 seconds. Especially, its body is as unique as the night. It's also hard to find worldwide. I didn't expect such a car to appear here. Chapter 29. Payment. Haha. Bringing Qin Gu here today was really the right call, Jiang Xian said happily. Tang Qin also showed excitement, looking at Qin Yu with a mix of surprise and admiration. Although she hadn't interacted much with Qin Yu, she had the illusion that he seemed to have endless money. No matter how high she estimated, she ultimately found that she had underestimated him. Su Wei was even more shocked. She hadn't underestimated Qin Yu from the beginning, but the outcome still exceeded her expectations. Yin Chaoting remained calm. Although Qin Yu buying the night wind was beyond her expectations, her expression didn't change much. She asked, "Mr. Qin, the asking price for this car is 170 million. Is that a price you can accept?" Qin Yu replied, "Of course, since I've decided to buy it. I have no objections to the price. You've already said that the owner has no intention of lowering the price, so why should I waste my breath?" Yin Chaoting smiled sweetly. "Mr. Qin is indeed generous. But I forgot to mention earlier." After a pause, she continued, "The selling price of 170 million is the owner's price. But we also need to take 5 of the transaction amount as a commission, which is 5 million. This fee also includes the license plate transfer fee, but does not include insurance costs." Chapter 30. Speculation. Qin brother, I don't mind. What do you mind? Am I not worthy to be your sister? Yin Chaoting said in a teasing manner. All right, then I'll call you Yin Jie. Qin Yu had no choice but to say. He also thought it over. Having such a beautiful sister seemed nice. That is more like it. Since you called me sister, let us keep in touch more. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, Yin Jie. Qin Gu, since you've acknowledged my aunt as your sister, what should I call you? Jiang Xian said with a frown. You can still call me Qin Gu. We'll just call each other as we please, Qin Yu hurriedly replied. He certainly didn't want to gain such a large junior because of his relationship with Yin Chaoting. That's fine. After chatting for a while, Qin Yu took his leave and went out of the car dealership with Tang Qin. Although he had bought the night wind, the transfer and registration procedures would take a day or two to complete. Once those were finished, he would come back to pick up the car. After Qin Yu left, Yin Chaoting asked Jiang Xian, "How do you know him?" "Why do you ask that?" Jiang Xian briefly recounted what happened at the Jiangyan Hotel at noon, concluding that he brought Qin Yu here because he wanted to buy a limited edition sports car. Chapter 31. Shameless. Qin Yu looked at the time. It was almost 3 in the afternoon. He said, "Let us go back to Jingyan District to the Lingtang New Village." Having just spent 180 million, he had also completed the system's sign-in task and was just waiting for tomorrow's sign-in refresh to do it again. He wanted to return to his rental place first and meet up with Lu Kersin and her 2 roommates in the evening. After a day away, he felt a bit nostalgic for the small rental room he lived in. After all, he had lived there for quite a long time and had some feelings for it. Okay, Tang Qin opened the navigation and drove according to the route. The Rolls-Royce drove for about an hour before finally stopping in front of a rental house in Lingtang New Village. After getting out of the car and waiting for Tang Qin to drive away, Qin Yu opened the door and entered the building. Climbing the stairs, he reached room 301 on the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to use his key to unlock the door, it opened automatically. A person came out of the room. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Su Li. Su Li smiled warmly. "Darling, I've finally been waiting for you to come back. Come in quickly." Her demeanor was somewhat like a graceful hostess coming out to welcome her man. "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu was stunned for a while before asking. "I went to the hotel to find you today, but the hotel staff said you weren't there. You called your colleagues, and they said you're no longer working at that company. Guessing you might have returned to your rental, they came looking for you." Su Li explained with a smile. Chapter 32. Beating Su Kuan, you can keep making things up. I saw you check into the presidential suite with my own eyes and even confirmed it at the hotel front desk. That can't be fake, right? Are you telling me that as a hotel employee, you can stay in the presidential suite for free? What kind of benefits do you have? Su Li sneered. Qin Yu mocked. Haha, it's really simple. I already told you I work at that 7-star hotel, and a few people at the front desk recognize me. I entered the hotel before you last night, just to ask them to cooperate with me. If anyone asks about me, they should say I'm a guest staying in the hotel and have booked the presidential suite for a month. In the end, the front desk really told me you came to ask about me and that you even called me. I can't believe you actually believed such a small trick. You should know me better after all this time. If I had money, would I have been living here for so long? Qin Yu blurted. Su Li looked at Qin Yu with a smug expression, speechless. However, she quickly thought of another matter. Then explained why the manager of the housekeeping department at Jiangyan Hotel was waiting for you at the hotel entrance, and why was she so respectful. Chapter 33. Gui Yafeng, it seems you forgot that you still haven't returned my rental key. Who cares? Su Li took the key out and threw it on the ground. Turning to leave. Stop. What else do you want? Su Li turned around, a bit angry. Pick up the key, or I want to be polite. Qin Yu coldly stared at Su Li. Su Li felt a tightness in her chest. But seeing Qin Yu's stern gaze, she obediently walked over, picked up the key, placed on the table, and left without looking back. Once the two siblings left, Qin Yu closed the door and tidied up the room. He checked the time. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. He went to the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Then he lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. On the other side, Suli went downstairs, immediately took out her phone, and dialed a number. "Sister, who are you calling?" Su Kuin asked beside her, still rubbing his injuries. Just thinking of Qin, you made him feel an inexplicable anger, thinking about how to get revenge. "Don't say anything for now." Suli was, of course, calling Feng Yuan. She couldn't rely on Qin Yu anymore, so she needed to tighten her grip on her newly confirmed wealthy boyfriend. Chapter 34. System task. Seeing the three people looking over curiously, she hurried to explain. "You don't need to ask. It's simple. Suli found a rich man and then dumped me. It's that straightforward." "Oh." The three of them all showed expressions of "I knew it." "Since Qin Yu broke up with his girlfriend, and Sister Feng, you don't have a boyfriend. Why not just pair up?" Li Qiuping winked at Qin Yu and Gua Yafeng, playfully laughing with a mouthful of food. "Little girl, you talk too much. If you meddle again, I'll tear that mouth of yours apart." Gua Yafeng angrily retorted, harshly dropping a piece of food into Li Qiuping's bowl, saying, "Since your mouth is so idle, just eat more." Lu Kursin covered her mouth and chuckled quietly, but remained silent. She also wanted to pair the two, but she knew Gua Yafeng's character too well. It was impossible. Qin Yu lowered his head to eat, pretending not to see. He had a history with Gua Yafeng. She had a typical round face and was the most attractive among the three girls. Qin Yu felt a spark the first time he saw her and pursued her a few times. When Gua Yafeng understood his feelings, she neither agreed nor rejected him, but straightforwardly stated her ideal partner. Chapter 35. Plan A. 5-star check-in would require spending 100 billion to achieve. With the cash Qin Yu currently has, if he spends money to achieve a 5-star check-in, he would be left with just a pittance. However, first, he checks in to get 35% of the hotel's shares, and then there's the task of acquiring Jianyun Hotel. Isn't that too coincidental? Let's not worry about that for now. I need to think about how to acquire Jianyun Hotel. I currently have 35%. Who are the other shareholders? Qin Yu fell into deep thought, unsure of where to start or how to contact the shareholders of Jianyun Hotel for acquisition, especially after hearing from Tang Qin that the major shareholder is acquiring the shares of another shareholder. This is troublesome. If he succeeds, it means the entire hotel will be under the major shareholder's control. If he holds onto the shares tightly, he might not even complete ordinary tasks. This is a headache. This task is a bit urgent. It's best to grab the 25% shares of the other shareholder before the major shareholder succeeds. Spending more money doesn't matter. But who to contact? Tang Qin? She is just an ordinary hotel employee and might not even know the shareholders of the hotel. Chapter 36. Nanyang Villa. Whether or not he can successfully acquire Jianyun Hotel can only wait until tomorrow. Qin Yu put this matter aside and began to consider where to spend money to complete tomorrow's check-in task. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated and dark rental, he made a plan. Buy a house. No, if I'm buying, I'll buy a villa, preferably the best kind. Speaking of buying a villa, Qin Yu thought a place. Every weekend, he often goes to Beixiang Park in the new district to run and enjoy nature. The air there is fresh, near the mountains and water, and the location is quite good. Near the park, on Beixiang Road, there is a high-end villa area that just started to have people move in this year, so naturally, there are many villas still unsold. Once he made up his mind, he didn't want to stay in the rental anymore. He stepped out wearing a casual home outfit, a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and a pair of slippers. Since the weather was hot, this outfit was quite common outside. He used to wear this when going out to buy groceries. Buying a villa seemed no different from buying groceries. Now in Qin Yu's mind, spending tens of millions feels the same as spending a few bucks. Both carry the same pressure. Nanyang Villa, one of the 3 top villa areas in Nanjing City, and also the largest villa community. Chapter 37. Luo, AI, Chi, classmate, you're the manager here, right? I want to buy a villa, but these people aren't allowing it. I just want to ask, do you have to sort people out before selling a house? I'm very sorry, sir. We are very welcome to have you here to buy a house. The employees just now were ignorant, and I apologize on their behalf. Zhu Yuan sincerely apologized, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with her subordinates. Although the customer wasn't here to buy a house, there was no need for such neglect. Not only did it violate the company's employee code, especially with a heavyweight customer present, it truly showed a lack of insight. The woman beside Chen Jihong, who was looking at the property model, was also curious and turned to look this way. Seeing Qin Yu in a short shirt and shorts, wearing a pair of slippers, she found it somewhat amusing. As she watched, she suddenly felt that Qin Yu looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, she finally remembered who he was. She quickly walked over and asked, "Qin Yu, is that you?" Qin Yu was a bit surprised when someone called his name. Seeing that it was the woman beside Chun, he was even more puzzled. "I'm Qin Yu, do you know me?" The woman chuckled and said, "You don't remember me? It's only been 3 years. I'm Luo Ai Chi. Don't you remember?" Chapter 38. Kong Xiaoyi, don't joke around. This is a property worth over 100 million. Do you have that much money? Luo Ai Chi said with irritation. Is 100 million a lot? Qin Yu asked. Luo Ai Chi was left speechless. What do you mean, is 100 million a lot? That's just a given question. Are you joking? In the end, Luo Ai Chi was somewhat at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Shen Jihong found Qin Yu even more inscrutable. Could it be that I was mistaken? This kid is just a reckless youth. Or is he here on purpose to cause trouble? Mr. Qin is interested in this property, so I'll have a sales employee take you to see it. I'll take Miss Luo and Mr. Chun to look at other properties first. Hearing that Qin Yu wanted to buy the villa worth over 100 million, Zhu Yuan not only didn't he seem particularly pleased, but instead spoke somewhat coldly. Qin Yu nodded, indifferent, just have someone take me over. Lu Haiyan, you take Mr. Qin to have a look. Zhu Yuan instructed a female employee who was watching the commotion with a mocking expression. Manager Zhu I. The female employee looked somewhat embarrassed and reluctant. Qin Yu noticed that this was the tall and plump employee who had just mocked him. Manager Zhu, I don't like this employee. Can you ask someone else? Chapter 39. Full payment. Did those previous employees leave their jobs? Or were they transferred to other new developments in different districts? Qin Yu asked curiously. Kong Xiaoyi explained. Those who sold properties received generous commissions and left one by one. Some who hadn't made any sales also left. The ones who stayed are mostly just trying to get by, hoping to catch a lucky break and find a capable customer looking to buy. After all, the commissions for selling properties have increased more than double compared to when we first opened. So you're still working here as a property consultant, partly out of luck. Qin Yu smiled. If I can hit that lucky break, that would be great, but even if not, there's a base salary of 4,000 yuan a month. So I'm somewhat satisfied. After all, finding a job isn't easy, Kong Xiaoyi replied. You have a good mindset, but this salary is still a bit low for this provincial capital. What is your educational background? Qin Yu asked curiously. I finished high school and came out to work, and I'm somewhat slow, so a lower salary doesn't really matter, Kong Xiaoyi replied. Qin Yu nodded silently. As they spoke, they had arrived at the entrance of Villa number 3, where there was a high-end electronic lock on the door wall. Chapter 40. Chun Jihong shocked full payment for the house. Qin Yu, you also bought a villa. Luo Ai Chi came back to her senses, unable to believe it. Mr. Qin, which house did you choose? Zhu Yuan was equally shocked. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Yuan with an odd expression. Of course it's Villa number 3. Didn't Kong Xiaoyi just take me to see it? Villa number 3? At this moment, the entire scene fell silent. Pairs of shocked eyes stared at Qin Yu, filled not only with surprise but also regret, heartache, and jealousy. Especially those who looked down on Qin Yu. At this moment felt as if they had swallowed a fly. A female white-collar worker who had just arrived noticed the strange expressions of several people and asked what was going on, looking at Qin Yu with astonishment and disbelief. She was a finance officer of this real estate company and had rushed over after receiving Kong Xiaoyi's call. She knew a customer was buying a property, but didn't expect it to be that Villa number 3. The customer not only looked ordinary, but was also so young. Not only was he buying Villa number 3, but he was also paying in full. Luo Ai Chi completely couldn't understand this college classmate of hers. She had heard that Qin Yu's family background was quite ordinary and that he came from a rural area. He had worked part-time jobs during school to supplement his living expenses. Chapter 41. Move in Xinhong didn't respond to Luo Ai Chi's question and carefully handed the black card back to Qin Yu, somewhat expectantly and respectfully asking, "Oh, this?" Qin Yu took the black card, smiled. "Yes, it's the black gold card you mentioned." After saying that, he handed the black card to Kong Xiaoyi, instructing her to swipe it directly. Although he was already 90 sure, hearing Qin Yu's answer still made Chun Jihong's heart surge like turbulent waves. Recently, he had wanted to apply for the Royal Platinum card from the Five Elements Bank, but ultimately couldn't because his wealth didn't meet the standard. The Royal Platinum card is the lowest level among the privileged bank cards issued by the 5 major banks. Above it are the king-level diamond card and the emperor-level purple gold card. As for the supreme black gold card, it's more of a legend. No one has ever seen it in person. One can imagine how terrifying the identity of Luo Ai Chi, who holds the black card, would be. Even if the black card isn't his, but borrowed from someone else, the identity would still be frightening. It could be said that Chun Jihong was not on the same level as the other party at all. It was laughable that just moments ago, he didn't believe Qin Yu wanted to buy that villa number 3. Kong Xiaoyi took the black card without hesitation and inserted it into the card machine. She entered the password, 424 billion, and the card was successfully swiped. Chapter 42. Classmate group. Then, Kong Xiaoyi also sent a message. Mr. Qin, thank you today. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Qin Yu replied, sure, I'll remember that. Treat me next time. Kong Xiaoyi continued. I forgot to tell you, the property management fee for Nanyan Mountain Villa has been waived for 3 years by the company, so you don't need to pay for now. Just register with the property management when you have time. Qin Yu responded, then I must thank you. Kong Xiaoyi replied, no need to be polite, Mr. Qin. Since you just bought a villa, if you need help with cleaning and moving things, just let me know, and I can lend a hand. Qin Yu thought about it. Since he had bought a villa, he would need to hire a maid for such a large house. Thank you for your kindness. Do you know any housekeeping companies that can help me find a maid? Qin Yu asked. Kong Xiaoyi replied, that's no problem. But Manager Zhu is more familiar with this. I'll ask her about it tomorrow. Qin Yu said, then I'll trouble you. Kong Xiaoyi replied, not a bother. Kong Xiaoyi then asked, Mr. Qin, what kind of maid are you looking for? Do you have any requirements? Qin Yu replied, no special requirements, mainly just a good character. Salary doesn't matter too much. Chapter 43. Tang Qin is dismissed. The phone rang. It was a call from Tang Qin. Qin Yu thought it was Tang Qin coming to pick him up and that she might have been stopped at the gate of the villa community. However, after picking up the call, he heard Tang Qin's apologetic voice. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, but I can't come to pick you up anymore. Why? Qin Yu frowned. I am no longer an employee of Yunjiang Hotel. I called to let you know this, in case you were still waiting for me. Tang Qin said. What happened? Everything was fine. How could you no longer be working at the hotel? I was fired. Tang Qin said with a bitter smile. Qin Yu was even more astonished. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Tang Qin paused for a moment on the other end of the line before saying, the main reason is because of one person. You know her, it's Ma Zong's sister, Ma Wenxiu, the one known as Mrs. Li, but now she has divorced, so she can no longer be called Mrs. Li. So you mean she used Ma Zong to directly get you fired? You could say that. You didn't do anything wrong. And Ma Zong could just casually fire an employee like that? Qin Yu was also a bit angry. This was not only unfair to Tang Qin, but Tang Qin was also his exclusive service manager at the hotel. Chapter 44. Questioning Tang Qin. You vixen. How dare you come in here? Where are the security guards? Why aren't they throwing her out? Qin Yu did not expect to run into a group of people as soon as he entered the hotel lobby. The leader was the hotel's general manager, Ma Ichuan, followed by the lobby manager Li Heng, security manager Zhang Zhong, and 4 others who appear to be managers from other hotel departments. Ma Wenxiu was also there, her face filled with anger as she looked at Tang Qin, and then cast a resentful glance at Qin Yu. Given the situation, these people had come down together to welcome someone. Qin Yu guessed it was probably the hotel chairman. Yin Zhengong, I'm very curious. You're not even part of the hotel department. What authority do you have to order my friend to leave? Qin Yu questioned Ma Wenxiu rudely. Hearing Qin Yu's question, Ma Wenxiu's silver teeth ground together. The two in front of her, one was the vixen who seduced her ex-husband, and the other was the one who caused her to lose over 10 million. She could deal with Tang Qin, but this Mr. Qin, she could not handle. Even in the hotel, he was a major client. After finally suppressing her anger, she coldly replied, she is no longer an employee of this hotel, so staying here would affect the business. And as a guest of the hotel, it's reasonable for me to voice some opinions, right? Chapter 45. Promised. Qin Yu noticed Han Xian's hesitation and smiled. Don't worry, this is not a big deal, it's just a phone call. With that, he paused. Qin Yu also knew that if he wanted Han Xian to sincerely help him, he needed to provide her with some compelling reasons to do so. Just wait a moment. Saying this, he stood up and walked into the master bedroom. Then he took out the 35 equity certificate of Jianyan Hotel from his system backpack. Returning to the main hall, he smiled slightly at Han Xian and said, to be honest, I hold 35 of the shares in Jianyan Hotel, so I can be considered your boss. 35 equity? Both Han Xian and Tang Qin were taken aback. Han Xian said, Mr. Qin, you must be joking. I know the 3 shareholders of the hotel. One is Chairman Yun Zhengong, who is also the largest shareholder, holding 40 of the hotel shares. The other is Chao Gongzi, holding 25 of the shares. The remaining 35 is pledged to Longsha Commercial Bank. So, Mr. Qin, may I ask where your 35 equity comes from? Qin Yu smiled, and didn't he explain, handing over the equity certificate of Jianyin Hotel. Chapter 46. Registering company, how about this? Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, First, help me with the procedures to register an investment company, called Qin Yu Investment. The newly established company can consolidate the assets I have and can also engage in venture capital, investing in other high-quality companies or industries. Of course, before that, you can help me recruit those business talents to set up a foundation, and then all you need to do is manage the overall situation. Establishing a new company and building a foundation. Tang Qin's eyes lit up. She graduated from the Shanghai Finance University, so this was not difficult. If she did well, she would be a founding member of a company, which was incomparable to being a service manager at the hotel. Moreover, with Qin Yu's financial resources, starting a new company would surely mean it would be a large one. It was equivalent to her transforming from a sparrow into a phoenix. Boss, what should I do first? Tang Qin suppressed her excitement and asked Qin Yu, Just give me your bank account number, and I will transfer some money to you. After that, just proceed as I say. Okay. Tang Qin was momentarily stunned and then handed her bank card to Qin Yu. Qin Yu took it, and in front of Tang Qin, he fiddled with his phone a few times, actually instructing the system to transfer 10 billion to Tang Qin's bank account. Chapter 47. Confrontation, how about this? Contact your brother Hua again, see if he can come over early. I'm at Jianyin Hotel right now. Okay, brother Qin, wait a moment. I'll call him now. After saying that, Jiang Xian hung up the phone. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Jiang Xian sounded a bit embarrassed on the other end. Brother Qin, I'm sorry. I just found out that brother Hua has been at the hotel for 15 minutes already, but I happened to be away at that time. And now they are in the chairman's office on the 35th floor, and the financial director, Sister Wang, is also there. They have already reached an agreement and are preparing to sign the equity transfer contract. Chapter 48. 3 billion. Qin Yu nodded, not hiding anything. Yes. I heard that brother Hua is planning to transfer the equity held by Jianyin Hotel, and I am very interested. Humph. Yin Zhengong slammed the table heavily and said angrily, Mr. Qin, Jianyin Hotel has always been my Yun family's property, and it is only natural to reclaim the equity. Moreover, this is a stock acquisition among the hotel shareholders. If I do not agree, you, an outsider, have no right to interfere. Qin Yu smiled and said, Chairman Yun, what are you talking about? The equity is in Brother Hua's hands and does not belong to you, right? As long as he wants to sell to whoever. That is his business. Yin Zhengong chuckled. Mr. Qin, you don't even understand this. As a major shareholder, I have the right of first refusal, and besides, my younger brother and I have reached an agreement, and I have already signed the contract. So, Mr. Qin, you are late. Please leave. Oh. Qin Yu was taken aback and thought it was bad. Did he come too late? Mr. Qin, they really are preparing to sign the contract. But young Master Chao hasn't signed yet, Han Xian said softly. Qin Yu also saw the several contracts placed in front of Chao Jinghua and breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled at Chao Jinghua and said, Hua Ge, I believe Jiang Xian has told you that I am also very interested in the equity of Jianyin Hotel that you hold. As for Chairman Yun's right of first refusal, it will depend on how much both sides can offer. If I can offer a price that he can match, then I have nothing to say. Chapter 49. Proposal. Qin Yu then said to Chao Jinghua, There's no need to write a receipt. I trust Hua Ge. Just tell me your bank account. Since Brother Qin has said so, I will give you my bank card, Chao Jinghua said with a smile, taking out a bank card and handing it over. This is from Longsha Construction Bank. You can transfer the money to this card. Qin Yu took the bank card and pulled out his phone. System. Transfer 3 billion cash to this bank card. Ding. Withdrawal successful. Qin Yu smiled as he returned the bank card to Chao Jinghua and said, 3 billion has already been transferred to your bank account. This was enough to leave Chao Jinghua stunned. He himself had transferred large amounts before, but never this much. Just 800 million, and it had to be split into several transfers, and he had to use a computer to do it. Yet the person in front of him just tapped his phone and transferred 3 billion to his bank account. What kind of operation is this? Is this kid playing me? Just as Chao Jinghua increasingly felt he was being played, the sound of a text message came through on his phone. Upon opening it, it was indeed the account deposit information from Longsha Construction Bank. 30 billion deposited. Chapter 50. Successful acquisition. Ma Ichuan suddenly thought that not long ago in the lobby on the first floor. Qin Yu had mentioned that his position as the general manager of Jiangyan Hotel would come to an end today. It seemed that this Mr. Qin was clearly targeting him. However, he quickly sneered. As long as Chairman Yin didn't nod, any attempt to oust him would be futile. Having thought this through, Ma Ichuan looked at Qin Yu with even more derision. Mr. Qin, you want Han Xian to be the general manager. Doesn't that mean you want to replace my position? Ha, young man, don't think that just because you've obtained a bit of equity in the hotel, you could do as you please here. With Chairman Yin here, it's not your turn to give orders. Qin Yu smiled and ignored Ma Ichuan's words. He was just a small character. He turned to Yin Zhengong and asked, Chairman Yin, what do you think of my proposal? Yin Zhengong snorted, Mr. Qin, I don't know what your background is or what support you have, but I must inform you that I do not accept your proposal. Although you hold equity in Jiangyan Hotel, you can just take your dividends in the future and shouldn't interfere in management. Since you don't agree to replace the general manager, we will have to vote at the shareholders meeting. Qin Yu had no choice but to say, don't you think this is futile? I have 2 votes, accounting for 75% of the equity. You only have 1 vote, and it only accounts for the smallest portion. Don't you think this is redundant? Yin Zhengong said impatiently. Chapter 51 Payment. Yin Zhengong found it increasingly difficult to see through Qin Yu. He secretly estimated that if he calculated based on the equity acquisition price from earlier with Chao Jinghua, he would have nearly 5 billion in equity. This meant that Qin Yu would have to spend nearly 8 billion today. Even those heirs from families with assets exceeding 100 billion wouldn't have the capacity to come up with that much money. A rare smile appeared on his face. All right, since that's the case, I agree to transfer the equity I hold in Jiangyan Hotel to you. Yin Zhengong was quite satisfied with this outcome. Selling the equity at this price would yield a large sum of cash, which could be used to expand other businesses and strengthen the Yun family. Of course, if he had known earlier that the equity from Longsha business would fall into Qin Yu's hands, he wouldn't have been so quick to sell. Han Xian was the happiest among them. She really didn't expect Qin Yu to ultimately acquire all the equity of Jiangyan Hotel, which meant she would face no obstacles in becoming the hotel's general manager. Among everyone, only Ma Ichuan looked ashen. Things had reached a point that was truly unexpected. How could this Mr. Qin be so terrifying, willing to pay such a high premium to acquire the entire Jiangyan Hotel? Chapter 52. Waiting. You 2 have arrived. Please sit down. Qin Yu gestured for the 2 to sit across from him, then asked Tang Qin, have you chosen the office address for the new company? It's already chosen, on the top floor of Building B, a Huajiang Plaza. That location is nice. It just happens to be vacant and hasn't been rented out. So I finalized it with Manager Jiang. I just don't know if the boss likes it, and if you want to go take a look later, she replied. No need. Since you like that place, let us go with it. It's just a temporary office. The company will have to move when it grows, Qin Yu said. Mr. Qin, what is this new company you're talking about? The more I listen, the more confused I get. Han Xian couldn't help but ask. Sister Xian, the boss hasn't told you yet? Let me explain. Anyway, you're the general manager of Jiangyan Hotel now, so you should be clear about these matters. Tang Qin smiled at Han Xian. Then hurry up and say it. So, Tang Qin explained that Qin Yu wanted to start an investment company, which she would manage, and that Huajiang Plaza also belonged to Qin Yu. Initially, Han Xian didn't think much of it, but when she heard that Huajiang Plaza was also Qin Yu's asset, her expression changed from calm to wide-eyed in shock. Mr. Qin, I didn't expect that not only did you spend over 100 billion to acquire Jiangyan Hotel, but you also own Huajiang Plaza, which is worth 40 billion. You truly are a hidden wealthy person. This makes you a billionaire with nearly 200 billion in assets. Chapter 53. Li Junxiao, just as he was about to open Doulan to scroll through videos to pass the time, his phone rang. Looking at it, it was a call from Jiang Xian. Qin Gu, have you finished your business? I'm with Hua Gu in room 8 on the 3rd floor of Jiangyan Hotel. We're just about to have a meal. If you have time, come down and eat with us. We'll wait for you. All right, I'll come down. Qin Yu replied, feeling a bit hungry as well. He put away his phone, stood up, and took the private elevator down to the 3rd floor of the hotel building quickly. As Qin Yu was looking for room 8 on the 3rd floor, he heard an exclamation from behind him, calling out his name. Hey, Junxiao, that person seems to be Qin Yu, an old high school classmate. I saw him at the last class reunion. It really is. If you hadn't mentioned his name, I wouldn't have remembered, another guy said. Hearing the name, Junxiao, Qin Yu knew who the 2 people behind him were. That name was like a hurdle in his heart. Turning around, he found it was indeed his old classmates Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi. What a coincidence, Qin Yu. Long time no see. Are you here to eat as well? Gu Qianxi asked before Qin Yu could respond, and then suddenly remembered something, continuing. I just recalled that I saw Suli mention in the class group that you are now working at a hotel. Chapter 54. The waiter then why not postpone the new land development for a while and wait until the funds come in before starting the work? Chen Jihong asked in confusion. Mr. Chun, you may not know a lot has already been invested in the early stages to develop that new plot. It is also a key project for Tianhu Real Estate this year. The entire company has been preparing in terms of manpower and equipment for several months. And now it's time to start construction. If we delay, thousands of people are waiting for their wages. The longer the project is delayed, the greater the company's losses. Li Dezhu's face showed some helplessness. Chen Jihong, as the general manager of a large group, understood the complexities behind this. He nodded and asked, then may I ask how much funding is still needed for the development of the new plot? Li Dezhu replied, that plot is 800 acres, and we spent $2 billion to acquire it. In addition to planning to build over 60 residential buildings, there will also be a villa area, schools, and surrounding commercial buildings. The total investment needed is $23 billion, and currently, the funding gap has reached $16 billion. Of course, as long as the initial development funds are sufficient. The later phases will see funds return from the sales of the first phase of the project in a few months, as well as income from other properties. Chapter 55. Mr. Chino, Brother Qin is here. Jiang Xian stood up abruptly upon hearing this voice, greeting Qin Yu with a bright smile. I was just bored, finally waiting for you to arrive. Come, sit over there, he said, pulling Qin Yu's hand and pointing where he had just been sitting. Chao Jinghua also stood up and went to welcome Qin Yu, and the two shook hands warmly. Brother Qin, come quickly sit down. I want to introduce you to two friends, he said with a smile. Brother Hua, you're being too polite. Coming a bit late doesn't matter. I can just sit with Jiang Xian, Qin Yu replied with a smile. The enthusiasm of the group left Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi, who were still sitting there, bewildered. Isn't Qin Yu a waiter here? Does Jiang Xiao and young Master Chao know him? The brother they were waiting for is Qin Yu? As their thoughts churned in confusion, they were even more shocked by what followed. Chen Jihong also hurriedly stood up, looking at Qin Yu with surprise, joy, and a hint of solemnity. He rushed to Qin Yu's side, appearing even friendlier than Jiang Xian. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence, you also know young Master Chao. Mr. Qin? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell into a moment of silence. Chapter 56. Investment 30 billion? Li Dezhu was even more surprised. Young Master Chao, don't joke with me. Didn't I hear you say a couple of days ago that it was around 20 billion? The price I discussed with the head of the Yun family was this. However, today Brother Qin came and was extravagant, spending 30 billion to take my shares. Gao Xinghua et lai. I see. Li Dezhu's eyes suddenly brightened as he looked at Qin Yu. Brother Qin, you haven't answered my previous question. Is what Jiang Xian said true? Do you really want to acquire all the shares of Jiangyun Hotel? Chao Jinghua turned to ask again. Jiang Xian's words are not false, Qin Yu said. I originally planned to buy the entire Jiangyun Hotel, and this plan has succeeded. I must thank Brother Hua for being willing to sell the shares in your hands to me. Otherwise, this plan might not have been realized. How much did you spend in total? Chao Jinghua was shocked by Qin Yu's words. According to the price we agreed upon, 120 billion? Chao Jinghua asked in disbelief. That's right, Qin Yu nodded. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. When he answered, it was a call from Sister Wang, the financial director of Jiangyun Hotel, saying that the share transfer procedures had all been completed, and Jiangyun Hotel had been changed to Qin Yu's name, with him holding 100% of the shares and being the legal representative. Chapter 57. Buying 4 buildings for fund boss Li. I'm not interested in investing in business for now. I've been quite busy lately. If you're not in a hurry to start this project, we can discuss it again later. Li Dezhu smilat bitarli. Young Master Qin, you may not know, but I'm rushing for investment precisely because I'm in a hurry. For every day that plot is delayed without starting construction, Tianhu Real Estate loses at least over 10 million. Then I can't help you, Qin Yu replied. That's okay. Since young Master Qin has said so, I want to press the issue. We can collaborate next time. There will always be opportunities, Li Dezhu said with a dry smile. You mentioned that the total investment still lacks 16 billion. After deducting the initial development fund of 4 billion, you still need 12 billion later. If you're looking for investment for that 12 billion, I would still be very interested at that time, Qin Yu considered and said. Li Dezhu's eyes lit up. All right, young Master Qin, with your words, I have no worries. I'll remember what you said. Don't blame me for being thick-skinned and coming to seek investment later. Qin Yu smiled and said, Boss Li, don't worry, this promise stands at any time. Changing the topic, he continued, although I'm not interested in investing right now. I've seen your Tianhu real estate advertisements everywhere recently. It seems that Tianhu Century City is officially opening for sales tomorrow. I'll join the fun and buy 2 buildings to play with. I wonder if Boss Li would be willing to give me a discount. Chapter 58. Proud Ma Wenxiu, it seemed she had just made a fatal mistake. Wasn't this stealing her credit in front of Tang Qin? Since the high-level meeting convened today, where she learned that Qin Yu had become the owner of this hotel, Ma Yichuan had also been replaced by Han Xian for his position. What was even more unexpected was that the former ordinary employee of the hotel, Tang Qin, had now become the vice chairman of the hotel, with a position even above Han Xian. After becoming vice chairman, Tang Qin seemed like a different person. She got angry and was no less fierce than Ma Yichuan had ever been. Now that she had offended this lady, he would have to suffer in the future. Seeing Li Heng's change in expression, Han Xian glanced at Tang Qin and seemed to realize something, secretly amused. Tang Qin was not only the vice chairman of Jianyuan Hotel, but also Qin Yu's personal assistant, the only one who could run errands for Qin Yu. She still wanted to come and poach her corner. After Li Heng finished speaking, he bowed his head and dared not say anything more. Qin Yu had a puzzled look on his face, but didn't ask further. He didn't like others flattering him like that. You're Chairman Qin, right? I didn't expect the new boss to be so young. Truly remarkable, said Yin Pike, the hotel's deputy general manager. Hello, Chairman Qin. Chapter 59. Dismissal. Ms. Ma. Manager Li, what are you two standing here talking about? Zhang Zhong walked in and curiously asked upon seeing the two. He had some matters to attend to in the morning, so he left the hotel and did not participate in the high-level meeting. Completely unaware of the changes in ownership and management of the hotel. Manager Zhang, you came just in time. This Manager Li is asking me for the hotel car keys. What do you think? Should I give them to him or not? Ma Wenxiu said unhappily upon seeing Zhang Zhong. What? Li Heng, are you being too meddlesome? Don't you know that Ms. Ma is Manager Ma's sister, and she will soon be the manager of the hotel as Human Resources Department? She currently has no car to use, so giving her one of the hotel's cars is a small matter. Why are you being so stingy? Zhang Zhong looked at Li Heng as if he were an idiot. Just as these words were said, they heard someone approaching. Manager Zhang, it is because of this that you took matters into your own hands and casually gave the hotel special car to an ordinary guest. Who gave you the courage to do that? Ma Wenxiu heard the familiar voice and looked over. Tang Qin, it's you. With a cold smirk. Could it be that you complained to Manager Li, and that's why he asked me for the car keys, wanting to use this incident to get back at me? How ridiculous. Don't you see what your status is now? Do you think these petty moves will be useful? Chapter 60. Xiao Jinfeng. After hearing this, Qin Yu didn't want to think too much about these matters, and said, let the managers of the room division and human resources be decided by Han Xian and General Yan. As for the security department manager, Tang Qin, do you have any recommendations? Tang Qin replied, boss, for the candidate. How about Zhang Xiao temporarily taking the position of security manager? He has been working as a security guard here for 8 years and is diligent in his work. What do you think? Qin Yu nodded. Let's go with your suggestion. Zhang Xiao, who was listening nearby, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his heart racing. He is over 40 years old and had long given up on hopes of promotion and salary increases, thinking he would only ever be an ordinary hotel security guard, earning a meager salary of over 5,000. Who would have thought that today he would have this opportunity waiting for him? He hurriedly said, thank you, Director Qin. Thank you, Director Tang. Li Heng looked at this security guard and felt a bit envious of his luck, thinking to himself, when would it be his turn to have such good fortune? It should be noted that since Qin Yu became the owner of the hotel, besides Zhang Xiao, the ones who benefited the most were Han Xian and Tang Qin, whom he could only look up to now. Chapter 61. Angry Departure. My name is Qin Yu. I come from a rural family, not from a prominent family. Qin Yu said plainly. I heard you spent 170 million to buy this Dark Night Wind. So you must be a successful person in your career, able to come up with such a large sum of money. You don't need to inquire about this. Just speak directly if you have something to say. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. A flash of anger crossed Xiao Jinfeng's eyes as he pointed at the Dark Night Wind. I have my eye on this car as well. Name your price. I want to buy it from you. So you want to buy my car? Qin Yu said apologetically. I'm sorry, but I like this car too much to part with it. Aren't you going to ask how much I'm willing to pay for this car? You just deny it outright. All right, then let me ask, how much are you willing to offer to buy my car? 300 million. Is that enough? Not enough. 400 million? Still not enough. Still not enough. Yin Xiaoding was somewhat surprised by Qin Yu's response. She didn't expect Xiao Jinfeng to offer such a high price. Nor did she think that over 200 million in profit would not impress Qin Yu. However, thinking of the supreme black card in Qin Yu's hand, it made sense. Chapter 62, The Fong Family. What is your relationship with the Yun family in Jiangnan City? Qin Yu nodded and asked. Not distant, but not very close either. I do visit during the holidays, Yin Xiaoding said. And, as if recalling something, she added, Brother, you mentioned that Yun Zhengong was the former chairman of Jiangyan Hotel. What happened? Is he no longer? Jiangyan Hotel has always been the property of the Yun family, and he is the head of the Yun family. Has the chairman position been handed over to someone else in the Yun family? It's not given to someone else in the Yun family. But now I have taken over as the chairman of Jiangyuan Hotel, Qin Yu said somewhat shyly. You? Are you joking with me? I accidentally acquired all the shares of the hotel, so it's reasonable for me to be the chairman, right? How is that possible? How would Yun Zhengong agree to sell Jiangyuan Hotel? This hotel is one of the core properties of their Yun family. First, I acquired the shares from Chao Jinghua, and then the shares of Jiangyuan Hotel pledged by Longxia Commercial Bank also came into my hands. Finally, he had no choice but to sell his shares to me as well. How much did you spend to acquire it? About 12 billion. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, Chapter 63, The Purpose of the Sign-In. Point upon entering the hotel lobby. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then took the elevator up to the 36th floor, entering the chairman's office and sitting down. Shortly after sitting down, he heard a knock on the door, and then Han Xian pushed the door open and entered. Boss, you're back. Han Xian came over and smiled. Qin Yu gestured for her to sit down and then asked, Han Xian, how are the hotel affairs? Is everything on track? Don't worry, boss. There are no problems with the work now. That's good. Han Xian smiled and said, I wanted to tell you that there is a special room reserved for the boss, which is much larger and more luxurious than room 3601. I've already arranged it for you. You can go stay there directly. No need. I'll stick to the previous presidential suite. Leave that room for now, Qin Yu said. He was feeling a bit down and had no mood to consider these things. He was still waiting to complete the system's level 5 sign-in. All right. Han Xian noticed that Qin Yu's mood seemed a bit low, and after reporting a few things, she took her leave. Qin Yu sat for a while and then went out, heading up to the 3601 presidential suite. After sitting down on the sofa in the main hall, he opened the system panel and saw on the taskbar, Acquisition of Jiangyuan Hotel, task perfectly completed. Level 5 sign-in unlocked, can sign in at any time. Chapter 64 Killing Intent. Although the process was painful, it was worth it. Qin Yu's eyes were exceptionally clear, and his mind seemed to have opened up, becoming extraordinarily connected. His ears perked up, and if he wanted to, he could hear voices hundreds of meters away. Even through walls, he could hear footsteps from the corridor on this floor, and he felt as if he could see the appearance of the person walking. With a blink of his eyes, he looked down from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 36th floor and could clearly see the pedestrians on the ground, as well as the clear river water. His sense of smell and perception had also increased exponentially. This was the change brought about by powerful mental strength. At this moment, Qin Yu's mind was exceptionally clear, and his thoughts were sharp. System, enhance all sign-in points to improve physique. To what level will the physique be enhanced? Consuming all sign-in points currently held by the host can reach the 10th level of mortal body. If it's just reaching the 10th level of mortal body, how many sign-in points are needed? 7,250 sign-in points are required. In that case, I'll consume 7,250 sign-in points to enhance my physique. Ding. 7,250 sign-in points have been deducted. Physique enhancement in progress. Will be completed in 15 minutes. Qin Yu once again felt the heat flowing through his body. This time it was extremely scorching, as if his body were burning. After a long time, it formed a stream of fine currents like thousands of insects biting, both sour and itchy, yet painful. It penetrated through his skin, into his organs, and through his blood, affecting every part of his body. Chapter 65 Confession. He called Lu Kersin to ask which private room they were in. Then he walked into Epine Hall's entrance, went upstairs to the second floor, and entered a large private room number 3. Inside, there were 3 tables. One table was filled with ordinary employees from the Qishang Advertising Design Department, and the middle table was for the management and others. Li Xiaoping, Lu Xiaotong, Li Ping, and another older financial staff member, Zheng Mei, were gathered around a table on the left side. Qin Yu arrived first, and the table was already filled with ordinary employees from the design department. He greeted everyone with a smile before walking over to Li Xiaoping's table. After all, they used to be colleagues and got along well, so the necessary etiquette should still be observed. Although their statuses had changed, Qin Yu's mindset remained the same. He wouldn't look down on anyone, nor would he elevate others. Even with some changes in his life, he was still a wealthy person when facing rich people and just an ordinary person when around everyday folks. Avoiding the central dining table, Qin Yu walked toward another table. When he glanced over, he was stunned, feeling a bit uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a few flies. He saw Lu Kersin smiling and chatting with the landlord, Sister Huang, who was sitting there. Sister Huang was in her 40s, plump, with short arms and hair, lacking any traits typically expected of a woman. She had a good heart, but talked too much and loved gossip. Last time, when Suli came over, Qin Yu had to pull her aside and ask her a lot of questions. What a pity, that girl was quite beautiful. How did they break up? Sister Huang lamented. Then her eyes lit up again. So what if they broke up? Qin Yu, don't you like Guiyafeng? She doesn't have a boyfriend either. Why not go after her? You look quite handsome now. You two would be a perfect match. How did Sister Huang know about Qin Yu and Guiyafeng? That was thanks to Li Xiaoping's big mouth that couldn't keep anything to himself. Qin Yu shot a fierce glare at Li Xiaoping. Speaking of Yafeng, why hasn't she arrived yet? Xiaoping, didn't you call her? Lu Kersin asked. She, like Qin Yu, was a bit afraid of Sister Huang, but unfortunately, she was brought along by Li Xiaoping and had no prior knowledge. Yes, I called her. She said she's bringing a friend and should be here soon. Then let us wait for her. I'll go attend to those colleagues first. You all sit and have some snacks. You go ahead, don't worry about us. Lu Kersin said as she glanced at Sister Huang and ran over. Qin Yu cursed under his breath, wishing he had delayed his arrival a bit longer. Hearing Sister Huang mention that Gui Yafeng would be coming, everyone became curious again. Zhou Shanghua shook his head and asked, Manager Lu, is Mr. Qin here yet? Mr. Qin? That's Qin Yu. He's over there. Lu Kersin pointed to the table where Qin Yu was sitting. Zhou Shanghua spotted Qin Yu and his face brightened. He exchanged a glance with Wang Ji and said to Lu Kersin, You go ahead with your business. I'll go over there with President Wang for a moment. Saying that, he and Wang Ji took 2 empty glasses and filled them with white liquor. Each took a glass and walked toward Qin Yu. Look, the boss and President Wang are coming over to our table. They might be here to toast us. Lu Xiaodong, who had sharp eyes, quickly noticed the approaching company boss. The boss really did come, but why was President Wang from GUN Games here too? Do we have that much clout? Zhongmei wondered. Forget about that. Quickly go get some white liquor. It's too late. Just then, the 2 bosses reached their table. Zheng Mei, Liu Xiaotong, and Li Ping were about to stand up when Zhou Shanghua hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. You all don't need to stand up. Just sit and eat. I and President Wang just came to toast Mr. Qin and will leave right after. Then Li Ping, Li Xiaoping, and Zheng Mei left as well. Su Shaoan had long wanted to get up, so he pulled Guiyafeng. Guiyafeng thought for a moment, glanced at Qin Yu, and also stood up to go down. Sister Huang was still eating, and Lu Kersin sat next to her, listening to the conversation between Qin Yu and the other 2. Qin Yu was eating from his bowl while listening to Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua chatting. When he finished eating, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, I'm full. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, he stood up. Mr. Qin, take care. Wang Ji and the others quickly stood up to see him off. Did you get full from just that little? Lu Kersin said with a bit of reproach. I had eaten before coming, Qin Yu replied, looking at Lu Kersin. Let us chat again when there is time. All right, Qin Yu said to Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua. Thank you for your kindness. If there is anything, just find me. After saying that, he nodded at Sister Huang and walked out. Wang Ji and the others, hearing Qin Yu's next words, were delighted. Okay, Mr. Qin, take care. Qin Yu went down to the first floor of Yipentang and indeed saw the Dark Night Wind parked there, surrounded by a crowd. The closest to the car were a group of beautifully dressed young women, each holding a phone, randomly taking pictures of the car. Behind them, others waiting to take photos were anxiously jumping around, while Zheng Mei, Li Xiaoping, and others stood in front to watch. Got a cigarette? As Half-Face walked closer, about 5 meters away from Qin Yu withdrew his gaze from the moon and asked casually as he turned around. He hadn't smoked in many years. Every time he did, his throat would hurt, so he gradually quit. Now, he felt like smoking, thinking it might help him deal with the situation, whether it was a bit of nervousness or to gather his emotions. Qin Yu could tell from the aura that the man with only half a face was very strong, far beyond an ordinary person. However, compared to him, the gap was still too wide. Half-Face was taken aback, looking at Qin Yu's calm and fearless face, and smiled. In a hoarse voice, he said, "I have some." He took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and then tossed the pack in a delicate lighter over. Qin Yu caught it, lit a cigarette, and took a slow drag. After a couple of puffs, he tossed the half-burnt cigarette away and threw back the pack and lighter. Then asked, "Who sent you here? Can you tell me?" Half-Face caught the pack and lighter, and hearing Qin Yu's question, he replied in a hoarse voice, "No need to ask about that. I only know how to kill. I have no idea who the employer is." "Is it Xiao Jinfeng?" Half-Face's single eye flashed with light, but he remained silent, seemingly unwilling to answer Qin Yu's question. Qin Yu said with some disgust, "You guys always pull this revenge stuff. Isn't annoying?" Half-Face suddenly let out a strange laugh. "In that case, kid, you can just die." Saying that, he produced an oval iron ball the size of a palm, preparing to throw it at Qin Yu. Unexpectedly, before he could move, Qin Yu grabbed him by the neck. With a twist of his wrist, Half-Face's body went limp and fell to the ground. Qin Yu looked at the rolling iron ball on the ground with a hint of curiosity. Could this be a new type of grenade? Just now, Half-Face was muttering to himself, and the glint of killing intent in his eyes couldn't escape Qin Yu's spiritual perception, indicating that this person still had hidden tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, as soon as he moved his hand, I immediately sensed the danger. Without thinking much, I rushed forward at the fastest speed, grabbed the opponent's neck, and ended it in one move. "Kid, not bad speed, and your skills are decent. But when it comes to fighting, you're too reckless, like someone who hasn't learned martial arts." An old man in his 60s, with a strong back and bright eyes, stepped out from the shadows and commented on Qin Yu. "Are you with him too?" Qin Yu asked, locking eyes with the old man, not overly surprised by his sudden appearance. Chapter 71. Racing after a long silence. The voice on the other end of the phone finally spoke. "Brother Qin, why are you suddenly inquiring about this person? You didn't offend him, did you?" "That's right, so I wanted to ask if you know him." The other end fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "I know a bit about Xiao Jinfeng." Then Xiao Jinghua shared some information he had about Xiao Jinfeng. There are two most prominent figures in Shijiang City. One is the crown prince of the Shun family, Shun Bangkong, and the other is Xiao Jinfeng, the Qiao family's prodigy. Among the two, Xiao Jinfeng is definitely more famous, and you could say he is the top figure of the younger generation in Shijiang City. The Qiao family is one of the two top families in Shijiang City, with power far beyond those ordinary families. Moreover, Xiao Jinfeng is ruthless in his dealings, and no one dares to offend him. So if Brother Qin has truly offended him, you must be very careful. Qin Yu drove quietly and listened, then said, "If we compare your Qiao family with the Qiao family, who is stronger? You overestimate my Qiao family. Not to mention comparing with the Qiao family. Even just Xiao Jinfeng alone is not our match." Chapter 72. Driving skills. The car was moving quickly, getting closer to the night wind. Qin Yu also became spirited, his competitive nature surging, pressing the accelerator deeply, and the speed rapidly increased. Watching the car behind gradually fall behind, Qin Yu smiled slightly. "Still want to overtake my car? Dream on." However, after turning a corner, the car behind caught up, and its speed increased even more. Ahead was another small bend, and Qin Yu had no choice but to slow down, not even reaching 100 kilometers per hour as he turned. Just past the bend, the sports car behind roared past him. The driver turned his head to look at him and shook his head. "Did he just look down on me?" That car was also a Bugatti, a red sports car, seemingly a custom version of supercar, which wouldn't be cheaper than the night wind that Qin Yu was driving. Seeing the car ahead gradually drifting away, only the taillights visible, Qin Yu felt a wave of disappointment. A loss like this, and even got looked down upon. I am someone with a system. How can I lose like this? Thinking of the system and the skill section on the panel, he asked, "System, can I add racing driving skills there?" Ding, host, adding general driving skills requires 50 sign-in points. Adding top-tier driving skills requires 300 sign-in points. Chapter 73. Until we meet again, this was also why Qin Yu dared to drive like this, possessing top driving skills combined with super strong mental power. Soon, the night wind was leading the convoy, with only that Aston Martin yet to overtake. Although the car ahead was still far ahead, Qin Yu believed it would only take a few minutes to catch up. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Xian's car was also among the cars behind. With no cars blocking ahead, the night wind speed increased even more. Qin Yu glanced at the silent woman beside him, seeing her still looking indifferent and detached. Fan Tao drove the Aston Martin at high speed. Not long ago, he had caught a glimpse of the red Bugatti that crashed into the barrier, only a fleeting glance, but it had sparked a hint of doubt in his mind. even though he had left the cars in the back far behind. He wasn't complacent and didn't relax at all. His target was always that woman ahead. He didn't expect to overtake her, but he was content as long as each race brought him a little closer to her. One day, she would be moved by his sincerity and become his woman. Just thinking about this made him exceptionally excited, and the car's speed involuntarily increased again. Just as he was feeling proud, he suddenly saw the night wind catching up in the rearview mirror. Chapter 74. Fong Mingyue. Although Qin Yu thought the woman was beautiful, it was a bit inappropriate to mention his name at that moment, especially since he had caused some trouble on the racetrack tonight that still needed to be dealt with. Fong Mingyue stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, she muttered in disbelief. He actually rejected me? She took out her phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, she asked, "Sister Yin, what is the name of the owner of that car plate I gave you?" The voice on the other end, Yin shouting, was startled and replied, "His name is Qin Yu Mingyue." "Why are you asking about his name?" "He offended me," Fong Mingyue replied directly. "What? How could he offend you?" Yin shouting was even more surprised. "What is your relationship with Qin Yu?" Fong Mingyue asked again. Yin shouting thought for a moment and said, "How should I put it? It's not ordinary, but I have recognized him as my younger brother." "That's fine, as long as he is not your boyfriend," Fong Mingyue said before hanging up. Yin shouting was left holding her phone, stunned, pondering over Fong Mingyue's last sentence, unable to speak for a long time. Fong Mingyue held her phone, thought for a few seconds, and dialed another number. "Director Fong, any instructions?" The call was quickly connected, and a very respectful female voice came through. Chapter 75. Summer Fruit. Hearing Fong Mingyue say to him, "Hand over your car keys," Jiang Xian didn't dare to refuse and obediently handed over the keys to his Lamborghini. Fong Mingyue took the car keys and said, "I'll borrow your car tonight. You can come and get it back tomorrow." After saying that, she walked towards a racetrack. Then she drove off in Jiang Xian's Lamborghini, disappearing from the racetrack in a flash. Seeing Fong Mingyue leave, everyone present let out a long sigh of relief, finally revealing their natural expressions. Some hurried to help the fainting Fan Tao, some called for an ambulance, and others notified Fan Tao's family. Some looked at Jiang Xian with pity in their eyes, who had a pale complexion. On the other side, Qin Yu drove out of the racetrack, speeding towards Nanyun Villa. Half an hour later, he arrived at the gate of Nanyun Villa, only to be stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Qin Yu had to get out of the car to register the vehicle information before he could drive in. When he returned to the villa, took a shower, and changed into a new set of clothes, it was already late at night, around 11 o'clock. Even though Qin Yu's physique was different from before and his mental strength was much stronger after all the events of the night, including fighting and racing, he had consumed a lot of physical and mental energy, and at this moment, he felt a bit tired. Chapter 76. Tong Xiaoguo lowered her head and said, "I came here with two sisters from my village, and when we arrived, we joined the housekeeping company together." Qin Yu listened quietly. "Sir, let me introduce myself and talk about my specialties," Xiaoguo said, sneaking a glance at Qin Yu, her voice soft and sweet. "There's no need for a self-introduction. You can stay here and live in the guest room on the first floor, responsible for daily cleaning and cooking. We'll see how you perform in the future." "Okay, thank you, sir. I will definitely satisfy you," Xiaoguo said cheerfully. "What are your salary requirements?" Qin Yu asked again. Kong Xiaoyi was also very happy that Qin Yu accepted Xiaoguo, and when it came to the topic of salary, she felt it necessary to clarify something. She cautiously glanced at Qin Yu and said softly, "Mr. Qin, there's something I haven't told you, and I apologize for that." "Something's off." Seeing Kong Xiaoyi's expression, Qin Yu knew that the little girl was hiding something from him. "Speak, what's the matter?" "Mr. Qin, it's like this. Yesterday, with Manager Zhu's help, I found a nanny for you at the housekeeping company. But when I contacted that nanny just now, she had already found another employer." Chapter 77. Jiang Xian's fear. After parking the car, Qin Yu walked towards the sales office. The entire sales office covered quite a large area, not only featuring a spacious parking lot, but also requiring passage through a long corridor and a pool of over 200 square meters before truly entering the sales office. Both the corridor and the three-story sales office building were brightly decorated, and the customers were bustling, creating an exceptionally lively scene. "Sir, welcome. Are you here to buy a house?" A property consultant ran up to Qin Yu with an umbrella, bending slightly to ask. "I'm here to buy a house. Is Vice President Li Junxiao from your real estate company here?" Qin Yu frowned slightly. "Li Junxiao? So you know our company's general manager Li. How can I help you?" The girl's attitude became even more polite upon hearing Qin Yu mention Li Junxiao's name. "Just have Li Junxiao come to find me. My name is Qin Yu. Okay, Mr. Qin, how about I take you to the rest area to wait for a bit? I'll bring him to you as soon as he arrives. Sure. Qin Yu's earlier displeasure disappeared. Li Junxiao had mentioned on the phone that he would be here to welcome him, primarily to confirm whether Qin Yu would come today. Chapter 78. Encounter. Just as Qin Yu was on the phone with Jiang Xian, the property consultant who had just attended to him directly approached the sales office manager. Yang Hui. She mentioned that a guest named Qin Yu specifically requested Li Junxiao to come over. After listening to the sales staff, Yang Hui pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll call to ask." He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. As the sales manager, Yang Hui had contact numbers for various superiors within the company, whether at the project department or the headquarters. After a few rings, the call connected. Manager Yang, you were looking for me? Li Junxiao asked as soon as he answered the phone. He recognized Yang Hui's number, and as the vice president of the real estate group, he dealt with many clients, making him fairly familiar with Yang Hui. Mr. Li, there's a guest here at the sales office who specifically requested you to come over. What's the name? Qin Yu. What Qin Yu? Li Junxiao's expression changed. Yes, Mr. Li knows him. Hearing such a strong reaction from the other end of the line, Yang Hui was also quite surprised. You know him? You must make sure to treat my friend well. Don't neglect him. I'm on my way to the sales office now. Chapter 79. Change. Don't be discouraged. Being able to afford the down payment surpasses many people. If I were still with my ex-boyfriend, I wouldn't even have money for the down payment. He Luo Tong nodded in agreement, and, thinking of something, said, Su Li, how about we take a photo together and post in the class group? What do you think? Sure, Su Li nodded. Then, with Lu Qiao acting as the photographer, they snapped a picture together. He Luo Tong looked at the photo with satisfaction and posted it in the class group, along with the text. Came to the sales office here. Very happy to meet Su Li and her boyfriend. As soon as the message was sent, several classmates who had been lurking suddenly surfaced. Su Li said a few days ago that she wanted to buy a house. She wasn't lying to us. Coincidentally, she ran into He Luo Tong at the sales office. I'm so envious of you guys being able to buy a house, especially in a big city. I heard Su Li's boyfriend is very rich. He directly gave her a house. Luo Tong, post a picture of your boyfriend to see if he's handsome. He Luo Tong, seeing this message, secretly snapped a photo of Feng Yuan and posted it. Wow, he's really handsome. This is a genuine rich second generation. Ladies, come and take a look. Chapter 80. Refusal. However, Su Li was still lost in her dream of being a wealthy wife, ignoring some of Feng Yuan's flaws. Especially in front of her former best classmates, Su Li had just looked down on them. If she suddenly switched and fell out with Feng Yuan, she would lose face. And how could she maintain her position in front of all her junior high classmates? Thinking of this, Su Li fell silent. Su Li, even if you play the villain, it's better than being at a loss. I suggest you insist that Feng Yuan pay for the house in full and also write an agreement stating that the money he spends on the house is a gift to you, to avoid future troubles. Then let's do it your way. But what if he insists that he doesn't have that much cash? Then wait until the next time to buy the house, until he admits he has enough money before coming back to buy it in full. Of course, you also need to keep a certain distance from him. He will be more anxious than you. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Li was finally persuaded. This was the best approach. While the two were talking, Feng Yuan returned from the restroom. He Luo Tong, seeing Feng Yuan come back, pretended to be nonchalant and walked away, feeling extremely relieved. The earlier gloom also disappeared completely. Chapter 81. Discussed. Just as Qin Yu was about to answer, he heard someone call his name. Qin Yu. Following the voice, he saw that the speaker was none other than his ex-girlfriend's brother, Su Kuan. After finishing a game, Su Kuan felt a bit thirsty and wanted to find a bottle of water. He saw someone moving a box of mineral water and walked over, only to be surprised to find Qin Yu. Wow, what a surprise. Look who it is. He excitedly waved to Su Li's sister. Look who's here. Although Su Li and Feng Yuan weren't on bad terms, there was no difference in their relationship. Hearing Su Kuan call her, she looked up and immediately saw Qin Yu standing there. Qin Yu is also here. Su Li couldn't help but stand up. What's wrong? Feng Yuan asked. My ex-boyfriend. The one you met last time? He is here too. Oh, it's that guy. Feng Yuan sneered. Let's go check him out. Then, Su Li and Feng Yuan walked over together. As soon as Su Li left, He Luo Tong's gaze followed her and saw Qin Yu. He said to LV Qiao, let's go. I see another acquaintance. After speaking, he pulled LV Qiao and walked over. Chapter 82. Complaint. Seeing this expression, Su's mother was very displeased and angrily said, Qin Yu, what is your identity to speak to me like this? What is your identity to have the right to speak to me like this? Qin Yu did not back down. As soon as this sentence came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Crack. Luo Tong went outside and secretly took a photo of Qin Yu, Su Li, and others. Then he posted it in the class group. He wrote, "I ran into Qin Yu at the sales office, and it seems like he's about to argue with Su Li's mother. Everyone come and watch." In an instant, several messages popped up. How did Qin Yu end up at the sales office? Is he here for Su Li? Luo Tong. Did you really say Qin Yu is arguing with Su Li's mother? Is that true? You didn't get it wrong, did you? Maybe it's Qin Yu arguing with Su Li's new boyfriend. Sound like a good show. Seeing the group so lively, Luo Tong sent a message to clarify. Qin Yu was helping move things at the sales office, and after mocking Su Li's mother a few times, they started arguing. Once this message was posted, the tone in the group slowly changed, led by Guo Zhini and Du Jing, turning into a series of cold mockeries directed at Qin Yu. Chapter 83. Recognize, since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Feng Yuan's gaze turned cold as he picked up his phone and made a call. Once the call was connected, Feng Yuan exchanged a few pleasantries before explaining the reason and directly complaining about the sales office manager. Are you saying Manager Yang is with you in the negotiation area? The voice on the other end asked. That's right. Feng Yuan answered quickly. Okay, I'll be there soon. After saying this, the other party hurriedly hung up. After putting down his phone, Feng Yuan sneered. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. President Li is already here and will be over soon. Manager Yang, you might not keep your position this time. Qin Yu glanced at Su Kuan and the others with disdain and said, Manager Yang, you should leave here first. It's annoying to stay and watch these clowns. All right, mister. Qin, please follow me. Yang Hui, hearing Qin Yu's words, quickly gestured respectfully towards the door. Qin Yu glanced at Guiyafeng and said, let's talk another time. I'll go sit over there first. Okay, I have to get busy too, said Qin Yu as he stepped towards the door, with Manager Yang and a female sales staff following behind. Wait, you think you can leave like this? Are you feeling guilty hearing that President Li is coming? Chapter 84. Apologies. Seeing the conversation between Qin Yu and President Li, Su's mother slowly returned to her senses. Even if she was slow-witted, she understood that Qin Yu's identity was not simple. From their words, it seemed Qin Yu really came to buy a house. Could it be that Qin Yu actually had a significant background, or was very wealthy, and had deliberately concealed it from them before? Thinking of this, Su's mother felt that she had missed a huge opportunity that originally belonged to the Su family, and it was even possible that she had ruined this chance herself. Because whenever Su Li was with Qin Yu, she would often call to urge Su Li to break up with him. Su Li ultimately proposed the breakup, although the main reason was that the company owner's son was pursuing her and she couldn't resist the temptation of money. But in the end, part of it was also due to Su's mother's constant nagging, which affected her mindset. As Su's mother's expression changed, she seemed very unwilling to accept this reality, hoping everything she saw was just an illusion. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Qin Yu, are you really here to buy a house? Qin Yu glanced at Su's mother and ignored her question, turning to Li Dijing and saying, let's talk somewhere else. All right, Mr. Qin, this way please. Li Dijing hurriedly stepped aside and gestured for them to pass. This time, Su Kuan did not dare stop them. He also sensed that the atmosphere was off, and with President Li present to suppress it, he had no place to speak. Chapter 85. Su Li's regret after saying this. Li Junxiao and Gu Qinshi both bowed their heads to Qin Yu at the same time. This was a show of respect from the weak to the strong, willingly, without a hint of inferiority or shame. However, aside from the well-informed Li Dijing, everyone else looked shocked to see Li Junxiao apologizing to someone she had previously looked down upon. The more indifferent and calm Li Junxiao appeared, the more astonished and shocked they felt. The son of the richest man in Shaqing actually bowed his head to apologize to someone he once scorned. Su's mother was completely stunned. How could this be? This is all fake. Such an outstanding Li Junxiao is acting so humble in front of Qin Yu. Su Li took a few steps back, her heart in agony. At that moment, she seemed to understand a lot. She was wrong to break up with Qin Yu, and she missed the best opportunity to rise to prominence and become a rich lady, especially since Qin Yu had loved her so much in the past. Guiyafeng stood there silently, her heart also filled with regret and sorrow. Luodong's hand, holding the phone, trembled slightly. Qin Yu was the top boss among the classmates, the hidden top wealthy heir. Not only did he drive a car worth over 100 million, but he could also make Li Junxiao bow down and call him young Master Qin. Chapter 86. Do you deserve it? The class group became lively as Luodong's messages came pouring in like deep-sea bombs, pulling classmates who had been silent for a long time, even those who hadn't spoken for a year, into heated discussions about Qin Yu. It all started when someone mentioned that Qin Yu drove a car worth over 100 million, followed by Suli apologizing to him. Then the manager from the sales office came over, seeming very polite to Qin Yu and wanting to kick Feng Yuan and Su Kuan out. Classmates began to discuss Qin Yu's identity with great interest. Some even speculated if Qin Yu had won the lottery to afford such an expensive car. Once this message was posted, several others chimed in to agree, especially Guozhini and Du Jing, who had always disliked Qin Yu, were convinced that he must have won the lottery, until Luotong sent a message saying that President Li from the property project department came over, and it was also for Qin Yu, addressing him as Mr. Qin very politely. Once this message was released, the tone in the group shifted, with more speculations about Qin Yu's identity, but no one mentioned the lottery win anymore. Guozhini and Du Jing didn't bring up their earlier guesses, instead comparing Qin Yu with Li Junxiao and stating that no matter how wealthy Qin Yu was, he couldn't compare to Li Junxiao. Chapter 87. 500 billion. Is there any way you can help me get one over? Feng Mingwei stared at Wu Xiaoya. Wu Xiaoya broke out in a cold sweat. Director Feng, if you want to apply for a Supreme Black Card with your qualifications as Miss, you're eligible. However, you must also have a deposit of 50 billion yuan in one of the 5 Elements banks to apply. After Wu Xiaoya finished speaking, she thought for a moment and added, it's about the deposits reaching 5 trillion, not the total assets reaching 5 trillion. Feng Mingwei replied coldly, are you implying that I can't come up with this 5 trillion? Wu Xiaoya hurriedly responded, Chairman Feng, that's not what I meant. If you want to take it out, of course you can do it. Only then did Feng Mingwei retract her gaze. You can leave now. Yes, Wu Xiaoya replied, but did not move her feet. After thinking for a moment, she cautiously said again, Chairman Feng, the sales head of Shengyao in Zhongzhou Longsheng, just called. He said many people in Longsheng are unhappy and are complaining that the sales share is too small. Some even caused a scene at the sales building. Feng Mingwei sneered. With so many cities across the country, Longsheng alone accounts for 10% of the share. What more do those guys want? If they're not satisfied, tell them to go abroad to buy. My work doesn't require anyone to give pointers. Chapter 88. Inspection. You can sit down and eat with us. Qin Yu sat down, and after Xiagua served him a bowl of rice, he stood there a bit nervously. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but say, all right, sir. After hearing this, Xiagua also served herself a bowl of rice, but when she sat down, she didn't move her chopsticks, secretly glancing at Qin Yu. Qin Yu helplessly said, why are you looking at me? Just eat. After saying that, he picked up a piece of green vegetables and chewed it. The taste was light, but just right for him. Qin Yu generally prefers eating green vegetables lightly. Even without salt, he can manage. He nodded in satisfaction and took another bite of the vegetables. Seeing this, Xiaogua's nervousness eased a bit, and she also picked up some vegetables to eat. Qin Yu then picked up a piece of fish meat, but the taste was a bit salty, causing him to frown slightly. He then picked up a piece of pork belly. Upon tasting it, he couldn't help but spit it out. The pork belly was too bland, almost salt-free, and not fully cooked. Seeing this, Xiagua quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sir. Is this pork belly poorly made, or is there too much salt? Qin Yu replied irritably. It's not that there is too much salt. It's that there is hardly any at all. Haven't you tasted your own cooking? Plus, the meat isn't even cooked. Chapter 89. Tang Qin's birthday. At this moment, Tang Qin was sitting too close, and the scent, whether it was body fragrance or perfume, was a jasmine-like aroma that occasionally wafted towards him. Out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but be attracted by her snow-white curves. Qin Yu seriously doubted whether she was intentionally trying to seduce him, but he had no evidence. Looking at Tang Qin, who appeared a bit haggard, he said, now that you've said that, I can only praise you. It's my impatience. However, you will have to work hard these days. As I've said, don't worry about saving money, and don't be afraid to spend. You can hire a vice president first, or find another assistant. That will relieve some pressure. Tang Qin smiled and said, I have indeed identified an executive. She is the vice president of a venture capital firm and has successfully invested in several listed companies. Her abilities are outstanding. Currently, she has some conflicts with the major shareholder of that company and is contacting headhunters to prepare for a job change. The headhunter recommended her to me, and I directly offered her a salary increase of 50%. They're negotiating now, and I believe she will be on board soon. Qin Yu nodded. Very good. This matter has been handled well. The new company's departments are gradually being set up. The human resources department can be established later when the company grows. But we still need to establish the risk control and fundraising departments. Chapter 90. Boyfriend Boss. Since you just came over today, although you have met with the company employees, they don't know you well. Why not gather everyone together for a meeting? You can encourage them a bit. It will deepen their sense of belonging to the company and their impression of you. After making the call, Tang Qin thought of something and suggested. No need. I'll come over again when the staff is complete, Qin Yu replied. All right then. Come on. I'll take you to a place. Qin Yu stood up and said to Tang Qin, Where are we going? Tang Qin asked, confused. You'll know when we get there, Qin Yu said as he exited the office. Tang Qin had no choice but to follow him outside her office. She waved to her assistant Su Ying to come over. After giving a few instructions, they left the office area. After Qin Yu waited for Tang Qin to come out, the two took the elevator down to the basement. The night wind. Tang Qin looked at the supercar in front of her, of which only 3 were globally limited and was incredibly cool, and couldn't help but exclaim, What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Qin Yu called out to Tang Qin while sitting in the driver's seat and rolling down the window. Okay. Tang Qin ran over, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Chapter 91. Enthusiasm. I see. You're not buying a car for your boyfriend, are you? Lu Chaoqi chimed in, having been thinking about how to get back at Qin Yu for his earlier comment. He certainly didn't believe that Qin Yu could afford to buy a car, knowing that the cars here started at hundreds of thousands. Seizing this opportunity, he wouldn't let it go. Tang Qin looked at Qin Yu, unable to suppress a smile, and said, As long as he is willing, I have no problem. It's just a car, I can afford it. Qin Yu's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at the giggling Tang Qin. He didn't speak, seemingly disdainful of the need to explain. Tang Qin, are you kidding? You've worked hard for years to earn your salary, and you're spending on a car for your boyfriend. That is not worth it. Kai Chiu-Ying's words were somewhat disbelieving, but her expression showed she believed it, feeling quite sorry for Tang Qin. It seemed that finding such a boyfriend was not worth it. In contrast, her man could casually gift her a luxury car, which would be a good match. I think this guy is just a kept boy, living off a woman, Lu Chaoqi scoffed. Chapter 92. Angel's shadow. Watching Tang Qin and Qin Yu being so intimate, Chunyan couldn't help but feel a bit envious, of course, envying Tang Qin's good luck. It was certain that Qin Yu was wealthy and young and handsome. Wasn't he the Prince Charming she had been dreaming of? It's like this, Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, I have a friend whose birthday is today, and she's a female friend. I plan to buy a car as her birthday gift, but I'm not sure what type of car she likes. Looking at Tang Qin, he continued, So, Tang Qin, can you help me see which car she likes? I believe you girls have some common interests and tastes. You're helping a friend buy a car, but asking me to help you pick? How do I know if her tastes match mine? Tang Qin said somewhat jealously and bitterly. This is your main task today. Do it well, and there'll be a bonus. How much is the bonus? Upon hearing the word bonus, Tang Qin smiled sweetly and asked, I guarantee you will be satisfied. All right, boss, then I will go take a look. However, if the chosen car doesn't satisfy your female friend after you buy it, you can't blame me. Tang Qin made a preliminary statement. Don't worry, the car you choose, she will definitely be satisfied, Qin Yu said with a mysterious smile. Chapter 93. The tip of the iceberg. Mr. Qin, rest assured, the procedures can be handled, but it requires a very high service fee. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Tell me how much it costs to acquire a car. Lu Xing cleared his throat and said, I already asked my boss on the phone. Acquiring a formal version of the Angel Qing is not a simple matter. It must be snatched up, and some connections are needed to obtain it. Once acquired, the procedures for registration are even more complex. Its factory price is 300 million, but the dealers haven't started selling yet. And the pre-sale price has already reached 500 million, or even higher. Even so, without connections, you won't be able to buy it, even if you queue up, since all the shares of the dealerships have been pre-sold. Qin Yu asked curiously, Are there any exclusive stores for Angel Qing in Longxia country? Yu Luxury Cars is also a dealership, and most of the cars sold are foreign cars. Why not represent this model and bring some back for sale? Lu Xing smiled wryly. Mr. Qin, as I mentioned earlier, the formal version of Angel Qing cannot be used for civilian purposes and can only be used in specific locations, even if it's brought back to the country for sale. Not to mention its terrifying price. Just the registration procedures would require a considerable amount of money, especially since this car's appearance isn't particularly flashy. It appears somewhat low-key in the eyes of ordinary people. Tell me, who would buy it? although there are exclusive stores for TS cars in the country. The 100 million Angel Chang might be sold in stores, but the formal version will likely not appear. Chapter 94. Confusion. Qin Yu nodded and pointed to Lu Xing beside him. Introducing, this is the manager of this car dealership, Lu Xing. This is my friend, Tang Qin. Hello, Ms. Tang. Hello, Manager Lu. When Tang Qin heard Qin Yu introduced her as his friend, she felt quite happy. It's better than being introduced as his employee. After shaking hands with Lu Xing, she looked at Qin Yu and said, according to my preferences, I found 2 cars for you to take a look at and see which one to choose. Okay, let me see which 2 models you picked. Qin Yu also became interested. They walked forward, with Chun Yin leading the way. In front of the exhibition area, there were 2 white cars, exactly what Tang Qin had chosen. Chun Yin instructed the staff to park the 2 cars side by side. One was a Porsche Cayenne S, and the other was a Maserati Quattroporte. Both cars were white and looked good. However, the Porsche Cayenne S is a mid-large SUV, and it was somewhat surprising that a delicate girl like Tang Qin would like such a car. Qin Yu glanced at Tang Qin curiously and began to evaluate the 2 cars. After looking several times, he concluded that he didn't really like either of them. But since it was Tang Qin's choice, he didn't bother to choose and quickly made up his mind. Chapter 95. Buying for you, he thought Tang Qin would deny it. But in fact, she admitted she wanted to buy a car. Kai Chiuying felt a bit of a headache and noticed the strange looks from several people. At first, she thought Qin Yu didn't have much money and that Tang Qin was there to help her buy a car. Later, seeing how popular Qin Yu was there, even the car dealership manager was being courteous to him, she realized she had misunderstood when they first met. Qin Yu saw Tang Qin try and hold back her laughter and knew he had teased his employee. Irritated, he said, Tang Qin, if you keep this up, I will deduct your salary and you won't get your bonus. This statement had an immediate effect. Tang Qin stopped laughing and became serious, apologizing. Boss, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Boss. Tang Qin, he's your boss, not your boyfriend? Kai Chiuying's eyes widened. Yes, he's indeed my boss. Tang Qin admitted, but did not deny that Qin Yu was her boyfriend. Weren't you working at Jiangyun Hotel? How did he become your boss? Did you resign from Jiangyun Hotel? I've changed positions, but I still work at Jiangyun Hotel, and Qin Yu is the owner of Jiangyun Hotel. Chapter 96. 1,000 cups without getting drunk, let's go, Lu Chao said, unable to hold back any longer, his voice low. His face looked as bad as it could. Not only losing face in front of Qin Yu, but also sensing Kai Chiuying's jealousy towards Tang Qin. His woman's jealousy towards another woman only represented his incompetence. He just wanted to leave this painful place quickly. Okay, let's go handle the car purchase procedures. Kai Chiuying responded somewhat dispiritedly, and then the 2 left in defeat. Tang Qin saw them leave and didn't say anything to keep them. She felt like she had honey poured in her heart, excitedly reevaluating the 2 cars that would soon belong to her. Qin Yu said to Chun Yin, you take my friend to handle the car purchase procedures directly. Both cars should be registered in her name, and I'll just swipe my card for the total amount. Okay, Mr. Qin. Chun Yin nodded to Qin Yu and then said to Tang Qin, Ms. Tang, I'll take you to handle the car purchase procedures now. Great. Tang Qin didn't hold back and directly followed Chun Yin to handle the purchase procedures. Mr. Qin, since your friend has decided to buy the car, I'll leave here for now. Regarding your order for the 2 Angel Chiuying, I'll inform you as soon as the cars arrive at the dealership. Chapter 97. New system task. Perhaps Tang Qin does indeed have a talent for drinking, but she also cannot resist the temptation of alcohol. When Qin Yu left the tavern, he was carrying the drunken and drowsy Tang Qin out. The night wind rose, heading straight for the Nanyuan Mountain Villa. Qin Yu wanted to ask where Tang Qin's home was to take her back, but after throwing Tang Qin into the passenger seat, the woman fell into a deep sleep, unresponsive even after calling her several times. Helpless, he thought about taking Tang Qin to Jiangyun Hotel, but after considering it, going to Jiangyun Hotel seemed a bit inappropriate. So he decided to head back to Nanyuan Mountain Villa first. Besides, it was closer to Nanyuan Mountain Villa. He adjusted the passenger seat backrest to a slanted position for Tang Qin to lie down comfortably, then drove towards Nanyuan Mountain Villa. It was already deep into the night, and after more than 10 minutes on the way to Nanyuan Mountain Villa, they came onto an unknown and remote road. The entire road was empty except for the night wind and no other vehicles. Looking at the deserted road, Qin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. After leaving the tavern, he noticed a car following behind. Since Tang Qin was still in the car, Qin Yu didn't want to cause trouble, so he sped up to shake off the car behind. Chapter 98. 3 People Wolf Brother, you probably don't know. but there's a tall and beautiful woman sitting in the car that this kid is driving. Tonight, the brothers are in for a treat. Haha, really? It seems tonight is indeed double happiness. Hearing Eru's words, Wolf Boss laughed heartily, and then the whole place erupted in laughter. Qin Yu's eyes shimmered with a cold, fierce light as he clenched his fists, feeling a trace of murderous intent rise within him. Just as Qin Yu was about to take action, a car approached from the road behind and stopped not far away. It was a somewhat shabby, old silver Volkswagen. 3 men, all around 30 to 40 years old, got out. The man in front wore a black long shirt, stood at about 1.9 meters tall, and had a robust physique that made him look strong and powerful. The 2 men behind him were a lean man and another shorter, plump man with a round head who appeared somewhat simple-minded. Both had resolute expressions, steady strides, and concealed a hint of killing intent in their brows. These 3 were no ordinary individuals. Not only did Qin Yu recognize this, but even the wolf leader took a few steps back, keeping a safer distance from his group of younger brothers. Qin Yu, relying on his keen sixth sense, clearly felt the intense aura emanating from the 3 men who had just gotten out of the car, their inner vitality far surpassing that of ordinary people. Indicative of martial artists. Chapter 99. Lei Qing in the eyes of the wolf leader, a bizarre scene unfolded. His gaze could hardly track Tong Jun's movements. He seemed to move like a shadow through the crowd. Even when someone struck at this shadow, they only hit a residual image. The strikes were as swift as lightning. Every time he appeared before someone, that person would surely fall. The fight was extremely brief, so much so that before the wolf leader could react, nearly all of his subordinates had collapsed on the ground, rendered incapable of fighting. Some were crying out in pain, others groaning in agony. Although none were dead, they were all severely injured. Steel pipes and clubs were scattered everywhere. The last one to charge in was Erhu, the weakest among them, naturally the least skilled in combat. Just as he rushed in front of Tong Jun, before he could even raise his short stick, Tong Jun's left hand moved, and Erhu was lying flat on the ground. At this point, only the wolf leader remained standing, looking quite solitary. The wolf leader was completely dazed. Estimating the time, it had been less than 2 minutes. In the past, if he got into a fight, this time would only count as a warm-up. In this short span of less than 2 minutes, all his subordinates had lost their fighting capabilities. Some were disabled, and others were severely injured and unconscious. Chapter 100. The Master S-Style, seeing that the other party was extremely tense, Qin Yu was no longer in a hurry. He spoke in an enigmatic manner. He had already planned in his heart. The system's task was to recruit Lei Qing as his subordinate or to become one of his employees. However, he did not know much about the other party and was unaware of their background, only knowing a name. To complete this task, it could be simple. He could use the most straightforward and forceful method, directly defeating the opponent until they submitted, ultimately having to obey him. Well, since it's like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Lei Qing, seeing Qin Yu's fearless demeanor but sensing no martial artist aura from him, felt somewhat puzzled. Yet, despite his confusion, he did not dare to underestimate Qin Yu, but he was also not afraid of the other party. If a young man of unknown origins could easily intimidate him, it would be a disgrace after all his years as the leader of the Poison Sting mercenary organization. Therefore, as soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he accepted the challenge. How about this? If you win, I will let you handle me as you wish. But if you lose, you must agree to one thing for me. What do you say? Qin Yu smiled. No problem. Lei Qing thought for a moment and felt that Qin Yu's words made sense. He also did not believe he would lose. After all, the other party was too young, and even if he were a martial artist, his level couldn't be too high. Chapter 101. The purpose at this moment, Qin Yu felt it was quite normal to put on a show. However, despite his relaxed expression, his body's nerves involuntarily tensed. After all, his combat experience was minimal. Although the two had unequal strength, even a lion must use its full strength to fight a rabbit. So he naturally had to go all out as well. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Lei Qing no longer spoke. His eyes flashed with cold light, and with a burst of strength in his legs, he abruptly leaped forward. He soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards Qin Yu like a beam of light, combining the impact from his descent with the force of reaching the 5th level of a divine martial artist. The momentum he brought was akin to a meteor falling from the sky. Just as he was about to reach Qin Yu, he clenched his fists. His right fist struck towards Qin Yu's chest, while his left fist coiled up, ready to unleash. With a roar, he shouted, "Mountain-splitting fist!" Even before he arrived, the howling sound brought with it a fierce gust of wind, sharp as a blade. This was a good challenge. Facing the opponent's mountain-like momentum, Qin Yu showed no fear. Instead, he felt invigorated and his fighting spirit surged. He had long since tensed his nerves in preparation for battle. His own aura erupted instantly as he punched out with his left hand in response. One was an active attack, the other a passive counter. Qin Yu seemed slightly at a disadvantage, but this confidence stemmed from the disparity in their strengths. Chapter 102. Settled the three exchanged glances, their eyes communicating for a moment before Lei Qing replied. How about this? I won't ask for too much in salary. A monthly salary of 30,000 for each of us will do. But I have one request. Can we get a year's salary in advance? A monthly salary of 30,000? Qin Yu was puzzled. However, instead of continuing to discuss the salary, he shifted to another topic. Can you tell me which level of martial artist you three have reached? Upon hearing Qin Yu suddenly inquire about their martial artist levels, Lei Qing did not hide it and answered, Mr. Qin, let me introduce myself. My name is Lei Qing, and, as you know, I have reached the 5th level of divine martial artist. This is Tong Jun, who is at the late stage of the 5th level of body tempering. And this is Zhu Kaqian, who has just reached the mid-stage of the 6th level of body tempering. After hearing Lei Qing's response, Qin Yu asked, since you're a 5th level divine martial artist, do you know if there are many martial artists at the 5th level or above in Longxia? Lei Qing thought for a moment before answering, I'm not very clear about Longxia, but I've been in Nanjing City for several days. Not to mention divine martial artists. I haven't even seen any body tempering martial artists. There probably aren't many. You'd only see them at the Martial Arts Association or the Martial Alliance branches. Chapter 103. Misunderstanding Qin Yu was very pleased. Not only was the other party willing, but they were also eager to work for him, which was excellent. With these three joining, handling future matters or resolving any troubles would be much simpler and more convenient. However, having only 3 bodyguards was still too few, and he would need to continue recruiting. Thinking of this, he said, in addition to the 3 of you, I will continue to recruit security personnel. So, I want to ask, do you have any brothers who are also martial artists and looking for a job? If so, they can come and find me. Hearing this, Lei Qing's face lit up with joy. We do have some brothers, but their martial artist levels are a bit low, and a few of them are still injured and need time to recover before they can come. Qin Yu smiled and said, it doesn't matter if their martial artist levels are low. I will accept all of them. Have them come and find me, and I will pay them according to their abilities. The injured brothers can come too. Just wait until they recover before coming over. I accept all of them. However, Qin Yu warned, I have to say some unpleasant words up front. If anyone has done something heinous in Longxia, likes to kill innocents indiscriminately, I will not hire such a character. Chapter 104. Combat skills. He turned to look at Tang Qin lying on the bed, his expression quite strange. Then he went to open the wardrobe and took out a blanket. He placed the blanket on the bed, but hadn't spread it out yet, and ran to her room to get a newly bought set of pajamas. Just as he was about to help Tang Qin change clothes, he realized Tang Qin had woken up at some point. She sat up, glanced at Xiagua a few times, and guessed, Are you the maid here? Xiagua quickly nodded. Yes, I'm Xiagua. I just came here to work as a maid. You're really beautiful. Are you Mr. Qin's girlfriend? Tang Qin did not answer Xiagua's question. Her head was still a bit dizzy from drinking too much, having only slept for more than an hour. She was still in good spirits. She stared seriously at Xiagua, admiringly saying, Hello, Sister Xiagua. I'm Tang Qin, just call me Tang Jia. If we talk about beauty, I can't compare to you. If you dress up a little, who knows how many men would be mesmerized by you. This statement from Tang Qin was not an exaggeration at all. Her judgment of people, especially in assessing a girl's beauty, was particularly sharp. She had previously worked in a skincare company and had some research experience in this area. Chapter 105. Adding combat skills. Host. Combat techniques include all combat skills using body parts, and weapon mastery includes all combat methods using weapons. As for the so-called boxing and sword techniques in this world, they are merely the process of mastering combat skills to reach proficiency, deriving some moves that exceed the realm of proficiency. So, what you're saying is that as long as I reach the proficiency level of combat techniques, it will surpass all the martial arts in this world. Qin Yu understood. That's right. System, you're really impressive. I misunderstood you. After this round of understanding, Qin Yu realized he had wrongly accused the system earlier. The so-called proficient combat skills were indeed not as simple as they appeared. This encompasses all combat moves. It's like you only know one move to fight. While I have learned all the moves that can be mastered in the world, in combat, I have already turned all moves into formlessness. each strike being the most refined attack in existence. How many sign-in points do I need to add these combat skills? Qin Yu asked the main topic. Adding any combat skill requires 100 sign-in points for the beginner level and 600 sign-in points for the proficient level. Chapter 106. Tang Qin's Little Thoughts, Xiaogua. I would love to teach you, but I wonder what your boss thinks about it. As long as he nods, I can come over often. Tang Qin said with a smile. Sister, you're joking. Aren't you Mr. Qin's friend? Of course, he would be happy for you to come. Xiaogua was still a bit confused about the relationship between Tang Qin and Qin Yu. As they spoke, both of them focused their gaze in the same direction. Looking at Qin Yu said, Why are you both staring at me? Tang Qin, when did I ever say you couldn't come? You can come anytime you want. After saying that, he busied himself eating the food in his hand. You said it. A promise is a promise. I want to go back to my rental anymore. I'll just come back here after work. It's fine with Xiaogua accompanying me. Tang Qin smiled sweetly. Upon hearing this, Xiaogua fell silent, her face a bit red. Qin Yu looked up at Tang Qin with some helplessness and then buried himself back in his breakfast. Considering that he had just laid down a rule for Tang Qin. This woman puts so much thought into things. How come I never noticed it before? By the way, sir, right after you left yesterday noon, Qin Real Estate Company sent a big box of things over. I asked them to put it in the grocery room on the first floor. Do you want to go take a look? Xiaogua said. Chapter 107. Sudden events hearing you speak so highly of her. I'm curious now. Can you briefly introduce this person? Qin Yu asked with some curiosity. I've seen her resume. She has dual Master S degrees in finance and economic management from a well-known foreign academy. After returning to the country, she worked as a vice president in a venture capital company and successfully invested in several listed companies, earning substantial profits for that company. So her education is impeccable, and her qualifications are quite perfect. So she has dual Master S degrees. That is pretty good. Hearing Tang Qin's introduction, Qin Yu couldn't help but praise her. Just after saying that, he frowned slightly. A sports car behind them honked again, having done so several times on this trip already. This was a long and straight one-way dual carriageway. The dark night wind was driving on the right lane, fluctuating in speed. When it sped up, vehicles ahead moved left to give way, creating space to accelerate. When it slowed down, it could only reduce speed to match the vehicle in front. The average speed was about 70 kilometers per hour, which was quite fast for a city road during rush hour with minor traffic jams. Chapter 108. Fong Mingliang, the teenager, was dressed in fashionable brand-name clothes, with a short, messy hairstyle, fair skin, and a muscular build. His handsome face had a pair of bright eyes that even girls envied. If it weren't for his somewhat unruly appearance and the bad boy gestures he made, Qin Yu couldn't help but think that he was just a pretty boy, living off others. Hey, little brother, did you know? You're in trouble. You've gotten yourself into a big mess. A young girl chewed gum and, seeing Qin Yu get out of the driver's seat, smirked scornfully and said to him with a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Yu was a bit confused by her words and asked, What trouble have I gotten into? Very simple. Because you offended me. The teenager walked over, answering Qin Yu's question, his gaze filled with barely contained anger. Fong Mingliang looked at Qin Yu with the same thought that Qin Yu had when he first saw him. Both wanted to beat the other up. Fong Mingliang was currently studying at Jiangzhou University and had just returned to Nanjing City from Jiangzhou yesterday. Today was Saturday, and he had come out racing with a few close friends in a sports car. As a result, they encountered the dark night wind driven by Qin Yu on this road. Chapter 109. I have a condition your identity? What identity do you have? Aren't you just Fong Mingyue's brother, relying on the Fong family to be powerful? Should I kneel down and admit my mistake upon seeing you? Qin Yu felt as if he was hearing a huge joke. Brother Liang, this kid must be from out of town. He seems not to know much about the Fong family in Nanjing City. One person said, From out of town? Then how does he have a local license plate from Nanjing City? Another person retorted, It doesn't matter if he is local or not. Whether he knows Brother Liang's identity or not, let us just beat him up first and talk later. A tall and solidly built man wearing a thin vest was cracking his knuckles. Everyone be quiet. Fong Mingliang shouted irritably, then coldly stared at Qin Yu and asked, What's your name? Seeing Qin Yu's fearless demeanor and that he was driving a more luxurious car than his own, he thought it was prudent to inquire about the other party's background. Otherwise, if he offended someone even their Fong family couldn't provoke, he would be in trouble. Qin Yu initially wanted to ignore him, but after thinking it over, he replied, Why not tell you? Your grandfather's name, unchanged and unaltered, is Qiao Zhenfeng. Have you heard of him? Chapter 110. Even she will get hit, little brat? How dare you call us little brats? Kid, I see you're not just asking for a beating, but looking for death. Two people were dissatisfied and cursed after hearing Qin Yu's words. Brother Liang, this kid actually dares to disrespect you like this. There's no need to waste words. Just take action. The man in the vest suggested to Fong Mingliang. Fong Mingliang said nothing, but his anger was more apparent, ready to explode at any moment. Tang Qin was about to say something, but Qin Yu decisively said, "In any case, no one can hurt me. You stay in the car, and I'll handle this quickly." Tang Qin wanted to persuade him, but upon seeing Qin Yu's gaze, she had to swallow her words. "All right, be careful." She then leaned closer to Qin Yu and whispered, "The situation isn't right. Get in the car and run." Qin Yu nodded, and Tang Qin returned to the car. Once she left, Qin Yu looked at Fong Mingliang and continued, "My condition is the same as what you just said. Kneel down, bow your head, and slap yourself. If you do that, maybe I'll let you off the hook. Otherwise, when I make my move, you'll understand why flowers are so red." Fong Mingliang's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 111. Jiang Wanrong haha. You're finished. You're dead for sure. You've offended my sister. Once I tell her what you just said, you won't be able to escape from this South Jiang city. Even if you run home, you'll still face my sister's punishment. Fong Mingliang laughed as he spoke. However, the next moment, slap, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Fong Mingliang could no longer laugh. Half of his face swelled up, and a bloody front tooth fell out. With a wave of excruciating pain, Fong Mingliang cried out in agony. One hand covered his slapped ear, while the other pointed at Qin Yu, his words somewhat slurred. "Why you really dare to hit me? Just wait for my Fong family's revenge. My sister won't let you go either." Slap. Before Fong Mingliang could finish, he received another slap. His left cheek swelled up as well. This time he looked dazed, and the malice in his eyes vanished. "You idiot, the fact that I can hit you means I'm not afraid of the power behind you. I'm even less afraid of Fong Mingwei. Does it help to throw around these worthless threats?" Chapter 112. The edge of death. Shui Shin nearly jumped up, asking what happened. "Tell me everything from the beginning." The person on the other end explained how Qin Yu had blocked Fong Mingliang's car, how Fong Mingliang had tried to cut him off, how they argued, and finally how they got into a fight, with Fong Mingliang getting beaten up. "Okay, you continue to follow that Qin Yu kid. Be careful not to let him notice you. I'll handle this," Shueishin said weakly. Their call ended there. After hanging up, Shueishin sighed deeply, feeling somewhat bitter. In South Jiang City, his dragon guard feared no family, except for the Fong family. More accurately, they weren't afraid of the Fong family, but of Fong Haishan's granddaughter, Fong Mingwei. If Fong Mingwei decided to intervene and seek revenge on Qin Yu, it wouldn't just be him. Even the entire dragon guard, including Long Dun, wouldn't be able to handle it. They could only wish Qin Yu good luck. Ever since that night, he had clashed with Qin Yu. He had sent someone to investigate Qin Yu, and the results surprised him. Qin Yu's identity was unexpectedly ordinary. Moreover, when he sent someone to verify the authenticity of that information in Qin Yu's hometown, some unexpected situations occurred. Coupled with how Qin Yu became a martial artist, and how he suddenly became so wealthy, he had no clues and couldn't find any leads, making him even more curious. So he sent someone to observe Qin Yu secretly. Chapter 113. Qin. These pieces of news quickly spread among the notable figures in South Jiang City. Several related families rushed to the hospital to visit Fong Mingliang, especially the Zhao family, who were relatives of the Qiao family. Contacted the Qiao family immediately and hurried to the hospital. Those who had no connection to the matter or were unrelated families did not go to the hospital, pretending to be unaware, and instructed their children and nephews to stay indoors and behave themselves during this period, not to stir up trouble. Fong Mingliang getting beaten was not a glorious matter, and the Fong family naturally did not want this incident to spread. Unrelated people barging into the hospital. Did they want to see the Fong family's commotion? The Fan family, as the second largest family in South Jiang City, learned of the incident immediately. The Jiang family also knew, as Yin Xiaoting, the director of the South City Club, received the news as well. How could Xiao Jinfeng dare to injure Fong Mingliang so severely in South Jiang City? This didn't match his usual style. Yin Xiaoting shook her head, denying it. She had an unclear relationship with Xiao Jinfeng, and she understood the kind of person he was. Chapter 114. A visit. At that moment, I was puzzled and asked her many questions before confirming that the person was indeed Qin Yu. So that's how it is. Yin Xiaoting's shock faded slightly, and she laughed in anger. He even knows to report Xiao Jinfeng's name. Now he has offended two major families at once. I wonder what he's thinking. Yunjia, you know that person? Quickly tell me who it is and whether I know him. Qin Yu urged impatiently, like a cat smelling something fishy but unable to find the source. She cast an unhappy glance at Jiang Xian, who seemed to ignore her discontent, feeling somewhat pleased. He then revealed something even more terrifying to Yun Chaoting. Not only did he almost disfigure Fang Mingliang, but he also threatened that even if Fang Mingyue was present, he would hit her too. This was shocking. Yun Chaoting collapsed into a chair, her brows tightly knit. He really knows how to cause trouble, offending both the Fang family and the Qiao family, and even provoking that girl Fang Mingyue. I have to admire him for picking the toughest bones to chew on. After some thought, she asked again, did he really say that? Threatening to hit Fang Mingyue too? Chapter 115. A glimmer of hope, Annie. How is it? Did Sister Fang get extremely furious? Jiang Xian asked anxiously when he saw Yun Chaoting lost in thought after finishing her call, not speaking for a long time. Hearing Jiang Xian's question brought Yun Chaoting back to reality. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, I'm not too sure either, probably nothing major. But it's hard to say about the minor issues. Jiang Xian became even more curious. Qin Miaojiao also looked at Yun Chaoting with curiosity, remaining silent but listening intently. Wanted to hear what was going on. Fang Mingyue meant that for the incident with Fang Mingliang, she would help Qin Yu suppress it. Yun Chaoting said, really? Auntie, you mean Qin Gu hit Fang Mingliang, and Fang Jie not only doesn't blame him, but helps him suppress this matter? Jiang Xian understood clearly. And this outcome was too unexpected for him. Yun Chaoting nodded. That's the idea, which means the biggest pressure he has to face is gone. Jiang Xian nodded. That's good. With Fang Jie stepping in, it should be manageable. I believe no one would dare disrespect her. But, Annie, what do you mean by small issues? The small issue is, Fang Mingyue said, this matter isn't over. She will personally come to deal with Qin Yu. What? Fang Jie wants to deal with Qin Gu personally? Chapter 116. The price. Qin Yu said, Sister Yun, I'm here today to buy a car. I have my eye on a model, and I don't know if you have any channels to get it. What car? Yun Chaoting immediately became interested. She had experienced Qin Yu's spending power, and it was clear from the last time he bought the Dark Knight Wind that ordinary cars wouldn't catch his eye. This time, coming specifically to her to buy a car meant it must be something special. The TGS Angel Chasing Shadow, Qin Yu said, naming the car he wanted to buy. But wait, Qin Gu, don't you already have one of this model? Why buy another? Jiang Xian asked in surprise. I'm not talking about the secondary version of the Angel Chasing Shadow, but the official version. Qin Yu corrected her. Official version? There are primary and secondary versions of this car? Jiang Xian was confused. However, Yun Chaoting and Qin Miaojiao's expressions slightly changed. Qin Yu, you're talking about the Angel Chasing Shadow that is only being released tomorrow and can't be used for civilian purposes. That's right, that's the car, Qin Yu confirmed. Qin Gongzi, your taste is indeed extraordinary. You have your eyes on the Angel Chasing Shadow just as it's about to be launched, Qin Miaojiao smiled. You're joking. I just heard someone mention this car, and I became interested in buying it, Qin Yu replied. Chapter 117. Little rich girl. Qin Yu smiled. I'll pay for the 2 cars up front. Having this money will make it easier for you to do things. No need to rush. Just pay for the cars when they arrive. We siblings don't need to make it so complicated. Don't underestimate Sister Yun. Taking these 2 cars is still not much of a burden, Qin Miaojiao said with a smile. Qin Gongzi, you may not know this, but even though the car dealership is run by Sister Yun, it's just a side business for her. Her main source of income isn't here, Qin Miaojiao added, covering her mouth with a smile. Well, if you all say that, then if I say more, it would be underestimating Sister Yun. Qin Yu smiled back. Qin Gongzi, I actually have a way to help you find more of this model, Qin Miaojiao said with a faint smile. You have a channel to get this car? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Yun Chaoting said, I almost forgot about Miaojiao. She indeed has connections. Her family is the Qin family in Longchen. Their family business mainly involves representing some products from TIS for sale in Longxia country, so getting this car won't be a problem. Qin Yu was slightly surprised and began to see Qin Miaojiao in a new light. This woman is not simple. Chapter 118. War breaks out over a disagreement. Qin Yu waved his hand and left the office, looking somewhat bored and casual, showing no fear. Just as he exited the Nanyunhang store, a petite woman with delicate features, dressed in a formal business suit, approached him. Hello, Mr. Qin, please follow me. Director Fang is waiting for you in the car. She extended her left hand, fingers together, making a gesture to invite him. Okay, lead the way, Qin Yu replied. The woman led him to a black Angel Chasing Shadow. She opened the back door and gestured for Qin Yu to get in. Qin Yu stood outside, not getting in immediately. He saw Fong Mingwei sitting in the back seat and wondered what the other party wanted him to get in for. Was it to talk in the car or to go somewhere first? Just as he was lost in thought, Fong Mingwei's faint voice came from inside the car. What? You have the guts to hit Fong Mingliang, but not to sit inside? Hearing Fong Mingwei say this, Qin Yu had no choice but to stand his ground. He smiled slightly and confidently got in. After the door closed, Wu Xiaoyao walked towards the passenger seat. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Chapter 119. Disheveled, she was somewhat surprised that she didn't sense any martial artist's aura from Qin Yu. Xiaofang, what do you think? If I weren't a martial artist? Just with that punch just now, I would have smashed your mouth, Qin Yu said bluntly. Hearing the words Xiaofang, Fong Mingwei frowned. Her cold star-like gaze fixed on Qin Yu, making him feel a bit uneasy. You don't want to fight, do you? Let me tell you straight, you're not my opponent. Trying again would be in vain. Qin Yu frowned as well. When we get to a place, we'll have a match. If you lose, you call me Fong Jia. If you win, you can call me by my name. How about that? Fong Mingwei raised her brows. All right, it's a deal. Qin Yu readily accepted the challenge. If he hesitated for even a moment, it would be an insult to his strength. Just now in the car, he couldn't display his full martial skills, and his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. If they were in a wide-open space, it would be just right to test the combat skills he had just added last night. Along the way, Fong Mingwei didn't say a word. Qin Yu happily took out his phone to read a novel, not wanting to warm up to Fong Mingwei, who was giving him the cold shoulder. After about 20 minutes, the car arrived at a relatively remote area. Chapter 120. Instruction, something's off? Fong Mingwei's attitude is off. The two of them didn't dare to say a word and hurried to follow. On the road, it was still Zhou Yin driving, with Wu Xiaoya sitting in the passenger seat. Although they remained silent, they were both very curious. Who won? But with Qin Yu's words, the answer was already revealed. Mingwei, where exactly are you taking me? The fight is over. Shouldn't we talk now? Qin Yu noticed the atmosphere was a bit dull and asked out of his confusion. A clothing store, Fong Mingwei answered briefly. It was unclear whether her words were an answer to Qin Yu's question or an instruction to the driver, Zhou Yin. And then where? Qin Yu tried to dig deeper with another question. Fong Mingwei remained silent, offering no response. After waiting for a while and seeing Fong Mingwei still not speaking, Qin Yu had no choice but to give up, feeling somewhat frustrated and reluctant to ask further. Stealing a glance at Fong Mingwei, Qin Yu felt a bit anxious. In their earlier fight, the two were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand over each other. After a few exchanges, both of them had sustained injuries. Mainly, Fong Mingwei inadvertently revealed two hidden moves. Each move could unleash a fatal blow that surpassed physical limits. Moreover, with rich combat experience, Fong Mingwei always seized the best opportunity to execute this deadly technique. Just like that, Qin Yu received another stab, and a fist hit his face. Chapter 121. Fong Mingwei's appearance in these past 2 days by Xiaoya had truly transformed from an ugly duckling into a majestic phoenix. She stayed in a luxury hotel, wore designer clothes, and adorned herself with jewelry and diamonds. Surrounding her was a group of wealthy, second-generation elites who were once unattainable, especially in front of her. These rich heirs had to act polite, not daring to show even a hint of disrespect. Even a wealthy heir with a family fortune of over 100 billion had to lower his voice in front of Xiaming. Although Xiaming was not a local and had only been in Nanjing City for a short time, he wielded immense power as soon as he arrived. Bai Xiaoya deeply felt Xiaming's influence, making the wealthy heirs look inferior in his presence. Naturally, Qin Yu was no exception. She flaunted, "He is now my boyfriend. If I were to reveal his identity, even if you were rich, you would be scared." After saying that, her gaze became even more arrogant. "Are you sick? His identity, whether he is a god or a ghost, has nothing to do with me. Didn't Ti say before that you better not let me see you again? The farther you roll away from me, the better." Qin Yu's eyelids narrowed slightly, and his words were still as rude as before. "You are bold." Bai Xiaoya was somewhat agitated by this statement. Chapter 122. By Xiaoya's fear, she saw that tall and graceful figure with long legs, and that face resembling a delicate moon, with eyes like cold stars and a frost-like complexion. Sister Fong? This face was indeed Fong Mingwei. When Li Rong felt a loud roar in his mind, his lips moved awkwardly, trying to call out Sister Fong, but his throat tightened, and even if he spoke, it came out like a whisper. His face instantly turned pale, his legs felt unsteady, and he trembled slightly. The scene of Fong Mingwei violently beating Fan Tao flashed in his mind, which had made him a bit pleased at that time. But now, you can't be Qin Yu's new girlfriend, right? Open your eyes and look, your boyfriend is finished. Mr. Wen's family had assets exceeding 100 billion, while my boyfriend's father was the deputy mayor of Nanjing City. With just a word from them, Qin Yu would have absolutely no chance to turn things around. Bai Xiaoye felt a bit jealous upon seeing Fang Mingyue. This woman was absolutely flawless in appearance, with the only drawback being that her demeanor felt as cold as ice. Fang Mingyue stood beside Qin Yu, glanced at him with some dissatisfaction, saying, "Buying a piece of clothing takes so long. I've been waiting at the cash register for a long time." Chapter 123. Fang Haishan, come on. Do you want to stay here and watch the show? Fang Mingyue glanced at Qin Yu, blinked her eyelashes, and spoke impatiently. Qin Yu was somewhat dissatisfied and shot a glance at Fang Mingyue, no longer looking at Bai Xiaoye and the others, taking the piece of clothing and heading towards the cash register. Fang Mingyue was clearly blaming him for taking so long. Wasting her time. Qin Yu wasn't intentionally slow in picking out clothes. It was entirely Bai Xiaoye trying to showcase her impressive boyfriend and coming over to retaliate, making Qin Yu see her superiority. Bai Xiaoye felt a bit relieved when she saw Qin Yu and Fang Mingyue leave. She regretted provoking Qin Yu, realizing that not only did she gain nothing, but she also angered that terrifying woman. Then she heard a thudding sound, when Li Rong was actually kneeling there, knocking his head on the smooth, shiny floor. Each time his forehead hit the ground, there was a loud noise. So ruthless. She thought that once Fang Mingyue walked away, this matter could be brushed over. Who would have thought Mr. Wen would actually follow her instructions and execute them so thoroughly? This action not only scared Bai Xiaoye but also frightened the woman following Wen Lirong to the point of losing color in her face. Chapter 124. Cousin Chuning in her heart, she was curious, looking at the elderly Fang, who was already in his 80s or 90s. How could his granddaughter Fang Mingyue still be so young? Did this old man marry and have children at a very old age? Qin, my friend, sit down and talk. Fang Haishan nodded appreciatively, and then invited Qin Yu to sit down. Old Master Fang, I have an acquaintance. Would it be all right to invite her to sit as well? Your friend? Fang Haishan was slightly surprised, looking at the two people behind Wang Mu Yi, and smiled. No problem. Qin, please go ahead. Qin Yu smiled and looked at the girl behind Wang Mu Yi. Chuning, don't you recognize your cousin? Don't just stand there, come over here. When Chun Ying heard Qin Yu call her name, she confirmed that this was indeed her cousin. At first, when she saw Qin Yu, she felt he looked somewhat familiar, but didn't recognize him. It wasn't until old Master Fang mentioned Qin Yu's name that she was shocked and began to guess, still uncertain. After all, her cousin came from the countryside and had no background. Although there was that connection, their family was not favored by her grandfather, and they were basically completely cut off from the Chun family in Jiangzhou. Only Chun Ying's father had taken her to visit a couple of times, because her grandfather had once made a statement, and her father didn't dare take any real action to help Qin Yu's family, having been scolded by old Master Chen last time. Chapter 125, Talano, so that is how it is. So, your aunt and uncle have been kept in the dark about your situation, but I think if they knew about this, they would be very happy. Chuning continued, Cousin, do you have WeChat? Add me, and also give me your phone number. No problem. So they added each other as friends and exchanged phone numbers. Just then, a female housekeeper in her 30s walked over, holding a tray with tea. She first served a cup of tea and placed it on the small table next to Fang Mingyue, then served one cup each to Qin Yu and Chuning. Qin Yu thanked her, feeling a bit thirsty, and took a sip from the cup. Cousin, can I ask you, are you very familiar with Sister Fang? Chuning secretly glanced at Fang Mingyue and asked in a low voice. She had long heard of Fang Mingyue's name, the head of Mingyue Group, the largest company in Jiangzhou, and an idol among the younger generation there. However, Fang Mingyue was elusive, and not everyone had the luck to meet her in person. Chuning asked this because she had seen Fang Mingyue leading Qin Yu into the room, eagerly looking at her cousin. If Qin Yu was very familiar with Fang Mingyue, she could also use this connection to get to know Director Fang. When she returned to Jiangzhou, she would envy countless people. Chapter 126, Bargaining. However, with this, there weren't enough pills for the two students. 3 pills were only enough for one person's share. Wang Mu Yi looked at Chuning, then turned a glance at Fang Changgung behind him, feeling somewhat troubled. Teacher, Senior Fang needs the breaking body pill more than I do to break through his realm. I won't buy this time, let Brother Fang buy it. Chuning smiled understandingly. Sister Chun, you should buy it instead. You have more talent than I do, and breaking through to a higher realm early will benefit you. Fang Changsheng said with a bitter smile. Chuning shook her head firmly. Brother, don't decline. Also, teacher, I won't buy the body-breaking pill for now. I'll solidify my mastery of the third level of body tempering before attempting to break through, which is more prudent. After all, I haven't been at this martial artist level for long. Wang Mu-yi thought for a moment and nodded. It's better to break through later. Fang Changsheng is already 30 this year. If he doesn't break through soon, it will be difficult for him to progress in this life. Changsheng, what your junior sister said makes sense. You should go by it. All right then. Fang Changsheng saw that his teacher said so and did not decline any further, smiling apologetically at Chuning. Chuning also returned an encouraging look. Chapter 127. Fang's mother cousin, send me your bank card account via WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you soon. After finishing her tasks, Chuning happily said to Qin Yu, what are you in a hurry for? Do you have that much money? Cousin, don't underestimate me. It's just a small matter. Quickly send me your bank card number. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease until I return the money to you. Fine, I give up. Qin Yu took out his phone and sent his bank account details via WeChat. Cousin, thank you so much today. You really helped me a lot. Chuning said with a smile. As long as you're happy, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Wang Mu-yi saw that his student was able to buy 9 body-breaking pills at once thanks to Qin Yu and was pleasantly surprised, giving Qin Yu a grateful smile. After chatting with Fang Haishan for a few more moments, old Master Fang seemed a bit tired, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. Wang Mu-yi then stood up to take his leave. I have some official business, so I won't disturb old Master Fang anymore. I'll come to visit another day. All right, I won't see you off. Take care, Fang Haishan said, putting down his teacup and nodding. Wang Mu-yi also said goodbye to Fang Mingwei and Qin Yu before preparing to leave. Chapter 128. The powerful Fang mother. It turns out that when Qin Yu bought the shares of Jiangyun Hotel that he held and spent over 2 billion to buy 4 buildings, it was just a normal side of him. His true identity is something even old Master Fang and Fang Mingwei must treat with caution. Old Master Fang sat there calmly, without speaking, but his gaze toward Chao Wanzi carried a hint of guilt. Chao Wanzi glanced at her daughter and saw that her expression was very calm, not looking like someone about to explode in anger. She turned to Qin Yu and smiled. I was so busy talking to Fang Mingwei just now that I forgot we have a guest here. Young man, I still don't know your name. Upon hearing Chao Wanzi ask for Qin Yu's name, Chao Jinghua quickly stood up to introduce him. Aunt, let me introduce you. This is Qin Yu, also my friend. Qin Yu, this is my aunt, and she's also Fang Mingyue's mother. Hello, aunt. After hearing Chao Jinghua's introduction, Qin Yu also stood up and politely greeted Chao Wanzi. Upon hearing Fang Mingyue's address, Qin Yu realized the woman's identity, but did not expect her to be Chao Jinghua's aunt. Chao Wanzi smiled slightly. So your name is Qin Yu. How did you meet Jinghua? How come I've never seen you before? Chapter 129. It's me. This statement left Fang Mingwei somewhat at a loss for words. She was also afraid that if she continued, it would create more trouble for her mother. What's wrong, Mingwei? As the chairman of Mingwei Group, which controls a company worth over 10 trillion, you can't even deal with the person who truly hit your brother and still want to fool your mother? Aren't you fearless? As that person's disciple, is there anyone in Longxia who dares not to give you face? Unless your crush hit your brother. If that is the case, I'll accept it. Fang mother stared at Fang Mingwei without blinking. Although her words were rough, they were not unreasonable. Similarly, this was also a point of confusion for Fang Haishan. Upon learning that his precious grandson had been beaten up, Fang Haishan was extremely angry. He was about to call for a thorough investigation of the matter when he unexpectedly received a call from Shueshun. Shueshun made it very clear that Qin Yu was the young man he valued the most, and his strength should not be underestimated. He hoped that both sides could reach an understanding on this matter. From Shueshun's words, Fang Haishan discerned the underlying meaning. Qin Yu had already entered the assessment list for the Dragon Guard and was very likely to join the Dragon Guard, even having the opportunity to become an external member of the Dragon Shield. This also piqued his curiosity about Qin Yu at a young age. He was deemed by Shueshun to be someone whose strength could not be underestimated, indicating his extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 130. A transaction delivered to your door, Chao Wanzi quickly said. Do you think, Annie, is that unreasonable? It's all Fang Mingliang's fault. Even if he got beaten up, I think it's still not enough. After he recovers, I'll give him a proper education and see if he dares to act recklessly outside again. Upon hearing Fang mother say this, Qin Yu happily replied, Auntie is right. I think so too. That kid Fang Mingliang just deserves a beating. You educate him, and if he doesn't listen, just hit him a few more times. If you can't bear to hit him, just call me. I guarantee I can make him obedient. All right, you can come to my house more often in the future, and I'll take you to find that kid then. Let's see if he dares to listen. No problem. As long as I have time, I'm always available. You said it. Don't back out later. By the way, what's your phone number? Let us add each other for easier contact. Okay, no problem. Hearing their conversation, Qiao Jinghua couldn't help but mourn for his cousin for a few seconds. But thinking back to how that kid didn't he really like him before, he felt happy again. Old Master Fong was enjoying the show. He listened to the conversation between Qiao Wanzi and Qin Yu with thoughtful consideration. Chapter 131. The Call That's Great. Mr. Qin, rest assured, if you really want to buy it, the price will definitely satisfy you. Zhang Jinyu's excitement was evident. He didn't expect that this call would really be the right one. He knew that the Zhang family's industries were becoming increasingly difficult. If they kept dragging it out without selling, they would continue to depreciate and quickly reach the brink of bankruptcy. If they really went bankrupt, they would have nothing left and would still owe a mountain of debt. Therefore, as long as Qin Yu was interested in acquiring, even if it was a half-sell, half-giveaway situation, they had to sell it. It could be said that Qin Yu's agreement to acquire was truly a lifeline for the Zhang family. Then let us do it this way. I have nothing else to discuss for now. I will arrange for someone to contact you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Qin. I'll wait for your call. Zhang Jinyu repeatedly thanked him before hanging up the phone. After putting down his phone, Qin Yu began to ponder what impact this matter would have on him. Most likely, the transaction with Zhang Jinyu would lead to conflicts with the Qiao family, even facing Qiao Zhenfeng directly again. But so what? Ever since Qiao Zhenfeng sent someone to kill him, a deadly feud had been established between them. From childhood to adulthood, Qin Yu has been low-key in his dealings, but his character is by no means cowardly. When it comes to fighting, as long as he is in the right, he dares to go all out. Chapter 132. Cunning and calculating. After a fit of coughing, Fong Haishan took the bowl of ginseng soup that Fong Mingyue handed over. After a few sips, he finished the soup completely. Putting down the bowl, his pale, creased face slowly regained some color. Grandpa, you're not seriously ill, are you? Fong Mingyue asked with a furrowed brow, a hint of worry in her voice. Fong Haishan waved his hand, saying that his old ailment had relapsed but was not a major concern for now. Sighing, he continued, Mingyue, the Fong family will have to rely on you from now on. The toxins left in my body are becoming harder to suppress, and my old injuries are gradually resurfacing. Plus, I'm already over 90, and my health is not as it used to be. Even if I were to engage in a fight now, I would be powerless. I estimate my time is limited to just half a year. After saying this, he coughed gently again. Grandpa, you don't need to worry. I've already sent Aunt Qin to the newly opened Zhangtian auction house in Yuqing to see if she can buy some good medicinal materials or anything useful for your recovery, to help suppress the injuries in your body, Fong Mingyue reassured him. Fong Haishan shook his head, stating that even if those medicines could be found, they would only prolong his life a little longer. There was no need to waste so much money for his sake. Chapter 133. No respect. Fong Haishan continued. The Fong family developed too rapidly under my management. If I could live a few more years, it would be fine, but unfortunately, fate does not comply with our wishes, and my health is deteriorating. Without me, even though you are here, no one dares to make things difficult for the Fong family. However, you're not male, and last time you said you didn't want to inherit the Fong family's business. As for your father, he can barely manage to defend the territory, let alone expand it. Therefore, we can only remain stagnant for now and try to keep a low profile. Regarding the Qiao family, Fong Haishan snorted coldly. Although Shijiang City is only a municipal city and could not compare to the prosperous provincial capital of Nanjing City in the past, it has developed rapidly in recent years, and its economic total is subtly catching up with neighboring Nanjing City. It is also because of Shijiang City's rapid development that the Qiao family has ridden this economic fast train. Today, although their industry scale cannot match the Shun family, which is wealthy in Shijiang City, they have surpassed our Fong family, showing how quickly they have developed. Moreover, Qiao Yinqing is a divine vessel warrior, and his grandson Qiao Zhenfeng is currently in seclusion training in a martial arts association, striving for the divine vessel realm. If this kid becomes a divine vessel warrior, the Qiao family will truly be the #1 family in Shijiang. Chapter 134. Mockery. Just as Su Wei was about to speak to Qin Yu, Sheng Chong interrupted her. Miss Su, since you think I can't afford the car, please open your eyes and see if I can or not. Sheng Chong knew he could no longer endure the previous comments, and it was time for him to erupt and slap the other party's face. Hearing the big-bellied man mention her name, Su Wei had no choice but to turn her head. Seeing Su Wei's gaze again, Sheng Chong disdainfully returned her look with a sidelong glance. He took out a credit card, waved his arm, and handed it to Wu Xiang. While keeping his eyes fixed on Su Wei, he said smugly, "Swipe the card. I want this car." Wu Xiang took the credit card and was stunned for a while. She knew that although this Maybach S480 was secondhand, it was not cheap. The previous owner had bought it here at the end of last year for $1.85 million, and after driving it for less than half a year, sold it back to the dealership. Now the selling price is $1.55 million, only a few thousand cheaper than the new car's price. "Sir, this car costs $1.55 million. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Wu Xiang reminded him after thinking for a moment. Sheng Chong waved his hand impatiently, saying, "I know, just sell it without so much nonsense." Chapter 135. Shueshan arrives. Such a gaze, as cold as deep ice, seemed to carry an invisible pressure that was terrifying. The three were stunned, and for a moment, silence fell. However, Sheng Chong quickly reacted, feeling a bit embarrassed for having threatened Qin Yu. No longer laughing, he coldly said, "All right, we won't laugh. Let's see what car you buy later," acting so smug. Qin Yu retracted his gaze and said to Su Wei, "Forget about the cars I mentioned earlier. Just package the remaining 20 new cars for me. You calculate the total price, including the on-the-road price." Upon hearing this, Su Wei was shocked. However, considering that Qin Yu had bought nearly 200 million worth of sports cars, buying 20 such cars seemed normal. So she replied, "All right, young Master Qin. Please wait a moment while I calculate the total price for these 20 cars." The three onlookers, who had just smirked, now had their smiles vanish, their faces becoming somewhat stiff. They were all dumbfounded, looking at Qin Yu with a mix of shock and deep fear. The words they had prepared to mock him with suddenly became stuck in their throats, and they were left speechless, realizing they seemed to have offended a wealthy tycoon. Chapter 136. The world of warriors you know nothing. Fang Haishan was once a member of the Dragon Guard, and his rank was not low. He has made significant contributions and is now just retired. For these retired members, we will provide some care. So when it comes to matters involving the Fang family, we naturally have to consider Elder Fang's attitude. If he clings to you, it will depend on your ability to handle it. However, with your strength, Elder Fang won't be able to do much to you. I just don't want you to become enemies over this matter. Qin Yu realized. So Elder Fang used to be a Dragon Guard. No wonder. It seems you called him, which is why he isn't holding a grudge about me hitting his grandson. What do you think? Shueshan replied with a serious expression. "I don't want you to provoke the Fang family, not just because of Elder Fang. The most important reason is his granddaughter Fang Mingwei. Hitting Fang Mingliang is just a minor issue, but if you unknowingly offend that girl Fang Mingwei, then you can only pray for your own good fortune. Even if you have someone backing you, they won't be able to protect you. We Dragon Guards certainly won't intervene." So terrifying. Qin Yu was puzzled. It seems that all of you are afraid of that girl. What is her true identity? Can you tell me? Hearing you say that, I became curious. Chapter 137. Joining Shueshan smiled and said, "Although more than 200 years have passed, our impression of these three major forces is still vague, and we don't truly understand their real strength. However, one thing is universally acknowledged. These three major forces are very strong. Even if the warriors from various countries band together to confront them, they would be easily defeated." Qin Yu asked, "So, does that mean that any actions taken by various countries involving these three major forces must be done with caution?" Shueshan laughed. "You don't need to worry about that. After all, these three forces are not a unified whole. They belong to three different camps. Their existence has not brought any harm to the countries. For the past 200 years, besides helping humans kill bloodthirsty armored beasts and assisting humans in becoming martial artists, there hasn't been any other actions taken, nor will they interfere with any country. Moreover, many of the things they do are beneficial to the humans on Earth or help improve the martial artist realms. As for the names of these three forces, I believe you must have heard of one of them, which is TIS Company." "TIS Company?" Qin Yu didn't seem surprised. "When I heard you say that, I thought of this company. However, I only thought it was a company set up by one of their factions. But it turns out to be one of the three major forces." Chapter 138. The most beautiful woman Shueshan didn't show any disappointment and smile. "Kid, don't reject so quickly. I haven't finished speaking yet." "Then go ahead," Qin Yu said, taking a sip from his teacup. After thinking for a moment, Shueshan said, "If you're worried that joining the Dragon Guard will restrict you and cause you to lose a lot of freedom, which would affect your life, this concern is completely unnecessary." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu asked, a bit confused but intrigued. Shueshan smiled slightly. "Actually, whether it's Dragon Shield, Dragon Tooth, or the martial artists in the Dragon Guard, on one hand, they serve the country, On the other hand, they also aim to improve their own cultivation. Therefore, joining the Dragon Guard, besides a basic salary, there's another part of income, which is cultivation resources. To obtain cultivation resources, you need to participate in work or accept tasks to earn points that can be exchanged for resources. Qin Yu seemed to understand and said, "So you're saying that joining the Dragon Guard allows one to be a slacker or participate in work, and as long as you work, you earn points to get cultivation resources?" Pretty much, Shui Shun continued. As for earning points, participating in ordinary Dragon Guard work will only get you the most basic cultivation resources. If the nature of your work is more dangerous and you have more achievements, then the points you earn will be greater. Chapter 139. Shui Shun's fear. Qin Yu chuckled. "Old man, why are you acting like a matchmaker all of a sudden?" "What matchmaker? I'm doing this for your own good. Didn't you just break up with your ex-girlfriend? You happen to need a girlfriend. I think Yin Chaoding is very suitable for you." Qin Yu smiled and didn't want to continue on this topic. "How do you know so much about Xiao Jinfeng? Is the Dragon Guard all-knowing? All-knowing? I just happen to know a bit about the Qiao family," Shui Shun said. "As for why I care about the Qiao family..." He took a sip from his teacup and said, "Qin Yu, since you've decided to join the Dragon Guard and you don't get along with the Qiao family, then I won't hide this from you. In fact, we've been paying attention to the Qiao family for a long time, because this family has intricate ties with the Medicine King Valley Alliance." Qin Yu couldn't help but ask, "What kind of organization is the Medicine King Valley Alliance? You mentioned it earlier, and now hearing you talk about it again, I want to ask." This organization was established 10 years after Dragon Shield was formed, led by the Medicine King Valley, organizing a large number of martial artists who do not want to be restricted by Dragon Shield and want to oppose Longxia. After this organization was established, its members acted recklessly in Longxia, trampling on national laws. They also committed many heinous acts against ordinary people. With that said, you should understand the nature of this organization now. Chapter 140. The Qiao family. After Xiaoguo left, Qin Yu thought for a moment and called his parents. The call connected, and after half an hour conversation, he hung up, after taking a sip of tea to clear his throat. Qin Yu felt a bit overwhelmed and regretted making the call. Originally, he just wanted to ask about his parents' recent situation and planned to send some money back. As a result, he ended up with his mother urging him to get married, saying that the family had found several girls for him and asked him to come home immediately to take a look. Qin Yu explained a lot of reasoning and spent quite some time making excuses before hastily hanging up the phone. That night, Qin Yu received 2 more calls. The first was from Jiang Xian, who indirectly asked if Qin Yu was okay and whether Feng Mingwei had done anything to him. Finally, he asked for Qin Yu's address so he could come visit when he had time. The second call was from Lei Qing. Lei Qing said he would come to Nanjing City tomorrow and brought 6 more brothers with him. However, Zhu Keqian could not come for the time being. It would take a few more days. When Qin Yu heard that Lei Qing was bringing 6 more people, he finally showed a hint of a smile and instructed Lei Qing to come directly to Nanyan Mountain Villa once he arrived in Nanjing City. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu felt much better. He thought to himself that he needed to speed up his strength improvement. Chapter 141. "I'm a tycoon." Xiao Jinfeng's face was gloomy as he said, after the first assassination failed, "Is there no second or third attempt? Why is he still alive after all this time?" Gui Dao, who was driving, remained silent, knowing that Xiao Jinfeng was questioning him, not seeking an explanation. Xiao Jinfeng's expression slowly calmed down. "Who did you send?" "Lu Xing." "It's him." Xiao Jinfeng was slightly taken aback. "Where is Lu Xing?" "Dead. Along with the 5 others he took with him, all dead." Moreover, the news of Lu Xing's death came from the official sources in Jiangnan City, and it is said that they died at the hands of the Dragon Guard. Xiao Jinfeng's expression changed slightly. "Are you worried that he is from the Dragon Guard?" "Yes." "Young master, after this incident, I sent someone to that kid's hometown to try to find out more about him. As a result, those sent have all gone missing, and there is still no news. That's why I am so certain and dare not act against him again." Xiao Jinfeng was silent, and his expression became even worse. The joy of just breaking through his realm was completely gone. "Gui Dao, when you return, cut off 2 of your fingers as punishment for your incompetence." "Thank you, young master." Chapter 142. The agreement. "So, the owner of this company is you 3 beauties. There must be many girls or younger sisters in the company, right? Are you hiring? I want to get a job there too." Qin Yu joked. "Indeed, as you guessed, but if you want to chase girls, it's not that simple. When you have time, I'll introduce you to a girl from the company. You can choose whichever you like." "See, I'm being nice to you," Yin Chaoding said with narrowed eyes. Qin Yu smiled slightly, Okay, no problem, but the girl you introduce can't be too vague. She has to be at least as pretty as you. Then there's no way. How about Fong Mingwei or Qin Miaojiao? Choose one of them. Qin Yu thought seriously and said, forget about those two. One has too small a chest, and the other is too dangerous. Neither is my type. Don't say Qin Miaojiao has a small chest. If she hears you, do you still want her to invest in you? I'm not saying this in front of her, am I? Qin Yu then asked, what's Qin Miaojiao's phone number? I'll call her when the time comes. You don't have her number? Yin Chaoting realized, all right. She forgot to give you her business card yesterday. I'll read it to you. Remember it down. Chapter 143. Investment Plan Impressive. Qin Yu praised, Sister Yin. Your move of secretly maneuvering is beautifully executed. If Qiao Jinfeng knew about your scheme, he would definitely be very frustrated. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Yin Chaoting didn't seem very happy. Instead, she felt a bit helpless. It seemed like my plan succeeded, but in reality, I am the one who is troubled. 6 years have passed, and I'm already over 30, an old woman. If I don't get married soon, no one will want me. Qin Yu couldn't help but picture Yin Chaoting's stunning face and her attractive, tall figure, and he laughed. Sister Yin, is what you said true or false? You look no more than 18. If you're worried about not getting married, there's still me. I wouldn't mind picking you up. You deserve a beating. How dare you tease me? Qin Yu sighed. I'm serious. Since you said that, let's pretend I didn't say it. I'm not chatting with you anymore. Come play here again when you have time. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up, Qin Yu sent Yin Chaoting the addresses of Huajiang Square and his residence at Nanyuan Villa via WeChat, along with Tang Qin's phone number. He also noted to send the 5 most expensive cars to the villa at Nanyuan. Chapter 144. Class Reunion 2 hours later. Qin Yu received 2 consecutive calls from the gate of Nanyuan Villa. Then, Lei Qing and his group of 8 arrived at the villa simultaneously with 5 new Maybach S680 cars. After the 5 drivers left, Lei Qing introduced the 6 people to Qin Yu. The 2 younger ones were named Ruan Minglong and Fong Yu, both at the 2nd level of body tempering. The 3 of the same age as Lei Qing were named Huang Sheng, Huang Long, and Su Yiwei, all at the 4th level of body tempering. The last person was a middle-aged man in his 50s named Huang Zhe, at the late stage of the 1st level of Divine Heart. The 6 people had varying levels of martial arts, but they all shared a commonality, a grim and fierce demeanor, indicating they had all undergone life and death trials. These people are great candidates for bodyguards, Qin Yu thought to himself. He was particularly surprised to see a martial artist at the 1st level of Divine Heart. Although he was a bit older, he was still a Divine Heart martial artist. After discussing with Lei Qing, the 2 weaker ones would have an annual salary of 3 million, while the 3 at the 4th level of body tempering would have an annual salary of 4 million. For Huang Zhe, at the late stage of the 1st level of Divine Heart, the annual salary would be 6 million. Qin Yu directly transferred 24 million as the annual salary for the 6 to Lei Qing's account to distribute. Chapter 145. Reunion with old classmates. Hello, Director Qin. Did you come here today for any assistance? Li Heng hurriedly ran over to greet Qin Yu with a nod and a smile. Director Qin? Luo, AI, Qi's eyes widened. You can't be the owner of this hotel, can you? Yes. Didn't Manager Qin tell you? Qin Yu asked with a smile. If you had told me, I wouldn't be this surprised. Luo, AI, Qi replied with a wry smile. Qin Yu said to Li Heng, I came today because a friend invited me to dinner. Let's do it in room 8 on the 3rd floor. Check what wine my friend ordered. If it's white wine, switch it to the top quality white wine. If it's red wine, switch it to the top quality red wine, and just say it's a gift from the hotel owner. All right, boss. I'll take care of it right away. Li Heng quickly responded and then stood by respectfully. Qin Yu, I'm really curious. It's only been a few years since graduation. How did you suddenly become so wealthy? Were you originally a top wealthy heir, hiding your identity and preferring to be low-key in college? Luo AI, Qi said with a smile while walking alongside Qin Yu. You can guess as you like. Qin Yu smiled back. Chapter 146. Expensive red wine, that's right. Su Jiala chimed in. Lu Dongmei and I both work at Nanyuan Capital, and we're in the same department. However, she's the deputy manager of the investment department, while I'm just a grassroots employee in the investment department. So, you're Lu Dongmei's subordinate. Qin Yu smiled at Su Jiala. Qin Yu, Luo AI Qi, this is our classmate Tanjiro. Did you recognize her? Zhang Duo smiled and pointed to a woman in a Chanel red and green striped waist dress with a graceful demeanor. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have remembered. She looks a bit familiar, so it's classmate Tanjiro. Luo AI Qi broke the awkwardness with a smile. Qin Yu also smiled but remained silent. He recognized her, but chose not to engage with Tanjiro, who had been sitting there quietly and appeared somewhat haughty. Back in college, although she was beautiful, she didn't leave a good impression on him. Tanjiro smiled at Luo Ai and said, "Hello, Luo Ai." Zhang Duo then pointed to the well-mannered, slightly plump man beside Tanjiro and introduced, "This is Wen Zhonghan, Tanjiro's husband, and also the eldest son of the Wen family in Nanjing City." Chapter 147. Zhang Duo's predicament. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhang Duo finally brought up serious matters. "To be honest, my family's business has encountered some problems recently. The capital chain has broken, and we're lacking a large sum of money. I came to Nanjing City this time to seek investment or to transfer some assets. I wonder if you are interested." After speaking, Zhang Duo looked at Wen Zhonghan and Lu Dongmei. Wen Zhonghan was the eldest son of the Wen family, and he was the only one with the strength to help him financially. Lu Dongmei was the deputy manager of Nanyue Capital, whom Zhang Duo had the highest hopes for. "So you want to attract investment? Tell us how you plan to do that," Lu Dongmei said, her interest piqued. Wen Zhonghan and Tanjiro remained silent, but turned their attention to Zhang Duo, waiting for his answer. Zhang Duo replied, "It's simple, just investment shares or direct acquisition." "Acquisition?" Lu Dongmei asked Zhang Duo, "What industry does your family business operate in?" Zhang Duo said, "We mainly operate 2 major enterprises. One is a chain supermarket, and the other is a restaurant chain. The shares are concentrated in the family. Both brands are quite famous, with chain stores in many places across the country. And many of the properties for supermarkets and restaurants are owned by the company." Chapter 148. Qiao Zielin's arrival. Wang Mengyi smiled wryly. "Classmate Luo is indeed sharp. It's pretty much like that." She then began to explain, "Actually, my family is also in Shijiang City, so we can be considered a relatively well-off family. I have known Zhang Duo since childhood, and I met Qiao Zielin during my university years. We were classmates. During college, he confessed to me several times, but I turned him down. After graduation, we all went our separate ways, and I thought I would have no further contact with him. Who would have thought that a month ago, he and his father Qiao Jennings suddenly came to propose marriage with gifts? At that time, not to mention that I was already Zhang Duo's girlfriend. Even if I wasn't, I wouldn't have agreed. I rejected him on the spot, and my parents supported me. Although I turned down his proposal, Qiao Zielin didn't seem disappointed. When he learned that I had become romantically involved with Zhang Duo, he completely changed. Not only did he severely injure Zhang Duo, but he also wanted to send someone to kidnap me. Fortunately, I noticed in time and managed to escape. After that, not only did he not apologize to Zhang Duo, but the Qiao family's influence began to suppress all of Zhang Duo's family's businesses, while also putting pressure on my parents. Chapter 149. Revealing identity. Qiao Zieling patted Zhao Song's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Zhao Song, you underestimate our Qiao family too much. Even in Nanjing City, I don't take the Fong family seriously. Who else would I be afraid of? Just follow me up, and you'll see a good show, so you can understand what a true playboy looks like." With those words, Zhao Song's admiration was evident, and his understanding of the Qiao family deepened. His brother, Zhao Hu, married Qiao Guiqin's daughter, so their families were considered in-laws. When Qiao Zieling arrived in Nanjing, he sought refuge with the Zhao family, and his father instructed him to treat Qiao Zieling well. Initially, Zhao Song was reluctant because he had been too focused on playing and didn't understand his sister-in-law's family's power. After spending a day together and seeing several wealthy second-generation peers show respect to Qiao Zieling by calling him Qiao Gu, he realized how wise his father was. Especially when he heard Qiao Zieling say he wasn't afraid of the Fong family, he was even more shocked. Little did he know that, as fellow second-generation playboys, he and Qiao Zieling were on equal footing. After exchanging a few words, the group headed towards the hotel's 8th private room on the 3rd floor. Chapter 150. Threat. Zhang Duo and Wang Mengyi's hearts raced in unison. If what Qin Yu said was true, then the heavy pressure weighing on them could be completely lifted. Seeing Qin Yu's serious expression, Zhang Duo was already about 80 convinced. Excitedly, he said, "Qin Yu, is it true? Are you really going to acquire all of my family's businesses?" "Don't worry, I won't joke about this matter." Qin Yu nodded. "With your word, I can relax." "Thank you, Qin Yu." Unexpectedly, when Zhonghan suddenly pointed at Qin Yu and said, "Who are you fooling? Isn't the major shareholder of Jianyun Hotel Yun Zhengong? I know him. How could this hotel be yours?" When Tanjiro heard her husband's words, she looked somewhat relieved. "Qin Yu, why do you like to boast so much? This kind of joke isn't funny. Aren't you just harming Zhang Duo? Clearly, you don't have that kind of power, yet you're pretending to be tough. Making fun of Zhang Duo. The last thing she wanted to see at this gathering was someone doing better than her. If what Qin Yu said was true, it would be terrifying, making her feel worthless in front of him. Chapter 151. Revealing talents. Tan Jieru's face turned pale. Zhao Song and young Master Qiao, don't misunderstand. I have no connection with Zhang Duo. He approached me today only to seek investment. But don't worry, as soon as we heard he offended young Master Qiao, we definitely want to cooperate with him. You know, those so-called classmate relationships are worthless. She then said to Zhonghan, why don't we go outside first and not disturb young Master Qiao's business here? Okay. When Zhonghan had long wanted to leave, and upon hearing Tan Jieru's words, he prepared to move. What's the rush? Xiao Ziling said coldly. Since you and Zhang Duo are old classmates, you should stay and watch this show. Hearing Xiao Ziling's words made Tan Jieru and her husband feel a bit uneasy. Watch the show. It's definitely not a good one. They were even more determined not to stay, but seeing the unfriendly gazes from the few bodyguards, they found they couldn't move their feet at all. Xiao Ziling's cold gaze turned toward Lu Donglian, Su Jiala, and Luo Aki along with Qin Yu. You guys aren't also Zhang Duo's old classmates trying to stand up for him, are you? Lu Donglian and Luo Aki exchanged glances, feeling somewhat conflicted. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 152. Confrontation. Qin Yu finally showed a hint of a smile. What's wrong? Are you so confident that you're starting to show off again? Is it because of your 4 bodyguards or the person behind you? As he said the last part, Qin Yu glanced at the middle-aged man behind Xiao Ziling. Luo Jin felt a chill from Qin Yu's glance, as if all his secrets were laid bare. This feeling was too dangerous. Luo Jin immediately sensed that Qin Yu might also be a martial artist and not weaker than him. He hurriedly moved from behind Xiao Ziling to stand in front of him, looking very alert. Uncle Luo? Xiao Ziling asked in confusion. Second young master, be careful. This person is not simple. Luo Jin stared seriously at Qin Yu, not looking back. Not simple. He might also be a martial artist, and he is not weaker than me. Luo Jin's feeling grew stronger. Xiao Ziling's face changed drastically. He naturally understood what a martial artist represented. But seeing how young Qin Yu was, he found it hard to believe. Uncle Luo, how is this possible? Even if he is a martial artist, he can't possibly be your match, right? Where did you see that? Then, with some uncertainty, he asked Qin Yu, are you really a martial artist? Chapter 153. Count me in. Just as Luo Jin stood up, he saw Tong Jun flying in like a cannonball. With a heavy punch, there was a loud thud as Luo Jin's body slid down the wall, losing consciousness completely. Xiao Ziling got up from the ground and saw Luo Jin knocked down, bleeding and unconscious, unsure if he was alive or dead. His greatest support had fallen, and the anger he had just felt turned into sheer terror. He glanced at the miserable state of the others and was so frightened that his body began to tremble. From Xiao Ziling's shout to escape to all his men being taken down, it took only a few minutes. But this one-sided brawl, so intense and visceral, was almost like a scene from a movie, leaving an indelible impression on Qin Yu's classmates. Too wonderful? No. Too intense? No. Too tragic? No. Too cruel? In the end, everyone unanimously felt that the scene they just witnessed left them deeply shocked. The shock was not just from the fight, but also from the realization that Tong Jun and Lei Qing, with such terrifying combat power, were actually Qin Yu subordinates. Chapter 154. Disappointment of Tan Jieru. Mr. Qin. Zhang Xiao secretly glanced at the few people lying on the ground, already unconscious, wanting to ask what was going on. However, he was stopped by Li Heng's gesture. Mr. Qin, let us go out first. Just by the door. If anything happens, just call us. After Li Heng finished speaking, he tugged at Zhang Xiao's sleeve. Then, the two of them, along with several security guards, went outside, closed the door, and stood guard outside. Donglian and Tan Jieru, you don't doubt that Qin Yu is the hotel owner anymore, right? After the hotel security left, Luo Aki couldn't help but show a smug smile. Aki, don't tease me. Now that the facts are clear, I wouldn't dare to doubt it. Lu Donglian walked over, smiling a bit awkwardly. Her gaze towards Qin Yu filled with deep respect. The aura surrounding Qin Yu was too strong now. Su Jiala felt a bit intimidated just looking at him. Qin Yu, what other identities do you have that can make Xiao Ziling fear you like a tiger? Facing Qin Yu, Tan Jie didn't show any arrogance at all. even carrying a hint of flattery. She had been married into the one family for 2 years and had some insight. She estimated that Qin Yu might be a top young master from a certain state city, and the Xiao family naturally wouldn't take him lightly. Chapter 155. Bring the money here if you're not dead. Get up, otherwise you'll really die later. Xiao Zilan, who had fainted, was jolted awake by intense pain and couldn't help but howl. But upon hearing Qin use cold words, it felt like a bucket of cold water was thrown over his heart, and he suppressed the pain, no longer daring to make a sound. Opening his eyes, he saw Qin Yu looking at him with a blank, indifferent expression, along with the two other people's chilling gazes, and fear quickly overshadowed his pain. Trembling on the ground, he begged, "Young Master Qin, I was wrong. Please let me go. Stand up first, or I'll break your legs. I don't like talking to people who are looking down. Do you understand?" Okay, I'll get up right now. Please don't be angry." Xiao Zilan hurriedly used all his strength to stand up, shaking uncontrollably. In fact, his injuries weren't too severe. His physique wasn't as weak as Zhao Song's. And he had some foundation. Although he had taken quite a beating from Zhang Duo, which might hurt a lot and left many external injuries, none were life-threatening. The worst were the few slaps from Tong Jun that nearly cost him half his life. However, lying on the ground for so long had allowed him to recover somewhat. Chapter 156. Chu Hong on the other side. Seeing the phone hang up, Xiao Jining was extremely furious. At the same time, she began to worry about her son. In a hurry, she picked up her phone and dialed her eldest son, Qiao Jinfeng. Qiao Jinfeng was in a refined courtyard in Nanjing City, sitting in a chair in the main house's reception room. His expression had changed from the usual arrogance to one of restraint and humility. Besides him, there were two other people in the reception room. One was a middle-aged man in his 50s, the owner of the house, named Shagu Yi. Shagu Yi was also a core member of the Martial Arts Association, a fully realized martial artist, and a patron of the Nanjing City branch of the association. The other was a young man about 37 or 38, tall and somewhat elegant in demeanor. His status was the highest among the three. As for his name, it was well known throughout Jiangzhou, Chu Hong, the Chu family's dragon in Jiangzhou, who single-handedly elevated his family status from a second-tier family to the top tier in Jiangzhou. He was also a core member of the Martial Arts Association, but his status was far beyond that of Shagu Yi. He was a dragon list martial artist, having reached the half-step transformation at the age of 36 and made it onto the dragon list. Dragon list martial artists are basically the most talented martial artists below the transformation level, and becoming a transformation master is just a matter of time. Chapter 157. Meeting again at this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open and a series of footsteps approached, with 3 people walking in from behind the screen. Besides Xiao Jinfeng, whom Qin Yu had seen before, and a hunchbacked middle-aged man called Ghostblade. A young man around 37 or 38 strolled in leisurely behind them. This young man was as tall as Lei Qing, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His aura elegant and not weaker than Xiao Jinfeng's. Qin Yu's heart tightened slightly. This martial artist's aura was not much different from Shueishan's. Another half-step transformation martial artist. Qin Yu, it's you. After entering, Xiao Jinfeng surveyed the situation in the private room. First, he saw Xiao Zilan trembling in the corner, pale as paper. Seeing his miserable state, Xiao Jinfeng's brows furrowed tightly, filled with anger. Finally, he looked over at Qin Yu, who was sitting leisurely in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. He was stunned for a moment before exclaiming in shock, "Brother, you finally came. If you were any later, I might have lost my legs." Xiao Zilan had just been terrified, fearing that his legs would indeed be chopped off. He hadn't noticed the 3 entering until he heard Xiao Jinfeng's voice, which was undoubtedly the most beautiful sound to him. Chapter 158. Xiao Jinfeng versus Lei Qing can't deal with you? Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. What gives you confidence? Is it because you just broke through to become a fully realized martial artist? Or is it due to your Qiao family, or perhaps the person behind you? As he spoke, Qin Yu's cold gaze swept over Chu Hong, who stood behind Xiao Jinfeng. Xiao Jinfeng sneered. "So, you're not even afraid of me? A fully realized martial artist? Qin Yu, you're not going to tell me that the person behind you is also a fully realized martial artist, are you?" "Indeed, the person behind me is a fully realized martial artist, and he's stronger than you, who just barely broke through." Xiao Jinfeng's face stiffened. "How is that possible? How could you have a fully realized martial artist as your subordinate? Is that strange?" Qin Yu's eyes glimmered coldly as he continued. "Xiao Jinfeng, You call yourself the Qilin of the West River Qiao family. Yet in my eyes, you are nothing. You aren't even qualified to be my bodyguard. Last time we met, you wanted to send someone to kill me. Did you really think those petty characters could deal with me? Xiao Jinfeng's heart sank. It was clear that Lu Xing's death was indeed caused by Qin Yu. It seemed that the feud between them could not be resolved. Last time I sent someone to deal with you, and this time, you've injured Xiao Zilin so severely. Let us settle this once and for all and see who is stronger. Chapter 159. You are very confident the one who was repelled was not Xiao Jinfeng, but Lei Qing. Xiao Jinfeng stood fine, just having taken a few steps back from his original position. In front of him was a tall man, Chu Hong. When Lei Qing attacked, Chu Hong had also moved swiftly. Just as Lei Qing was about to punch, Chu Hong slapped out first, arriving before Lei Qing's attack by more than double the speed. Seeing danger approaching, Lei Qing didn't care about Xiao Jinfeng anymore and redirected the punch he had just thrown towards Chu Hong's palm. As a result, Chu Hong took a step back, while Lei Qing was directly sent flying by the recoil. Although Lei Qing was knocked back by Chu Hong's palm, he showed no signs of fear or retreat on his face. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified, like a fierce beast staring at Chu Hong, ready to attack again. Lei Qing, step back. Qin Yu, with his super strong spiritual perception, had seen everything clearly. He understood that Lei Qing was definitely not Chu Hong's opponent. Yes, boss. Lei Qing responded to Qin Yu's words and no longer tried to show off, stepping back a few paces. Let us go again. Tong Jun noticed that the boss was about to make a move and no longer paid attention to that side, eagerly looking at Ghostblade. Chapter 160. Qin Yu vs. Chu Hong. Qin Yu, don't think that just because you have two powerful subordinates, you can look down on everything and not give Chugu any face. If you insist on making a move, are you not worried about offending even the Martial Arts Association? Qin is a core member of the Martial Arts Association. If you don't respect him, many people from the association will come to trouble you. Although Xiao Jinfeng just lost to Lei Qing, he doesn't feel like a loser at all. Instead, he looks at Qin Yu with disdain. Of course, his words also carry a provocative meaning, as he has begun to fear the strength Qin Yu has displayed. If Qin hadn't been present today, he would have definitely been defeated here. Qin Yu cast a cold glance over and then looked at Qin. Qin, Xiao Jinfeng cannot leave here safely today. If you insist on intervening, then I don't mind having one more enemy. If you want to drag the Martial Arts Association into this, do you really think I'm afraid? As these words were spoken, a force began to brew around Qin Yu, seemingly moving without wind. Qin noticed the aura emanating from Qin Yu, and his expression turned serious. Sure enough, this kid is also a martial artist. I just don't know to what level he has reached. Looking directly at Qin Yu, he said, "Then I'm sorry, Xiao Jinfeng. I have to intervene." Chapter 161. The frustrated Qin, what surprised him the most was not that Qin Yu had become a transformation realm martial artist, but that Qin Yu was only in his 20s, especially since Qin Yu's internal strength was not any weaker than his own. Why has he not made it onto the dragon ranking? The dragon ranking requires one to reach the half-step transformation realm to qualify. For instance, Fang Mingwei from Nanjing City made it onto the list despite being at the mid-stage of the 6th layer of the divine vessel. It's strange. If you can reach half-step transformation, why can't I? Qin Yu mocked. Qin was choked up by the remark, snorted, and said in a muffled voice, "Don't be so proud. Although I was at a disadvantage just now, it was in a state of unpreparedness, and I only exerted a little strength in passive defense. If we were to face each other head-on, I believe you definitely wouldn't have as deep of internal strength as I do." Qin still felt confident in his heart, estimating that Qin Yu was young after all. No matter how talented he was, he should have only recently broken through to the transformation realm, and, in the end, he would still be slightly stronger. "Then I look forward to seeing if you are as confident as you say," Qin Yu said, narrowing his eyes. To be honest, he didn't want to engage with this person, not because he was afraid of offending him, but because this was his hotel. Chapter 162. Xiao Jinfeng's threat. The speed of the two fighters increased to the point where only the shadows of their arms could be seen waving, their figures becoming ethereal. The white mist enveloping Qin gradually dissipated as his internal strength was consumed. The rising aura around them surged like towering waves, each layer overtaking the last and bursting forth. The power contained in the aura grew heavier and more destructive. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, at that moment, the first crack appeared in the two floor-to-ceiling windows, rapidly spreading until they were completely covered in cracks. In the distance, Xiao Zealand felt as if he were in a small boat in the ocean, about to be submerged by the waves. Unable to withstand the pressure, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from heavy breathing. Xiao Zhenfeng, unable to muster internal strength due to his severe injuries, went from dizziness to unconsciousness. Lei Qing intended to strike again to incapacitate him further, but seeing him fainted, he refrained from attacking. He turned his attention seriously toward the two combatants. Even Tong Yun, who was a bit farther away, looked pale. Both were shocked. Their boss was even more terrifying than they had imagined. In just a few blinks, they had fought over 100 rounds. Chapter 163. It's too late. After stepping outside, call the two hotel managers in. Qin Yu glanced around and said lightly. Lei Qing acknowledged. As he prepared to bend down to move the person on the ground, he suddenly heard a phone ringing. It was the phone that had just fallen, belonging to Xiao Zhenfeng. Lei Qing paused for a moment, unable to help but stop his movements. Qin Yu touched his chin, walked over, and picked up the phone. After connecting, a familiar yet authoritative voice came through. Familiar, because Qin Yu had heard this voice before. It was Xiao Zhenfeng's father. Zhenfeng, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? What's going on? Is your brother all right? Who was it that attacked your brother? You must not let him off easily. At the very least, let it be known outside that not just anyone can easily offend our family. After Qin Yu waited for the other end to finish speaking, he smiled slightly. Now let me off. It's a pity that both your sons are in my hands. The real question is whether I will let them off. Who are you? How could this happen? So Zhenfeng has also fallen into your hands? The voice on the other end immediately changed, trembling slightly. Chapter 164. Nanyue capital. The call was to Xue Shun. After the other party answered, Qin Yu briefly explained what had happened today. Qin Yu, you really are something. You just beat Feng Mingliang yesterday, and today you have incapacitated Xiao Zhenfeng. Next time, you need to be more discreet. Otherwise, who knows who you'll provoke next time. On the other end, Xue Shun said after listening to Qin Yu's story, feeling quite speechless. Old man, can you not talk like that? It's not like I actively provoked anyone. It sounds like I really enjoy causing trouble. I'm just letting you know about this, as it involves martial artists. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I also don't want it to come knocking on my door. Do you understand what I mean? Don't worry, I understand your meaning. As long as it doesn't involve the Fong family, it can be handled. I will notify the Dragon Guards and other departments in Nanjing City about this matter. However, Xue Shun added, you need to keep that ghost blade under Xiao Zhenfeng with you. I'll send someone to pick him up later. Qin Yu's heart stirred. No problem. Hurry up. I won't keep you waiting long. I've already submitted your information. Originally, I intended for you to take the assessment in Jiangzhou tomorrow, but since you defeated Qij, the assessment is considered passed. Just wait for the headquarters to notify you for the final test. Chapter 165. Are you still eating? So you came to find President Qin? Huh? What do you need from her? Or do you know President Qin? I met her once. Oh, in that case, I'll take you to see her. Lu Donglian considered for a moment. In fact, she rarely saw the company president. Nanyue Capital is a large group, and President Qin is often elusive. Even though she was promoted to deputy manager of the investment department, she had seen President Qin no more than 5 times a year, mostly during meetings. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Yu smiled slightly. Lu Donglian led Qin Yu to the elevator on the right side of the front desk. She usually took the left elevator to work. The right one is a dedicated elevator for the top 3 floors of the building, used only by important department employees and top leaders. After swiping the card, they entered through the gate. Inside, there were 6 elevators, the innermost one being a dedicated elevator that goes directly to the president's office area. At that moment, the dedicated elevator just opened. Someone walked in. Lu Donglian quickly pulled Qin Yu in with her, followed closely by Lei Qing. As Lu Donglian entered, she finally recognized who the person in the most advanced elevator was and hurriedly greeted politely. Chapter 166. Lu Donglian's embarrassment. Just as Qin Mir was speaking, she saw Qin Yu pulling another piece and irritably interrupted him. Peng Yulan took the document, shocked, and secretly glanced at Qin Yu, leaving in disbelief. However, she felt a bit envious of Lu Donglian. It seemed that Lu Donglian, an old classmate, had an extraordinary identity and a deep connection with the 2 bosses of the company. With this connection, wouldn't she be on a fast track in the company in the future? Thinking of this, Peng Yulan secretly decided to build a good relationship with this subordinate in the department. Mir, don't you know that women shouldn't eat too much greasy food? Be careful not to gain weight, Qin Yu suggested while gobbling down food. This made Yin Chaoting unable to hold back a laugh. She could tell that Qin Yu was indeed very hungry. Seeing Qin Yu eating so happily, she said to Qin Yu, "Mia, I actually think Qin Yu has a point. It's better for you to eat less." Mia looked incredulous. "Sister Yun, touch your conscience. Don't you feel embarrassed saying that?" She pointed at Qin Yu and said angrily, "He's your brother, but he has nothing to do with me. When I ordered takeout, I asked you, and you said no. As a result, you not only ate, but also told me to eat less. Look at my figure. Do I need to lose weight?" Chapter 167, The Beauty as a Disaster. Qin Yu finally finished the food in her hands, wiped her hands, and instructed her secretary to clean up the trash on the tea table before speaking to Qin Yu. "I got a large gold mine for our company in the Lu country. However, for mining, whether it's equipment, infrastructure, or personnel mobilization, it requires a lot of funds. I don't want to invest too much in this project because the return is too slow. Plus, the liquidity has been a bit tight lately, so I can only bring in investors. Investing in a gold mine." Qin Yu's eyes lit up, immediately interested. What could be more extravagant than owning a gold brick? Of course, the main point is that this project investment will definitely cost a lot of money. He nervously asked, "So how much investment are you looking for?" Qin Yu calmly replied, "The total investment will be around 26 billion, and we're still short by 10 billion. Originally, I was planning to apply for a bank loan or find shareholders, but Sister Yun suddenly mentioned you, so I came to ask if you're interested." Upon hearing the 10 billion, Qin Yu felt great. After pondering for a moment, he said, "No problem, just 10 billion, I'm in." Yun shouting couldn't help but remind him, "Brother, this involves over 10 billion in funds. Shouldn't you carefully study the project's information before you agree to invest?" Chapter 168, It's Me. Qin Yu informed Qin Yu, and she instructed her female secretary to go downstairs to bring someone up. Soon, Tang Qin arrived with 2 employees from the legal and investment departments. Tang Qin knew Yun shouting and greeted her before getting acquainted with Qin Yu. Qin Yu then informed Tang Qin about the investment in the gold mine for her to handle. The only condition was that the price could not be lower than 10 billion. As for how much equity to take and how to draft the investment agreement, Qin Yu left it all to Tang Qin. Half an hour later, the contract for the investment in the gold mine in Lu country was ready, and both parties signed. Regarding the payment, although both sides used company accounts, transferring such a large sum of 10 billion clearly couldn't be done today. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Qin Yu thought for a moment and decided not to use the system to transfer the funds, opting instead for them to go to the bank tomorrow. Tang Qin was a crucial part of his future spending plans, and this was a good opportunity to train her in handling large fund transfers. Qin Yu then asked Tang Qin if Li Junxiao had contacted her. Tang Qin replied that she had already contacted him, and they were preparing to send part of the renovation costs for the 4 buildings to him. Chapter 169, Not Dead Yet. Qin Yu smiled slightly. Wanted to tease this woman. "Mia, if you want to know my true identity, that's no problem. However, you have to agree to 3 things first before I tell you." "Why do you always set conditions?" "What are the 3 things?" "Tell me." Qin Yu frowned. "Well, you have to agree first before I tell you," Qin Yu said with a glimmer in his eyes. Qin Yu angrily replied, "Qin Yu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You want me to agree to 3 things? Don't dream. Then I can't tell you." Qin Yu pretended to be helpless. Clearly you don't want to say it, and are making me agree to 3 things first. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. You're not stupid." Qin Yu smiled slightly, non-committal. "It's getting late. Mia, if you're not going, I'm leaving with Qin Yu first," Yin Chowding said at this time. "All right, you guys go ahead. I won't disturb your 2-person world." Qin Yu smiled faintly. Yin Chowding gave Qin Yu a glance and said to Qin Yu, "Let's go, don't mind her." "Okay." With that, Qin Yu and Yin Chowding left the office together. "Is this your bodyguard?" After exiting the president's office, upon seeing Lei Qing approaching, Yin Chowding asked Qin Yu. Chapter 170, An Unknown Minor Character. Taking the elevator from the basement parking lot to the 3rd floor. After exiting the elevator and passing a few shops, Qin Yu pulled Yin Chowding into a clothing store called Shuangliu. Yesterday, Qin Yu bought a piece of clothing from this brand. The fabric quality was good, and it felt comfortable to wear. Although the price was much higher than foreign high-end brands, the old Qin Yu would have kept his distance from it. But now he didn't have to worry about this issue at all. The store was quite busy, with many customers selecting clothes. However, as soon as Yun Chowding entered, she quickly attracted the attention of many people in the store. Yun Chowding wore a white shirt with a black silk belt at the hem, paired with camel-colored cotton trousers and flesh-colored high-heeled shoes with black patent leather accents. The clothes were made of high-quality materials, coupled with her tall figure and somewhat cool demeanor. Her beauty was stunning. Her elegant and dignified temperament was fully displayed. Both men and women were captivated by her appearance and aura. Next to her, Qin Yu also exuded an outstanding charm. The two of them standing together created a dazzling impression that caught everyone's eye. Two girls stared so intently that they thought they had encountered a big star. Chapter 171, Qin Yu's Confidence. Mr. Chu, I'm honored. Yin Xiaoding said politely to Chu Weiming, not daring to be negligent when he greeted her. Qin Yu felt a bit awkward, immediately recalling Chu Hong he had seen today. This person indeed resembled Chu Hong, and since he was the second young master of the Chu family in Jiangzhou, it was very likely that they were brothers. So, Qin Yu, have you heard of my husband's name? But I guess, given your background, you probably don't even know the Chu family in Jiangzhou, let alone my husband's name. Gao Jinfeng still held a grudge against Qin Yu for his earlier remarks. Qin Yu smiled slightly. The Chu family? I really don't take them seriously. Not to mention you. Even Chu Hong has to act humble in front of me. Oomph. Hearing this from Qin Yu, Chu Weiming not only felt no fear, but instead wore an angry expression. Qin Yu, it seems you've heard of my family, even knowing my brother's name. But my brother's name is not something just anyone can insult. What you just said has already offended me, and even the entire Chu family. On behalf of Miss Yun, I'll give you a chance. Please apologize to my face immediately, acknowledging your ignorance and mistakes. Otherwise, you, a poor kid who needs others to help pay for your clothes, won't be able to bear the consequences. Chapter 172. Chu Weiming shows weakness in Longxia. The existence of martial artists seems to be strictly prohibited from being known by ordinary people. Qin Yu was too lazy to explain his identity. If you want to know about my identity, it's simple. Just call your brother and ask him. Calling is right. This sentence suddenly awakened Chu Weiming. In fact, he still didn't quite believe Qin Yu's one-sided words. It would be better to call his brother to understand the situation. If his brother Chu Hong also dared not offend Qin Yu, then he should promptly apologize to Qin Yu to avoid provoking someone he shouldn't have. Of course, if his brother didn't know this person, he could expose it in person. Taking out his phone, he quickly got through, exchanged a few words, and then asked about Qin Yu. What? Qin Yu, why are you suddenly asking about him? You know him? I didn't know him before, just ran into him. He said he knows you, so I called to ask. Did you offend him? No, not really. Not really. So did you offend him or not? Chu Weiming broke out in a slight cold sweat. There was just a bit of conflict. Chapter 173. Uncle? Yin Xiaoding felt something and couldn't help but turn her head, seriously examining the side profile of Qin Yu. The feeling Qin Yu gave her was like layers of mist, always elusive, making her increasingly curious. Qin Yu felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and turned to look at Yin Xiaoding's watery eyes. Sister Yun, even though I look handsome, you can't look at me like that. What, handsome or not, stop being vain. I just saw some dirt on you. Yin Xiaoding indeed spotted a small patch of dust behind Qin Yu's ear. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu said, it might be from fighting with someone. Don't move. Let me help you clean it up. Okay then. Yin Xiaoding pinched the sleeve of her shirt with her left hand and reached under Qin Yu's ear to wipe. Just then, the elevator doors opened and 6 people walked out. 4 men and 2 women, all stylishly dressed young men and women in designer clothes. And, among this group, one person was Jiang Xian. He was laughing and joking with the people around him, and as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Yin Xiaoding and Qin Yu nearly glued together. Not only were they holding hands like a couple, but Yin Xiaoding was also affectionately helping Qin Yu wipe the skin next to his cheek. Chapter 174. From best friends to enemies, Jiang Xian slapped his forehead and said, Brother Qin, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have really forgotten. Last time it was because of your amazing driving skills that many people wanted to learn some driving techniques from you. But this time is different. You not only beat Feng Mingliang, but ended up with no consequences at all. Although not many people know that it was you who beat Feng Mingliang. Your car has attracted attention again. Many people, though they haven't seen you, have an inexplicable awe towards you. So, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up in the end. As long as I show off the night wind, they will definitely realize that my relationship with you is extraordinary, and they will have to look at me differently in the future. Qin Yu chuckled. So your ultimate goal is to borrow my prestige to intimidate others. The car is just a pretense. Using my name is the real deal, wanting to show off in front of your friends. Jiang Xian awkwardly smiled. That's more or less the reasoning. Yin Xiaoding was confused. She knew about Qin Yu beating Feng Mingliang, but what did it have to do with his driving skills? Aunt, you didn't know? Just a few nights ago, Qin Yu raced on the track and beat all of us. Chapter 175. Lu Shan, and then? Qin Yu smiled. There should be more to the story. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking at each other with hostility as soon as you met. That's right. Although Gao Jinfeng and Yang Yu have already broken up, she mistakenly believes that Yang Yu broke up with her because of me, and she's been holding a grudge against me. Not only has she severed ties with me, but she has also used commercial tactics to deal with me, causing me quite a bit of trouble. She even spoke ill of me in some public occasions, slandering me in various ways. Qin Yu shook his head. You women are really unpredictable. A small matter turned into a feud more terrifying than enemies. Yin Xiaoting said, I didn't expect my relationship with Gao Jinfeng to become more and more distant. She even declared that the man she finds will definitely not be worse than the one I find. Trying to prove her charm is better than mine. Originally, I didn't want to get involved with her, but she has gone too far, even ruining my reputation. It was only after Fang Mingyue intervened that this matter was finally suppressed. Qin Yu said, this woman has too small a heart. If she were more rational, they wouldn't have gone from being good friends to enemies, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later on. Chapter 176. Comparison. Who would have thought that Yin Xiaoting silently went off to find a boyfriend? Since Yin Xiaoting and Qin Yu entered, the atmosphere in the private room had been a bit dull. Among the few people present, Qin Yu was the most relaxed. After taking a sip of wine, he didn't say much. Seeing that the dishes on the table were to his liking, he happily enjoyed his meal. Yin Xiaoting smiled, mostly focusing on the food in her bowl, and she also didn't say much. Lu Su was even more silent. Even when he spoke, he seemed a bit stiff. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruilong, who was next to Yin Qiqing, was also very dull, eating his food. So, Yin Qiqing felt quite tired. She became the lively agent among the few people present. She chatted and laughed by herself, occasionally asking old Lu what food he liked, helping him pick some up. She also asked Yin Xiaoting how the company was doing recently. Old Lu maintained a kind expression, chatting casually with Yin Qiqing. He rarely picked up his chopsticks, but drank quite a bit of wine. After taking a sip of wine, he looked at his silent grandson and then at the happily devouring Qin Yu. His somewhat murky eyes sparkled slightly, and he smiled at Yin Xiaoting. Girl Ting, why are you just focusing on eating? How did you meet your boyfriend? I haven't heard you mention having a boyfriend before. Chapter 177. The angry Qiao Yinxing. If Qin Yu only owned Jiangyan Hotel and Huajiang Plaza, Lu Su could still accept it. But if he was also preparing to invest over 20 billion in other industries, that would be too terrifying. Lu Su expressed disbelief and was unwilling to believe it. If Qin Yu's words were true, it completely determined that Lu Su had no advantage in front of him, being crushed in all aspects. If you don't believe it, you can ask Zhao Ting, because the company that collaborated with me to develop the gold mine is Nanyue Capital, and Zhao Ting is a shareholder of Nanyue Capital. She was also present when I signed the contract. Zhao Ting is also aware of the investment in Shijiang City. If you still don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Besides, whether you believe it or not is none of my business, Qin Yu said slowly. But the last sentence, it's none of your business, was like a slap, hitting Lu Su hard on the face. Indeed, I can testify that Qin Yu didn't say a single false word. When Yin Xiaoting heard Qin Yu mention her, she also said something. Yin Qiqing and Jiang Ruilong both fixed their gaze on Qin Yu, speechless for a long time. Little Qin has such achievements, which really surprised me. Old Master Lu nodded and smiled. The conversation shifted. However, Chapter 178 Black Hawk can be said that you also have half the responsibility for Jinfeng's downfall. At this point, Old Master Qiao became furious and couldn't help but cough. He felt hatred in his heart. Qiao Jinfeng was the family's greatest pride and biggest hope. If any member of the Qiao family, including Qiao Jinning, had an accident, he wouldn't be so angry, but it had to be Qiao Jinfeng, their family's unicorn. Father, don't say any more. This time it was my fault. Qiao Jinning's face turned pale, filled with sorrow and endless anger. Dad, whether my brother was wrong or not, it's too late to say these things now. The urgent matter is how we deal with that Qin guy. Indeed, this is also the thought of all members of the Qiao family. Just waiting for Old Master S word. Qiao couldn't help but voice his indignation. Oomph. Old Master Qiao snorted heavily. You don't know anything about the other party's background, yet you want to deal with them. Have you considered if the other party is someone we can't provoke? This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, splashing on everyone's hearts. Dad, did you send someone to investigate the other party's background? I remember it was also that Qin guy yesterday, who not only beat up Fang Mingliang from the Fang family, but also framed it on Jinfeng. From that point, it can be seen that he has been at odds with Jinfeng for a long time. Xiao Gui Qin said. Chapter 179 New Rules for Check-in. Understood. Don't worry. Head of the family, I will definitely find the ghost blade. When it comes to that Qin Yu, as soon as Xiao Jining mentioned his name, he couldn't help but feel immense anger. Gather information on that Qin Yu, then log into the Angel City's Tianwang website to post a bounty. This bounty is that I am willing to spend 10 billion to assassinate Qin Yu. Yes, Xiao Jining took out a bank card. This is a bank card I opened anonymously in the Mouse Country, with 20 billion in it. Once the posted bounty is accepted, transfer 10 billion to the Tianwang account as a deposit. Remember, don't let anyone know about this. This way, even if Qin Yu is assassinated, no matter how powerful his background is, they won't be able to trace it back to me or the Qiao family. Don't worry, head of the family. I know what to do. Qin Yu returned to the Nanyan Mountain Villa, feeling somewhat fatigued. Today's battle with Chu Hong at the Jianyun Hotel seemed easy but consumed a lot of physical strength, plus he had suffered a few minor injuries. Although he had recovered a lot now, fatigue was still unavoidable. He went directly to the second-floor master bedroom to take a shower, then stepped out onto the large balcony to sit down. Chapter 180 Live Room PK. In just a moment, the health bar of Xiao Yanzi's live room was completely crushed. Lian also threw caution to the wind, no longer holding back, and started demanding gifts quite aggressively. But no matter what she did, the health bar in the live room kept dropping, shrinking into a small corner. Xiao Yanzi, I heard that you had a level 56 big brother come to your live room. Why don't we see him sending gifts? Did he get scared away? Or is our number one god of war stronger, with a single move sending 5 universe stars, leaving you with no chance to fight back? If you lose later, you should obediently agree to one of our number one brother's requests. After Momo finished a dance, she activated her mocking mode. Upon hearing this, Lian also retorted a few words back. At this point, the PK had already gone on for 3 minutes, with the time limit being 10 minutes. Momo's live room had already racked up 600,000 points, while Xiaoyan Z's live room only had 40,000 points, making the difference clear. Qin Yu finally began to send gifts, starting with a Jiao Yin Hua to warm up. Handsome God, sending 1 Jiao Yin Hua to the anchor, Xiao Yanzi. This was the second Jiao Yin Hua in this PK for Xiao Yanzi's live room. The previous number 1 had sent 1, and then there was no further action. Chapter 181 Sign In. Sign in. Finally, this PK reached the punishment phase. Tens of thousands of people in both live rooms held their breath, waiting for Qin Yu to make a request to the opposing anchor. Qin Yu could hardly wait to exit the live room. But seeing everyone waiting for him to impose a punishment on that Momo anchor, he thought for a moment and typed a very simple request on the public screen. I'll just casually suggest something. Let that anchor remove her makeup and turn off the beauty filter so we can see her true face. As soon as this was typed, many viewers were disappointed. This request was far too simple and too perfunctory. When Xiao Yanzi saw the bullet screen from Qin Yu, she said it out loud as he wished. However, when the female anchor named Momo heard this request, she was shocked. What the heck? ISNT this asking for my life. She wanted to refuse, but seeing that hundreds of thousands of fans were watching her, she didn't dare to refuse in person and could only comply helplessly. Then, a scene played out showing what it meant for a beautiful swan to turn into an ugly duckling. The goddess became an eyesore. At the moment she removed her makeup, everyone was left with their jaws dropped. It also shocked that number 1 god of war, who directly vomited. Damn, not only are you ugly, but you're also a woman in her 40s or 50s. Chapter 182, Chao Jinghua visits. Please wait a moment. Tang Qin happily busied herself putting the documents that Qin Yu had given her into the safe, tidying up the desk before heading downstairs with Qin Yu. After finishing lunch, she sent Tang Qin back to the company. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, instructing Tong Jun to go to Ling Tang New Village. Shortly after, he returned to the rented house where he had previously stayed. He contacted landlady Sister Huang and informed her that he wanted to terminate the lease. Sister Huang was not surprised at all by Qin Yu's visit to terminate the lease. She was just about to return the deposit, but Qin Yu did not accept it. He told Sister Huang that he only took a few sets of clothes from the rented house and wouldn't clean up the rest. He asked her to put in a little effort to tidy it up. Sister Huang nodded happily in agreement. After finishing the lease termination, Qin Yu didn't linger and went straight back to Nanyan Mountain Villa. Today he decided to be a homebody, staying at home and not going anywhere. On the way, he suddenly received a call from Jiang Xian, saying that he had already arrived at the Nanyan Mountain Villa and asked when Qin Yu would be back. Qin Yu replied that he would be there in less than 10 minutes and hung up the phone. Soon after, he returned to the villa. "Qin Yu, you're back." Jiang Xian greeted Qin Yu warmly, more enthusiastically than when he saw his own family. Chapter 183. Hu Biao Tang Qin said this with a smile and continued, "Boss, it's still early. How about we go shopping?" "Shopping? Yes, are you going or not? If not, I'll just go with Xiagua." Tang Qin looked at Qin Yu with great anticipation. "Fine." Qin Yu thought about it. It seemed like a good idea. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them, Qin Yu, Xiagua, and Tang Qin, got into an Angel Chiang and left the Nanyun villa, with Tong Jun as the driver. A Maybach followed behind, carrying Huang Long and Huang Sheng. Lei Qing stayed at the villa. The three first visited several malls and supermarkets, buying a lot of clothes and some daily necessities, as well as a large pile of snacks and drinks. Next, they went to a famous night view spot. Before they knew it, 3 hours had passed, and they were a bit tired from playing, so they decided to head back. On the way back to Nanyun Villa, a few kilometers away, Tang Qin suddenly spotted a barbecue stall by the roadside and suggested going to eat barbecue. "Let's go eat something." Qin Yu agreed to Tang Qin's suggestion. After walking so much, he wasn't particularly tired, but he was indeed hungry. Tang Qin's suggestion was just what he wanted. Chapter 184. The person behind Qin Yu glanced at Tang Qin and Xiaowa, then spoke to Tong Jun. "Just give him a break. Directly break that person's finger to avoid further torture." "Thank you, big brother, for your mercy. Thank you." Hu Biao repeatedly expressed his gratitude. However, halfway through his words, he seemed to sense something was wrong, and his words halted. At that moment, there was a crack like something had been broken. Then a heart-wrenching scream echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing that crack, Hu Biao felt a chill run down his spine. When he heard the wailing, his face turned pale. Cruel. Truly cruel. Hu Biao secretly glanced at Tong Jun, Huang Long, and Huang Sheng, feeling a vague sense of dread from these three. He understood in his heart that they were people he absolutely could not offend, not to mention their wealth. Just those 3 bodyguards alone would probably make it impossible for him and his 10 men to compete. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame that sworn brother of his who had caused him such trouble today. Kicking him on is such a hard iron plate. The woman beside Hu Biao was stunned, her body trembling slightly. Besides her, Tang Qin was also frightened. Qin Yu held Tang Qin's slightly cold hand and gave her a comforting look. Chapter 185. A hint of doubt, to be honest, in Tianhu real estate. "My uncle Li Dijing and the chairman are cousins, so no one can touch me in the company." "You're very confident?" "Qin Yu, stop bragging. You're an outsider. How can you manage Tianhu real estate's affairs? Don't think that just because you have a bit of money, everyone will give you face." Su Shaowen said coldly. Qin Yu stopped talking, calmly took out his phone, and directly called Li Dezhou. The phone rang 3 times before it connected. "Boss Li, I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Oh, it's young Master Qin." No, you're not disturbing me. What can I do for you?" Qin Yu got straight to the point. "I really don't like your company's marketing director, Su Shaowen." "Oh, did he offend you?" "Yes." "What does young Master Qin mean?" "Just handle it as you see fit." "How about this? No matter who he is, offending young Master Qin is equivalent to offending me. Since he is from my company, I will call and have him fired immediately, and then I will slowly settle the score with him later." "All right, I'll hang up now." After speaking, Qin Yu put away his phone. This call had few words, only mentioning Su Shaowen's name, but he never explicitly said to fire him or anything like that. Chapter 186. Rogue, however, the higher they went, the fewer people there were. Once they climbed to the mid-level of the forest, the surroundings were filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the environment serene and spacious. Finally, they reached the small pavilion at the highest point of the forest. Qin Yu sat down on a stone bench under the pavilion. At the top of the mountain, besides the small pavilion in the middle, there was an open lawn all around. Sitting there, Qin Yu took pleasure in observing an old man in green standing on a lawn not far away, and a woman in white sportswear, with a delicate face and graceful figure. At that moment, the woman was practicing a kind of pull-up technique, her movements slow and somewhat comical. This pull-up technique would seem ridiculous to ordinary people, but martial artists would notice that it was a profound movement that could effectively run the martial artist's internal strength to enhance their physique. This was Qin Yu's first time seeing such a pull-up technique, and he found it quite interesting. He also noticed that the old man, who appeared to be in his 60s, was likely at the same level as Feng Mingwei. The woman, like his cousin Chuning, was at the 3rd level of body refinement. After practicing the pull-up technique, the woman in sportswear began to perform a set of palm techniques. Chapter 187. Martial Alliance opened the door, and have Tong Jun come in, Qin Yu said, stroking his chin. Okay, Xiagua, using the electronic screen controls of the intercom system, opened the entrance door. Before long, Tong Jun led 4 people over. 2 of them were familiar to Qin Yu. They were the woman and the old man he had seen earlier that morning at the small pavilion in the forest. The other 2 were a middle-aged man in his 50s and a woman in her 40s. Both were dressed in traditional clothing, appeared ordinary in looks, but had an extraordinary temperament. It's you, Ding Qianro, walking behind the 3, couldn't help but exclaim as soon as she saw Qin Yu. Her face filled with astonishment and disbelief. Could this rogue really be the one who defeated Chu Hong? Qianro, do you know him? The woman in her 40s asked. I just saw him this morning, Ding Qianro explained, but her eyes were still fixed on Qin Yu, her heart constantly praying that the young half-step transformation martial artist who defeated Chu Hong was not this person. Oh, that's not surprising. You live so close to him. It's normal to bump into each other, Chu Qinglan said somewhat absent-mindedly. Chapter 188. Consideration. Zhang Yin continued. What makes me even more curious is that with your talent, you haven't made it onto the dragon list. I guess you must have only recently entered the world and have been in seclusion for cultivation all this time. With your high talent and having reached the half-step transformation martial artist level, the Martial Alliance is very welcoming and willing to accept you with the utmost sincerity. Utmost sincerity? Qin Yu asked curiously. I'm quite curious about what utmost sincerity means. Zhang Yin said, generally speaking, martial artists at the half-step transformation level who join the Martial Alliance are core members. I came today to see you and have already applied to the headquarters. As long as you agree to join the Martial Alliance, you won't just be a core member. You'll be at the same level as me, instantly becoming an elder member. How about that? Such treatment is quite rare in the Martial Alliance. Finally, he added, we don't have such complicated procedures for joining the Martial Alliance. As long as you agree, you can immediately become an elder member of the Martial Alliance. After he finished speaking, not only was Zhang Yin a bit nervous, but even Chu Qinglan and Ding Jinwu looked at Qin Yu with anticipation. Only Ding Qianro snorted softly, feeling 1,000 times unwilling for Qin Yu to join the Martial Alliance. She was a junior member of the Martial Alliance, and if Qin Yu really joined, she would have to show him respect in the future, which naturally displeased her. Chapter 189. Joining the Martial Alliance. Thinking of this, she glanced at the 4 of them. First, she lingered on Zhang Yin for a few seconds. Then her gaze shifted to Ding Qianro. This look made Ding Qianro's heart feel cold, and her brows furrowed. So, how about it, Brother Qin? Have you considered it? Will you agree to join the Martial Alliance? Zhang Yin couldn't help but ask when he saw Qin Yu sitting down and remaining silent for a long time. Qin Yu smiled slightly, intentionally sounding a bit helpless as he said, to be honest, I am still interested in joining the Martial Alliance, but this matter is a bit too sudden. It's better to think it over carefully. In that case, I'll wait for your news when you go back. Just let me know when you've made up your mind. Zhang Yin said, a bit disappointed. Qin Yu coughed lightly. But if you promise me 2 things, I won't consider it anymore and will agree immediately. Oh, what are those 2 things? Zhang Yan's spirits lifted. The other 2 also showed great interest. Qin Yu slowly said, don't worry. It won't be anything difficult for you. The first thing is that I really like investing in businesses, so I was wondering if you could help me find a project where I can invest money. Of course, the larger the investment, the better. Ideally, it should reach 100 billion. Chapter 190. Departure to Jiangzhou City. Qin Yu didn't want to waste any more words and said directly, I don't want to deal with these issues. I'm asking you, who makes the decisions in the company? Of course, it's you, Chairman Qin, came the reply. All right, I am now ordering you in my capacity as the chairman of the company. Immediately tell Zhang Jinyu to modify the contract, changing the acquisition price from 9 billion to 10 billion. Okay, what? Chairman Qin, can you say that again? I might not have heard clearly just now. Then I'll say it again. The transfer price for all of the Zhang family's assets is changed to 10 billion. Did you hear me clearly this time? I heard clearly, but I don't understand why. There is no why. Just do as I say. Chairman Qin, tell me, were you threatened by someone? Threatened? Nonsense. Stop overthinking it. Just follow my instructions, and you won't go wrong. Moreover, after signing the contract, the funds must be transferred today. The sooner the better. I still don't understand. If I do as you say, investing here will be meaningless. Stop talking nonsense and just do it as I say. Remember what I just said? I made it very clear. If you still can't handle it, I'll hold you accountable. Chapter 191. Wang Qishue. In the right seat of the front row sat a woman wearing large sunglasses and a mask with an attractive figure. Behind her, there were two bodyguards in suits, clearly hired by the woman in sunglasses. Tang Qin looked over and seemed to recognize the woman in sunglasses, becoming restless. Her expression grew increasingly excited, her eyes sparkling with stars. "Boss, I ran into someone I know. I'm going over. Then come back quickly. The plane is taking off soon." "Okay." Saying this, Tang Qin left her seat and walked towards the woman in sunglasses. The seat next to the sunglass-wearing woman was empty, and Tang Qin greeted her and sat down in the vacant seat. The two bodyguards behind her saw Tang Qin sitting next to their employer and hurriedly stood up to block her. But the woman in sunglasses waved her hand, and the two returned to their seats. Qin Yu glanced over and then withdrew his gaze. Although the woman was wearing sunglasses and a mask, he felt she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized who she was. The Queen of Pop, Wang Qishue. Wang Qishue has been in the industry for 10 years, and she has long become a top-tier female star, with several hit songs. Now her career is flourishing, and she has a huge fan base. Chapter 192. Picking up at the airport, the two chatted as they disembarked from the plane and strolled along. At that moment, Qin Yu's phone rang. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Wei Daoyuan, the general manager of Fengwei Security. After connecting, he heard, "Mr. Qin, may I ask if you have arrived at Jiangzhou City Airport? I just got off the plane, and it will take a few minutes to reach the pickup area." "All right. Mr. Qin, I will arrange for someone to pick you up right away." "Okay." Wei Daoyuan said a few more words and confirmed which pickup area Qin Yu was going to before ending the call. "Boss, who is coming to pick you up?" Tang Qin asked with a hint of curiosity. "I have a company here, and the person who just called is the general manager of that company." "So, the boss also has a company in Jiangzhou City," Tang Qin said, not asking further. She was already used to such things. The plane landed at a nearby position, close to the jet bridge. Walking along, they quickly reached the baggage claim area after exiting the jet bridge. Tang Qin picked up her luggage and handed it to Tong Jun for safekeeping, then walked towards the first-floor hall of the airport to the pickup area. However, when she arrived at the pickup area, she saw Wang Qishue and her manager, Hongjie, still standing inside the pickup area, not coming out. Chapter 193. The spokesperson at this moment, in front of the bodyguard team, there were two people specifically assigned by Wei Daoyuan. Upon seeing Qin Yu's face, they confirmed it a few times and hurriedly bowed to Qin Yu. "Hello, Chairman Qin. We are here to pick you up on behalf of General Manager Wei. They are waiting for you outside." Qin Yu was surprised and said, "Wei Daoyuan is also here?" "Yes. He said there were too many people here, so he didn't come to pick you up. He also instructed me to convey his apologies to you." Qin Yu nodded and said to Tang Qin, "Let's leave here first." "Okay." After Tang Qin finished speaking, she bid farewell to Wang Qishue. Then Qin Yu and Tang Qin walked out of the pickup area, moving along the passage between two lines of bodyguards. Lei Qing and Tong Jun followed closely behind. The crowd outside the bodyguard wall, seeing Qin Yu passing through the bodyguard team, speculated that he was the big boss of this group of bodyguards. Especially upon seeing how young Qin Yu was, they were quite surprised and speculated about his identity. Many people nearby raised their cameras, wanting to take pictures of Qin Yu. However, these actions were blocked or prevented by the bodyguards of Fengwei Security. This was also something Wei Daoyuan had instructed early on, to ensure the safety and privacy of the chairman. Chapter 194. Chu Weiyo shocked Qin Yu glanced at everyone and said, "Rest assured, Tang Qin will not be involved in the management of the group. I will give her instructions for matters I cannot handle. In short, she can exercise the powers of the chairman on my behalf. The chairman can rest assured that as long as it's a matter instructed by you or Miss Tang, I will definitely do my best to support it." Wei Daoyuan eagerly expressed his loyalty. "Yes, we fully support the chairman as well," the company's executives chimed in. Soon, only Qin Yu, Tang Qin, and Wei Daoyuan, Zhong Jun, and Chu Weiyo remained. After some introductions, Qin Yu had understood the positions of these three in the company. Wei Daoyuan had served as the general manager of Fengwei Security for over 10 years, transitioning from a worker to now holding 5% of the company's shares, making him the one with the most influence among the three. Zhong Jun had previously served as the vice chairman of the company and now only served as a director, basically no longer involved in company matters. Chu Weiyo held 5% of the company's shares, was a vice director, also served as the vice general manager, and was the eldest grandson of the Chu family, second only to Wei Daoyuan in influence within the company. Apart from these three, The company had several other directors, but they were scattered across various locations and not in Jiangzhou City. Chapter 195. Qin Yu said with a bitter smile, I recommended Qin Yu, so I naturally did a thorough investigation of him, but I really couldn't find out that he is a major shareholder of both Long-Run Supermarket and Fengwei Security. From my guess, these two companies have just recently transferred to his name. It seems that the force behind him is not simple and values him highly, intending to hand over their industries to him one by one. Guanji nodded and said, I think so too. Otherwise, with our Longwei's intelligence system, it would be impossible not to find out. Qin Yu tapped his fingers on the table a couple of times and said, You're right. There should be a hidden force behind Qin Yu that doesn't like to reveal itself. Qin Yu is very likely the heir of that force. His willingness to join Longwei also represents that hidden force being friendly rather than hostile towards Longxia. So, we don't need to worry too much about his identity. Some things require a broader mindset. At such a young age, he has already stepped into the semi-transformation level. Who knows, he might be the next Zhu Yuan. Guanjin said, Yes, this person is indeed a rare talent. Speaking of Zhu Yuan, he actually has some connections with Qin Yu, Shueishan said oddly. Chapter 196. Urgent Ling Kueixing. How can you still say that? Aren't you ashamed? You were the one who wanted to compete with him. Yet he's already been at it for half a day. And you, Fengqingda, are you guys convinced now? Shueishan mocked. This statement left the two speechless. Ling Kueixing thought for a moment and snorted. Old Shui, what are you so proud of? Qin Yu is a bit strange. Don't say me. Even if you compete with him in speed, you won't win either, believe it or not. I have nothing to do. Why would I compete with him? Qin Yu ignored the conversation between the two old men and saw that Qin Yu had already walked to an open space waiting for him. He walked forward and stood 30 meters away from Qin Yu. Qin Yu, if you're ready, attack me. You can go all out. Let us see what level your strength has reached. Then I want to be polite. Qin Yu looked at Qin Yu, who didn't seem to take him seriously, and his fighting spirit began to rise. Although he knew there was a significant strength gap between them, he still wanted to give a try. This time, he would unleash all his power and have a good fight with the opponent. No more hesitation. Chapter 197. Longhua Hotel. I thought it was a call from Tang Qin, but when I took out my phone, it was Zhang Yan. Brother Qin, what is up? Are you in Jiangzhou City now? Yes. Haha, what a coincidence. Have you eaten? Come to Longhua Hotel. I'll set up a table to welcome you. Thanks, Brother Zhang, but no need to trouble yourself. I've already eaten. In that case, come to Longhua Hotel anyway. I'll introduce you to two people. They're also elder members of the Martial Alliance and just arrived in Jiangzhou City. Elder members of the Martial Alliance? So they're all transformation-level martial artists? Qin Yu was secretly shocked. He didn't expect to encounter so many transformation-level martial artists on his first day in Jiangzhou City. Especially, he felt a terrifying aura at Longwei that exceeded even Qin Yu, which was only possible because of his strong mental power. If he wasn't mistaken, that person must be a master of qi control, surpassing the transformation level. Naturally, and they're not inferior to me. Both belong to the exceptionally talented kind. Chapter 198. Zhao Daoqi, the front desk, saw the supervisor coming and quickly said, Sister Chun, this is Mr. Qin Yu. So you are Mr. Qin. Hello. I am a supervisor here. Director Zhao has instructed that as soon as you arrive, I should take you to see him. Please follow me. Director Zhao. Qin was a bit surprised. Yes, Mr. Qin. Don't you know that the chairman of our hotel's parent company wants to meet you? The supervisor smiled. I really didn't expect that. Please take me to see him. Okay, this way, please. The supervisor pointed in a direction and led the way. Qin Yu followed behind, heading towards the elevator of the right side building. He secretly thought, could it be that one of the two Martial Alliance members mentioned by Zhang Yan is the chairman of this hotel? At this moment, Tang Qin said, Boss, do you know the chairman of this hotel? I don't know. Then why are you meeting him today? A friend of mine wanted to introduce him to me, but I'm here mainly to discuss some investments with him. Investments? Tang Qin, who knew Qin Yu well, understood that her boss was keen on investing and spending money, and couldn't help but tease, Boss, you're not thinking of acquiring this hotel, are you? Chapter 199. City of Angels. Zhao Daoqi suddenly realized and said apologetically, Look at me. I forgot to introduce this Longhua Hotel to you. Actually, the 60% of shares I hold is, more precisely, 60% of the shares of the Longhua Hotel Group. The Longhua Hotel Group is a publicly traded company with a current market value of about 130 billion, headquartered in Modu. Apart from having a 9-star hotel in Jiangzhou City, Modu and Zhongzhou City It also has many 7-star and 5-star hotels in other state-level or provincial-level cities. I'm not too clear on the detailed figures, but I'll give you some information to look over. With this information, you can investigate and decide. After finishing, Zhao Daoqi signaled, and a man behind him took out a document and respectfully handed it to Qin Yu. After Qin Yu received it, he directly threw the document to Tang Qin. Hearing Zhao Daoqi's words, he felt relieved. It turned out there were not just this hotel, but many others as well. This price is indeed reasonable. If there are no debt issues with the Longhua Hotel Group and its operating status is acceptable, I can fully accept it. Chapter 200. Tang Qin's Curiosity. Zhang Yin said in surprise. You guys are going to the City of Angels. Why the sudden interest in going there? Angel City is not like the domestic environment. It is different from any international metropolis. I have been there a few times, and it truly is a place where hidden talents abound. Encountering a Grand Master of Qi is a common occurrence. In China, being a Master of Transformation is already a position above thousands, and very few dare to offend you. But there, it is completely different. Staying in Angel City for a few days is fine, but if you want to invest and do business there, you have to stay long-term, which might be uncomfortable for you. Zhao Daoqi said, I have considered this as well. Last year, I stayed in Angel City for a few days with Yin Long and a few others. I could see that the entire city seems to have strict law and order, and no martial artist dares to act recklessly or violate the city's regulations. However, there are significant hidden dangers. Since you understand this, why are you still planning to transfer your assets there? Zhang Yin asked. Although there is significant danger, as long as I can establish a foothold in that city and root the Zhao family's influence there, I will have the greatest protection. Of course, that is just secondary. The main reason is that in Angel City, I can buy the cultivation resources I need, and those resources are much cheaper than purchasing them from the Martial Alliance in China. Chapter 201. Surprise when Qin Yu saw Tang Qin's curious expression. He said impatiently, You won't understand even if I tell you, so don't ask. All right, I want to ask then. Tang Qin replied helplessly. By the way, how is the investment in Huaxing Pharmaceuticals' new drug development going? Have you talked to Qin Jihong? Tang Qin nodded. Yesterday, Mr. Qin personally came to discuss with me, and we have almost finalized the talks. We will invest and take shares, while Huaxing Pharmaceutical will provide capital and technology for the shares. According to your request, the company will first invest $10 billion to take a major stake. If later development costs are insufficient, Huaxing Pharmaceutical can add more investment, and we could dilute the shares. We are preparing to establish a new laboratory for the development of that new drug. Qin Yu said satisfied. All right. Just let me know in advance when you plan to transfer the funds. Understood. There is a coffee machine inside. Please make me a cup of coffee, Qin Yu instructed. Okay. After Tang Qin said this, she hurried to the coffee machine at the back. Qin Yu finally couldn't help but open the system panel. Just before Tang Qin and Zhong Chunning entered, he had wanted to open the system panel, but was interrupted. Chapter 202. Adding physique again, then I will consume 6,200 sign-in points to enhance my mental strength. Ding! 6,200 sign-in points have been deducted. Enhancing mental strength will be completed in 10 minutes. Even though Qin Yu was prepared, the pain felt like his soul was being pulled away, making it impossible to extricate himself, as if he had fallen from heaven into hell. In just a moment, cold sweat streamed down his back and forehead, and his clothes became somewhat sticky. 2 minutes later, the pain had not decreased. Instead, it grew heavier, as if he had entered the 18th level of hell. His head felt like it was being hammered by 10,000 iron hammers. Even though his consciousness was somewhat blurred, the unparalleled pain was still so clear, so deeply piercing. These 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Enhancement of 6,200 points of mental strength completed. At this moment, his soul was completely sublimated, finally able to step out of the unbearable pain of hell into the world of ultimate bliss. It can be said that the pain he just experienced was matched by the comfort he felt now. The kind of physical and mental pleasure was indescribable. In an instant, he could perceive people or objects thousands of meters away, whether in sound or appearance, as if they were right before his eyes. Both his sense of smell and perception had doubled in strength. His mind was much clearer than before, and his thinking became more agile. Chapter 203. Introduction of Fong Mingwei. The person was Fong Mingwei. She was accompanied by 3 others. Aside from her secretary Wu Xiaoya, there was a man and a woman. The man was around the same age as Qin Yu and was handsome. The other woman had a somewhat elegant and refined temperament, beautiful but not gaudy, exuding a kind of grace and tranquility of a noble lady. Seeing Fong Mingwei and the others preparing to enter the hall, Qin Yu, who was approaching the hotel entrance, called out, "Fong Mingwei." Fong Mingwei paused her steps, saw Qin Yu walking towards her, and showed no expression, just standing there waiting for him to approach. "Where did you come from? Do you understand etiquette? Is it something you can casually say Fong Jia's name?" As Qin Yu approached, he was blocked by the man beside Fong Mingwei. "Who are you? Good dogs don't block the way. Don't stand here." Qin Yu frowned. "What? You dare to call me a good dog? Do you know who I am?" Qin Yu said with some disgust. "Why do I need to know who you are?" "You. My name is Hong Xiao. Now you know, right?" Hong Xiao stared at Qin Yu, enunciating every word. Hong Xiao? Chapter 204. Serious Lies. Damn. Over 100 billion is not much. Qin Yu, where did you come from, being even more extravagant than me? Hong Xiao, who had just entered, was struck by Qin Yu's words. Hong Xin looked at Qin Yu. She also wanted to know his background. Indeed, anyone who dared to call Fong Mingwei by her name must have an extraordinary background. Qin Yu ignored Hong Xiao and said to Zhong Chuning, "Cancel the room that Hong Xin booked and take us to the place where Wei Daoyuan is hosting the banquet." "All right, Mr. Qin." Zhong Chuning was aware that Wei Daoyuan was hosting a banquet at the hotel that night. "Hey Qin Yu, I didn't agree to go with you," Hong Xiao said unhappily. "Whatever, it's fine if you don't go." After Qin Yu finished speaking, he waved to Fong Mingwei. "Mingwei, let us go. I'll treat you to dinner." Fong Mingwei didn't hesitate and really walked towards Qin Yu. Seeing this, Zhong Chuning was surprised and personally led the way. Hong Xin noticed Fong Mingwei moving and followed, not even glancing at Hong Xiao. Hong Xiao stood there, watching them walk further away, wishing he could slap himself for saying that earlier. After thinking about it, he could only reluctantly follow along. Chapter 205. Bad news that should be enough? In any case, I can easily defeat you, even though you've reached half-step transformation now. Qin Yu smiled. "You can tell that I've broken through to half-step transformation?" Fong Mingwei was slightly surprised. "Are you disappointed? Even if you've broken through, you still can't defeat me." "Perhaps." Fong Mingwei continued, "but it's a good thing. I want to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" "To spar with me." "Spar? Do you want me to be your training partner?" "Exactly. Why choose me? You could find other martial artists." Qin Yu asked, puzzled. "The reason is simple. You're a bit stronger than me, and you want to go easy on me, which will be very effective for my improvement in martial arts." Qin Yu was even more confused. Is it necessary to fight with someone to break through from half-step transformation to master transformation? Fong Mingwei shook her head. "Of course not. The reason I sought you for a duel is mainly to accelerate my breakthrough to the martial artist realm. I have the cultivation resources and talent. Breaking through to the transformation master is just a matter of time, but I want to break through within half a year." Chapter 206. Explanation. "I will take care of it as soon as possible." Qin Yu nodded and said, "In the future, Tianyu investments will grow larger and naturally. We need a large security force as the company's backing, and the personnel in the security department must have sufficient loyalty." This sentence was directed at Lei Qing as well as Tang Qin. After driving for more than 30 minutes, the car finally stopped at the parking lot of South City Hospital. Qin Yu found the VIP ward that Yun Chaoting mentioned and knocked on the door. The door opened, revealing a young girl with a delicate appearance who opened the door. This person was Jiang Wanrong, whom Qin Yu had seen last time. Her outfit was completely different from last time, wearing a very formal school uniform with her hair neatly styled. "Why are you here?" Jiang Wanrong was stunned for a moment upon seeing Qin Yu, then instinctively shrank back and said fearfully. Qin Yu ignored the little girl and casually said, "I'm here to see your brother." "Oh, you came to visit my brother. Please come in." Jiang Wanrong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped aside. Qin Yu and Tang Qin entered the room. Inside, there was a bed, and indeed they saw Jiang Xian lying there. Standing by the bed were Yun Chaoting and Yun Qiqing, the two sisters. Chapter 207. The person behind Yun Qiqing glared fiercely at Jiang Xian. "What are you competing for? You should focus on recuperating. Usually I tell you to calm down, go to the company, and help your brother manage things, learn some useful knowledge. But you just laze around all day with your group of friends. Now that something has happened at home, how can we rely on you?" Sighing, she continued, "I don't know how you offended those people. If I had known it would come to this, I would have locked you up earlier." These words made Jiang Xian lower his head in shame, and Qin Yu felt a bit guilty inside. He knew very well that Jiang Xian and the Jiang family's current situation was entirely due to him dragging them down. Xingye, if the Jiang family encounters any unsolvable problems, just come to me. I can help you. Qin Yu, I love hearing that. I'll remember it. If you have time, come to our Jiang family more often. Okay, I will visit when I have the chance. After saying this, Qin Yu prepared to take his leave and said to Jiang Xian, you just rest quietly in the hospital here. Wait until your injury heals before being discharged. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. You go ahead and be busy. Come back when you have time. Jiang Xian replied. Chapter 208. Coming one after another, seeing that Qin Yu still appeared unconcerned, Yin Shouting had no choice but to speak earnestly. Don't take it lightly. If the Chu family really gets involved, even if you suppress the Fan family, it might still end in failure. So, you must be fully prepared. At that moment, Qin Yu's phone rang. He picked it up and couldn't help but smile. He stopped walking, glanced at Yin Shouting, then answered the call on speakerphone. Chu Wio, what's the matter? Yin Shouting was still puzzled, but once Qin Yu said this, she knew who was calling. Chairman Qin, General Manager Wei just informed me about your issue with the Fan family, so I hurried to call you. Why are you calling me? What do you want to say? On the other end of the line, there was a cough, and then a hesitant voice said, Chairman Qin, I wonder if our Chu family can act as a mediator between you and the Fan family to resolve your conflict. If you agree, I will immediately have someone from the Fan family come to apologize to you. What do you think? Qin Yu revealed a hint of a cold smile. What if I don't agree? There was a hesitation of a few seconds on the other end, and then a firm voice said, if Chairman Qin does not wish to let the Fan family off, our Chu family will not interfere. Furthermore, we will sever ties with the Fan family today. Chapter 209. The consequences are severe. What should we do next? Do we have a plan to deal with this? Plan? Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, call Wei Daoyuan. Tell him to investigate all the assets of the Fan family, Zhao family, and Wen family, as well as that Jin Yuan Grand Hotel. I've already instructed General Manager Wei to do that. He will contact me as soon as there are results. Tang Qin said with a smile. Since you've already asked him to do it, we will wait for news. What about the hotel and Tianyu investments being shut down for rectification? And the negative news circulating online? Should we deal with that? Don't worry about that for now, Qin Yu said briefly. Tang Qin smiled wryly. I'm just afraid those people will come up with more tricks next. These are all minor problems, nothing to worry about. Let them mess around a bit longer. Once we figure out their full background, we can act. Qin Yu continued, but we should teach those smaller ones the lesson first. Collect some interest and consider it helping Jiang Xian. Okay, Dankin note that. However, misfortunes never come singly. On the way, they were intercepted by 3 cars, and the other party seemed to be unfriendly. As soon as Qin Yu's 2 cars stopped, 10 people rushed out from the 3 cars. Chapter 210. I am confident, is that so? So, you're also a martial artist? Tang Qin was quite excited, looking at Qin Yu and asking. Of course. Qin Yu smiled. Wow, no wonder your skills are so impressive, Tang Qin said admiringly. After thinking for a moment, she somewhat shyly added, then I wonder if I have a chance to become a martial artist too. Could you teach me? You? Qin Yu was taken aback. You might as well give up. Just focus on helping me manage the company. To become a martial artist, there are not only age requirements, but also talent. I don't know if you have talent, but your age is long past. Qin Yu said this just to brush her off. He had no idea how one could become a martial artist. After all, he wasn't a true martial artist, but merely had enhanced his physique and mental strength. All right then, if I can't become a martial artist, that's fine. Tang Qin wasn't too disappointed. She had only asked casually. Qin Yu remained silent on the surface, but his heart was stirred. He thought, I wonder if I can use the system to enhance Tang Qin's physique as well. By the way, will there be significant trouble from beating those people just now? Tang Qin remembered what had just happened and hurriedly asked. Chapter 211 Reunion. As soon as he finished speaking, for people including Lei Qing behind Qin Yu moved together, and in the blink of an eye, they subdued the 5 bodyguards. When the door was opened, Qin Yu walked in. At that moment, there were 7 people sitting around the dining table in the center of the private room, 6 men and 1 woman. The main seat was not taken by Fan Tao, but by a young man slightly older than Fan Tao, with a high nose and fair skin. Fan Tao sat to the left of the young man, while to the young man's right sat a woman in a blue dress with an oval face. Not far behind the young man stood 2 middle-aged men, both of whom had the cultivation of a martial artist at the 3rd level of body refinement. The 8 people sitting were toasting each other, and the scene was very lively. Zhao Song was facing the door of the private room when Qin Yu entered, and he immediately noticed him. He stood up abruptly, astonished. and said, "Qin Yu, what are you doing here?" "Qin Yu?" Wen Lirong, Xiaming, and Fan Tao. Seeing Zhao Song's reaction and hearing Qin Yu's name, also stood up and turned to look at Qin Yu. They were momentarily stunned to see him standing there with a cold expression. At this moment, Lei Qing and a few others also arrived behind Qin Yu. The 5 bodyguards who had been standing at the door stumbled in, lowering their heads with gloomy faces as they approached Fan Tao. Chapter 212. Collecting interest. Although Xiaming was not seriously injured from the last incident, his humiliation and anger were no less than Wen Lirong's. So he had long hated Qin Yu to the bone. He was quite active in forming alliances with several families to deal with Qin Yu and had even persuaded his father to take action. Hearing Xiaming's words, Fan Tao couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Qin Yu, it seems you're the one courting death, emboldened to even assault the people from the Public Security Bureau. This time, even if my family doesn't intervene, you won't get away easily." The woman sitting at the dining table then spoke up, asking what kind of person Qin Yu was, and if he was really so powerful that he dared to hit people from the Public Security Bureau and swagger over to cause trouble for them. As she spoke, she looked at Qin Yu with a hint of curiosity, but mostly with disdain. In her eyes, Qin Yu was the kind of reckless and arrogant rich heir who could do anything he wanted. "Cousin, this person is called Qin Yu. He is the owner of Jianyuan Hotel. I've heard he has committed numerous evils, and many scandals have emerged about him. You can find out by searching online," Fan Tao said with a smile. "It seems the owner of Jianyuan Hotel still has some power. However, I, Hong Salon, despise people who rely on their power to act recklessly the most." Chapter 213. Not qualified. Lei Qing grinned and said, "You're absolutely right. Here, besides my boss, I am an invincible presence. Just now, you said we were the weakest among martial artists, right? Let your 2 companions come out. I can handle it alone and show you what overpowering means. You want to take on 2? It seems you're even more arrogant than Qin Yu. I'll be looking forward to it." Chu Ning was eager for the challenge, although he was confident that his 2 bodyguards could defeat the 4 opponents. It would be even safer to first take down one before dealing with the other 3. After saying that, he turned to his 2 bodyguards and said, "It's time for you 2 to take action." "Yes, young master." The 2 bodyguards, hearing Chu Ning's command, stepped forward and stood in front of Lei Qing. They looked serious and did not show any disdain. They couldn't gauge Lei Qing's cultivation level, but they could sense a dangerous aura, knowing that this person was somewhat tricky. Meanwhile, they released their martial artist aura. In fact, if it weren't for Chu Ning wanting to take the lead, they wouldn't have wanted to provoke Lei Qing at all. The onlooking Fan Tao and the others seemed to sense a tense atmosphere around the 2 bodyguards, but instead of being nervous, they appeared relaxed and eager to try their hand. Chapter 214. Retreat, young man. You're quite arrogant. I don't care what your identity is. Since you violated the iron rule that martial artists cannot take action against ordinary people, you can only come with me, Xiang Yin said sternly. "Qin Yu, the Martial Artist Enforcement Bureau is taking action. Do you really think you can resist? This time, I want to see who can save you," Fan Tao said. "That's right. Qin Yu, weren't you very arrogant? Even if you are, it's best to obediently accept your detention. As for today's incident, I will return it to you double," Xiaming said coldly. Qin Yu didn't even glance at Fan Tao or Xiaming, looking at Xiang Yin and said, "Did you not hear my words clearly? Call Weng Mu Yi over here. Otherwise, I won't care who you are. I will still strike. Don't think I'm joking. If you make me unhappy, I will take out everyone from your Martial Artist Enforcement Bureau." Xiang Yan's face darkened. "You are the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. I wonder if you have the strength to back it up. Since that's the case, we won't hold back and we'll have to take action to subdue you." After saying that, he raised his right hand, preparing to give orders to those behind him to act. At this moment, Lei Qing and the other 4 stood neatly beside Qin Yu, ready for action. Chapter 215. He Tianming, this is none of your business. Leave, Qin Yu said lightly. "Yes, I will leave immediately." This time, Chu Ning responded very obediently to Qin Yu's words. He glanced back at Hong Sulan and the 2 bodyguards. "Let us get out of here." Hong Sulan nodded, silently following Chu Ning, and the 4 of them walked out together. "Cousin," Fan Tao wanted to say something, but Chu Ning had already walked far away. Qin Yu took a few steps forward, looking at everyone. Fan Tao's heart sank. He wasn't stupid. From his cousin Chu Ning's change in attitude toward Qin Yu, it seemed that Qin Yu had a deeper identity that they were unaware of. Looking at Qin Yu's somewhat eerie gaze, he couldn't help but ask, "Qin Yu, what else do you want? Call your grandfather Fan Ingshu over. I want to meet him personally. And you all, call your parents over as well." After saying this to Fan Tao, Qin Yu's gaze swept over Zhao Song, when Liron and the others. His purpose for coming this time was very clear: to seek revenge for his car being smashed and his friend being beaten last night. Since his company was being suppressed, he would naturally use other means to cope. But if someone used violence to smash his car and beat his friend, then he wouldn't hesitate to use force in return. As a master in the transformation stage, even if he wasn't a member of the Dragon Guard in Nanjiang City, he had never truly feared anyone. Chapter 216. Inquiry Old He. I want to know who provided the evidence against me? Xie Gongliang asked, staring intently at He Tianming. Who it is no longer matters. Why are you so insistent on knowing? He Tianming replied. Xie Gongliang shook his head. I've kept those matters very secret, and so much time has passed, yet it suddenly erupted today. I find this puzzling and hope you can enlighten me. He Tianming thought for a moment. Since you want to know so badly, I don't mind telling you. The evidence against you was provided by the Dragon Guard. As you know, they have acted beyond my jurisdiction, and even if I wanted to protect you, I have no way to do so. It turns out to be the Dragon Guard. Why? Xie Gongliang was very surprised. He thought of several answers, but never considered the Dragon Guard. He Tianming sighed slightly. Although you have been working in Nanjiang City for less than a year, your ability has impressed me, and you work diligently. Perhaps one day you could sit in my position. But why did you have to offend that Qin Yu? Are you saying that all of this is Qin Yu's doing against me? Xie Gongliang was taken aback. Chapter 217. Wang Muyi's attitude. He had not expected Qin Yu to pinpoint his thoughts so accurately. The butler beside him was unexpectedly no match for one of Qin Yu's subordinates, which caught him off guard. From this incident, he realized he had previously underestimated Qin Yu by a long shot. Now, he could only hope for Wang Muyi's arrival to be able to restrain Qin Yu. Before Mr. Wang Muyi arrived, it was futile to say more, and Fan Yingqiu remained silent even when he saw Qin Yu enter. One reason was to maintain his identity and not want to argue with such a young person. The second reason was that, for the moment, he truly could do nothing about the other party. If I'm not mistaken, you're waiting for Mr. Wang Muyi, right? I hope I'm not wrong. Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, You are indeed smart. You guessed correctly. Fan Yingqiu's heart was no longer surprised, but somewhat shocked. Remembering what Qin Yu had just said, he asked, How did you know that Mr. Wang would arrive here in a minute? I guessed, Qin Yu replied, which felt a bit insulting. Fan Yingqiu's face darkened. Just then, footsteps sounded, and two people entered the private room. It was Wang Muyi, the guard of Jiangzhou City, and Qin Yu's cousin, Qining. Upon seeing Wang Muyi enter, Fan Yingqiu let out a sigh of relief, and the displeasure on his face quickly faded. Chapter 218. Compensation. Seeing this, Zhao Yang was extremely furious but felt helpless. He knew very well who Wang Muyi was. The Zhao family was not as powerful as the Fan family, and he absolutely dared not offend Wang Muyi. Zhao Yang remained silent, and when Ximing and Pan Yicheng dared not say a word either. As I said earlier, I'm here to seek justice. Your attacks on me in business are understandable. I will naturally find other ways to deal with it. However, my friend severely injured Fan Tao and the others and smashed my car, so I must address this, Zhao Yang stated. Haven't you already beaten my son and Mr. Fan and the others? What else do you want? That's certainly not enough, Qin Yu replied. How unreasonable. Zhao Yang's face turned a bit red from anger. Qin Yu, speak up, what do you want? Fan Yingqiu said lightly. It's very simple. Those who attacked Jiang Xian must apologize to him in person today. As for the medical expenses and the damage to my car, I won't ask for much. Just a casual 10 billion will do. 10 billion? Why don't you go rob a bank? Pan Yicheng couldn't help but retort when he heard that figure. Although he was a major shareholder of the Jinyuan Grand Hotel, he only held 40% of the shares, and his net worth was at most around 30 billion. He could only be considered a wealthy businessman, far from the powerful families like the Zhao and Wen families. Chapter 219. Good news, I came out to talk to my cousin. It wasn't convenient in the room just now, so I didn't greet you. After saying that, she looked at Tang Qin and said, This sister is so beautiful. What is your relationship with my cousin? My name is Tang Qin. I am his assistant, Tang Qin replied with a warm smile. Hello, Sister Tang. I'm Qining. Hello, Zhenxing. Dankin Zetbunde. Qining turned to Qin Yu and said, I heard from senior brother Changgang that you got into trouble. I happened to be with the teacher at the time, so I came along to see if I could help you. Girl, what can you do to help me? I could say a few words for you in front of the teacher, Qining said. You sold yourself to your teacher. He brought you here for a purpose. Afraid he couldn't persuade me. He had to send you to speak on his behalf, Qin Yu pointed out. Qining said a bit shyly. I didn't expect that even the teacher couldn't do anything to you. It seems he is a bit afraid of you. That's because your cousin is formidable. He doesn't dare to do anything to me, Qin Yu said. Chun Ying's eyes turned, and she asked, I heard your situation is quite bad now. Your company is being suppressed. Do you want me to help you? I can ask my dad to intervene. Chapter 220. The car arrived at the store right. I almost forgot. Lin Yingzhu is still in Shijiang City, managing the assets acquired from the Zhang family. I wonder how things are going over there, Tang Qin said. Recalling something. Qin Yu frowned and said, call her back. She should return to Nanjing City today. Isn't today a bit too rushed? Tang Qin asked. Don't worry about that. It's a special period now. If she comes back, it will make things easier for you, Qin Yu replied. All right then, I'll call her now. After speaking, Tang Qin picked up her phone and dialed a number. The call connected, and she spoke for 2 minutes before hanging up. She said she has a lot of things to handle right now and won't be back until tomorrow at the earliest. Then it will be tomorrow, Qin Yu replied. How is the situation with the businesses in Shijiang City? Is everything going smoothly? He asked. Just now, Lin Yingzhu mentioned on the phone that 2 companies want to resume operations, but need to increase their investment. It's estimated that they will need an additional 30 billion in total. If they need to increase investment, then just do it. You could decide how to proceed. Qin Yu said. Understood. Sir, 2 people want to see you. I brought them in just then. Xiaoguo led 2 people in. Chapter 221. Suspicion no matter what. He would never agree to that. It was a joke. A 10 billion system level 4 sign-in was worth at least 10 times more than a 1 billion system level 3 sign-in based on past experience. Qin Yu would naturally not engage in such a losing deal, despite his tendency to spend big and not care about how much he spends. It was all for the sake of earning even more money. I still have a 10 billion check in my hand. This check was sent by my sister, and she asked me to pass it to you. It's the medical expenses the families are compensating Jiang Xian for, as well as the loss of your car. Qin Yu said, you can give that check to Jiang Xian. Why give it to me? My sister said she is very grateful for your support of Jiang Xian and that you suffered the loss of such an expensive sports car because of it. So they won't take a single cent of that 10 billion. Qin Yu replied, unhappily, you know that the root of this entire matter is with me. And it also involves Zhang's family business. Besides, I don't need that money. Just return it to your sister. I won't accept it. But this is 10 billion. Only you would say you don't need that kind of money. I'm in a dilemma now. You don't want it, and they don't want it either. Who should I give this check to? I just received notice that the head of the Chu family enterprise at Xinghu Resort suddenly announced that they are terminating cooperation with us. Not only will the development funds no longer be transferred, but the previously invested funds will also be withdrawn. Upon hearing Ding Zhilong finish speaking, Fan Minghong's face was filled with shock as he said, Ding Zhilong, you can't be joking. This is simply impossible. Not to mention my family's relationship with the Chu family. How could they terminate the investment in Xinghu Resort without even giving us a heads up after so many years of cooperation? It's not just the Xinghu Resort project. Any projects I have that involve the Chu family are also preparing to withdraw, Fan Mingwei said anxiously. As soon as these words were spoken, Fan Yingchu could no longer sit still. His expression changed repeatedly. He had the same thoughts as Fan Minghong earlier. Unable to believe that the Chu family would act this way, still holding onto some hope. However, since the same situation occurred with Chu Mingwei, it was highly likely to be true, and his heart sank to the bottom. Right now, the development funds for Xinghu Resort were missing a large portion, and they needed to find funds quickly. Otherwise, the entire project will be halted before long. Ding Zhilong said with a bitter smile. Chapter 223 Conditions. Qin Yu sneered and said, then let Wen Ximing and Wen Lirong come over to kneel and apologize to me. And the second condition, I want all the assets under Wen Ximing's name. Of course, I can buy them at half the price. These are the 2 conditions. You can relay them to them. After today, they will no longer count. Okay, I will relay your message, Tan Jie said with a bitter smile. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After saying this, Qin Yu hung up the phone. Soon, the 2 conditions proposed by Qin Yu reached the one family's home, where Wen Darren was present. How outrageous! You all saw it. It's not that I don't want to reconcile with him, but if I agree to these 2 conditions, how can I still show my face in Nanjing City? Wen Ximing said angrily. Sitting across from him was his elder brother Wen Darren. Wen Lirong was also sitting nearby, his face full of discontent. If you don't agree, are you really going to fight that Qin Yu to the end? Xie Ming has been detained, and the dignified deputy general manager Xie Gongliang said he would investigate. This shows that Qin Yu has a powerful official background. And what we are most worried about in the Wen family's industry is that layer of relationships. Can't you see this situation clearly? When Darren said with some anger. Chapter 224 response, as for how to manage Jiangyun Hotel well, you and Han Xian can discuss it. I've said everything I need to say. Qin Yu finally said to Tang Qin. Okay, I know what to do. Tang Qin replied quickly. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Qin Yu went to Huajiang Square with Tang Qin. After arriving at the underground parking lot of Huajiang Square, they took the elevator directly to the top floor of Building B, the Tianyu Investment Office area. Qin Yu toured the newly renovated office area and finally arrived at his chairman's office. Not long after, Tang Qin gathered several managers of the company, and a meeting was held under Qin Yu's chairmanship. After the meeting, Qin Yu instructed Tang Qin to pay attention to the movements of the Fan family and the Zhao family enterprises, and to notify him if there were any issues. He then left Huajiang Square and headed to Nanyuanhang. This time, only Tong Jun followed Qin Yu, while Lei Qing stayed with Tang Qin. Qin Yu naturally did not forget that someone was trying to assassinate him. Although he appeared calm, he remained vigilant. Wherever he went, he would first release his mental energy to investigate. Especially now that he was about to counterattack those families, Tang Qin's safety had to be considered. Chapter 225 Sentiment First. Several banks suddenly came to demand repayment, and then the partners of Kahui Electric began to call to terminate cooperation. The truly fatal blow was when the Xinghu resort was suddenly halted by the relevant authorities, and Kahui Electric faced a series of problems. Even the funds in Kahui Electric's company accounts were frozen. Bad news came one after another, each one deadly. Every time Fan Yingxiao heard a report, his face turned paler. And finally, unable to endure any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This day was almost the end of the Fan family. In addition to the two enterprises encountering problems, all assets under the Fan family's name also faced issues. Similarly, the Longgu food industry of the Zhao family. The assets of Wen Xinming and Pan Yeqing's Jinyuan Hotel were also suppressed to the point of having no chance to recover. When Qin Yu struck, it was a swift kill. This result left the onlookers dumbfounded. For example, Qiao Jining from the Qiao family, one Darren from the Wen family, and several big shots from the Nanxing Club who were preparing to help Qin Yu. Of course, it also included Qin Miaojiao. Upon hearing the report from her subordinates, Qin Miaojiao pondered for a moment and said, "Notify those people to go all out. Nanyue Capital should also take action. Let's become the last straw that breaks the Fan family and other families." Chapter 226 Shun Butsong. Qin Yu said, "I haven't thought it through yet, but that Jinyuan Hotel still has some use for me." Yin Chaoting nodded after hearing this. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Yin Chaoting said. The door opened, and a female employee walked in. It was Su Wei. "Hello, General Manager Yin, Mr. Qin." Su Wei greeted both of them as she walked over to the reception area. Then with a somewhat strange expression said, "General Manager Yun, a guest has arrived outside. He says he is your friend and wants to see you." "Let my friend in," Yin Chaoting said without much thought, asking Su Wei to lead the person in. Su Wei quickly went out. Soon, a plump man walked in, holding a bouquet of red roses. This man was dressed in brand-name clothes, wearing a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, with slick hair and a face full of grease, weighing at least over 200 pounds. As soon as the fat man saw Yun Chaoting, his small eyes squinted into slits with a smile. He walked towards the reception area, calling out, "Ting Ting, your husband has arrived." After saying this, he approached Yun Chaoting and handed her the flowers. Chapter 227 JS Sports Car Alliance Shun Butsong. "Tone down your arrogance, and please don't cause trouble in front of me," Yun Chaoting said, feeling a headache as the two grew increasingly confrontational. "Miss Yin, I'm sorry, but you don't need to worry about this. This is a matter of dignity. Even if you want to protect him, I have to teach him a lesson," Shun Butsong said, no longer smiling but becoming serious. "Where are you going with this? I'm not protecting him. I'm thinking of you. Don't make yourself uncomfortable later," Yin Chaoting said helplessly. Hearing this, Shun Butsong's expression turned even worse. "Since you say that, I will show you my strength. Don't think that just because my Shin family operates mainly in Shijiang City, no one dares to look down on me here in Nanjing City." After saying this, he turned to Qin Yu and said, "For Miss Yun's sake, you can leave immediately, and I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, you will know how to regret. Are you being too verbose? If you want to do something, just come at me. Don't say those meaningless words." Qin Yu replied somewhat impatiently. Okay. You look down on me, right?" With that, Shin Butsong took out his phone and opened WeChat, entering a group called the JS Sports Car Alliance. Chapter 228. You're not late. Among the onlookers, there was someone Qin Yu had seen before. The middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a big belly whom he had encountered while buying a car a few days ago. That person is Zhuo Xiao. Am I not mistaken? Sheng Chong said in surprise. He had come here today because his new Maybach license plate had just arrived and he came to install it. Seeing so many limited edition sports cars parked here, he came over to take a look and just happened to see Zhuo Ziqing getting out of the car. Zhuo Xiao. What's Zhuo Xiao? Changge, do you know that person? Asked a companion beside Sheng Chong. Of course I know. The biggest real estate group in Nanjing City. Xinxiao Real Estate belongs to his family, and his father is Zhuo Wenhong. Wow, so he's the son of the Zhuo family. He is definitely a powerful, rich second generation. But who is that fat guy? He looks like he's even more impressive than Zhuo Xiao, said another companion of Sheng Chong. Look, the person we met last time who bought 30 cars at once is also here. It really is him. Today has truly opened my eyes. It seems these people are all top-tier young masters. Shin Butsong was very pleased to see his brothers boosting his reputation and smiled as he nodded in response, saying, "Thank you, brothers, for your hard work." Chapter 229. Dinner invitation. All right, I'll talk to him. Xiao Jinghua replied, and then turned to Shin Butsong, saying, "Brother Shun, listen to me. Hurry up and apologize to Qin Yu." Shin Butsong and Yu Haoyan were a bit taken aback, staring blankly at Xiao Jinghua. "Brother Hua, you can ask me to apologize to him, but please give me a reason." Shin Butsong calmly asked, though he was quite unhappy inside. "Yes, Brother Hua, what's going on?" Zhuo Ziqing also inquired. "Reason?" Xiao Jinghua looked at Shin Butsong and said, "You know about the Fan family in Nanjing City, right? Because they offended Qin Yu. In just half a day's time, over $1 trillion in assets has disappeared. Not only the Fan family, but also the Zhao family, the Wen family, and the Qiao family in Nanjing City are experiencing the same fate. That's the reason. Brother Hua, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you?" Shin Butsong asked, uncertain. Shin Butsong didn't quite believe it, but Zhuo Ziqing knew about this. Just an hour ago, his dad had called him, saying that Fan Tao had offended someone he shouldn't have, which implicated the entire Fan family, and that person was the owner of Jiangyan Hotel. Chapter 230. Want to meet you. Qin Yu and Yun Xiaoting sat in Qin Yu's Angel Shadow, while Yun Xiaoting's white Bentley followed behind, driven by a chauffeur. Since it's my first time visiting Qingjia, I should definitely bring some gifts. But I don't know what to buy. I'll leave this to you, Sister Yun. After the car started, heading straight to Yun Qiqing's home, Qin Yu said to Yun Xiaoting. Yun Xiaoting smiled and said, "All right, I'll take on this task." Just then, Qin Yu's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number calling. Upon answering, Qin Yu asked directly, "Who is this?" An elderly and weak voice came from the other end. "Qin Yu, hello, I am Fan Chu. Oh, old master Fan, what can I do for you?" Qin Yu squinted his eyes. Sitting beside him, Yun Xiaoting became curious upon hearing Qin Yu mention old master Fan. The voice on the other end sighed and said, "My Fan family has lost. We have completely lost this battle against you. I want to meet you and admit defeat in person." Qin Yu frowned slightly and replied, "We have nothing to discuss. From the moment you opposed me, this outcome was already determined. If you want to admit defeat, come to my company tomorrow. I don't have time to meet you now." Chapter 231. Reason. Yes, it's definitely true. Please wait a moment. Lin Shun, go get that document. Fan Chu replied to Qin Yu and instructed the steward beside him. "Yes, sir." Soon, the steward brought over a document bag. Fan Chu instructed the steward to hand the document bag directly to Qin Yu, then said to Qin Yu, "Inside is a list recording the members of the Black Hawk organization controlled by the Qiao family. I know you have a grudge against the Qiao family. This list should be what you need the most." Qin Yu took the document, opened it, and looked at a few pages for a while. After putting the list away, he asked Fan Chu, "Where did you get this list?" "It's simple. I have a trusted confidant who joined the Black Hawk organization many years ago, and he has secretly helped me handle many matters," Fan Chu replied. Qin Yu nodded. He could tell from Fan Chu's expression that the old man was not lying. "What is this conspiracy involving Qiao Jining that you mentioned?" "This is the second secret I want to tell you about Qiao Jining, which is that he wants to assassinate you, and he has hired a killer," Fan Chu said. This statement startled Yun Xiaoting, and she couldn't help but frown, saying, "I didn't expect the head of the Qiao family to do something so insidious and vicious. Old Master Fan, do you know if the killer that Qiao Jining hired has arrived?" Chapter 232. Crazy plan. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems you've been waiting for me here. Speak up. Don't leave anything unsaid. In response to Qin Yu's words, Fan Yingqiu smiled faintly and said, I've seen it very clearly. It won't be long before my family's business goes bankrupt. So not long ago, I reached an agreement with Xiao Jining. I will use my life to take you down with me, and afterwards, the Qiao family will ally with my Fan family to save us. Without you as an enemy, and with the Qiao family's assistance, my Fan family will naturally pass through this disaster safely. As for how I will take you down with me, it's simple. There is a powerful bomb in this building, with an explosion height exceeding 100 meters, capable of instantly destroying everything here. Qin Yu, I know you're a martial artist, but even if you survive this explosion, there are already assassins outside waiting to kill you. At that time, even if you are severely injured, you will still meet the same fate. So, the reason Xiao Jining told me about the assassination he planned against you is to dispel my concerns, knowing that as long as you come here, there will be no chance of survival. At this point, Fan Yingqiu's smile faded, and his murky eyes were devoid of any emotional fluctuation, coldly staring at Qin Yu. Chapter 233, Detonation regarding transferring 100 billion to Fan Yingqiu's bank account. Even if the money were sent, there would be ways to use the system to retrieve it. But he wouldn't do that, because he had already realized what Fan Yingqiu was planning. And at this point, Fan Yingqiu's eyes were filled with a sense of resignation. Perhaps the moment the money arrived, he would immediately detonate the bomb. Sister Yun, it seems that even if you want to leave now, you can't. If the money is sent and Fan Yingqiu detonates the bomb, we might all die. Are you scared? Qin Yu teased Yun shouting. Yun shouting looked seriously at Qin Yu and said, At worst, we die. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, if you're not afraid, what should I be afraid of? Her words about not being afraid were somewhat shaky as she spoke. Qin Yu sighed deeply, regretfully saying, Actually, I'm not afraid of death. But I feel a bit regretful. Sister Yun, can you make up for this regret of mine right now? Hearing this, Fan Yingqiu could no longer bear it. Can you two wait until later to talk? I already said, Qin Yu, as long as you are willing to pay, you can leave here safely. Qin Yu replied calmly. Fan Yingqiu, why are you in such a hurry? You are right. 100 billion is really not much to me. But you just admitted that even if I give you the money, it's still a gamble on whether you will act. Chapter 234. Master of Transformation Qin Yu and Yun Shouting stood under a tree on the back mountain, both of their clothes somewhat tattered. Qin Yu did not escape through the front door, as it was too far from the living room. Instead, he broke through the nearest back window to the living room. As soon as they broke the window and got outside, the shockwave from the explosion followed closely behind, affecting an area of over 1,000 meters. Ultimately, Qin Yu and Yun Shouting stopped in a forest about 500 meters away. This is a flat area of mountain forest by the roadside, without high terrain. But it covers a vast area. Although there are trees growing, they're not lush. Therefore, even though one is in the mountains, the area is open and bright. Looking at the thick smoke and fire from the explosion not far away, the three-story building has been almost completely destroyed. And the residual fear on Yun Shouting's face has not yet faded. He sighed as if he had survived a disaster. Qin Yu, we actually survived such a powerful explosion. It still feels like a dream. I almost thought we had become lost souls. Stop thinking nonsense. How could anything happen with me around? Fan Yingqiu thinks he can take me down with just one bomb. He really overestimates himself. Qin Yu replied with a slight smile. Chapter 235. Killing at this moment. There was no time to think about anything else. He held the katana in front of him, focusing all his attention ahead. He knew it was already too late to escape. It might even be faster to die. It was better to fight to the death. Qin Yu arrived in an instant, accompanied by a violent wave of energy. The distance between the two was only 20 meters. Number 2 jumped up, and, as his body was suspended in the air, he rapidly fell down at an angle. Holding the knife high with both hands, his legs bent, he aimed to chop down at Qin Yu's head. Come on! Qin Yu did not reduce his speed at all and punched out towards number 2 from a distance, the force tearing through the air. Then came a shrill scream. Number 2 was directly pierced by Qin Yu's punch, creating a bloody hole in his back. Immediately, his body changed from a downward dive into a true fall, a large spurt of blood splattering in midair. When he hit the ground, his heart had already been shattered by Qin Yu's punch, cutting off his breath. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Qin Yu realized the strength of his extraordinary fifth-tier physique among warriors. Although this person was half a step into the transformation, he was still much stronger than Chu Hong, but he could not withstand Qin Yu's punch from a distance. Chapter 236. Conclusion. What the hell? Wasn't he going to find number 1? How'd he get here so quickly? Number 3 was anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he continued to press the accelerator, praying that Qin Yu wouldn't catch up to the speed of the car. Watching the speeding business car escape, Qin Yu snorted coldly. Want to leave? Let's first see how powerful this bomb is. After saying that, he held a metal ball in his hand, which was several times more lethal than a grenade obtained from that assassin. He pressed the button on the metal ball's groove and threw it toward the car. With a whoosh, even though the distance was far, the metal ball hit the car accurately like a bullet, smashing the rear window and flying inside. There was a huge explosion, and the car that had been speeding just moments ago was instantly turned into fragments. A small section of a deformed wheel fell from the sky and landed right at Qin Yu's feet. No wonder he was a perfect warrior. His physique was indeed strong. Despite being hit by such a powerful bomb while inside the car, he surprisingly had not died. Qin Yu noticed that the person inside the car was blown out by the bomb and landed tens of meters away, heavily injured but still alive, and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 237. Involuntary. Qin Miaojiao contacted me just now, saying that an hour ago, Fan Minghong transferred a large sum of money to an overseas bank account, and Fan Tao was also preparing to leave the country at that time. Qin Yu frowned slightly. So did he leave the country? Not yet. Yin Shouting smiled and replied. Qin Miaojiao was cautious and sent someone to bring Fan Tao to a certain place. He can't go anywhere now. Qin Yu smiled slightly. This Qin Miaojiao is quite thoughtful. With just a little effort, she can do me a favor and keep the Fan family in check. She truly deserves to be the manager of the South City Club. I must admire her wisdom. Indeed, Yin Shouting said seriously. Although she is young, her background from the Qin family in Longcheng determines her extraordinary nature. As the leader of Nanyue Capital, her capabilities are undoubtedly impressive. Let's not mention her anymore. It seems that Fan Minghong knows about Fan Ningchu's plan and wants to prepare for both sides. But he doesn't realize that once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Since Fan Ningchu has made this fatal move against me, the Fan family or Fan Minghong will never be able to remain unscathed. I originally only wanted to make the Fan family go from a top family in Nanjing to an insignificant one. Now, there is no need for this family to exist. Chapter 238. Killing intent. Qin Yu swore to the heavens that he truly had no malicious thoughts. Even though he had the system, even though he now had an endless supply of money, even though his physique was extraordinary and he was a master of transformation. His mindset had changed, his perspective had changed, and his thinking had changed. But his original intentions regarding matters between men and women remained unchanged. He was still very sincere and pure. After saying so much, it can actually be summarized in 2 words. He was a virgin. Indeed, Qin Yu was still a virgin. When he was dating Su Li, he also wanted to remove the virgin label, but after being rejected by Su Li, he no longer considered it. To this day, no matter which girl he is with, Qin Yu maintains a pure heart. However, some things are often not under one's own control. Although Qin Yu wanted to remain pure, he was still young and vigorous. Especially after enhancing his physique, it became even harder to contain himself, and a small spark turned into a raging fire. As the two kissed, they initially had some rationality, but gradually, both sides became a little lost, quickly bursting forth with endless urges. Qin Yu's strength was so great that dealing with a piece of clothing was a piece of cake. Chapter 239. Silver Wings. Qin Yu said coldly, then looked at Shueshun and said, tomorrow I will personally go to Shijiang City to meet the Qiao family, as part of my duty as a dragon guard to eliminate evil. Qin Yu, don't be impulsive. Give me a few days. Let me first locate the Blackhawk's lair, and then we can eliminate the Qiao family's influence, Shueshun advised. Qin Yu handed the dossier that Fan Ningchu had given him to Shueshun. The list recorded in here contains information about some members of the Black Hawk Underground organization. You can use this list to find these people, and it won't be difficult to locate the Blackhawk's lair. I'll give you one night. Shueshun took the list and glanced at it. Surprised. Where did you get this list? Fan Ningchu gave it to me. He has a confidant inside the Black Hawk, and this list was recorded by that confidant. I estimate that person holds a significant position in the Black Hawk. Qin Yu replied to An. Fan Ningchu gave this to you? His residence was blown up, and he and his butler died inside. Coincidentally, you encountered those 3 assassins near his house and killed them all. Chapter 240. Easily resolved. Qin Yu smiled. But as a member of the Dragon Guard, handling procedures shouldn't be difficult, right? Shueshun was slightly taken aback, but did not deny it. Dragon Guard members indeed have privileges, especially since you are a member of Group A. In fact, we Dragon Guards also have several members who own a silver wing, but they all have to sacrifice some resources, use points to exchange, and spend a lot of money to purchase. If you want to have a silver wing, in addition to having a huge amount of funds, you must also serve in the Dragon Guard or take on missions to earn a certain number of points. In the end, Shueshun showed a hint of gloating. Qin Yu was a bit speechless and thought for a moment before asking, "Is that silver wing yours?" "It's borrowed from someone else. Although I also have the strength to buy one, I don't want to waste so many points. But borrowing this silver wing tonight really came in handy." Shueshun recalled the task for tonight and smiled. "It seems I will have to think of a way to get one to play with later." After chatting a bit more, Shueshun took his leave. Qin Yu got up to see him off. Of course, the reason for seeing him off was to see how the silver wing flies. There was a pilot sitting in the cockpit, and after Shueshun entered through the passenger door at the back, the aircraft began to start up. Chapter 241. Heading to Shijiang City, what are you going to do? Tang Qin was surprised. "Qin Yu sold a mystery. You will know when the time comes." "All right, I will wait for your news," Tang Qin said helplessly. Qin Yu then instructed Tang Qin, "Keep a close eye on the assets of the Fan and Zhao families over here, as well as on Shiming's assets. Notify me of any situation. Although Fan Ing has been executed, we can't be careless. The Fan family still has Fan Minghong. But before that, first acquire the Jinyuan Hotel. I believe the shareholders of this hotel will have no objections. You can negotiate the price yourself." Tang Qin hurriedly replied, "Got it. I'll arrange for someone to talk to those shareholders tomorrow." At this point, Tang Qin noticed something and asked curiously, "Boss, it seems you weren't wearing this outfit when you went out today. What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a rare panic in his heart, like a cheat caught by his partner. But after thinking about it, he felt it was unreasonable. He was someone with a system and shouldn't be troubled by such trivial matters. Clearing his throat, he naturally replied, "I accidentally got it dirty, so I changed it. That piece of clothing is still in the trunk of the car. I forgot to take it out. Later, tell Xiagua to take it out and wash it." Chapter 242. Argument. This extremely poor impression mainly stemmed from Qin Yu's last conversation with her, where he not only did not lower the acquisition price proposed by Zhang Jinyu for the Zhang family's industry, but even felt the price was too cheap and raised it. Moreover, his tone when speaking to her was so impolite that it practically rubbed her dignity into the ground. Women hold grudges the most, and Lin Yingzhu was no exception, especially since her self-esteem was so strong. Qin Yu glanced at Lin Yingzhu. "There are no questions, just wait and see." "Here it comes again." Lin Yingzhu once again heard Qin Yu's tone and gritted her silver teeth in anger, her frosty expression deepening. "Also, you should start organizing manpower, put down your current work, and prepare to acquire the Qiao family's industry." Qin Yu paused and continued. "The Qiao family?" Lin Yingzhu's expression changed. "Are you talking about the Qiao family in Shijiang City?" "That's right, it's this family. The Qiao family is the most powerful family in Shijiang City, and their industry is an incredibly large number that far exceeds the Zhang family. You want me to go acquire this family's industry? Isn't that too crazy? Moreover, the one who set us up is precisely this Qiao family. Will they allow us to do this?" Chapter 243. Seriously harmed last time because Wang Mengyi chose Zhang Duo and did not agree to Qiao Zealand's marriage proposal. The Qiao family only issued one statement, and then the cosmetics company run by the Wang family encountered various problems. Sales channel partners broke contracts. Cosmetic products were found to be substandard, and a large batch of products had users coming forward to criticize quality issues, which were all fatal and resulted in massive losses. This was just a small warning from the Qiao family to the Wang family, leaving room without actually striking hard. Listening to Mrs. Qiao's intentions this time, it seemed they were really going to crush them comprehensively. Since its death anyway, Wang Mu's fiery temper surged, and she decided to fight back against Mrs. Qiao. Meanwhile, Wang Mengyi's younger sister, Wang Dan, who had just seen Mrs. Qiao come in fiercely, dared to be angry but not speak, and could only stand behind her with wide eyes. Now seeing her mother speak up, she gained courage, stepped forward, and pointed at Mrs. Qiao. "Old woman, you hit my sister, and you still have the nerve to reason? You must apologize for this. Don't think just because you're old you can bully me. I'm not afraid of you." "Good, good, good," Mrs. Qiao repeated 3 times, finally laughing with anger. "You want to die? You think I should apologize? That's truly outrageous. Dare to be so arrogant in front of me, and don't blame me for not being polite anymore." Chapter 244. She asked me to strike sister. The Qiao family is not to be trifled with in Shijiang City. What Qin Yu did is understandable. You shouldn't blame him. This society is just that realistic. Wang Mingyi sighed. Sister, but that old woman is too hateful. I don't care who Mrs. Qiao is. I will fight her if necessary. Wang Dan said angrily. Oomph. Always calling her an old woman. Go and knock this girl's mouth out. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Mrs. Qiao gritted her teeth and instructed the several bodyguards she had brought. Hearing Mrs. Qiao's words, her two companions coldly laughed at Wang Dan. Wang Dan's words not only infuriated Mrs. Qiao, but also fueled the fire, and these two were also angered. Seeing the bodyguards preparing to move forward, Wang Dan's expression changed from anger to fear, and she couldn't help but hide behind Wang Mingyi again. Seeing someone about to hit her daughter, Wang Mu's face darkened as she stepped forward, standing in front of Wang Mingyi and Wang Dan. Just as she was about to scold them, Qin Yu, who had just arrived, spoke up at that moment. The Qiao family really is arrogant. A mere woman dares to command her subordinates to attack the weak in front of so many people. Chapter 245. Who struck first? The bodyguards of Mrs. Qiao, who had just wanted to step forward to protect her, were quickly subdued by the Fengwei Security's bodyguards. Mrs. Qiao ultimately did not kneel and beg for mercy, because the female bodyguard slapped her fewer than 20 times before she fainted. As for Mrs. Li and the other woman, upon seeing that Mrs. Qiao was really beaten, they stood there silent and dared not speak. When Qin Yu glanced over, it made both of them break out in a cold sweat. Soon, Mrs. Qiao was sent to the hospital. After Mrs. Li and the other two helped her into the car, the bodyguards drove off, the two cars fleeing like smoke, wishing they could go faster. After Mrs. Qiao and the others left, the onlookers also dared not stay any longer, each hurriedly distancing themselves from the scene. This incident had a massive impact. If they accidentally got caught in this vortex, it would truly be too late to regret. Among these people were not only rich second-generation individuals, but also those with a certain status. They had firmly etched Qin Yu's name and appearance in their minds. Even Mrs. Qiao dared to hit, and so ruthlessly, he was definitely a ruthless person. Regardless of how deep Qin Yu's background was, he was not someone they could provoke. Qin Yu, who had just been kneeling on the ground, stood up the moment Mrs. Qiao was dragged away by those two female bodyguards. Chapter 246. A great disaster approaches. He was already feeling restless, and hearing that his wife was being attacked not only disrespected the entire Qiao family, but also hit his explosive temper. The person was named Qin Yu, a young man, and I wonder if you know him. At that time, he was accompanied by a group of bodyguards, which suggested he had an impressive background. Qin Yu. Xiao Jinning's eyes blazed with anger as she gritted her teeth and uttered Qin Yu's name. Dared to come knocking. Does he really think I'm that easy to bully? This sentence did not avoid the phone's microphone, and Li Sufan on the other end heard it clearly. Xiao family master, it seems you know this person. Do you need me to help? No need for help. My Qiao family can handle it. Thank you for informing me. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. All right, I won't disturb you any further, Qiao family master. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jinning furrowed her brows tightly. Qin Yu had just gone through a killing spree last night, and today he came to Shijiang City, attacking Su Rong as soon as he arrived. It was certain that his main purpose for coming was to target the Qiao family. Could it be that he discovered I was behind the assassination attempt against him last night, and that the incident with the Black Hawk was also related to him? Chapter 247. Escaped Xiao Jinning suddenly thought of Qin Yu and said to her father, "There's one more thing. The Qin Yu who severely injured Jinfeng and Zealand is here in Shijiang City today and just attacked Su Rong." Qin Yu? He even attacked my sister-in-law? Damn, this kid is too arrogant. I'll find someone to deal with him right now. How dare he act so recklessly on my turf? Xiao Guqin's eyes glinted dangerously. Shut up. What time is it now, and you're still thinking about adding fuel to the fire? Didn't you hear what I just said? Our primary task now is to escape from here. Put everything else aside. Xiao Yinxing reprimanded. All right, Xiao Guqin replied reluctantly. As for Qin Yu, it didn't matter what he came for. Seeking revenge on him could only wait for later. Xiao Yinxing's tone was also filled with helplessness. Xiao Jinning hesitated, wanting to mention the assassination order against Qin Yu from yesterday and ask her father if the troubles faced by the Qiao family were related to him, as it was just too coincidental. However, upon hearing her father's words, she swallowed her words back down. Xiao Yinxing raised his hand to signal and then took 2 paper envelopes from the butler behind him. Chapter 248. Meeting with Xiao Yinxing after getting into the car. She noticed that not only was the butler looking nervous, but her father was also unusually tense, constantly making phone calls, many of which could not get through. Seeing this, she immediately realized that something bad was happening. Taking advantage of the moment her father put down his phone, she asked, "What happened?" "Yesterday, the Runjiafa supermarket and Yipentang chain restaurant headquarters were stirred up, and it was entirely due to Qiao Zielin's doing. Although he is not mobile, he can instruct his subordinates or aides to handle matters." Knowing that all of Zhang's family industries had been acquired by Qin Yu's company made him even more furious. And he was prepared to use some power to strike at all of Qin Yu's businesses in Shijiang City, but was stopped by his father. It was only yesterday that his father did not oppose his actions, and he could finally ease the anger building in his heart. Hearing his son's question, Xiao Jining still had a gloomy expression and did not answer. At that moment, he thought of Qiao Jinfeng. If Qiao Jinfeng were here, perhaps he wouldn't be so anxious and helpless. "Second young master, we are on the way to escape from Shijiang City." Sheng Rong, sitting in the passenger seat, saw Qiao Zilin ask a question while the family head remained silent. Observing the situation, he leaned in to answer Qiao Zilin's question. Chapter 249 Yu. He indeed did not understand how Qin Yu and Xiao Jinfeng had become enemies. He had previously sent someone to investigate, but the ghost blade went missing, and the half-faced man was killed by Qin Yu, so nothing was found out. Since Xiao Jinfeng was crippled, he had become depressed, rarely spoke, and eventually left Shijiang City. It was impossible to ask him about this matter. You say, since Xiao Jinfeng wants to deal with me, why should I be polite to him? Now, your Qiao family still wants to escalate things against me, not only attacking my businesses, but also sending several assassins from Tianwang to kill me, and even planning to harm my parents. Clearly, you are asking for death, Qin Yu said coldly. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Qiao Yinqing's expression changed slightly. I was not aware of these matters. They are probably Jin Ning's doing. I told him not to act rashly, but he did not listen to my advice and took action against you. However, these things are no longer important. It's a pity that if I had acted, you might not have appeared in front of me so easily. In the end, Qiao Yinqing's gaze towards Qin Yu was very venomous. By saying that, "Should I thank you for not taking action?" Qin Yu replied with a cold laugh. Originally, your Qiao family could have lived longer, but after last night's incident, you should be lucky that Long Wei came to trouble you. Otherwise, if I took action myself, the casualties in your Qiao family would definitely be more. But even so, those who acted against me must die. Chapter 250. Zheng Yu is struck at this moment. He suddenly grasped the key point, which was what Qin Yu had just said. I understand now. You do not want to send someone to capture Jining, but rather to kill him, right? Qin Yu smiled non-committally and did not answer Qiao Lianqing's question. Shueshun, as long as Jining is not dead, I will tell you any information you want to know. Seeing that Qin Yu was ignoring him, Qiao Lianqing became anxious and turned to Shueshun. Shueshun frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Take him away. Qiao Lianqing wanted to say something, but was forcibly dragged away by two middle-aged men. Shueshun then instructed several people to search the entire courtyard inside and out to see if there were any other people. He then said to Qin Yu, do the Qiao family head and others still need Long Wei's help to apprehend them? Don't worry, they won't escape. However, for that Xiao Jinfeng, send more people to track down his whereabouts and try to find him. All right, since it's your order, I'll arrange it right away to track down Xiao Jinfeng's whereabouts. After Qiao Lianqing was taken away, what would the final outcome be? Qin Yu asked. He had just taken all the blame upon himself, which involved several death penalties. No matter what, he would be hard to escape death. Shueshun said decisively. Chapter 251. Zhang family sends gifts. 1. Still being stubborn, take him away first. Zheng Yu instructed several external members of Long Wei behind him. The few responded and walked over to take Qiao Guqin and the others away from Qin Yu's bodyguards. Zheng Yu glanced at Li Yi and smiled at Qin Yu. These are all your bodyguards, right? How many bodyguards did you bring with you? From what you just said, you also sent some of them to capture Qiao Jining and the others back. You should know that I found out that Xiao Jining has several martial artists around her, as well as more than 10 bodyguards. Do you need me to send some Long Wei members to reinforce? Qin Yu said, don't worry, among my bodyguards. There are 3 martial artists, one of whom is as strong as you, so dealing with Xiao Jining and her group will be a piece of cake. Oh my, you even have bodyguards with such a high martial arts level. Seeing so many capable bodyguards, is your family a professional bodyguard company? Zheng Yu was a bit disheartened and said speechlessly, it's not my family, it's me. These are all bodyguards from Fengwei Security, and I am the big boss of Fengwei Security. Seeing Zheng Yu's somewhat indignant expression, Qin Yu laughed. Zheng Yu gave a bitter smile. So you're the boss of Fengwei Security? This group is quite large. Chapter 252, Zhang Family Delivers Gifts, Part 2. Wang Mingyi nodded with a smile. Naturally. Without the threat of the Qiao family, we can settle down in Shijiang City and no longer have to live in fear. So what Qin Yu just said is undoubtedly great news for me and Zhang Duo. Zhang Duo also nodded repeatedly. Zhang Duo, you might as well call your uncle or your father right now to let them know about this. Wang Mingyi suggested. Zhang Duo slapped his forehead. Right, I'll call now. After saying that, he picked up his phone and made a call. After finishing the call, Zhang Duo smiled at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, my uncle heard that you were in Shijiang City having a meal and wants to come meet you. It won't take long. It's just over 10 minutes from my family's villa to here. It's fine, since your uncle wants to come. Let's take our time eating until he arrives. Qin Yu said. In less than 20 minutes, Zhang Duo received a call. After apologizing, he went out. Shortly after, he brought in a man in his 40s, who bore some resemblance to Zhang Duo. Uncle, you're here. Wang Mingyi hurriedly stood up to greet the man. Chapter 253. Someone is following this person is located in a certain place in Jiang Province, just over 200 kilometers from Shijiang City. Soon, he left the place and took a vehicle to rush to Shijiang City, hoping to find Lei Qing in the shortest time possible. Qin Yu and Zhang Duo chatted while eating, and after another half hour, it was time to leave the dining venue. As they exited the restaurant, Wang Dan asked Qin Yu if he wanted to go somewhere to tour, as she, being a local, was willing to be his guide. Seeing Wang Dan's eager and enthusiastic face, Qin Yu declined without much thought, saying he had important matters to attend to and wouldn't go sightseeing. In the end, Wang Dan left feeling disappointed, following Wang Mingyi and Zhang Duo away from there. At this time, Li Yi and the group of bodyguards had long been waiting by Qin Yu's side. Meanwhile, Lei Qing also arrived 2 minutes ago and hurried over to greet Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Lei Qing and Jiang Rui and said, let's get in the car and head back to the Tianyu investment branch. After saying that, he no longer lingered and got into the Angel Qiang. Following Qin Yu's action, the group of bodyguards quickly got into the car. After the vehicles drove out onto the main road, Tong Jun drove the Angel Qiang at the front of the convoy. Chapter 254. Black Market opening the villa's entrance door. The main villa building was less than 200 meters away. The main building is quite large, with a spacious area below that can accommodate more than 10 cars without any problem. There's an annex building on the right and a basement on the left. Behind it is a large recreational area, which includes a small garden and a fountain. Qin Yu got out of the car, scanned the estate and surroundings with his mental power, and said to Lei Qing, move everything from the car inside. What Qin Yu referred to were the items obtained from Qiao Jining and Qiao Guiqin. Okay, boss. Lei Qing replied, and opened the trunk of the Angel Qing, unloading boxes of items. Li also moved some items from another vehicle. Qin Yu unlocked the main entrance of the villa and walked inside. The main building covers an area of over 1,000 square meters, but the living room on the first floor occupies almost half of the space. Qin Yu sat down on the oversized sofa, and soon several boxes were brought over and placed in front of him. These boxes contained cash, gold, jade, porcelain antiques, famous paintings, as well as several property certificates and bank cards. Chapter 255, starting the upgrade system task boss. Angel City is unlike any city in the world. Once there, one must abide by the city's regulations. Any violation of the city rules will result in a death sentence if discovered, no matter how high your martial arts level is. Even if you are a grandmaster of chi manipulation or even a supreme of the transformation of spirit, there are no privileges at all. This is because there is said to be a heavenly emperor of spirit refinement guarding it. Heavenly Emperor of Spirit Refinement? Qin Yu frowned slightly upon hearing this. The name sounds a bit frightening. It's easy to tell that with his extraordinary fourth-stage physique, he would be nothing in front of that person. This is just a legend that has existed since the establishment of Angel City, and whether it is true or not is unknown. There have been no reports of anyone ever truly seeing a martial artist at the Heavenly Emperor level. However, it is a known fact that Angel City has 3 known supremes of transformation of spirit, and just the presence of these 3 supremes can easily obliterate a medium-sized country. Even for a superpower like Longxia, facing 3 supremes is utterly unbeatable, Lei Qing explained. Qin Yu stroked his chin and curiously asked, do you know what realm is above spirit refinement? Lei Qing somewhat bashfully replied, I've only heard some rumors, but I don't know if they are true. It is said that above the Heavenly Emperor of Spirit Refinement is the Saint of Void Transformation. However, not to mention martial artists at the saint level, even those at the heavenly emperor level are elusive, and it's uncertain if they even exist. Chapter 256, it's tough. With the sound of the system, the blood core in Qin Yu's palm had already disappeared into thin air. He opened the system panel to check. Host, Qin Yu age, 25 physique, 45,000 extraordinary 4th stage, mental power, 8,500, limit of ordinary body 10th stage, skills, top-level driving skills, proficient combat movement skills, proficient chi manipulation skills, proficient speed techniques. Available sign-in progress. 1, 2 million, level 1 sign-in unlocked, sign-in refreshed. Tasks. None upgrade system tasks. 1. Sign in at level 7 once, incomplete. 2. Sacrifice 100,000 points. Sacrifice points, 100 points, sign-in points, 52.56 balance, 38.0695 billion backpack. Empty. Seeing the task that the upgrade system requires to complete, Qin Yu felt a bit of a headache. Signing in at level 7 once means spending 1 trillion points at once, which is somewhat manageable. But what is this nonsense about needing 100,000 sacrifice points? A 3rd stage blood core only gives 100 sacrifice points. How many blood cores do I need to sacrifice to gather enough? Qin Yu angrily conveyed through his thoughts. Damn system. Isn't it too difficult to ask for 100,000 sacrifice points? How many crystal cores do I need to find to make the number add up? Host, please don't be discouraged. It's actually quite simple. As long as you can find a 6th grade blood pill to sacrifice, that's enough. The system coaxed gently. Chapter 257. Surely at this moment, Qin Yu frowned. Someone has climbed over the wall and sneaked into the villa, and it's a master of the transformation stage? From the look of this person, he doesn't come with good intentions. Qin Yu immediately guessed that the 2 people who had been following him to Xiangshan Garden must be the eyes of this person. At the entrance of the villa, a figure leaped in, standing openly between the entrance and the main building. Who are you? The bodyguard stationed outside the main building of the villa rushed over to surround the middle-aged man with several scars on his face and a fierce gaze. Oomph. The fierce-looking middle-aged man didn't say a word, just snorted disdainfully. Then his figure flickered, and a gust of wind swept past the bodyguards. His moves were as fast as lightning. In just a few swings, more than 10 bodyguards were knocked down, with several even being sent flying considerable distance away. If these bodyguards hadn't had some foundation and their physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary people, they would have either died or been seriously injured. But even so, lying on the ground, no one could stand up for a while. This was still the case because the middle-aged man didn't use his internal energy, only relying on his physical strength. Hearing such a commotion, Lei Qing, Li Yi, and the other 4 rushed out. Chapter 258. Begging for mercy, the influence of a certain power. No wonder someone secretly attacked him. Lei Qing frowned. I just saw the boss standing next to me. And then after that master escaped, the boss also disappeared. Jiang Rui stood up with the help of a female bodyguard, stumbling over and saying, Boss. Tong Jun suddenly realized, no wonder it was the boss who made a move. The boss is also a martial artist and a master of the transformation stage? Jiang Rui was astonished. Li was equally shocked. Lei Qing frowned. The boss is clearly a half-step transformation. How could he scare Shirley away? That's right. I almost forgot that the boss is a half-step transformation. Tong Jun was confused again. However, as soon as this sentence fell, they heard a thud as someone was thrown in from outside, landing in front of them. This person was none other than Shirley, who had just fled in embarrassment. But now he was covered in injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Then the entrance door of the villa was pushed open, and Qin Yu leisurely walked in from outside. Boss. Upon seeing Qin Yu come in, everyone understood that the person who had secretly attacked Shirley just now was undoubtedly Qin Yu. Chapter 259. Lei Qing's background. Qin Yu glanced at the 7 or 8 bodyguards still lying on the ground. Seeing that their injuries were not light, but not fatal either, he instructed Lei Qing. Lei Qing quickly responded, I have prepared some healing pills. I'll give them to them later. If there's nothing serious, there's no need to send them to the hospital, Li said. You have healing pills? Qin Yu asked with a bit of amusement. These pills are quite expensive. The company spent a lot of money purchasing them, and their efficacy is quite remarkable. Whenever we perform private bodyguard tasks outside, each of us carries some, Li explained. Well, in that case, you can handle it, Qin Yu said, and then walked into the main building of the villa. Qin Yu knew that leaving Shirley to Lei Qing to handle was basically sentencing him to death, and it would be the most painful kind of death, because the look in Lei Qing's eyes was filled with a desire to kill him as soon as possible. From the conversation among the few people earlier, it was not hard to see that in that so-called black domain, there were basically no laws or regulations. Everything was done based on strength, and killing was as simple as eating and drinking. Sure enough, not long after sitting down in the living room on the first floor of the villa, they heard several screams. Shirley had already died from rage. Chapter 260. Zheng Yu's doubts, that's right. However, besides that, the main issue is that some brothers were seriously injured and are receiving treatment at a hospital, so a portion of the funds was used to pay for medical expenses. You have to go to the hospital for medical expenses. No wonder. How many of you are in the hospital? Currently, there are still 2 people with serious injuries lying in that hospital. The others have basically been discharged as soon as their conditions improved a bit. You know, the physical condition of martial artists is different from that of ordinary people. Their recovery is quite fast. What you said is also true, but the amount of money I gave you should not be enough, Qin Yu said with a smile. It's enough for now. Besides the 20 million salary you gave us for the 3 of us, some brothers have accumulated some cash over the years, so we still have a lot of cash on hand. It's just a pity that all my personal wealth accumulated over the years was lost due to that turmoil. Lei Qing said with some regret. There's nothing to regret. Money is external, and if it's lost, it's lost. I believe you'll earn it back soon, Qin Yu said meaningfully. Lei Qing quickly nodded in agreement. Having said so much, I think you, the boss, have already seen through Shirley's true intention for coming to find me. Lei Qing continued. Actually, I came here to hand over the location of the Purple Fire Mercenary Corps Vault token and the password to open the vault to you. If you go to Angel City, you can retrieve those things. Chapter 261. Embarrassment System. How many sacrifice points can I get after sacrificing these 5 blood cores? 5 sacrifice points. So few. Qin Yu felt disappointed. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Let's sacrifice it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully sacrificing, obtaining 5 sacrifice points. Qin Yu opened the system panel and looked at the 105 sacrifice points with a headache. It seems that this 100,000 sacrifice points is indeed not an easy task. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Remembering that he hadn't completed today's system sign-in task yet, he called Tang Qin. Boss, what do you need me for? Tang Qin asked after answering. Is there any investment project that needs money today? Qin Yu asked straightforwardly. Yes. I just signed a share transfer agreement with several shareholders of the Golden Source Hotel. And with taxes, I need to spend 8 billion from the company's account soon. 8 billion. Qin Yu asked again, besides this, is there any other investment or any other place that needs a lot of money? There isn't. It's just this, Tang Qin said, somewhat speechlessly. Well, if there isn't, there isn't. Thank you for your hard work. Please complete this transaction as soon as possible. Chapter 262. Cheng Yin, hearing that Qin Miao agreed. Qin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and was ready to hang up the phone. Wait, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Upon hearing that Qin Yu was going to hang up, Qin Miao hurriedly said, What is it? The Qiao family is in trouble. Does it have anything to do with you? Sort of, Qin Yu replied ambiguously. I heard a rumor that most of the Qiao family's assets are preparing to be transferred to Tianyu Investment Company, and Tianyu Investment is your company. So I want to ask, do you have enough cash to take on so many assets from the Qiao family? If the funds are insufficient, Nanyue Capital is also very interested and wants to invest as well, Qin Miao said expectantly. I'm sorry, let's skip this for now. I don't lack funds. Rejecting so quickly. Haven't you considered it a bit more? What is there to consider? Who told me I like to spend money? This is my only hobby. Qin Yu pretended to be helpless. You really are stingy. I agreed to go to the movies with you, but you can't even do this small thing for me. Hearing Qin Miao Yuan's somewhat reproachful words, Qin Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Let's talk about this later. I have something to do, so I'm hanging up. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Miao Yuan to respond, he hung up the phone. Chapter 263. Seeking help. Cheng Yin also knew Li Xian's identity, the son of Li Sufan from the Li family in Shijiang City. Just now, in a fit of anger, he overlooked the other party's identity and accidentally struck hard. Now that he thought back on it, he couldn't help but feel increasingly afraid, filled with regret. His family was relatively wealthy, but no matter how rich, it was still just a small fortune, and compared to a powerful family like the Li family, the difference was like heaven and earth. It could be said that if the Li family wanted to deal with him, It would be as easy as stepping on an ant. The private room fell silent for a long time, and after a while, Feng Shui let out a sharp scream. She hurriedly picked up a tissue, somewhat flustered, to help Li Xian wipe the blood seeping from his head. Li Xian felt dizzy for a while after being hit on the head with the bottle. When the dizziness subsided, he pushed Feng Shui away, stood up unsteadily, and pointed at Cheng Yin, shouting angrily. Cheng Yin, you dare to hit me with a bottle. You're dead. Even if the King of Heaven comes tonight, he can't save you. After saying that, he turned to his two companions and said, You two go over and smash his head hard. Kill him for me. After hearing this, the two hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, brotherly, I'll listen to you. Chapter 264. Who is Cheng Yin at this time in the private room? Cheng Yin was no longer standing, but kneeling in front of Li Xian. Kneeling down to beg for forgiveness from a rival in love, especially in front of an ex-girlfriend, was something he was 1,000 times unwilling to do. But being unwilling didn't matter. His sister told him to do this. The unrelated people who had come to the birthday party earlier had long since disappeared without a trace. Besides Feng Shui, Li Xian, and the female owner of a new Macau hotel, Yao Qing, Cheng Yin's brother-in-law, Geng Weihang, had also come. Ironically, Feng Shui, who was the catalyst for this incident, became the most marginal person there, standing awkwardly, unsure whether to stay or leave. However, looking at the kneeling Cheng Yin, her eyes were full of disdain. Brotherly, Cheng Yin has already knelt down. Can you show some mercy and spare him this time? If you are still angry, I will personally teach him a lesson to vent your anger. What do you think? Geng Weihang smiled obsequiously at Li Xian, speaking cautiously. He was also feeling bitter. If it weren't for his in-laws calling him to help, and for Cheng Zhengrou's concern for her brother, he wouldn't have come here to find discomfort. Given the circumstances, he could only try to calm Li Xian's anger as much as possible. Chapter 265. This time it's really over. You're quite clever. I indeed came from out of town. Qin Yu grinned. As expected, Li Xian sneered coldly and then said in a very arrogant tone, Even if you were a dragon crossing the river, once you arrive in Shijiang City, in front of me, it's best to behave yourself. Let me advise you, some matters are beyond your control. Don't try to stick your neck out for others, lest you not only fail to help them, but also get into trouble yourself. Qin Yu became interested and smiled at Li Xian. You're so confident that I can't afford to offend you. Li Xian threatened. It's not confidence. It's just the way things are. Now in Shijiang City, my Li family is second only to the Shun family. Among the younger generation, apart from Brother Shun, I fear no one. Don't think that just because you brought so many bodyguards, you are impressive. With just one phone call, I can summon hundreds of people. Don't think I'm exaggerating. To tell you the truth, the so-called king of the underground in Shijiang City, Master Yang, has to obey my Li family. The last part of that statement, while it did not scare Qin Yu, caused Cheng Zhengrou and the others to show expressions of horror. Oh, then what do you think should be done about this? Qin Yu continued to smile. Chapter 266. Calling for help. Are you from this entertainment city? Qin Yu ignored the barely conscious Li Xian on the ground and asked Yao Qing. My name is Yao Qing, and I am the owner of this entertainment city. Yao Qing hurriedly replied, elevating Qin Yu's status immensely. Oh, you're the owner here. Qin Yu nodded and continued. Although tonight's incident happened here, it's no longer something you can manage. It's best to behave and just watch from the sidelines. I don't need to teach you the principle that too many words can lead to mistakes, right? Yao Qing's heart sank. Qin Yu's words clearly indicated that this matter was far from over. With a bitter smile, she said, I understand. Even if I wanted to manage this, I probably couldn't. As long as you understand. However, there is one person. I don't know if you know him. Who? Shen Buchong? Oh, you mean that fat guy? The fat guy is indeed him. It seems Mr. Qin knows him. Yao Qing said with a somewhat strange tone. I just met him yesterday, so we're not too familiar. Why? What do you want to say about him? Qin Yu glanced at Yao Qing. To be honest, although this entertainment city is under my name, Shen Buchong is the real owner. Moreover, he has heard about Li Xian being beaten and is on his way here. He should arrive very soon. Chapter 267. Can't afford to offend Brother Shun. Seeing Shen Buchong arrive, Yao Qing felt relieved and hurried a few steps forward. In fact, she had just told Li Xian that Shen Buchong was coming, which was all a lie. She was afraid that Li Xian would really kill Qing Yin here. So she said that on purpose. However, afterward, she quickly found an opportunity to call Shen Buchong and inform him about this. Regarding Yao Qing's relationship with Shen Buchong, although he was fat, he was known as the #1 playboy in Shijiang City, with at least 5 mistresses, and Yao Qing was one of them. Brother Shun. Although Li Xian was seriously injured, he didn't dare to act arrogantly when he saw Shun Buchong arrive. He stood up and walked a few steps forward to greet him. Damn, Li Xian, I heard you smashed a bottle on someone. How did it end up like this? Shun Buchong was shocked when he saw Li Xian's condition. He originally wanted to come over to advise Li Xian, and at worst, just beat that person up, but seeing Li Xian like this, he really didn't know what to say. Yao Qing explained on the side. Young Master Li was just beaten again, which is why he ended up like this. Oh, beaten again. Who is so fierce to be so brazen on my turf? Shun Buchong was also a bit angry. Chapter 268. Confrontation. Qin Yu no longer paid attention to Shun Buchong, but said to Cheng Zhongrou and the others, "You all should go back first. I'll handle the matters here. Don't worry, after tonight, no one will dare to trouble you. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, just let me know, and I'll send someone to take care of them immediately." Okay, thank you, young Master Qin. We'll take our leave now. Cheng Zhongrou bowed to Qin Yu and expressed her gratitude. She had just seen Shun Buchong acting like a subordinate in front of Qin Yu, and although she was shocked, she also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that tonight's incident could pass safely. If even Shun Buchong couldn't provoke Qin Yu, then what could Li Xian's father do? Young Master Qin, goodbye. Cheng Yin and Geng Weiheng also smiled politely. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Cheng Zhongrou then moved her feet and didn't leave the private room immediately. Instead, she walked up to Feng Shui. Then, unexpectedly, she slapped Feng Shui across the face and coldly said, "Feng Shui, this slap is on behalf of my brother. He has spent a lot of money on you over the years. From now on, you two will have no more relationship." Chapter 269. If the heavenly god comes, Li Su Fan chuckled smugly and said to Qin Yu, "No wonder you are so fearless. It turns out you have a martial artist as a bodyguard. Unfortunately, your calculation is completely wrong. Your martial artist bodyguard is nothing in front of Mr. Zhang." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, watching Li Su Fan with interest. Seeing that Qin Yu remained silent, Li Su Fan thought he had hit a nerve and became even more arrogant, saying, "What else do you have to say? To be honest, even if you kneel down and beg me now, it won't work. My son was just beaten by your people, and soon you will suffer the same fate. And it will be doubled." Shun Buchong's eyes turned. Although he didn't know Qin Yu's true strength, he knew that Qin Yu had crippled Qiao Zhenfeng, a divine martial artist, and the Qiao family couldn't do anything to Qin Yu. From this, it could be inferred that the insignificant Li Su Fan would definitely not be a match for Qin Yu. He then spoke up, "Li family head, isn't what you're doing a bit too much? Qin Yu is also my friend. Can't we sit down and discuss things properly?" Young Master Shun, my son was beaten so badly. If the assailant had been a bit heavier-handed, Li Xian would have lost his life here. Do you think I can swallow this grievance? Chapter 270. Settling accounts. He was gradually losing strength, and if Qin Yu didn't release his pressure soon, he estimated that he wouldn't last long. As Li Su Fan's voice fell, the people behind him, including Yang Sigi and his henchmen, weakly begged for mercy from Qin Yu. Some even kept bowing, hoping Qin Yu would spare them. Their feelings mirrored Li Su Fan's. Under Qin Yu's overwhelming pressure, their lives felt like they could be extinguished at any moment. They had never encountered such a terrifying person in their years of living, completely beyond their previous understanding. In fact, Li Xian was the happiest among them, as he had already fainted, lying there stiffly. "I'll cripple one of your arms as punishment. Do you accept?" Qin Yu finally spoke to Zhang Chao. "So, say. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for sparing my life," Zhang Chao said, his heart trembling. He then took out a dagger, and with a swift motion, his left arm fell off with a thud. However, he had sealed a few acupoints, so there wasn't much blood, but the intense pain twisted his facial expression. This scene further chilled everyone's hearts. "Li Su Fan, now I ask you again, can you withstand me kneeling before you?" Chapter 271. Annual salary of 1 billion. Qin Yu estimated that with his physique upgraded to the extraordinary 5th stage, along with his mental strength, he could easily face any transformation master. One could say that the 5,000 signing points he received came at just the right time, and from now on, he wouldn't fear the trouble from Qiao Zhenfeng's master suddenly seeking him out. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the 10,000 signing points he received during his first level 5 signing had now turned into 5,000 points, a full half less. Was it because the rewards for system tasks were more generous than those obtained by spending money? Or did this dog's system swallow half of the signing points? After returning to the villa, Qin Yu instructed the system, consume 10,000 signing points to upgrade my physique to extraordinary 5th stage. Ding. 10,000 signing points have been deducted. Physique enhancement in progress. Will be completed in 5 minutes. The next day, after receiving a call from Lin Yingzhu, he learned that Li Su Fan indeed acted according to what he said last night. After this incident, there were no more obstacles to the company's investment here, and many projects could proceed smoothly. Thinking of the gift Qin Yu sent yesterday, it was a 3-tier blood core worth 1 billion. Chapter 272. Security Department Yin Chaoding was stunned for a while, picked up the box, opened it, and saw a sparkling sapphire necklace like a fairy. She chuckled. Qin Yu, why are you giving me a necklace? If you have other intentions, I can't accept it. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't know what kind of gift you liked. So I just bought this casually. It didn't cost much, Qin Yu responded. Yin Chaoding was somewhat speechless. She could guess the necklace's value. Although a few million wasn't much in Qin Yu's eyes, it sounded so awkward to her. Qin Yu, do you have anything for me too? Qin Miaoyer walked in from outside, smiling. When Qin Yu gave the necklace to Yin Chaoding, the office door just happened to open for her. No, Qin Yu replied straightforwardly. You're too inconsiderate. I helped you with 2 big favors, and you have nothing to show for it? It's unfair that Sister Yin gets a gift and I don't. Qin Miaoyer looked a bit pitiful. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. Qin Miaoyer, you're a little rich woman. With that little money, can't you just buy one yourself? But what I buy myself can't compare to what others give me. I'm not interested in just a gift. It's the thought you put into it that matters. Don't you understand? Qin Miaoyer defended herself. Chapter 273. Different thoughts on the way back to Nanyan Mountain Villa. Qin Yu thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed Kong Xiaoyi's number. Brother Qin, what can I do for you? Soon, Kong Xiaoyi's surprised voice came from the other end. Are you at the sales office of Nanyan Mountain Villa now? I will be there shortly. You're coming? Great, I'm here. When will you arrive? I'll wait for you at the entrance. Qin Yu estimated the time and said, about 6 minutes. Okay, you'll see me when you arrive. Kong Xiaoyi happily hung up the phone. Qin was going to find Kong Xiaoyi to buy a villa. After thinking about it, he felt it would be safer to purchase another villa. If he wanted to bring his parents here to live in the future, he would need to arrange for some bodyguards to follow. That villa would be convenient for the security personnel to stay in. After receiving Qin Yu's call, Kong Xiaoyi waited for 2 minutes before becoming impatient and walked to the entrance of the sales office, eagerly looking out for vehicles. A colleague approached and smiled. Xiaoyi, with that look of yours standing here, you must be waiting for some big client to come, right? Xiaofei is a friend of mine who previously bought a villa here. Kong Xiaoyi replied. Chapter 274. Incredibly luxurious Lu Xiaofei glanced at Qin Yu's back, gritted her teeth, and followed him. After hearing that the luxury car was worth 1 billion, and seeing how handsome and extraordinary Qin Yu was, she secretly made up her mind. She must seize this opportunity. Whether she could transform from a chicken to a phoenix depended on this chance. Although Qin Yu's attitude toward her had not been very warm, she believed that with her beauty and sincerity, she would definitely attract him. Qin Yu entered the sales office, and Zhu Wan invited him to sit in the VIP lounge, which he declined. He didn't want to stay here for long. He came to buy a villa purely by chance. Sitting casually in a chair, Lu Xiaofei timely brought over a cup of coffee on a tray and handed it to Qin Yu with a sweet smile, saying, Mr. Qin, please have some coffee. Qin Yu took the coffee and thanked her. After taking a sip, he asked Kong Xiaoyi, I came here to buy another villa. Are there any furnished villas left in Nanyan Villa? Kong Xiaoyi was taken aback to hear that Qin Yu still wanted to buy a villa, and quickly said, there is still one furnished villa available. It's villa number 51. Villa number 51? I remember that villa was bought for one of my classmates. Qin Yu asked in confusion. Chapter 275. Fang Mingyue's super bodyguard 11 villas cost over 800 million, especially since the current Nanyun Villas properties are different from another newly opened project, and the commission from selling the houses is quite high. This big deal for Kong Xiaoyi would at least earn her 10 million. 10 million is a figure that everyone present wouldn't even dare to imagine, especially Lu Haiyan, whose heart ached, her face pale, almost fainting again. Fortunately, Liao Lu beside her quickly supported her when she noticed something was wrong. For the 11 villas plus deed tax, Qin Yu ultimately paid 5 billion. As for the 10 unfinished villas, Qin Yu initially thought of asking Zhu Wan to help find a renovation company. But after thinking it over, he felt there was no rush and didn't mention it. After leaving the sales office, he quickly returned to the villa in Nanyun Villa. Mr. Qin, you're back. Xiagua greeted happily when she saw Qin Yu return. Qin Yu rarely smiled and patted Xiagua's head, saying, Xiaogua, please tidy up a room on the first basement floor and move some things from the car there. Okay, I'll do that right away. Xiaogua obediently ran off to the first basement floor. Qin Yu then instructed Lei Qing a few things before heading upstairs. Chapter 276. A gift for you. Fong Mingyue's eyes flickered with a hint of sharpness, emanating a sense of danger. Qin Yu could tell that if this girl hadn't realized she couldn't beat him, she would probably have flipped the table and turned against him. He hurriedly explained, I'm not joking. I'm serious. If there are no 6th-grade blood pills, other blood cores will do, but I need a massive amount of them. Although he wasn't afraid of Fong Mingyue, he was wary of the strong person in the villa. If Fong Mingyue called that person out and gave him a beating, he would have to endure it. At this moment, he understood why so many people feared Fong Mingyue. She was someone even he couldn't afford to offend. Seeing that Qin Yu was serious in his explanation and not joking, Fong Mingyue said, a massive amount? Although you've broken through to a master of transformation. The lower levels of transformation masters won't consume too many blood cores. The cultivation resources are still primarily blood crystals. I bought them not for my personal cultivation. Not for your cultivation. Do you plan to use them to cultivate your subordinates? Fong Mingyue frowned. Neither. In short, whether it's blood cores or blood pills, they are extremely important to me. How many can you sell me? Chapter 277. Returning home, Fong Mingwe's expression turned cold. Her eyes narrowed as if she was deep in thought. After a long while, she said, There's one more question. He, as a martial artist, doesn't he emanate any martial artist aura? Did you notice anything unusual? Qin Sanyang shook her head. That is also something I find puzzling. With my semi-transcendence cultivation, even if he learned a technique to hide his martial aura, it would be hard to escape my scrutiny. Unless he is not a martial artist at all, or his martial realm is far beyond mine. But either way, that is impossible. Moreover, Qin Sanyang paused and then added, also when this kid just arrived here, I suddenly felt a trace of divine consciousness probing me, and that trace seemed to come from the car he was in. Hearing this, Fong Mingyue was somewhat moved. Did you check if there were any other people in that car? I probed. When Qin Yu came here, he only brought one driver, and that driver was just a late-stage, 5th-level martial artist. Fong Mingyue frowned slightly, and finally, in a low voice, she muttered in annoyance. This guy is getting more and more mysterious. Meanwhile, Qin Yu sat in the car, feeling quite pleased. Chapter 278. Zhou, Sinan, little brother Qin, it's Yun Jing'an. Did I disturb you with this call? As soon as the call connected, Yun Jing'an's hearty laughter came through. Elder brother Yun, what are you saying? What is up? Are you in Nanjing City now? I have something I want to discuss with you in person. Qin Yu had to say, unfortunately, I'm currently on my way to a place and want to be in Nanjing City for a while. Oh, when will you be back? Probably in a few days. In that case, let us talk slowly when you return. Yun Jing'an said somewhat disappointedly. Okay, see you. After hanging up the phone, although Qin Yu was puzzled about why Yun Jing'an called him, he didn't think too much about it. The next day, a beam of morning sunlight shone through a gap in the curtains, landing right on Qin Yu's face, who was still asleep in bed. Qin Yu rubbed his eyes. He intended to sleep a little longer, but the glaring light made him lose his drowsiness. He opened his eyes and looked around the room. Everything was still familiar. The room was small, with only a bed and a bedside table. There was nothing else. The wardrobe and desk were placed in another room next door, which served as Qin Yu's study. Chapter 279. Hostility. Qinlan thought for a moment and added, last time you sent back 200,000, I wanted to take out a few thousand to give to him, but he stubbornly refused. If I have time, I'll go visit my second uncle, Qin Yu said. That is fine too. Go talk to him. Help him if you can. After breakfast, Qinlan pulled Qin Yu out the door. Qin Yu, this is your car. Qinlan said as she saw Qin Yu get into the Angel Chiang. She began to appraise the car. Yes, I just bought it, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Last night, after returning to Guanyang town, he first went to the courtyard where Huang Zhe and the others were renting and chatted with them for a bit. Then he left Tongjun there and drove home himself. By the time he got home, it was already late at night, and Qinlan didn't even know he had driven back. The car is so big, and it's produced by TIS Company, with such a luxurious interior. Buying this car must have cost a lot of money. Qinlan is quite knowledgeable about goods. Although she has never seen this model before, she knows it's expensive. Qin Yu shrugged. It's indeed quite expensive. It won't be less than $1 million. Qinlan stopped asking, but she was still quite happy, knowing that Qin Yu has indeed succeeded. Chapter 280. No bragging. Qin Yu was astonished. Uncle Zhou, you really are something. You got it right. Yu. Zhou Chonglin pointed at Qin Yu, almost out of breath. Qin Yu, don't joke around. Since you don't want to talk about these things, you probably have your reasons. However, Annie has high hopes for you. You should spend more time with Si Nan in the future. Annie Wong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. She took what Qin Yu had just said as a joke, not wanting this matter to affect Qin Yu's impression in Zhou Chonglin and Zhou Xinan's eyes, and quickly changed the subject. Seeing Annie Wong like this, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. All right, Annie Wong. He noticed that Zhou Xinan was looking at him with a somewhat resentful gaze. His mother had a look of disappointment on her face. It seems that no one believed what he just said. Instead, they all thought he was bragging or joking. It's really hard to be a good person. When you tell the truth, no one believes you. If you lie, and they find out later, they think he is very hypocritical, pretending to be poor when he is obviously rich. Is this playing low-key? Just then, the doorbell rang. Chapter 281. Cold Moon Qinlan looked puzzled. You want to introduce what friend to me on the way? You'll know in a moment. Qin Yu smiled slightly and got out of the car. Qinlan had no choice but to follow him out. Just as they got out of the car, a Maybach drove over, and two people got out. They were Su Yiwei and Tong Jun, who had been secretly guarding around. The two got out of the car and hurried over, then greeted Qin Yu and Qinlan very respectfully. Mom, let me introduce you. These two are my personal bodyguards. This one is Tong Jun, and this is Su Yiwei, Qin Yu said with a smile. Son, they're your personal bodyguards? Qinlan was astonished. Then she pointed at Su Yiwei. I've seen this Mr. Su before. Last time a group of people wanted to harm me, a few people helped, and he was among them. So yes, your bodyguard. Qin Yu smiled. Not just these two. Those people who came to protect you last time are all my personal bodyguards. Those people are your bodyguards? Qinlan was even more surprised and quickly realized. So those bodyguards were sent by you to secretly protect me and your dad? Chapter 282. Mi Xiaoya after connecting. A crisp female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Mi Xiaoya, the former assistant of the owner of Cold Moon Mercenary Company. And I have now become your assistant. You have just taken over this mercenary company. Do you have any instructions? Cold Moon Mercenary Company Mi Xiaoya? Qin Yu felt a bit awkward hearing these two names. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Do you know who your former boss is? What is his name? He was also curious about how the system changed the owner of a mercenary company. Mr. Qin, you don't know? Mi Xiaoya asked back. Of course, if I knew. Why would I ask you? Mi Xiaoya quickly replied. Actually, I have never met the former boss. Since the establishment of Cold Moon Mercenary Company, the behind-the-scenes owner has never shown up. There's only a string of phone numbers. Whenever he has something to do, he contacts me by phone, and then I instruct others to handle it. He just called me and said he has handed over the Cold Moon Mercenary Group to you and told me to contact you. I see. Qin Yu found it amusing. What behind-the-scenes boss? This must be the system playing tricks. Chapter 283. Borrowing money. Once the two sat down, they felt a dreamlike sensation. This could no longer be described as luxurious. The seats were not only exceptionally soft and comfortable, but the interior also displayed its splendor. Qin Yong had often been in cars driven by others, and compared to this car, it was vastly different. Especially since cars usually get stuffy and hot after sitting in the sun for so long. But as soon as he sat in, there was no stuffy feeling at all. The car was cool, and there was no strange smell. As the car started moving, Qin Yong was again amazed. This car not only achieves extreme silence, but also has no bumps at all. Qin Yu, how much did you spend on this car? Qin Yong couldn't help but ask about the price out of curiosity. He initially thought this car would cost about 200,000 to 300,000, but now it seemed it must be at least 500,000 to 600,000. Can Qin Yu really afford such an expensive car? Thinking of this, Qin Yong felt very excited. It seems his cousin is indeed wealthy now. Not much, just a few small goals can be accomplished, Qin Yu vaguely said. A few small goals? Qin Yong was confused, but didn't ask further. The car quickly drove to a relatively high-end restaurant in this town. Chapter 284. Pocket money. Hearing Qin Yong say this, Qin Yu was not surprised and asked, Does your second uncle know you borrowed money from him? No, it's all my own idea. Then why didn't you borrow money from my dad right away? Qin Yu asked. Qin Yong could only smile bitterly. You know, it's one thing to borrow money from uncle and aunt for my dad to know, but if I ask uncle, he will definitely break my dad's legs. Qin Yu listened and fell silent. He naturally understood why Qin Yong said that. When they were young, his father and his brothers got along quite well, but he often suffered bullying from his two cousins from his uncle's family. However, he got along well with Qin Yong and his younger brother, Qin Hong. Whenever he was bullied, the two brothers would often come to help him. As he gradually grew up, finishing elementary school and even high school, the relationship between his father and his brothers had already changed. Uncle Qin Yu used to be a construction contractor, and his business had always been booming. He eventually became a well-known wealthy businessman in Qin and even built a big villa at home. However, after Qin Yu became rich, he not only didn't help his two brothers, but their relationship grew increasingly distant. Chapter 285. Elementary school classmates we? You mean not just me, but also my younger brother and others have a share? Qin Yu was once again astonished. Of course, when you have time, I'll take you to Nanjing City to see the houses. I bought a lot of properties, and you can choose any. Qin Yu continued. In the future, you don't have to work at the old factory anymore. I'll arrange a job for you. And the salary will definitely exceed your annual wage at the Sha City factory. How about that? Qin Yu was completely at a loss for words. He felt that Qin Yu's statement was simply too surreal. Not only was he giving away a house worth several million, but he was also arranging such a high-paying job. Such good fortune only seemed to exist in fairy tales. What's wrong? You don't believe what I'm saying? Qin Yu asked with a smile. Qin Yu, I'll tentatively believe you, but there's really no need to give me a house worth over 4 million. Such an expensive gift is too much for me to handle. Qin Yu said with a bit of disbelief. Qin Yu glanced at Zheng Yanhua and said to Qin Yu, you don't need to decline. Actually, if you all move to Nanjing City, it will help me out as well. I'm thinking about how to convince my parents to move to Nanjing City too. Once you all go, it will have a multiplier effect. Chapter 286. Wang Sueki, then what about you? Where are you working now? Zhang Yongjing asked when he saw Qin Yu, smiling without answering. Me? Well, I don't have much to do right now, just wandering around. Qin Yu said with a laugh, unsure how to explain himself. So you're unemployed now? How about working in my factory? I can offer you a monthly salary of 10,000, Zhang Yongjing suggested. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. A monthly salary of 10,000 is not bad, even in Nanjing City. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll pass. I'm not unemployed because I can't find work. I just don't want to work right now, Qin Yu explained. You don't want to work? Zhang Yongjing looked at Qin Yu curiously. All right then, let us not discuss that. Come on, get in my car. We're going to teach her Du's place now. Let us go. Qin Yu nodded. They got in the car, and after 6 or 7 minutes of driving, they arrived at Fugong Primary School. The car stopped outside the school, and the two walked towards it. Along the way, Qin Yu took a few glances at the school that held so many memories for him. The overall appearance of the school hadn't changed much, but it had become much more worn down, with some of the outer walls peeling off significantly. Soon, Qin Yu and Zhang Yongjing arrived at an old conference room in Fugong Primary School, where they met Du Jiming. Chapter 287. The Heart of a Small Person. Qin Yu. I didn't expect that back when you were among the boys in class. You looked average, but now you're probably the most handsome one, Wang Sueki said, looking Qin Yu up and down in admiration. Especially when she saw that Qin Yu was wearing all branded clothes. Her eyes lit up even more. Most handsome? No matter how handsome I am, I can't compare to Zhang Yongjing, Qin Yu thought to himself. Wanted to say how she used to look like an ugly duckling and now was a stunning beauty. But after a moment of reflection, he felt that saying that would be inappropriate. So he brought Zhang Yongjing into the conversation instead. He felt a bit uncomfortable being scrutinized by this woman. You're raising me up too high. Both of us have our own merits, Zhang Yongjing quickly said humbly. He felt a bit uncomfortable when he saw Wang Sueki holding Qin Yu's hand. And now seeing the way she looked at Qin Yu with starry eyes made him feel a sense of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought Qin Yu along. Wang Sueki shot Zhang Yongjing a glance, dismissing his earlier comment, and continued to smile at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I heard you later got accepted into Jiangzhou University. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Chapter 288. Donating 100 million, he then took out his phone and pretended to operate a transfer. Secretly instructing the system, he had 100 million in cash transferred to this account. After hearing the system confirm that the funds had been received, Qin Yu put down his phone and smiled at the finance officer, saying he had already transferred the money. Zhang Muqing noticed that Qin Yu hadn't mentioned the amount of the donation, so he picked up the phone on the table to check the bank account information. Upon seeing the long string of numbers, he was stunned. After a moment, he wondered if he had misread or didn't see it clearly. So he took off his reading glasses and wiped both lenses with his clothing. After putting the glasses back on, he saw much clearer than before and looked back at the message on the phone. This time, there was no mistake. This long string of numbers was indeed the amount that had just been deposited into the bank account. Suppressing his excitement, his fingers trembled as he pointed at the numbers, counting them one by one. Perhaps he was too excited. After counting for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how much it was. Old Zhang, what is going on? Why are you staring at your phone for so long? Du Jiming asked, frowning at Zhang Muqing's unusual behavior. Zhang Muqing let out a long sigh and smiled wryly. This student's donation amount is too large. I don't even know how many digits it has. Is it 10 million or 100 million? Principal Du, why don't you take a look? Chapter 289. The old man of the Wang family, the portly Jiang, and walked over to Qin Yu, flattering him. Mr. Qin, so you run an investment company. What a pleasure. My name is Jiang, and I'm the owner of a technology company. It's great to meet you. Saying this, he respectfully offered his business card with both hands. Qin Yu took the card without looking, simply replying to him. Soon, more people gathered around, trying to get close to Qin Yu. Feeling overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Qin Yu felt a bit uncomfortable, and after chatting a bit more with Du Jiming, he said his goodbyes and left. Zhang Yongjing and Wang Sueki followed Qin Yu out. Qin Yu, look at you, you've really struck it rich. You didn't say a word earlier. I thought you really didn't have a job now, Zhang Yongjing said, feeling emotional as he approached Qin Yu. I didn't lie. I really don't have much to do right now. The company's affairs are all handled by others, Qin Yu replied. That's not wrong, but it still sounds off somehow, Zhang Yongjing said, feeling frustrated. He had lost any sense of superiority in front of Qin Yu. You're doing well, acting like a hands-off owner. By the way, what is your company called, and where is it developing? Wang Sueki asked. Chapter 290. A helping hand, Wang Sueki exclaimed joyfully. So you're agreeing? Qin Yu nodded and glanced at Zhang Yongjing. Since Zhang Yongjing wants to go, he can come along too. Wang Sueki smilingly replied. All right, then Zhang Yongjing can come along too. Zhang Yongjing was also very happy. Great. Sueki, Qin Yu, thank you. This time, he was completely convinced by Qin Yu, and any lingering resentment in his heart had vanished. The three of them chatted as they walked, and soon exited the school, arriving at the parking area. Then around 6:30 this evening, I'll drive to the Wang family mansion, Zhang Yongjing said after discussing the time to go. Wang Sueki nodded in agreement. They'll take my leave. Qin Yu, I'll leave it to you to send her back. See you tonight, Zhang Yongjing said, getting into his SUV and leaving. Qin Yu also got into the red BMW driven by Wang Sueki. On the road, Qin Yu asked, I'm a bit curious. Why do you want me to go with you so badly? You would have asked me this, but if I tell you, will you hit me? Wang Sueki said playfully. Chapter 291. Quoted the two of them exchanged phone numbers. I'll go first, and when the time comes, I'll come back here to pick you up. Wang Sueki said with a smile. Okay, Qin Yu replied and got out of the car. Upon entering the house, he saw his parents sitting on the solid wood sofa in the living room. Qin Sudong looked somewhat similar to Qin Yu, nearing 50 years old, with a few strands of white hair. His face showed signs of weariness, but he still maintained a scholarly demeanor. When he saw Qin Yu enter, he immediately straightened his back and assumed a serious expression. Then he gestured for Qin Yu to sit down. Qin Yu, you're back, have a seat. Qianlan also put away her smile. The two elders adopted an interrogative stance. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Qin Yu asked, feeling no tension as he sat down in a chair. Little rascal, your dad has something to ask you. Just answer him, Qianlan said with a forced smile. Qin Yu turned to Qin Sudong. Qin Yu, I heard you're quite wealthy now and have secretly arranged many bodyguards to protect your mom and me. Is that true? Yes, Qin Yu replied. What happened with that incident last time? Qin Sudong continued to ask. So, Qin Yu had to explain everything again. Chapter 292. Really playful, Qin Yu quickly said, Mom, there's no need to trouble yourself. I need to go out with Sueki for a bit. So I want to be back for dinner. Wang Sueki stood up and smiled. Yes, Annie, I wanted to take Qin Yu to a place to eat, so there's no need to be so troublesome. It's getting late, we should go now. All right, that's fine. Just remember to have fun, and it's okay if you come back later, Qianlan said with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. Mom, I'm leaving now. Go ahead. Goodbye. Annie, Wang Sueki said to Qianlan again. Okay, goodbye. Come over to my house to play more often. Sure. Once outside, Wang Sueki patted her chest and let out a long sigh. Is chatting with my mom that tiring? Qin Yu shook his head and smiled. Your mom almost treated me as your boyfriend. How could it not be tiring? Besides, Annie seems approachable, but I feel quite pressured in front of her. If you don't hurry up, I was going to go upstairs to find you. Haha. The two got into the red BMW that Wang Sueki was driving, with Wang Sueki at the wheel and Qin Yu in the passenger seat. Qin Yu, since you're so wealthy, why don't you build a villa in Guanyang town? Why are Annie and Uncle still living in the old house? Wang Sueki glanced at Qin Yu and asked curiously. Chapter 293. Wang Liyin upon hearing that. Zhou Changlin was somewhat dissatisfied. Niece, did you get that wrong? It's my daughter who doesn't like Qin Yu. Oh, Wang Sueki turned to Zhou Sinan and asked Sinan, is what Uncle said true? You don't like Qin Yu? Zhou Sinan, feeling shy, didn't know how to respond to Wang Sueki's question. Qin Yu glanced at Zhou Sinan and the person next to her. Bai Xingli. Stop guessing. Even if I liked Zhou Sinan, it wouldn't matter. She has already chosen someone else. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Wang Sueki finally turned her gaze to Bai Xingli. After scrutinizing him for a few moments, she looked puzzled and said to Zhou Sinan, Sinan, who is this? Why don't you introduce him? Seeing that Wang Sueki was asking about Bai Xingli's background, Zhou Sinan briefly introduced him. The president of a group in Zhonghua City, an annual salary of 3 million? Wang Sueki felt even more puzzled. Although Bai Xingli was quite good, compared to Qin Yu, he was too weak. Despite her confusion, she didn't say much more. Sueki, why aren't you and Qin Yu going inside? Still standing out here? Wang Hong asked again about the earlier comment. I have a friend coming over, so I'm waiting for him here, Wang Sueki explained. Chapter 294. Investigation. Someone came over and took the gift from Wang Sueki's hands. Qin Yu also handed over the gift he was holding, offering his congratulations. Who is this? Wang Lin looked at Qin Yu with some confusion. His confusion wasn't because he hadn't seen Qin Yu before, but because it was rare for him to see such a young person appear so composed in front of him. Let me introduce, this is Qin Yu, my boyfriend, Wang Sueki said, her tone slightly weaker when she said boyfriend, making it clear that she felt a bit guilty and nervous. Your boyfriend? Wang Lin's brows twitched, but his expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Xiao Kai, who was standing there with an obsequious demeanor, changed his expression and shouted, What? Sueki, when did you get a boyfriend? Just now, he saw Wang Sueki holding Qin Yu's hand coming over and felt something was off. His eyes were almost spitting fire. Now, hearing Wang Sueki say that, he was even more furious. He had spent a lot of money and effort on Wang Sueki, hoping to marry her and unite with the Wang family. Just recently, his father had sent a significant gift to the Wang family, which had cost the Xiao family a considerable loss. Xiao Kai, don't be rude, Xiao Qigong, who was sitting in front of Xiao Kai, quickly reprimanded. Chapter 295. Wang Haiming surprised. Qin Yu smiled. Marrying your daughter doesn't require much strength, does it? It's just a matter of getting a certificate. What did you say? Wang Haiming was almost furious enough to have a heart attack. Wang Sueki quickly explained, Dad, although Qin Yu comes from the countryside, he has started a company and is a genuine big boss now. A big boss? Wang Haiming was taken aback. Moreover, he donated 100 million to Fugong Primary School today. Wang Sueki dropped another bombshell. What? A donation of 100 million? Even Wang Haiming, who was used to big storms, was shocked. 100 million in cash was incredibly difficult for him to come up with, let alone donate. At this point, his gaze towards Qin Yu completely changed, shining brightly, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Especially since Qin Yu was also quite outstanding in appearance, and so young. He was far superior to that arrogant Xiao Kai, who could only rely on his family's influence. Sueki, you're not joking with me, right? Did Qin Yu really donate 100 million to the school? You know I never joke around. I want to donate to the school today as well. Qin Yu transferred 100 million to the school, and I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe it, you can call Principal Du right now to verify. Chapter 296. Discussed. One woman looked at Qin Yu in surprise and said, Qin Yu, it really is you. How come you're here? Qin Yu turned to look, and the person speaking was his fourth aunt, Qin Dan. The person beside Qin Dan was his uncle, Gu Yongwei. My friend brought me here. Upon seeing these two, Qin Yu frowned slightly and replied indifferently, not even referring to her as fourth aunt. Your friend brought you here? Who is that friend? His fourth aunt showed a suspicious expression. Wang Sueki frowned and helped Qin Yu answer. I brought him here. My name is Wang Sueki. Is there a problem? Wang Sueki. Qin Dan seemed to have heard this name before and thought seriously. You are Wang Haiming's daughter. It was Gu Yongwei beside her who directly revealed Wang Sueki's background. That's right. So it's Miss Wang. Hello, I am Qin Dan, Qin Yu's aunt. What is your relationship with Qin Yu? Qin Dan no longer had the high posture from earlier and smiled warmly. I am Qin Yu's girlfriend. Hearing this woman say she was Qin Yu's aunt, Wang Sueki was somewhat surprised. You are Qin Yu's girlfriend? How is that possible? Qin Dan's mouth fell open in disbelief. Chapter 297. Wang Yao. Xiao Qigong nodded and said, according to what Yongwei said, you don't need to worry about that girl Wang being taken away by that kid. Tonight, just don't act rashly and focus on wishing Wang Leiazizi a happy birthday. Later, use a little strategy, and that kid named Qin Yu will naturally take the initiative to distance himself from Sueki. Got it, Dad. Okay, I'll step out for a bit. Director Li from Qin Yu Real Estate will come here to wish Wang Leiazizi a happy birthday. And I need to meet him first and establish a good relationship. After finishing his words, Xiao Qigong left and walked towards the hall entrance. Xiao Kai glanced at Qin Yu and Wang Sueki from distance again, unable to suppress his anger. However, as soon as Xiao Qigong left, a few rich kids who often played with Xiao Kai came over. They also looked at Wang Sueki and Qin Yu in the distance, giving Xiao Kai a meaningful smile. At this moment, Wang Sueki was laughing joyfully, holding a small plate of food in one hand. She and Qin Yu were discussing some things from their elementary school days. And as Qin Yu told a very interesting story, she couldn't help but laugh. Their behavior not only provoked Xiao Kai's anger from afar, but another person's gaze was also fixed on them, feeling quite dissatisfied. Chapter 298, Taking Action. You don't understand this, do you? That person is named Yu Haoyan, the young master of the Yu family from Zhonghua City. His family is not weaker than the Wang family at all. The Yu family? It seems the Wang family is going to form an alliance with the Yu family, and Zhonghua City and Shigang City are also neighboring cities. So the Wang family will definitely be able to rise to a higher level. Although the few comments were not loud, they were close enough for Qin Yu to hear clearly. Yu Haoyan? That name sounds a bit familiar. Qin Yu turned his head to glance at the man and woman who had just entered and recognized them. Yu Haoyan was indeed the rich second-generation guy he had seen a few days ago at the entrance of Nanyun Hang, introduced by Chao Jinghua. Seeing that it was him, Qin Yu no longer paid much attention. Shortly after Yu Haoyan and Wang Yao entered the hall, people quickly gathered around them, most of whom were young people eager to get close. The two nodded a few times, not stopping their steps, and continued up to the second floor. He Manqing looked at the two's backs with a face full of envy and said to Wang Sueki in a veiled manner, "Look, that young master from Yu family looks like a dragon among men at first glance. Can't you learn from your cousin and find a man like that? It's better than some who only know how to sweet talk." Chapter 299, He struck first. After hitting the ground, it rolled a few times and ended up right under the feet of three people who were walking at the front of a group that had just entered the hall. One of these three people happened to be Xiao Kai's father, Xiao Qigong. The other two were Wang Buan, the current head of the Wang family, and Li Daizhou from the Li family of Shaqing. The three looked somewhat confused at the sight of Xiao Kai lying on the ground like a beaten dog, and for a moment, they didn't understand what had happened. Xiao Qigong recognized the person on the ground and, upon a closer look, realized it was his son, Xiao Kai. However, half of Xiao Kai's face was already swollen and red, and he was spitting blood, clearly having been badly beaten. A few thoughts flashed through his mind as he hurriedly bent down to help Xiao Kai up, angrily asking, "Kai, what happened? Who did this?" Hearing his father shout, Xiao Kai became more alert, covering half of his swollen face, and mumbled, "It was Qin Yu. It was Qin Yu who hit me, Dad. You must not let him go." "Qin Yu." Xiao Qigong laughed in anger. Good. This little bastard seems to want to die." Chapter 300, I'm not familiar with you. So arrogant. Xiao Qigong sneered twice. "You dare to say you'll kill my son? How brazen. I don't know how you have survived until now. You don't need to worry about that. Anyway, my life is longer than yours." Hee. Xiao Qigong flicked his sleeve, so angry that his ears were about to smoke. "Qin Yu, don't get too complacent. You'll regret it later." Xiao Kai was also furious, pointing at Qin Yu and gasping. Wang Buan looked confused about Qin Yu's arrival and asked Wang Sueki, who was standing next to him, "Sueki, you seem to know Qin Yu well and are standing together. Do you know which family he belongs to?" Wang Sueki's cheeks turned a bit red as she said, "Uncle, Qin Yu is my boyfriend. I brought him here." "Oh, so he's your boyfriend." Wang Buan's brow tightened, and he scrutinized Qin Yu again. At the same time, he concluded that Qin Yu hitting Xiao Kai was purely due to jealousy between the two. Xiao Qigong had come today to deliver a big gift to the Wang family and was fully aware of his son's matchmaking plan. He had initially wanted to ask Wang Sueki about Qin Yu's background, but thought it unnecessary and didn't pursue the matter. Chapter 3, A One Regret. Wang Hong also sighed. This director Li's reputation is unmatched in Shaqing. "Changlin, you must seize the opportunity to communicate with him well. Of course, as long as I can build some rapport with Director Li, it will benefit our family greatly. And it will also give us face in front of those old friends in the future." Bai Xingli behind them also said excitedly, "Qin Yu Real Estate has a certain reputation throughout Jiang Province. This company is thriving in Nanjing City and has great potential. Today, seeing this Director Li, he indeed has the demeanor of a big shot." Zhou Sinan said, "Director Li is already the richest man in Shaqing. Many people here know him. I didn't expect he was also so famous elsewhere. I heard that Qin Yu real estate has a market value of over 20 billion, and Director Li's assets have exceeded 10 billion, all created by his own ability. Bai Xingli was also amazed by Zhou Xinan's words. 10 billion is a fortune he couldn't even dream of. Almost under everyone's watchful gaze, Li Dazhou walked towards Qin Yu. Upon reaching him, he revealed a flattering and radiant smile, slightly bowing his body. Chapter 302, Zhang Yongjing's shock. At this moment, he hated both of them. One was Qin Yu, and the other was Gu Yonghui. If he hadn't heard Gu Yonghui's words, he wouldn't have been so certain that Qin Yu was just an ordinary person. Xiao Kai probably wouldn't have had a dispute with Qin Yu either. Xiao Kai behind him also sensed that something was off. His gaze towards Qin Yu was no longer filled with hatred, but rather with a hint of fear. At that moment, someone reported that the old man had come down. Not far away, a crowd was stirring as Wang Liyin, leaning on his cane and supported by his granddaughter Wang Yao, slowly walked into the hall. Wang Bowen spoke a few more words, inviting Qin Yu, Li Dazhou, and others to sit in the front VIP seats, and then led them towards the old man of the Wang family. Li Dazhou initially wanted to greet Wang Liyin, but after thinking it over, he remained beside Qin Yu and simply instructed someone nearby to take the congratulatory gifts over. After Wang Bowen left, Xiao Qigong also took his son to another side. He had already developed a sense of fear towards Qin Yu and temporarily did not want to have any interaction with him, planning to investigate the other party's background thoroughly before making further plans. Once the two left, those who had been standing behind Wang Bowen also politely tried to get closer to Li Dazhou and Qin Yu, wanting to mix and get familiar. Chapter 303, Meeting Your Too Kind, Mr. Wang. The old man is highly respected and has done me some favors. It is indeed my fortune to attend your birthday banquet, Li Dazhou said with a smile as he took a few steps forward to Wang Liyin. Wang Liyin pointed to the two people beside him and introduced them with a smile. Mr. Li, this is my granddaughter Wang Yao. You probably haven't met her before. And this is Wang Yao's boyfriend Yu Haoyan, also a member of the Yu family from Zhonghua City. Li Dazhou looked Yu Haoyan up and down a few times and smiled. So you are the young master of the Yu family. Indeed a fine young man. Miss Wang is not bad either. You two make a perfect match. What perfect match? Uncle Li is joking, Wang Yao said a little shyly. Yu Haoyan simply replied politely. Afterwards, Wang Liyin introduced several other core members of the Wang family and a few esteemed guests to Li Dazhou. Wang Yao caught a glimpse of Wang Sueki standing over there and immediately waved and smiled. Sister, you're here. Come over. She had always maintained a good relationship with Wang Sueki, and they often played together since childhood. Wang Sueki walked a few steps forward to Wang Yao, and after chatting a bit, Wang Yao pointed at Qin Yu and said, That person wouldn't be my brother-in-law, would he? I just saw you holding his hand. Chapter 304, Too expensive. Zhang Yongjing walked over, feeling a bit parched, and said, Qin Yu, I can hardly recognize you, my old classmate. Your status is really too high now. No wonder you can casually donate 100 million to the school. That must be pocket change to you. Qin Yu chuckled. That's quite insightful. It is indeed pocket change. You came here tonight. Judging by your appearance, you made quite a few connections, right? Zhang Yongjing laughed. Although I've met quite a few people, none can compare to knowing Mr. Li. Let's sit down and chat. Don't just stand there, Wang Sueki said, noticing that most people had found their seats. Okay, let's sit over there. Qin Yu casually found a table that was still empty and walked over. Two people had been watching them intently. Those two were Xiao Qigong and his son. Dad, that Qin Yu not only has Li Dazhou fawning over him, but Yu Haoyan is also acting like a little brother in front of him. Even old man Wang is being polite. What should we do? Should we really confront him? Although Xiao Kai was a playboy, he could still see the seriousness of the situation. This time he really kicked an iron plate. That Qin Yu definitely had an incredible background. Chapter 305, Too impressive. Qin Yu was driving the Angel Phantom with his mother Qianlan and Zheng's mother in the car. Meanwhile, Qin Hong was driving a domestic car borrowed from the auto repair shop owner, with Qin Yong and Zheng Yanhua following behind in the Angel Phantom. Lastly, Tong Jun and Su Yiwei were driving a Maybach, and the three cars set off towards Nanjiang City. On the way, they stopped at Ningxuan University to pick up Qin Tongyao, who was studying there and happened to have no classes that day. Qin Tongyao got into the Angel Phantom driven by Qin Yu, but she also brought someone along. This person was her younger cousin Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu was the same age as Qin Tongyao, born in the same year, and also admitted to Ningxuan University that same year. Although the relationship between their families was poor, Qin Tongyao and Qin Xiu still got along quite well and had not become distant because of their parents' relationship. The two often played together at home, but since Qin Yu moved to Guanyang town, he had only seen Qin Xiu a couple of times at his uncle's house, and their encounters were just nods without much conversation. Wow, this car is so beautiful. Brother Qin Yu, did you buy this car? It looks very high-end. Chapter 306. 50 trillion. Seeing Qin Yu started to eat, Qin Hong had long been swallowing his saliva, and he and Qin Yong immediately started to dig in. The three girls saw this and also put down their phones, beginning to eat as well. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Qin Yu said, "There's red wine and drinks. Which one do you want? I'll call the waiter to pour it." Upon hearing this, except for Qin Yong and Zheng Yinhua, who asked for red wine, the others chose drinks. Qin Hong could only drink juice, as he still had to act as the driver later. A large table of food for more than 10 people was almost finished after nearly an hour of eating. Although Qin Yu ate the most, that was because he had an astonishing appetite. With his current physique, even eating more wouldn't be a problem. Only Qinlan and Zheng's mother ate relatively less. At this moment, Qin Hong and Qin Yong were already stuffed, unable to eat anymore, yet they were still shoving food into their mouths. They simply didn't want to waste such top-quality food, since they had never eaten anything like it before. After finishing the meal, everyone sat down in the lounge area of the private room and rested for half an hour before leaving. Qin Yu first took them back to Nanyan Mountain Villa to get the keys for the Tianhu Century City House. Chapter 307. Some are happy, some are worried no. Hearing the cold, terse response from the other end of the phone, Qin Yu felt a wave of frustration. When will those goods arrive? I'll let you know when they arrive. Is there a specific date? It could be as long as a year or as short as a month. Xiaoya, are you deliberately teasing me? Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Believe it or not, I'm hanging up. Saying that, she really hung up the phone. This girl, what else with her tone? It sounds like I've offended her. Qin Yu felt very frustrated and thought for a while. On the other side, Qin Yong and the others had already checked into a presidential suite at Jiangyan Hotel. The suite was over 700 square meters with several bedrooms. Enough for 5 people to stay. Looking at the super luxurious and spacious suite, which included an indoor heated swimming pool, a bar, a large living room, an outdoor leisure area, a media room, and more, Qin Tongyao and her 2 older brothers were beaming with joy, even bouncing around. However, one person fell a bit down, and that was Qin Xiu. The 3 siblings, Qin Yong, Qin Hong, and Qin Tongyao, had all received rooms and also got a sum of cash from Qin Yu. But she had received none of this, and she was watching enviously from the side, trying to hide her feelings of jealousy. Chapter 308. Hidden Talents. Dad, you don't mean to say that the person who donated is Uncle San's Qin Yu, right? Qin Yin swallowed and asked. Qin Jin nodded. I just heard about this matter and didn't think of Qin Yu from Uncle San's family. After all, there are too many people with the same name. But now it seems that it must be Qin Yu without a doubt. And considering that he donated 100 million to the school, it confirms that what Qin Xiu said is all true. Hearing that Qin Yu donated another 100 million to the school, everyone was deeply shocked. Why donate this 100 million? It would be great if he gave it to them. Qin Baosheng said it shouldn't be. I saw Qin Yu dining with Qin Yong in a restaurant lobby yesterday, and he didn't look like a wealthy person at all. That's someone who is hidden and unassuming. Unlike you, who shows off with a little bit of money. Qin Jinda said somewhat dissatisfiedly to Qin Baosheng. What should we do now? Qin Baosheng asked. His mind was already active, and he turned his eyes and continued. How about I call Qin Yu now and ask him to at least give me a set of houses? He has bought so many houses and donated 100 million to the school, so he probably won't refuse me. Qin Yin shook his head regretfully. Although Qin Yu is particularly wealthy now, it has nothing to do with us. After all, when his family was poor before, Dad didn't take care of Uncle San's family, and we even looked down on them. From the fact that he only gave each of Uncle Air's siblings a set of houses and didn't give anything to Qin Xiu. It shows that Qin Yu still has a big opinion of us. Chapter 309. Guobin Ha, what a distinguished guest, welcome. Ding Jinwu said as he saw Qin Yu arrive and hurried to welcome him. After the two sat down, they chatted casually, mostly with Qin Yu asking questions and Ding Jinwu answering, discussing matters related to purchasing blood cores in the Martial Alliance. No matter what Qin Yu asked, Ding Jinwu answered patiently. After chatting for more than half an hour, Qin Yu felt there was nothing more to ask and took his leave. He learned a lot about the Martial Alliance from Ding Jinwu. In the Martial Alliance, the purchase of blood cores is limited. Elder members can buy a maximum of 2 third-tier blood cores. As for fourth-tier blood cores, they're also for sale, but only for Supreme members who have made significant contributions to the Martial Alliance. As for fifth-tier blood cores, that's out of the question. Even the founders of the Martial Alliance dream of owning such items. Back at the villa, Qin Yu spent $700 million on the Martial Alliance's app to purchase 10 second-tier blood cores and another $5 billion for 2 third-tier blood cores. As an elder member, he could only purchase this much. In total, it was $2 billion, and the price was indeed cheaper than buying from Mingwei Group. Soon after, Chunlan and the others returned with a lot of clothes and other items, and Qin Yu also received a few sets of clothes. Chapter 310. Xiaogua smiled. Have you not found out Qin Yu's identity yet? Guobin asked. Xiao Qigong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Guobin fell into deep thought. Finally, he asked, so why did you come to find me? What do you want me to help you with? Xiao Qigong said, the most urgent matter for the company now is to have a large amount of funds to maintain the situation. Currently, there isn't much circulating capital, so we must apply for a bank loan. However, based on the current situation, I've tried and cannot apply for a loan at all. So I wanted to ask you to speak to the bank and provide some other conveniences for my company. Guobin listened, his expression calm, as if he had anticipated this. He did not give Xiao Qigong a response, but instead asked another question. Have you gone to find Li Digang to understand Qin Yu's background? I want to see him today, but Chairman Li refused to meet. Xiao Qigong said helplessly. How about this? It's not far from here to Chairman Li's house. I'll go with you to visit him and learn about Qin Yu before making plans. That sounds great. Then I'll trouble you, Director Gua. Xiao Qigong clasped his fists. Don't mention it. I also hope to contribute to this matter. Chapter 311. A visitor. Why are you in such a hurry to go back as soon as you arrive? If you feel bored here, I can call Tang Qin back to keep you company. How about that? Forget it. Wait until you have a big fat baby with her before coming back. Chunlan said meaningfully as she glanced at Qin Yu. Big fat baby? Qin Yu widened his eyes, speechless. This old lady dares to say anything. Luckily, Tang Qin is not here. Puchi, Xiaogua, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but laugh, seeing Qin Yu shoot her an unhappy glance. She quickly stopped laughing and sweetly said to Chunlan, Annie, the sir is right. You don't need to rush back. It won't be too late to go back after you get tired of staying here. Qin Yu then smiled. Yes, Xiaogua is right. Mom, weren't you having a great time playing with Xiaogua and Tang Qin? Why not stay a few more days? Plus, Xiaogua's cooking isn't good. You might as well teach her some culinary skills so she can learn your few signature dishes. Yes, sir is right. Annie, why don't you teach me some cooking skills? Xiaogua quickly nodded. Chunlan shook her head and said to Qin Yu, no need to persuade me. I still want to go back. Mainly because your dad has no one to help him cook at home. Whether it's lunch or dinner, your dad comes home late, and if no one cooks for him, won't he starve? Chapter 312. Be kind. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to think about sitting and talking with these two, especially Qin Jinda, who is currently mainly in the building materials business. If he could establish a good relationship with Li Dazhou and connect with the Tianhu real estate branch in Shaoqing, wouldn't that allow him to expand his business further, and the profits would surely multiply? So Qin Jinda hurriedly smiled and introduced himself to Li Dazhou. When Li Dazhou heard his introduction and realized he was Qin Yu's uncle, he didn't dare to be arrogant and remained somewhat polite in his speech, which made Qin Jinda even more delighted and pleased. He couldn't help but think, it seems this trip is truly worthwhile. If Qin Sudong agrees to let Qin Yu gift a few houses to his two sons, it would be even more perfect. Then Qin Yu and Chunlan returned. Earlier, because Qin Yu had looked down on him and ignored the three of them, he felt a bit unhappy, but seeing Li Digang's attitude toward Qin Yu, that little unhappiness vanished. After thinking for a moment, he walked over to Qin Yu with a beaming smile. Qin Yu, we haven't seen each other for many years. Uncle was almost unable to recognize you, but now that I've seen you, I feel particularly close. I heard you're doing well now, and I'm very happy for you. Chapter 313. A complete resolution unless Xiao Qigong hands over his shares in Lihong Optoelectronics. This company can only collapse. Guo Bin smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that even if Xiao Qigong wants to sell his shares now, no one would dare to take over. Is there no other way to salvage this? Qin Yu remained silent. Guo Bin sighed. Well, since young Master Qin's attitude is so firm, I won't push it further. Why does Director Guo value this company so much? Tell me about it. Qin Yu asked, feeling intrigued. Guo Bin replied, this is easy to understand. Among the top 10 companies in Chigang City, only Ligong Optoelectronics is a technology company. The other 9 are either energy companies or construction companies. Even among the top 20 companies, besides Ligong Optoelectronics, there isn't any other technology company. Now we are vigorously developing the technology industry and providing various support to those tech companies, making Ligong Optoelectronics particularly important. Of course, a large number of job positions is also a factor, which is why I value this company so much. Qin Yu nodded and said, "How about this? No matter the final result of this company, even if it turns into a shell, I will acquire it. At that time, I will invest another 10 billion to develop it vigorously. With that, you shouldn't have to worry about this company declining due to my suppression." Chapter 314, Heijing. As for Fugong Primary School, it quickly gained a great reputation throughout Shaoqing due to the upcoming establishment of the foundation and these two large donations. Even Qin Yu's name began to be known by many people. It was not until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Qin Yu and Wang Sueki left the school. "Qin Yu, are you hungry now?" Wang Sueki asked Qin Yu with a twinkle in her eyes. "Not very hungry," Qin Yu replied truthfully. He had already eaten lunch quite late at home around 2 in the afternoon, and it was only a little after 5 now. Even if he had a good appetite and strong digestion, it was impossible to be hungry so quickly. Unexpectedly, Wang Sueki smiled and said, "Not very hungry means you are hungry. Just in time want to go eat? How about I treat you to a place to eat?" Actually, she wasn't hungry either. She just wanted to get closer to Qin Yu and thought of the simple excuse of going out to eat. Qin Yu was somewhat speechless. "Whatever you want. There's a private restaurant in Shigang City that serves delicious food. I'll take you there. However, the environment there is not as good as those high-end hotels. I don't know if you will like it," Wang Sueki suggested. Chapter 315, Speechless. "It seems Sueki already has someone she likes. Why are you still asking this question?" Heijing said. Shinshio was confused. "We are having dinner here tonight. Just like a big light bulb. If I hadn't called Sueki, she and Qin Yu would probably be sharing dinner here now." Heijing had a reminder. Shinshio suddenly realized and glanced at Qin Yu and Wang Sueki, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sueki, you won't blame me for being here with Heijing, right? You guys stop joking. There's nothing between me and Qin Yu." Wang Sueki hurriedly clarified. However, her cheeks were already a bit flushed, and she appeared somewhat shy. To Heijing and Shinshio, this scene, which had started as a joke, now made them feel that Wang Sueki had something to hide. They couldn't help but glance again at Qin Yu, who was still eating quietly, seemingly indifferent to the situation. "Qin Yu, all your clothes are designer brands. They must not be cheap. Your family's conditions must be pretty good," Heijing observed seriously, noticing that Qin Yu's clothes were all quite expensive. Qin Yu thought for a moment and replied honestly, "These clothes were all bought for me by someone else. I don't know if they are expensive, and my family's conditions are average." Chapter 316, Overbearing CEO. Heijing and Shinshio stared at Qin Yu as if he were a monster. It was the first time they had seen someone so extravagant when shopping. Watches worth over $1 million, bags worth hundreds of thousands, and he bought them without blinking an eye. He even bought these items without touching or examining them closely, as if spending a few bucks was no different from spending a fortune, completely unconcerned. Shinshio secretly asked Wang Sueki, "Sueki, tell me honestly, what kind of background does Qin Yu have?" Wang Sueki didn't answer because at that moment, Qin Yu spoke to her. "What is sold on the 3rd floor?" "The 3rd floor sells those limited edition liquors, which are well-known brand liquors with a certain age, and they are not cheap," Sueki said. "Let's go take a look." Qin Yu thought of his father's love for drinking, but since his mother had been strict with him in recent years, he had gradually drunk less. So he decided to buy some liquor to take home. Thus, the female salesperson led the way, and they went up to the 3rd floor. In the end, Qin Yu bought a case of what was considered the most expensive liquor in the store. 2 male staff members came over and carefully carried the case of liquor downstairs. After returning to the 1st floor, Qin Yu asked the female salesperson, "Please calculate the total amount." Chapter 317, Regret, not having done it earlier. "Qin Yu, you went out to eat with Wang Sueki again tonight, right? That girl seems pretty good, but Tang Qin is also very suitable. Which one do you actually like? Don't forget yourself just because you have a bit of money and end up with 2 boats." Shenlong suddenly asked this question. She was no longer worried about Qin Yu finding a wife, but was instead concerned that he would flirt around. Qin Sudong was also curious about Qin Yu's answer. "Mom, where are you going with this? Why ask this? There's really nothing between me and them. We're just ordinary friends," Qin Yu said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Ordinary friends? If both of them like you, what will you do? Will you reject both? Or will you reject one and accept the other? Or accept both?" Qin Yu rubbed his head. "Maybe I should just take both." He saw Chanlan about to throw a bag at him, so he quickly stopped talking. Qin Sudong secretly gave him a thumbs up. Chunlan snorted. I don't want to interfere too much in your life. Just don't let the girls down. No matter who you choose, get married soon. Qin Yu was a bit confused when he heard this. What did his mom mean by that? Chapter 3:18 Gambling Debt. Yin Xiaoding continued. I have a general understanding of this matter. It is about Yin Zhen's second son, Yin Lu, who lost about 9.8 billion gambling outside last month. That day, the creditor came to the door, forcing the Yun family to pay the debt and giving a 5-day deadline. If they can't raise the 9.8 billion within 5 days, he will take all the Yun family's assets to settle the debt. Qin was a bit surprised. 9.8 billion? Such a large gambling debt that Yin Lu really dares to lose. Yin Xiaoding also felt speechless. According to Yin Lu, he was on a luxury cruise with 2 friends and had a conflict with someone named Zhou Lin, and then they used the cruise's casino to gamble. As a result, Yin Lu lost over 20 rounds in a row and didn't T-win once. The betting amounts started from hundreds of thousands, then millions, and then tens of millions, reaching over 100 million. Each round was larger than the last. At that time, Yin Lu was also blinded by losses. Just wanted to win once to get back all the money he lost, but he kept losing until he lost 9.8 billion. The next time he lost, it could be nearly 20 billion. He was also planning to continue gambling, but it was his 2 friends who stopped him, or he would have kept going. He only had a few million on him, and he had already lost it all. Without money to pay the gambling debt, he had to write an IOU. Chapter 319 Plan. Yin Xiaoding looked at Qin Yu seriously. In the end, he shook his head. It won't come to killing. Just help me teach her a lesson. Okay, I'll listen to you. However, the other party is backed by a master in the transformation stage, who has been a martial artist for many years. Can you handle it? Yin Xiaoding said. Don't worry, as long as it's not a grandmaster of qi manipulation, I can handle it. Are you saying that you have a grandmaster of qi manipulation as your bodyguard? Yin Xiaoding asked, somewhat moved. More or less. Qin Yu replied ambiguously. Yin Xiaoding sighed. Qin Yu, you are beyond my imagination. Not to mention having a grandmaster of qi manipulation as a bodyguard. Even those top families in the super metropolitan cities of the provinces might not have a grandmaster of qi manipulation as a protector. Qin Yu shrugged, trying to act cool. The problem is, can those top families compare my status? Seeing Qin Yu's smug expression, Yin Xiaoding fell silent. Remembering something else, he added, there's one more thing. The 10 angel Qiying vehicles that Qi Mia helped you find have had their paperwork completed. When will you pick them up? Chapter 320. Feng Yuehong. He certainly wasn't complaining about the price. He just felt that earning Dragon Guard points was too troublesome. Otherwise, do you think it's easy to buy a Silver Wing? Even those wealthy tycoons would find it extremely difficult to buy one, and if you weren't a Dragon Guard, it would be hard for you to get one. Can I exchange money for it? Or use money to convert it into Dragon Guard points? Qin Yu asked with some expectation. You don't need to think about that. There are others who have the same idea, but it's not feasible. Shueshun immediately poured cold water on him. How can I quickly earn points? Qin Yu asked helplessly. To earn points quickly, the best way is to capture those wanted law-breaking martial artists or people from the Medicine King Valley. Shueshun answered. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu said, do you have a list of those people? Send me a copy, and when I encounter these law-breaking martial artists in the future, I'll take the opportunity to eradicate evil and contribute to the country. No problem, I'll send it to your phone shortly. If you catch any of those people, just contact me or other Dragon Guards directly. Qin Yu said okay and hung up the phone. Not long after, he indeed received a long list sent by Shueshun. Chapter 321. Who is the lamb? All right, Qin Yu replied readily. Feng Yuehong smiled happily upon hearing Qin Yu's quick agreement. After the car stopped, Qin Yu got out and walked a few steps with Feng Yuehong. Before they entered the house, 3 men walked out from inside. The man in front, who was in his 40s, Qin Yu recognized immediately as Hu Geng. Seeing Hu Geng made Qin Yu even more pleased. Feng Yuehong approached Hu Geng, smiling, boss. I brought the car for you, and I also brought a big fat lamb. With this statement, she was revealing her cards, showing her fangs. Hu Geng nodded in satisfaction, looking at both Qin Yu and Feng Yuehong. Finally, he stared at Tong Jun for a long time and coldly said, do you know what their background is? This kid's martial artist aura is not weaker than yours. Feng Yuehong was startled and said, I can tell he is a martial artist, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Then she pointed at Qin Yu and said, this person is called Qin Yu. He is just a rich second generation. That martial artist is probably here to protect him. Is that so? If he has a martial artist protecting him, this kid must be quite significant. He must be very wealthy, right? Hu Geng smiled sinisterly. Chapter 322. Kill him, Qin. You had already called Shueshan earlier, asking him to send someone to take these people away. He glanced at her and said lightly, "It doesn't matter who I am. You will understand soon enough. By the way, besides the four of you, are there any other accomplices?" Qin Yu asked again. "No, just the four of us." Qin Yu didn't ask further, regardless of whether Feng Yuehong's words were true or false. Instead, he began to observe the surroundings, including the two-story building. He then released his spiritual power, covering the area within a 2-mile radius. Suddenly, Qin Yu caught a whiff of a bloody smell from one direction. The source of that bloody smell was a small mound of dirt about 300 meters behind the house. A little further from the small mound, there were 2 more houses. Qin Yu was taken aback, as if he thought of something and took a deep breath. He instructed Tong Jun, "Go inside and find a farming tool. There's a small mound of dirt 300 meters behind the house. Go dig it up and take a look." Tong Jun complied and went into the house to find a shovel before running towards the small mound Qin Yu indicated. Feng Yuehong's expression changed slightly upon hearing Qin Yu's instruction to Tong Jun, but after thinking it over, she didn't pay much attention. Chapter 323, Summer Fruit, Part 2. Oh, 5,000 points, not bad. You wouldn't really want to take action against a master transformation, would you? Speaking of which, I forgot to ask you something. Last time you killed the deputy leader of the evil wolf mercenary corps, Shirley, who was active in the Black Domain in Shijiang City. He was a legitimate master of transformation. How did you manage to do that? Qin Yu didn't hide it and replied naturally. It's simple. I'm also a master of transformation, and I'm not weaker than Shirley. So killing him wasn't difficult. You're not joking, are you? Why would I joke about something like that? How did you manage it? Last time you were only half a step into transformation. How did you suddenly step into it and gain the strength to kill Shirley, who had entered transformation years before you? After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu said, "To be honest, I'm not too clear about that either. I just slept and became a master of transformation." No way, you just slept? Didn't you absorb a 3rd-level blood core to advance from half a step into transformation? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu corrected himself. "I have absorbed 2 3rd-level blood cores, but I didn't succeed at that time." Then you slept and broke through? Shueshan asked somewhat enviously. Chapter 324. Let us settle the accounts. The man is a divine cavity martial artist, and the woman is a body-tempering martial artist. There is no need to guess. It's obvious these two are Zhou Lin and Lu Lei. Lu Lei has a decent figure, but her looks are quite average. Not outstanding at all, far from Su Li. Qin Yu sat down directly opposite Zhou Lin and Lu Lei after Yun Zhenggang entered. Head of the Yun family. Since the people are already here, let us settle your son's gambling debt quickly. I have to hurry. Zhou Lin glanced at Qin Yu, then impatiently said to Yun Zhenggang. Hearing this, although Yun Zhenggang's expression was not very good, he still smiled at Qin Yu. Brother Qin, I wonder if you have prepared the money. I can transfer the money to you at any time. Qin Yu replied indifferently. Good. Yun Zhenggang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, maintaining his smile. Also, here is a contract. I've already signed it, which is to mortgage part of the Yun family's assets to you to borrow that 30 billion in cash. Although Qin Yu said on the phone yesterday that he didn't need to pledge or pay interest, he didn't dare take that completely at face value. After finishing, a young man behind him respectfully handed a contract to Qin Yu. Chapter 325. Compensation. She sat on the ground, pointing at Qin Yu, and said, You hit me, didn't you? You really dared to make a move." As a result, with another slap, Lu Lei's other cheek also swelled up. Lu Lei was struck by the second slap, causing her head to spin and her face to burn with pain. She was truly dazed this time. You are a master of transformation, Qi? Zhou Lin had clearly seen Qin Yu waving his hand twice, and each time he waved, Lu Lei received a slap to the face. It was obvious that this was the outward manifestation of Qi, a standard feature of a transformation Qi master. This person looked several years younger than him, and was actually a master. The more Zhou Lin thought about it, the colder his heart became. His heart was completely lifted, elevating Qin Yu to an extraordinarily high status. Yun Zhen just heard Zhou Lin's words and recalled the scene from earlier, his eyes wide with disbelief as he said, Qin Yu, you really are a master of transformation, Qi? In the distance, Lu Lei also froze, staring at Qin Yu as if she had seen a ghost. Tong Jun, standing behind Qin Yu, curled his lips and said, What transformation, Qi master? He is clearly a grandmaster. Cut off one of her hands. Qin Yu did not respond to the two, coldly issuing a command. Chapter 326. Arrivi glanced at Qin Yu and cautiously said, Brother Qin, may I ask what your relationship with Xiaoting is? Qin Yu thought for a moment and couldn't come up with an answer, finally saying, you can guess this question yourself. I won't answer it. Yes, yes. Then I won't ask more. Yunjin hurriedly replied. Although Qin Yu did not answer, it further confirmed his suspicions. Qin Yu went to such lengths for Yun Xiaoting, even offending a master of transformation Qi to cut off Lu Lei's hand. Their relationship must be extraordinary. I have something to do, so I will leave first. We can chat slowly later. Seeing that he had achieved his purpose for coming here, Qin Yu decided it was unnecessary to stay any longer and stood up to take his leave. Okay, then I won't keep you. I'll see you out, Yunjin said hurriedly. No need to trouble yourself. You take care of your business and don't worry about me. After saying this, Qin Yu stepped outside. After leaving the Yun family, Qin Yu thought for a moment and, after getting in the car, headed to Huajiang Square to meet Tang Qin. Upon arriving at Huajiang Square, he went up to the Tianyu investment office area and arrived at Tang Qin's office. After listening to some reports about Tang Qin's work, Qin Yu handed over the shares of the technology company he signed in with the system last night for her to manage. Chapter 327, Certain Death Behind Him. Lei Qing and Tong Jun both showed some surprise at the sight of the Silver Wing. As the cabin door of the Silver Wing opened, Fong Mingyue's secretary, Wu Xiaoya, stepped out and bowed slightly to Qin Yu, gesturing for him to enter. Mr. Qin, Director Fong invites you in. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu understood where Fong Mingyue wanted to take him. He instructed Lei Qing and Tong Jun to stay in the Tianyu Investment Security Department and wait for his call. After saying this, he walked toward the Silver Wing and entered the cabin. From the outside, the Silver Wing measured 18 meters in length and 12 meters in width, significantly larger than the one Shueshun had previously sat in. Once inside the cabin, it was very spacious and comfortable, with panoramic lighting all around. There were over 10 seats and nothing was placed in the middle, making it look somewhat like a super luxurious small living room. This area only occupied 1/3 of the Silver Wing space. Qin Yu walked over and saw Fong Mingyue sitting in a seat by the windshield. He sat down beside her. Just as he sat down, the Silver Wing slowly took off and soared into the sky like an arrow, flying toward a certain direction. The flight speed kept increasing, finally stabilizing at a cruising speed of 2,500 kilometers per hour. Chapter 328, Fong Haishan's Illness, Certain Death. It was indeed Fong Mingyue, speaking with such dominance. Does this mean that I inadvertently saved Lu Lei's life? Qin Yu muttered to himself before asking Fong Mingyue, if you really kill Lu Lei, won't you worry about the trouble it might cause? Fong Mingyue winked at Qin Yu and said meaningfully, an elder once told me that in this world, I need not fear anyone, cause any trouble, and no one dares to go against me. All along, I have acted according to my own nature. A small Lu Lei can be killed. What's the trouble? Qin Yu gave her a thumbs up. Xiaoya, you're amazing. If you call me Xiaoya again, just try it. Fong Mingyue threatened. Qin Yu awkwardly smiled. Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. He had to take her threats seriously because there was likely a powerful master, possibly a transformation god, secretly protecting Fong Mingyue in the cockpit of the Silver Wing. If things went wrong, he feared Fong Mingyue might suddenly summon that person to throw him out of the Silver Wing, in which case he would have to call the system for help. By the way, who is that elder of yours? Chapter 329, Change of Attitude, What Happened to My Grandfather? The old man is still unconscious, and Mr. Yin has already come to treat him, Fong Mingyue replied, while walking toward the main building of the villa. Qin Yu followed Fong Mingyue to the main building, then up to the second floor, where he found Fong Haishan lying on the bed. A middle-aged man was treating him with acupuncture. Besides this middle-aged man, there was also a doctor in a white coat and 2 nurses in the room. At this moment, Fong Haishan, lying in bed and unconscious, looked even more emaciated and haggard than the last time Qin Yu saw him. With just one glance, Qin Yu could tell that his breath was weak to the extreme, and his condition was not optimistic. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed this old man was in grave danger. Let's go outside first. After observing Fong Haishan for a long time, Fong Mingyue softly told Qin Yu and then left the room. She knew that Yin Ling was treating her grandfather and didn't want to disturb him at a critical moment, so it was best to wait outside. Standing outside the room were 7 or 8 people, and when Qin Yu followed Fong Mingyue out, he recognized one of them, Fong Mingliang. Fong Mingliang was standing behind a middle-aged couple, secretly watching Qin Yu. Chapter 330. Asking for a beating, Fong Mingliang was stunned by his father's words. Almost thinking he had misheard, His dad called Qin Yu what? Mr. Qin? Is there something wrong? I'm your own son. And I even fought with this Qin Yu last time. Unwillingly, he said, but he hit me. He is our Fong family's enemy. Why do we have to be so polite to him? Ming Liang, you must not speak recklessly. Qin Yu hitting you is one thing. You must have provoked him last time you went out, so you can only blame yourself. Now, Mr. Qin is our honored guest. We must be polite to our guests. Do you understand? Fong Shiho patiently instructed Fong Mingliang. Fong Mingliang was left speechless. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and finally turned to Fong Mingyue, who was quietly watching everything next to Qin Yu. Sister, you saw it too? Your brother was bullied. Dad doesn't care about me. Can you teach Qin Yu a lesson? Mingliang, are you itching for a beating? Fong Mingyue ignored Fong Mingliang's words and instead said something that made him even more heartbroken. Her gaze swept over dangerously, and that glance felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Fong Mingliang's head. Chapter 331. Call brother-in-law. It seems that last time didn't tea hurt you enough, and you haven't learned your lesson. Do you dare me to make a move on you here? Qin Yu's voice was somewhat cold. The people around were also frightened by Qin Yu's actions. They wanted to step forward to help Fong Mingliang, but remembering Fong Shihai's attitude towards Qin Yu earlier, they didn't dare make a move. Fong Mingliang didn't he know if he was scared or didn't he care much, and remained silent. Qin Yu slowly raised his other hand and said, you can bet whether I dare to act. I'll count to 3, and if you don't beg for mercy within those 3 counts, I'll hit you. Then he began to count. 1, 2. Just as he was about to count to 3, Fong Mingliang finally couldn't hold back any longer, his face falling. Qin Yu, I was wrong, okay? You can't hit me again. I've had several teeth filled. What do you still call me? Qin Yu put his hand down and asked, what should I call you? Of course, you should call me brother-in-law. Fong Mingliang's mouth twitched, looking very reluctant. Call or not call, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your refusal. Saying this, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with fierceness. Fine. I'll call you brother-in-law. Chapter 332. I can find out what method? Chao Wanzi hurriedly asked. Fong Mingyue said, if my master is willing to help, he can definitely help my grandfather get through this crisis. The problem is that I currently can't meet her, let alone persuade her. Also, finding a way to help my grandfather break through his martial artist realm is obviously even more impossible. So there is only one last option, which is to find a long-hidden medical god Qi Jiang. As long as he makes a move, even if he can't completely cure my grandfather's illness, he can extend his life. Is the medical god Qi Jiang very powerful? Chao Wanzi asked. Fong Mingyue introduced. This person is known as the #1 in the medical field. There are rumors that as long as he is willing to help, even the recently deceased can be revived, and even those with terminal illnesses are not a big problem in front of him. He is also very famous in the martial artist world. Many martial artists have sought his treatment before, whether it's for curing diseases, healing injuries, detoxifying, or extending life. None of these are difficult for him. Chao Wanzi exclaimed in amazement. There are still such highly skilled medical practitioners. Why don't you hurry up and find him? If I can really find him, even if I have to kidnap him, I'll bring him here. The problem is that this person hides too deep. I've already sent people searching for several years, and it's been in vain. Not just me, but many people outside are also looking for him. Chapter 333. Seeking justice, you want one too? Fine. No need to talk about money. I'll just give you one. Qin Yu said generously. He recalled the 3-tier blood core with 5 patterns that Fong Mingyue had given him last time, which was worth 25 billion. Even with 25 billion, it might not be obtainable. So a car worth 800 million was nothing for him. Fong Mingyue lowered her head to eat, remaining silent, which was considered tacit acceptance. The price of that car was small change for Qin Yu, but it was also small change for her, so she wouldn't waste words over such a trivial matter. Chao Wanzi watched from the side, quite satisfied with Qin Yu. Shortly after finishing their meal, Lei Qing and Tong Jun arrived in 2 cars. After Qin Yu instructed them to load several boxes of blood cores onto the car, he bid farewell to Chao Wanzi and Fong Mingyue and left. On the way back to Nanyun Villa, he suddenly received a call. The 12 blood cores he purchased from the Martial Alliance had also arrived at Nanyun Villa. Qin Yu directly told them to wait for him at the entrance of the Nanyun Villa community, and he would arrive soon. When the car reached Nanyun Villa, he indeed saw several people waiting for him. These were all members of the Martial Alliance. Upon returning to the villa, they moved the boxes of blood cores to the 2nd floor. Chapter 334. Lu Ju's question. Although he had only been to the Martial Alliance branch once and hadn't driven there himself, Qin Yu still clearly remembered the address. On the way, he received a call from Shui Shun. who said he had learned about the situation between Qin Yu and Lu Ju and that Lu Ju was currently in the martial alliance in Nanjing City, asking if Qin Yu needed the Dragon Guards to intervene. This meant that if Qin Yu couldn't handle it, the Dragon Guards could step in. Qin Yu said there was no need. He was confident he could deal with it, and then hung up. Glancing at his phone screen, he noticed that he had forgotten to charge it for the past few days, and the last bar of battery was almost consumed, meaning it would soon shut down even in standby. Although he felt a bit regretful, he didn't pay much attention to it. After more than 30 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Martial Alliance Park, and Zhu Rong was standing there, eagerly waiting for his arrival. Qin Yu rolled down the window, and he hurried over. "Brother Qin, you're here. Get in the car." Zhu Rong nodded, ran over to say a few words to the two security guards, then came back to open the door and jumped into the car. After entering the gate, the car continued driving inside, passing a tall building and then a low-rise complex, finally arriving at a quiet courtyard at the back. Chapter 335. Agreement. Lu Ju ignored Ding Jianwu and said to Qin Yu, "Qin Yu, I anticipated that you would likely refuse. If you don't want to have a life-and-death duel with me, then just self-destruct your cultivation and cut off one of your hands, and I won't pursue this matter any further. How about that?" Qin Yu smiled lightly. "If I refuse both, what then?" Lu Ju's eyes narrowed slightly. "Even if you refuse both, you can dodge the first, but you can't dodge the 15th. If you dare to act against my granddaughter, you must bear the consequences." "Then what consequences might that be?" Lu Ju snorted. "I'll say it here. I will wait for you outside, and as soon as I see you, I will definitely return the favor. If you dare to keep dodging me, aren't you the one who acted against my daughter because of that woman named Yin Chaoding? I will capture her and let my granddaughter torment her. Your friends and family, even those related to you, will suffer because of your cowardice." This statement was quite vicious, and several people present were moved. However, Qin Yu's expression remained unusually calm. After sitting quietly for a moment, he said, "Congratulations, you successfully threatened me. I agree to your life-and-death duel." Ding Jianwu felt something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Master Qin." But Chapter 336. Li Dongxian, my seeking death seems to have nothing to do with you, right? If you keep talking, I can guarantee that you won't live much longer." Qin Yu said coldly. "What did you say?" "Qin Yu, say that again and see." Wu Dun suddenly stood up, angrily shouting at Qin Yu. "Didn't you hear what I just said? As a transformation master, are you deaf?" Qin Yu retorted without showing weakness. Wu Dun's aura trembled, ready to take action against Qin Yu. Zhang Yin hurriedly stood up as well, pulling Wu Dun and saying, "Senior Wu, please calm down. Qin Yu is just being himself. He doesn't mean to offend you. If there is any offense, I apologize on his behalf and hope you can bear with it." "Zhang Yin, you don't need to speak for him. Qin Yu must apologize to me now, or I will never let this go." "Apologize to me? You're not worthy," Qin Yu said coldly. "Not worthy? Haha, you are truly arrogant. No wonder you agreed to a life-and-death duel with Lu Ju. People like you. I really don't know how you've survived until now," Wu Dun said, laughing in anger. Qin Yu squinted his eyes. He didn't want to waste more words arguing with the other party. It would only make him look cheap. Chapter 337. Practicing on the other end of the phone. There was a moment of silence before he finally said, "Once the life-and-death contract is signed, I have no way to intervene. However, I will personally call Lu Ju later, at least to tell him not to go too hard on Qin Yu. I believe that Li Dongxian will still give me some face." Zhang Yin let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Brother Li, with your words, I can relax. All right, let us do it this way. I'll call him now." However, after Li Dongxian hung up the phone, he called Lu Ju repeatedly, but Lu Ju didn't answer. When he called again, Lu Ju directly hung up the phone, making Li Dongxian so furious that he wanted to crush the phone in his hand. Lu Ju was currently fixated on fighting Qin Yu, so he did not answer any calls from unknown numbers. "Qin Yu, do you have any last words?" Lu Ju said with a cold laugh. At this moment, Lu Ju and Qin Yu stood at the center of the courtyard, about 10 meters apart. "Old man, you asked the wrong person. You should be asking yourself if you have any last words. Still stubborn in the face of death? Then let us see who is stronger." Wu Dun, watching from a distance, heard this clearly and disdainfully said, truly unaware of the heavens and earth. "You just broke through to the transformation realm and really think you are invincible, not even putting a senior of the 4th level of transformation in your eyes." Without a shred of humility. Chapter 338. Swordmaster. The Lu Ju in front of him was barely someone to practice against. Therefore, Qin Yu had just been suppressing his own strength and speed, just to enjoy the fight a bit. For a time, it was hard to distinguish who was winning. However, from their auras, one could still tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Qin Yu had been steady as a rock since the fight began, his expression showing no fluctuations. In contrast, Lu Ju's breath gradually became chaotic, and his face showed signs of anxiety. No matter how tricky or vicious his moves were, or how much strength he exerted, he could not do anything to his opponent. Although they were fighting barehanded, the battle was extremely intense. With every wave of their hands, sharp and deadly energy was unleashed. Each collision created enormous shockwaves. Sometimes, the two would leap into the air, using their hands and feet to unleash waves of energy. The courtyard walls, ground, and house were all ruthlessly battered and riddled with holes. Ding Jianwu could only lament at the sight. "Old man, is this all you can do?" Seeing Lu Ju's moves becoming stale and his strength declining, Qin Yu mocked. "What do you mean this is all I can do? As if you could do anything to me?" Lu Ju retorted defiantly. Chapter 339. No longer alive, no matter how fast Lu Ju drew his sword, or how clever his swordsmanship was, Qin Yu seemed to be able to anticipate the trajectory of Lu Ju's strikes in advance, easily dodging them. Every time he swung his bamboo stick, he could hit Lu Ju's vital points, causing him to become somewhat flustered. Against the backdrop of sword shadows and bamboo light, one wielding a sword and the other a bamboo stick, they appeared to be practicing a seamless coordination. All that could be heard was the sound of air being torn apart. There was no sound of weapons clashing. After hundreds of exchanges, beads of sweat began to appear on Lu Ju's forehead, and his wrist grew increasingly fatigued. Finally, with a loud crack, Lu Ju could no longer withstand the exhaustion and was struck by Qin Yu's bamboo stick. After the first hit, there came the second, then the third. With each crack, Lu Ju's body, arms, and face became covered with more and more wounds. What followed was a one-sided trend. Each of Qin Yu's strikes accurately landed on Lu Ju. A small bamboo stick, under Qin Yu's power, had become incredibly terrifying. Any practitioner of the divine organs realm would likely have their bones shattered if hit by it. Crack! The 20th time Lu Ju was struck by the bamboo stick. He could finally no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 340. Prediction. Qin Yu's words not only shocked Wu Dan, but also made the others feel a chill in their hearts, their thoughts complex. Lu Ju was, after all, a fourth-level transformation realm expert, the Grand Elder of the Martial Association, a strong figure they needed to look up to. Such a character was defeated by Qin Yu's hands, and in just a few days, he would fall. Seeing Wu Dan stunned and speechless, Qin Yu continued, "Wu Dan, Lu Ju has already been defeated. It's time for you and me to settle our matters. Why don't you kneel down and knock your head 3 times to me?" Wu Dan's heart jolted again. "Here it comes. Qin Yu, you just said to spare others when possible, so why make things so awkward? We are all part of the Martial Alliance. Don't let outsiders laugh at us. Since you lost, you must fulfill the bet. I hate those who do not keep their word the most. What nonsense about making people laugh. Don't say such useless things." Qin Yu looked at Wu Dan. Wu Zongshi can just apologize and acknowledge his mistakes, right? After all, he came with me to mediate between you and Lu Ju. Zhang Yin saw that Qin Yu was very firm in his attitude, but thinking that Wu Dan was someone he personally invited, he had to muster the courage to speak up for Wu Dan. Chapter 341. Arguing. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. It's what I should do. Okay, you go back to your work. I'll go up by myself. Good. With that, Qin Yu walked towards the elevator door. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he arrived at the door of Yun Chaoting's office and knocked. Gulmin, pushing the door open, he saw Yun Chaoting staring at him. Somewhat dazed, he closed the door, turned around, and saw that Yun Chaoting was still looking at him, remaining silent. Qin Yu chuckled and said, "Sister Yun, sorry for being a bit late. You're not blaming me with those affectionate eyes, are you?" Yun Chaoting finally spoke, immediately scolding, "Qin Yu, you dare to talk back to me? Do you know how many calls I made to you just now? Why was your phone always off?" Qin Yu took out his phone and looked at it, feeling apologetic as he said, "My phone was indeed off. I forgot to charge it for several days. Do you have a charger I could borrow?" Yun Chaoting went to her desk, took a charger along with a charging cable, and handed it to Qin Yu. After placing his phone on charge, Yun Chaoting had already brewed a cup of coffee and walked over to hand it to Qin Yu. Chapter 342. 5 factions. As he spoke, he hugged her and walked toward the small bedroom at the back of the office. This small bedroom had a bathroom, bed, closet, and everything needed. It was a space where Yun Chaoting could take a nap when she was tired from work, serving as her more private space. Yun shouting became tense as soon as she saw Qin Yu push open the door to the small bedroom, her body also stiffening a bit. Qin Yu, if you dare to act recklessly again, I will no longer recognize you as my brother. It's fine, I don't care. I'm going to twist your ear off. Qin Yu chuckled. He considered this a threat and just sat there, allowing Yun shouting to use all her strength to twist, which didn't bother him at all. Seeing that Qin Yu ignored her threat, Yun shouting's voice lowered. At least, you have to lock the door from the inside. What if someone barges in? Qin Yu was taken aback when he heard this. This sentence clearly indicated that she misunderstood something and had even implicitly agreed. Glancing at Yun shouting, he noticed her breathing was becoming rapid, her expression both nervous and a bit shy. Oh no, it's over. This time I put myself in a bind. In fact, he had brought Yin shouting in here not to do anything, at most to take advantage and scare her a bit, just joking around. Chapter 343. Adding more burdens. Are my 8 angel Chang still here? Qin Yu continued to ask. Your people have already left. Qin Yu replied with an O, then added, by the way, on the way here, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? First, help me pour a glass of water, and after I finish drinking, I will tell you. Yin shouting said, a bit parched. Wait a moment. Qin Yu ran to the water dispenser and poured a glass of warm water. After Yin shouting drank the water, she rested for a while until she felt less weak before standing up. With a slight smile at Qin Yu, she said, come with me. I want to give you something. Seeing Yin shouting's somewhat mysterious demeanor, Qin Yu became interested and followed her. Yin shouting led Qin Yu up to the 4th floor. It was still that small exhibition area. Upon entering, she turned on the lights, and then Qin Yu saw a very familiar sports car. With a stunningly cool exterior and a brand new black carbon fiber body, this car looked exactly like the Night Wind he had driven before, especially since its license plate was also Nanjiang 999999. The only difference was its wheels. Chapter 344. Qi Jiang, that's because your vision isn't far enough. My goal is for Qin Yu Investment to become the world's top company, to be a big company like TS. Understand? Tiz? Boss, you aren't joking, are you? Tang Qin asked weakly. Qin Yu's words not only startled her, but also shocked Xiaogua. Xiaogua blinked, staring at Qin Yu, recalling some past memories. Qin Yu, dissatisfied, said, Tang Qin, do you want a beating or something? You've been with me for so long and still don't understand me? When have you ever heard me lie? However, Tang Qin hesitated to speak. Forget it, I won't discuss this with you. In short, the investment amount has to increase several times, or even tens of times. And the company needs to continue expanding and hiring a large number of employees. Got it, Tang Qin said with a long face. Then thought for a moment and weakly added, you've already added burdens to me for the 3rd time. Qin Yu reminded her, if you feel too much pressure, you can add 1 or 2 more vice presidents to help share the burden. If you can't find suitable candidates in a short time, you can poach from the companies or industries under my name. Tang Qin's eyes lit up, smiling. How about I transfer Sister Xian from Jiangyun Hotel to be the vice president of Qin Yu Investment? Chapter 345. Xiaogua's reminder. Fong Mingyue carefully examined Qizhan, rarely showing a hint of a smile, and said, hello, I'll call you Qizhan sister from now on. Don't worry, just treat this place like your home. Sister Fong, did you really bring my great-grandfather here just to treat your elder? If it were just for treatment, why would I go through so much trouble to find your great-grandfather? That's good. I was worried you were some bad person. But seriously, you are really beautiful. Qizhan, though 21 years old, had little contact with the outside world and spoke in a naive tone. Fong Mingyue smiled and turned to Qi Jiang. Mr. Qi, why don't you rest here for a night? Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to meet my grandfather. Qi Jiang nodded. Then I'll follow Miss Fong's arrangements. He then asked, may I ask you a question? This question has been on my mind since I arrived here. What question? Just ask. Qi Jiang said seriously. Can you tell me how you discover me? I've been living incognito for the past 15 or 16 years in a small place, being extremely cautious in everything, yet I never expected anyone could find me. Chapter 346. Visiting. Yes, indeed. Xiaogua said confidently. Why don't I take you to buy a lottery ticket? If your feelings are really that accurate, how about we split the winnings? Qin Yu suggested while stroking his chin. Xiaogua smiled awkwardly. That definitely won't work. My feelings only work for dangerous situations. Oh, so I was overthinking it, Qin Yu said, somewhat disappointed. In fact, when he first met Xiaogua, he felt she was quite extraordinary, and this extraordinary nature referred not to her personally, but to her identity. especially that dream. It felt so real. However, although he was very curious about Xiaoguo's background, it seemed there was another voice telling him not to dig into her identity and not to interfere too much in her life. Otherwise, the consequences would be like a dream turned to ruins. Unless you have enough strength. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Xiaoguo grinned, giving a silly smile. Qin Yu stared at Xiaoguo for a while, then pondered and said, I will tentatively believe your feelings. There'll be danger there. But I have already promised someone. I can't go back on my word. As a martial artist, I can't just shrink back when I know there is danger ahead. Chapter 347. Qizhen was very fond of such a beautiful pendant and thanked Fong Mingyue several times. Xiaoguo felt a bit shy accepting the gift box and also thanked Fong Mingyue. Qin Yu smiled at Fong Mingyue. Mingyue, you are being too unfair. You don't share the gifts evenly. Why didn't I get anything? I only have gifts for girls. There are none for boys. Do you really want one? Fong Mingyue asked. Qin Yu still wore that smiling face. Of course I want one. Even though I can't use it, I can give it as a gift. Fong Mingyue snorted. Qin Yu, you accepted Sister Fong's gift. How can you give it away? That would be too much. Qizhen interjected. Qin Yu was left speechless by her words. Chuckling, I was just saying, anyway, Mingyue isn't giving me anything. Fong Mingyue remained silent. By the way, did you take Mr. Qi to see your grandfather for treatment? Qin Yu asked Fong Mingyue. I just came from my grandfather's place. Mr. Qi's medical skills are indeed extraordinary. My grandfather can now get out of bed and move around. After taking a few more prescriptions, he will be able to restore his health. But the root of the illness remains. It can only be adjusted gradually in the future. Fong Mingyue nodded. Chapter 348. Qin Hong seeks help. What do you mean by being more reserved? Someone comes to find trouble with me, and you still want me to be more reserved? Qin Yu said innocently. That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? Fong Mingyue thought for a moment and said, I mean, can you not improve your cultivation so quickly? At least let me have some hope of catching up. My state of mind has been affected by you. Damn, Xiao Yi, after all this, it turns out you are jealous of me, jealous that I'm stronger than you. This can't be blamed on me. Who told my strength to be so strong that I can't hold it down? Fong Mingyue gritted her teeth in anger, hugged Qin Yu, and then bit down on his neck. Still in the same spot, still the same wound. Even with Qin Yu's extraordinary physique, he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. This time, it was truly an old wound, not yet healed, now adding a new injury. After taking a bite, Fong Mingyue sat up straight, as if nothing had happened. Qin Yu rubbed his wound, looking at Fong Mingyue like this. He really wanted to give her a good beating, or maybe bite her back. But he had the intention, but no courage, because a divine thought was already watching him. If he really did what he wanted, the owner of that divine thought would definitely appear in front of him the next moment. And then he would be the one to suffer. Chapter 349. Relieving boredom. Was the collision very serious? Or did it directly wreck the other person's car? Which is why they are asking for so much compensation. It's not serious, just a light bump. If they just need to repaint, it should only cost around 100,000. Qin Hong said somewhat indignantly. Oh, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the other party was clearly trying to take advantage of his cousin, who came from the countryside. Interesting, since he had just made Fong Mingyue unhappy. He was still feeling a bit down. He didn't expect to find a punching bag so quickly. Got it, where are you? Qin Yu wasted no time and directly asked for the address. Qin Hong hurriedly told him his current location. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that it wasn't far from Nanyan Villa, just under 4 kilometers away. I'll come over right now. I'll be there soon. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone and chatting with Xiaoguo for a few words, he took Lei Qing and Tong Jun and got into the Angel Chang to leave Nanyan Villa. Once in the car, Qin Yu realized he was still holding the box Fong Mingyue had given him. Not knowing what gift was inside, without opening it, he casually placed it in the storage compartment of the back seat. Chapter 350. Hitting the car, Fu Yi sneered coldly. You can choose not to pay. I'm not forcing you. Qin Hong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Yu's wave of his hand. Cousin, sister-in-law. You two take Qin Hong to the side. I'm fine here, Qin Yu said to Qin Yong. All right, then I'll leave this to you. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yong knew he couldn't help by standing there. So he took Qin Hong and Zheng Yanhua to the side. What's your name? After the three moved away, Qin Yu asked the person opposite him. Fuyi, may I ask your name? Qin Yu. Fuyi showed no change in expression upon hearing Qin Yu's name. Probably the first time he had heard it. He looked at Qin Yu and said, to be honest, you don't need to lecture me on anything. Since I've said 60 million, I won't take any less. If we continue negotiating, wasting my time, I might have to increase the amount. You don't seem worried at all that we might refuse to pay so much? Qin Yu asked. Why should I worry? You probably have some strength if you can drive a car worth over 100 million, but in front of me, it's still not enough. If you don't pay, go ahead and try. Qin Yu gave a thumbs up, somewhat admiringly saying, You speak well, very domineering. It's just 60 million. I'll give it to you. Chapter 351. This matter is not over. If this matter gets out, he would become the biggest laughingstock among the circle. This loss far exceeds the 60 million. He glanced at the sports car, his eyes almost spitting fire as he looked at Qin Yu, and said, All right, I admit you're ruthless, but I wonder if you can bear the consequences of smashing my car. The woman beside him was also dumbfounded when she saw the hammer really fall. It was only then that she realized the other party was serious. So ruthless. This wasn't just any ordinary sports car, but Fu Ye's vehicle. Truly, ignorance is fearless. If someone dared to smash Fu Ye's car in Longcheng, it would immediately spread like wildfire, causing an uproar. Whatever the consequences are, I'm ready to face them. Qin Yu said with a non-committal smile. Over there, Tong Jun smashed the first hammer onto the sports car without any pause, continuing to raise and strike. Bang, bang, bang. One hammer, two hammers, three hammers. His expression was calm, his hand holding the hammer steady, as if he were smashing something of little significance. After wildly smashing more than 10 times, he continued. Chapter 352. Swimming Qin Yu didn't know how to respond. At this moment, his worldview was completely different from Qin Yu's. Qin Hong said somewhat embarrassedly, Qin Yu, I'm going to make you spend again. I don't know where to find 60 million to pay you back. What are you talking about? I just wanted to spend 60 million to smash a car and see what happens. As he spoke, Qin Yu looked at Qin Hong's newly bought car. Is this your new car? Yes, I just picked it up today. It hasn't even been registered yet. And I ended up crashing into someone else's car, Qin Hong said with an awkward smile. Qin Yu nodded and asked Qin Yu, Cousin, what about you? Have you bought a car? Not yet. I don't plan to buy one for now. Qin Yu replied awkwardly. Qin Yu said, Then hurry up and buy one. And also help sister-in-law buy one. Having cars will make it much more convenient to work here in the future. I don't need one. I don't have a driver's license yet. Zheng Yinhua hurriedly said. If you don't have a driver's license, then hurry up and get one. Buy a car after you have it. Okay. Zheng Yinhua had no choice but to reply. How about this? I'll take you to meet someone now, and she will arrange your jobs. Just tell her what kind of work you want to do. Chapter 353. Experience. That place was still a popular internet celebrity restaurant, very famous. He had already reserved the best window seat before coming here. The girls had all heard of the restaurant's name and were chattering excitedly. So, Jiang Xian's suggestion was quickly approved. After going down to the next floor, the 13 of them split into 2 tables, with Qin Yu, Jiang Xian, Li Junkin, and 3 others sitting at one table. After ordering, the waiter brought over iced drinks and tea, with 3 different types of tea served. Brother Qin, what do you like to drink? Tian Jianwei asked Qin Yu. A cup of jasmine tea, please, Qin Yu replied. Hee, just like Qin Gu. I'm also thinking about drinking jasmine tea. Tian Jianwei sweetly smiled and first poured a cup for Qin Yu, then made one for herself. It seemed that Tian Jianwei was sitting very close to Qin Yu, a bit like the intimacy between couples. The shyness that was there when they first met had completely disappeared, and she was quite poised, sometimes even teasing playfully. This girl had just finished swimming and had sprinkled a little fragrant perfume on herself, so Qin Yu could occasionally catch a whiff of the fresh scent. Coupled with Tian Jianwei's charming demeanor, Qin Yu was indeed a bit distracted. Chapter 354. Criticism. You deserve it. You only learn the bad and not the good. What do you expect me to say in your defense? Yin, shouting directly, poured a bucket of cold water on him. Aunt, why are you so angry today? Criticizing me in front of so many people. Jiang Xian almost cried. I ask you what's wrong. If you have any opinions, just twist your ears off. Yin, shouting, said without any mercy. This statement was quite intimidating, and Jiang Xian, timid and weak, no longer dared to speak. At this moment, the whole table fell silent. Li Junkin was also scared, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was well aware of the influence these 2 women had in Nanjing City. Even his father had to politely call Qin Miaojiao President Qin in front of her, seeing that Li Junkin also looked a bit fearful. The other 3 girls didn't dare to breathe. Really, they had no sense at all. Qin Miaojiao glanced at Jiang Xian and said to Yin, shouting, Let us go. Yin Jia, let us eat over there so we don't disturb someone here trying to flirt. All right, let us go. Yin, shouting, glanced at Qin Yu. The corners of her mouth slightly raised and walked with Qin Miaojiao to a table by the window. After they left, a few people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 355. Fu Jing Qin Miaojiao said in a sarcastic tone, taking the jade pendant that Yun Chaoting handed back and casually placing it on the table in front of her. At that moment, a large bouquet of vibrant red roses appeared in front of Qin Miaojiao. Then a man's affectionate voice said, "Miaojiao, this is for you. Do you like it?" Qin Yu looked up and saw that the speaker was a young man in his 30s, dressed in a mature and composed manner. Seeing the way this man looked at Qin Miaojiao with deep affection, he knew this person was either a suitor or a boyfriend. Qin Miaojiao did not take the flowers, turned her head to glance at the flower giver, her brows slightly furrowed, and said discontentedly, "Fu Jing, why are you here?" "I came specially to see you. I just wanted to give you a surprise." "No, this is not a surprise, it's a shock. Do you know that?" Qin Miaojiao complained. Fu Jing awkwardly smiled, and seeing that Qin Miaojiao still hadn't taken the flowers from his hand, he handed them to someone behind him, pointed to the seat opposite Qin Yu, and still smiled like a spring breeze. "May I sit down?" Qin Miaojiao really wanted to say no, but after thinking about it, she said, "Do as you please." Chapter 356. Show affection. Fu Jing was deeply hurt by this statement. After a moment of silence, he turned his gaze to Qin Yu with a forced smile. "This friend, your name is Qin Yu, right?" "Qin Miaojiao is a woman I've liked for a long time. Are you really going to compete with me for her?" Qin Yu drank his tea and ignored Fu Jing. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't even look at him, Fu Jing's eyes turned cold. Then he smiled at Qin Miaojiao again. "Miaojiao, you know I am sincere to you. Are you really going to abandon me for this guy? Don't let yourself be used. Maybe this guy is pursuing you not because he likes you, but because he is eyeing your money?" Qin Miaojiao's lips curled into a smirk as she replied to Fu Jing, "Well, is it possible that what you just said about being sincere is actually false? And that what you are really interested in is my money rather than me as a person?" "Absolutely not. I swear to heaven, my feelings for you are genuine. Not a single word of it is false." Fu Jing quickly swore. Qin Yu felt a stir in his heart and looked at Fu Jing a few more times. He had sharp insight. Although Fu Jing spoke earnestly, his hypocritical demeanor made him suspect there was something fishy going on. Perhaps he was the one coveting Qin Miaojiao's wealth, pretending to be sincere in front of her. Chapter 357. Not worthy just now. He thought Qin Miaojiao was just using Qin Yu to make him retreat. Now it seemed that they really had a bit of a flirtatious relationship. But so what? To dare compete with me, Fu Jing, is definitely your greatest misfortune. A flash of killing intent crossed Fu Jing's eyes. It seemed he understood something, and his face gradually returned to calmness, neither discouraged nor angry. He stood up and smiled politely at Qin Miaojiao, saying, "Since you and your friend are eating here, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Let's talk slowly another time." Saying that, he bid farewell without looking at Qin Yu and turned to leave. Qin Yu watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. He naturally sensed the killing intent in Fu Jing's eyes. It seemed this person was quite scheming, but it was not a cause for concern. Turning his head, he noticed two pairs of eyes staring directly at him. On one side, there was a look that was both playful and slightly angry, with a hint of shyness. On the other side, there was a slight worry, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Qin Yu ignored Qin Miaojiao and gave Yun Chaoting a sheepish smile. "Sister, I assure you, I really have no other intentions towards Qin Miaojiao. She was just too annoying earlier. I wanted to get back at her." Chapter 358. Controlling anger. This really angered Qin Miaojiao. She hated it most when others commented on her chest size. "Qin Yu, I'll remember what you said. This girl will find a way to deal with you later. Just wait and see." Qin Yu laughed it off and didn't take her words to heart. After that, the three of them chatted, eventually discussing some matters regarding the Fu family. Of course, Qin Miaojiao had the most authority to speak on the Fu family. Although she was still angry about Qin Yu's earlier comment about her chest size, she still detailed various aspects of the Longqing Fu family. After finishing lunch, Qin Yu left with Yin Chaoting and Qin Miaojiao. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian and the others had already disappeared. They had finished their lunch first and just came over to say hello before leaving. Upon reaching the first floor, Qin Yu said to Yun Chaoting, "Sister Yun, are you planning to go back to Nanyuan? How about I give you a ride?" "Sister Yun, you're going to accompany me back to Nanyuan capital. You must be disappointed," Qin Miaojiao said sarcastically. "I have some matters to handle at Nanyuan capital. Do you want to come with me?" Yin Chaoting smiled at Qin Yu. "Forget it. I want to go. I have nothing to do there." Qin Yu shook his head. Chapter 359. Humble. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yu went up to Silver Wing with Shueshun heading straight for Jiangzhou City. When they arrived at the Longwei office in Jiangzhou City, they didn't get off Silverwing, but stayed for a while until 3 people came in. 2 of them were middle-aged men, and the other was an elder. One of the middle-aged men, Qin Yu recognized, was Ling Kueixing, who had competed with him in speed during his last visit. The other 2 were members of the Dragon Guards Group A, who had rushed over from another location to support this operation. The middle-aged man was named Su Ting, a master at the 3rd level of transformation. The elder was named Qin Yu, whose strength was on par with Lu Ju. After a round of introductions, the 2 were surprised to learn that Qin Yu was actually a member of Dragon Guards Group A. Of course, they were astonished by how young Qin Yu was to possess such strength. These 2, relying on their higher cultivation, looked down somewhat on the few people present. After exchanging a few words with Qin Yu and noticing his somewhat cold demeanor, they stopped talking and began to meditate. Ling Kueixing, worried about disturbing the 2 group and members meditating, made a few polite remarks to Qin Yu before also falling silent. Qin Yu felt a bit bored and started playing on his phone. He was not at all anxious about this operation, treating it as a trip there for tourism while also putting in some effort to earn Dragon Guard points. Chapter 360. Wu He. In addition to the master at the 3rd level of transformation, there were 2 half-step transformation experts and 10 divine vessel warriors. It was evident that the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. They were a formidable force anywhere. As soon as the 2 sides met, intense fighting broke out. Shouts, sounds of combat, clashing weapons, and even gunfire echoed throughout the entire villa. Casualties were quickly increasing. Of course, the vast majority of the casualties were on the opponent's side, as the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too great. With Su Ting overseeing the battle, the Dragon Guard personnel were generally not in great danger during the fights between half-step transformation experts or divine vessel warriors. Qin Yu no longer focused on the battles among these minor characters and directed his mental energy toward the main building halfway up the mountain. There, Qin Yu was already engaged in combat with the opponent's transformation master. Qin Yu had a slight edge in cultivation over the opponent, forcing him to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Guanjin was fighting evenly with another newly appeared transformation master and was even at a slight disadvantage. The opponent had actually hidden another transformation master, whose strength was not inferior to Guanjin's. If Qin Yu hadn't come, just this sudden emergence of a strong adversary would have been quite difficult to deal with. Chapter 361. Escape. Upon hearing the name Demon Man, Qin Yu's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the opponent with some fear. The Dragon Guard's records contained detailed information about this person. The Demon Man became a martial artist from an ordinary person at a young age. When he was 10, a sudden tragedy struck, and all his closest family members were killed. He was not at home at the time, so he escaped the disaster. After this incident, he followed a master and lived in hiding. After 10 years, he no longer concealed himself, but went out to seek revenge on his enemies. By then, his martial arts level had reached the 5th level of Divine Vessel, and his progress was remarkably swift. By chance, he encountered a Taoist priest who, seeing his heavy killing intent, brought him back to the temple to gradually temper his killing desire. However, 5 years later, not only did the priest fail to temper his killing intent, but he also fell into madness, becoming a murderous fiend. He slaughtered everyone in the temple and killed the Taoist priest who had taken him in. Eventually, he found and killed all his enemies. Naturally, he became the #1 wanted criminal by the Dragon Guard. After joining the Medicine King Valley, he became even more formidable, and his killing count continued to rise. His cultivation also progressed rapidly as he constantly released his killing intent during his slaughters. Chapter 362. Why Qin Yu was silent, his expression extremely serious, and he was prepared to go all out. "Don't worry, those 2 have already been taken care of by me," Qin Yu said. "What? You dealt with them? Really?" Qin Yu's eyes lit up. "Those 2 small fry were easily taken care of." "Good, that's great. Haha, what a pleasant surprise." Guanjin's tense expression relaxed, and he chuckled. Qin Yu's words were believed by Guanjin and Qin Yu. However, the 3 opponents did not believe it at all and had strange expressions on their faces. The one who had mocked Qin Yu earlier laughed and pointed at him, saying, "What a joke. Any one of those 2 has strength equal to mine." Even Guanjin might not necessarily win against them, let alone in such a short time. "You, an ordinary person, what right do you have to rely on those firearms? Those things are just toys in front of me." "What right?" Qin Yu finally looked at this person directly. "Just this." Saying that, his figure vanished in the blink of an eye right before the opponent's eyes. While the opponent was still in shock, Wu He's gaze sharpened, and he shouted a warning, rushing towards him. Chapter 363. In seeing that all his techniques had been exhausted and he was forced to retreat without being able to do anything to his opponent, Wu He asked in exasperation, "Why should I tell you about this?" Qin Yu's strikes fell like rain, yet his tone remained calm. The reason he had been able to fight for so long, while still having ample inner strength, was that he had held back from the beginning. His inner strength was far deeper than that of his opponent, and his swordsmanship was exquisite, with speed that went without saying. Thus, no matter how they fought, he remained undefeated. The gap between the two became more pronounced as the battle dragged on. "How about this? I admit defeat, and you let me go. You can name any conditions," Wu said laboriously. It seemed he was really reaching his limit. "Stop talking nonsense. If I let you go, how can I take your head?" Just as Qin Yu said this, Wu suddenly shook his feather duster, and dozens of tiny hidden weapons, as thin as needles, flew out, aiming at the close-range Qin Yu. Each needle was coated with a deadly poison, and even if a grandmaster of Qi were to be hit, they would either die on the spot or lose most of their combat ability. These hidden weapons had been concealed on the handle of the feather duster, covered by soft fur, making them silent and difficult to defend against. Chapter 364. Bad guy Shueshun recalled the first time he met Qin Yu, when Qin Yu was only slightly stronger than him. Yet, in less than a month, not only had Qin Yu defeated Lu Ju, but even the Grandmaster of Qi. The Demon Man was no match for him. Time and again, he had his perception of Qin Yu refreshed to the point of becoming numb. Would it be that the next time, Qin Yu would have reached half-step transformation? Shueshun was startled by this sudden thought. If that were true, it would be terrifying. In any case, Qin Yu could no longer be understood by conventional reasoning. Qin Yu also asked Guanjin about the casualties among the Dragon Guard personnel and how many of the opponents had escaped. Then he said, "Regarding my identity as a Grandmaster of Qi, I do not wish for outsiders to know. This is up to you. Rest assured, Master Qin. We know what to do, and it won't be leaked," Qin Yu quickly assured. Jiang Jin thought for a moment and said, "This matter can be kept confidential, but it still needs to be reported to the higher-ups. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. It doesn't matter to report to the higher-ups, as long as it doesn't leak out." Qin Yu pondered for a moment. "That's inevitable," Qin Yu nodded. Soon after, Qin Yu drove with Shueshun to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Chapter 365. Encounter again. Without waiting for Song Li to react, he dragged her out of the restaurant. Then they got into her large Mercedes SUV and drove away. Songzi looked somewhat delicate, but when she got angry, she could be quite fierce. "Qin Yu, you didn't really mess up that girl's phone, did you?" Seeing the three leave, Shueshun asked Qin Yu with a half-smile and a hint of caution. Qin Yu smiled faintly and briefly recounted what had happened. Shueshun laughed heartily. "From what you said, that girl's phone being crushed by you is not unjust at all. I just didn't expect to see them so soon. This shows you have a connection. Perhaps you will meet again." Shueshun teased. Qin Yu did not respond to his words and stood up, saying, "Let's go. We should head back." "Okay." To Qin Yu's surprise, Shueshun was right. They encountered the three sisters again on the way back. However, the situation for the three was dire. They had been kidnapped. Two big men intercepted Song Zi's car, then rushed up to forcibly open the door and got into the car, brandishing short knives. Qin Yu saw that scene from a distance. Chapter 366. A fortuitous reunion. Qin Yu no longer paid attention to the two young girls. He kicked the martial artist lying on the ground, hitting him right in a critical spot, making him grimace in pain. He then asked, "I'm asking you a question. You escaped from the villa at the mountain resort, right?" When Qin Yu chased this martial artist earlier, he had punched him, so he was already injured. "I didn't." Hearing Qin Yu's question, the man was startled and quickly shook his head in denial. Qin Yu kicked him twice more, and this time the sound of bones cracking could be heard, causing cold sweat to flow from the man's forehead. "If you dare to lie again, I'll stomp you to death." Okay, I'll say I escaped from there. "Senior, spare my life. I didn't recognize your greatness earlier. As long as you let me go, I can agree to any request of yours," the martial artist said in a hurry, clearly terrified. It was evident that this man was extremely afraid of death. Perhaps that was why he had slipped out of the villa. "Besides you, are there any other accomplices?" Qin Yu continued to ask. Chapter 367. Awaiting developments. After entering the villa, Qi Jiang chatted casually with Xiaogua. They talked about trivial matters, but it seemed there was a hint of meaning behind their words. His expression was very respectful, with a trace of hope in his eyes. After chatting for a while, Xiaogua seemed a bit impatient, and picked up her tea to signal the end of the conversation. Seeing this, Qi Jiang had to stand up to take his leave. Leading Qi Zhen out of the villa, Xiaoguo watched their backs with a furrowed brow, seemingly caught in a difficult choice. Qi Jiang and Qi Zhen got into a car arranged by Feng Mingwei and left Nanyun Villa. Looking at the gradually receding Nanyun Villa, Qi Jiang showed a hint of disappointment on his face. Great-grandfather, why did we come here today? Was it just to meet Sister Xiaoguo? Qi Zhen asked. Hearing Sister Xiaoguo, Qi Jiang's face broke into a kind smile, and he said meaningfully, in the future, if you have time, come and visit Xiaoguo more often. Try to build a good relationship with her, understand? Although Qi Zhen was a bit confused, she nodded. Got it. So after you cure Grandpa Feng's illness, will we return to where we used to live? Qi Jiang smiled. Not for now. Let's find a place to live here in Nanjiang City first. Chapter 368. Renowned. She's the owner of this tea house. The other person is a man in his 30s, wearing a white shirt and looking very refined. This man looks somewhat ordinary, cultured, and wears glasses, not particularly outstanding in appearance. However, the tea house owner not only did not underestimate him, but also showed a hint of respect in her demeanor. Secretary Su, who exactly is this person that even Mr. He and Mr. Zhao are waiting for him here? Lu Gonger asked, echoing the question of the woman in the tea room. Seeing Su Luan waiting for someone, she also walked over to stand beside him. After waiting for a long time without seeing the person arrive, she finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked her doubts. I'm not too sure about the other party's identity. We'll naturally know when he arrives, Su Luan replied without revealing anything. All right then. Lu Gonger realized that Secretary Su wouldn't say any more and stopped asking. She understood that whoever was coming, she had to take it seriously. Perhaps this opportunity would allow her to meet someone influential. Just then, the car finally arrived, and Qin Yu and Tang Qin got out. Su Luan hurriedly went to greet them, politely saying to Qin Yu, "Hello, you must be Mr. Qin Yu. I am Secretary Su Luan, specially waiting for your arrival here." Chapter 369. Intentions. The four of them chatted over tea. Initially, He Timing talked about some issues related to people's livelihoods, and naturally, the conversation shifted to Qin Yu Investment Company. In fact, Qin Yu came to see He Timing with certain plans in mind. Since the other party took the initiative to meet him, he certainly had to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits for Qin Yu Investment. With these benefits, future investments here would be much more convenient, allowing him to better develop his spending ventures. When it came to Qin Yu Investment, Tang Qin transitioned from being a listener to the main speaker, starting to explain. She spoke extensively about the industries owned by Qin Yu Investment, the scope of industries involved, and future investment plans, as well as the difficulties the company was currently facing. He Timing listened quietly, his expression unchanged. He had a detailed understanding of Qin Yu Investment and was not particularly surprised. Zhao Rong, on the other hand, was quite astonished. Only then did she realize how formidable Qin Yu Investment strength was. This company was no longer just a simple investment firm, but had become a super conglomerate involved in various industries, with a massive cash flow and strong development, already holding a significant position in Nanjiang City. Chapter 370. Calculated Plans. He Timing chuckled and said, "The reason I called you here today, besides sharing this with you, is also to apologize on behalf of the two brothers from the Fu family, hoping you can overlook past grievances and reconcile with the Fu family. So, you're mainly here to mediate and persuade me to make peace. No wonder you promised me so many benefits for the company just now. You're half right. I have actually wanted to meet you for a long time. Even without the matter of Fu Jing, I was planning to find some time to come over. You're worried that I might cause some trouble in Nanjiang City, stirring up bigger waves and making things difficult for you, right? That's why you're so eager to talk to me," Qin Yu said faintly. His mind was sharp, and as soon as He Timing's words were spoken, he already understood everything clearly. He Timing awkwardly smiled. "That's not it. I just wanted to invite you for a cup of tea. That's all, no other meaning." Seeing the other party say this, Qin Yu replied, "In any case, my character has always been that I don't offend others unless they offend me. I can overlook the matter of Fu Jing and his brothers, but if they cross the line with me again, don't blame me for not giving you face. That's only natural. If they provoke you again, it's their own fault, and I won't pay them any mind," He Timing hurriedly said. Chapter 371. Ji Jiyuan, seeing that the next head of the family had no hope of taking over, his father told him something. As long as he could marry Qin Miaojiao from the Qin family, then everything would be fine, and no one would oppose him becoming the next head of the Fu family. Qin Miaojiao was not only the princess of the Qin family, but also inherited all the assets from her maternal family. The big families in Longsheng were all envious of the assets she held. Therefore, if Fu Jing married her, not only would he gain a great beauty, but his wealth would also multiply many times over, and he could sit in the position of the head of the Fu family. Such good fortune he had dreamed of experiencing several times. After Qin Yu finished talking with He Taiming, he took his leave. On the other hand, Tang Xin was having a great time chatting with Zhao Rong and Lu Gong, even exchanging business cards. Qin Yu called Tang Xin, and only then did she reluctantly bid farewell to the two. After leaving the tea house and getting into the Angel Qing, Tang Xin asked, "Boss, are we going back to the company or the villa? It's already what time now? We should go back to the villa. But I still have some documents to sign at the company." Tang Xin thought for a moment and said, "It's not too late to sign them tomorrow." "All right." Tang Xin then asked, "Boss, did you know General He before?" Chapter 372. Request a full 80,000 points. With these 80,000 points, I could buy 4 silver wings. Qin Yu directly asked Xue Shun if he could use these 80,000 points to process the purchase of 4 silver wings. Hearing this idea, Xue Shun was taken aback. After checking, he replied, "The point from Long Wei can only be redeemed once for the purchase ticket of the silver wing, so it's not possible." Hearing this answer, Qin Yu felt a bit regretful. Without any hesitation, he asked Xue Shun to deduct 20,000 points for him and process the purchase of the silver wing. No problem. The procedures can be completed quickly. However, Xue Shun paused for a moment on the phone and then said, "Do you need me to entrust someone to help you buy the silver wing at the TS Company's exclusive store?" Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he said, "That would be even better. I was just about to ask you where I could buy the silver wing once the procedures are done." "Ha! There's an exclusive store for silver wings in Longsheng. Just go there to buy it. But I'm not sure if there's any stock left. If not, it would need to be pre-ordered, and in that case, it might take a few days." "No problem. Please help me with that too." Chapter 373. Xiag was distress. "All right, boss." Tong Jun hurriedly said, "Then I'll go over first." Yi Shuang stood up. Qin Yu replied with a sound. After that, Yi Shuang followed Tong Jun out. After the two left, Qin Yu went to check the passenger cabin of the silver wing and finally arrived at the cockpit. The space here was relatively spacious, and the controls for the silver wing were right under the front windshield. Qin Yu felt a mix of emotions. He had put in a lot of effort to buy the silver wing. Now he could be said to have achieved his wish. However, he did not expect that this hard-won silver wing would lose its charm in just a few days, and for this he scolded the system for being unfair. Stroking his chin and thinking, Qin Yu felt a stir in his heart and instructed the system to consume 300 sign-in points to add the top-level piloting skill for flying vehicles. According to the system's explanation, this top-level piloting skill meant that he could skillfully operate any flying vehicle in this world. It sounded impressive. At that moment, Qin Yu's mind was filled with memories and knowledge about piloting various flying vehicles, including the Silver Wing. Chapter 374. Dihua Mountain Villa. This doesn't seem right. What's wrong with it? By the way, you just arrived here. Where are you staying tonight? Mr. Qin has already arranged accommodation for me in Villa No. 51 of Nanyan Mountain Villa. Villa number 51 is quite nice. Tang Xin smiled more genuinely. At this point, she had completely lost any lingering resentment towards Yi Shuang. "Let us eat first. Miss Yi, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let us eat together," Qin Yu said. Yi Shuang wanted to politely refuse, but Tang Xin pulled her into the dining area. After the meal, Tang Xin eagerly asked, "Boss, where are we going to play later?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Let us go to Jiangzhou City." "Is Jiangzhou City too far away?" Tang Xin inquired. "Far? Do you know how long it takes to get from here to Jiangzhou City on the Silver Wing?" Qin Yu asked with a smile. "How long does it take?" Tang Xin perked up. "You can ask Miss Yi." Tang Xin hurriedly asked Yi Shuang. "Sister Yi, please tell us. How long does it take to fly from here to Jiangzhou City on the Silver Wing?" "It takes less than half an hour. And if you fly at the fastest speed, it's just over 10 minutes, Yi Shuang replied. Chapter 375. Maid outfit. Qin Yu was a bit worried about getting the address wrong, so to be safe, he confirmed that this villa was indeed his. The slender maid answered affirmatively. Qin Yu then asked what was going on in the main building of the villa. It seemed quite lively. The two maids exchanged wary glances and looked suspiciously at Qin Yu and the others. The plump maid asked, "You don't know this? Are you not here to attend the party?" "That's right. I'm not here to attend the party," Qin Yu said straightforwardly. "Do you know our housekeeper?" "I don't know him." "Then how did you get in?" The The plump maid asked with a wary expression. How'd I get in? I'm actually the owner of this villa and your boss, so it's not difficult for me to enter here. Qin Yu revealed his identity. You are our boss? The slender maid exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Can you answer my question now? But we have never seen the owner of this villa before. How we know you're not lying? The plump maid asked. Qin Yu's expression was calm and imposing. I don't need to explain myself to you. Whether you believe it or not, just answer my question. Chapter 376, Yao Jie, perhaps the young Master Li, who was organizing the birthday party, had a significant identity. And Zhu Yu didn't dare to offend him, which was why he acted this way. Qin Yu chuckled. So what should we do? You call Wei Daoyuan and ask him to investigate this young Master Li. Also, tell him to send more bodyguards over here. I have use for them. Okay. After speaking, Tang Xin picked up her phone and dialed Wei Daoyuan. Once she hung up, a woman dressed in a purple dress with a delicate face swayed towards her. This woman focused all her attention on Tang Xin and, upon getting closer, called out, Tang Xin? Tang Xin looked at the woman in confusion and asked, Who are you? How do you know my name? The woman chuckled. Oh, it really is you? I didn't expect to see you here after more than 2 years. Yingma Ye. Have you forgotten me so soon? You are Yao Jie? Tang Xin finally recalled the name, but was even more astonished. She carefully observed Yao Jie and said, It really is you. Yao Jie, you've changed so much. If you hadn't said it, I would never have recognized you. Hee, the change is definitely significant. Dang. The beautiful lady, didn't expect that in just 2 or 3 years after graduating from university, I would transform from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. I'm not that different from you, right? Yao Jie said with some pride. Chapter 377, Get out of here, I don't know you. Qin Yu was unwilling to engage with this woman and dismissed her with a casual remark. Yao Jie looked at Tang Xin again, only to see her standing there with a serious expression, not even glancing at her. Seeing that both of them were ignoring her, Yao Jie felt a severe blow to her ego, feeling insulted. With a sulky face, she said, Tang Xin, fine, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but you both are going too far. Not only did you break into my home, but you also ignore me like this. I'll make you regret it soon. Do whatever you want. Tang Xin looked over and coldly replied. Yao Jie snorted, turned around, and waved at someone not far behind her. Immediately, a tall, lean young man with prominent cheekbones approached, wrapping his arm around Yao Jie's slim waist and asking, What's wrong, babe? You look upset. Did these people bully you? Yao Jie enjoyed the embrace, her expression softening a bit, and pointed at Tang Xin, saying, Do you know these people? They didn't come to the party, and I don't know how they ended up here. Oh, really? Zhu Shun frowned, casting a scrutinizing glance at the 5 people in front of him. His gaze suddenly brightened when it fell on Tang Xin and Yi Shuangshuang. Chapter 378, Li Yi. Upon hearing this, both Li Yi and Zhu Shun's expressions changed. The others looked on as if they were witnessing a great joke. A few couldn't help but laugh out loud, then sneered in mockery. Where did these two come from? Claiming this mansion is theirs in front of young Master Li and Zhu Shun? What an eye-opener. Yes, this is clearly Zhu Shun's family's house. These two have the audacity to say this in front of the owner. They don't feel embarrassed? I'm blushing for them. They definitely didn't come to attend the birthday party for Miss Chu. I think they're just here to cause trouble. They must be asking for trouble. Shoo, let us just watch the show. Yao Jie was stunned for a while, then burst into laughter. Tang Xin, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? You must be jealous of me to say something so ridiculous. However, before she could finish her sentence, a loud shout came from a distance. Shut up. Immediately, a middle-aged man hurried over. Seeing someone interrupting her, Yao Jie frowned and turned to look, and her expression immediately relaxed. Chapter 379, Bear the consequences you see, Mr. Qin. You weren't here in Jiangzhou before, so you may not know. Young Master Li's family is a prominent family here, with its businesses occupying a large portion of the entertainment industry in Jiangzhou. Their strength is not to be underestimated. So, I borrowed this villa for him to hold a birthday party for Miss Chu without your permission. Zhu Yu paused here, sneaking a glance at Qin Yu. And then, Qin Yu understood Zhu Yu's intentions upon hearing this and sneered inwardly. Mr. Qin, why not take this opportunity to get to know young Master Li? It would give you another friend in Jiangzhou, wouldn't it? Zhu Yu said in a soft voice. Before Qin Yu could respond, the woman next to Li Yi spoke up. Zhu Yu, you're being too presumptuous. Just now, this Qin Yu was the one who wanted to kick us out. Now he wants to get to know us. He should ask for our permission first. Unless he apologizes to me and Li Yi and drinks 3 glasses of wine as punishment, maybe we'll consider it. Li Fronit slightly, glanced at the woman beside him, and continued to watch coldly. Qin Yu didn't even look at the speaker and said to Zhu Yu, "Are you done?" Chapter 380. Chu Wuyo's arrival. His family is related to the Fong family in Nanjing City. He often went to Nanjing City to hang out, got to know many people there, and paid attention to the affairs of Nanjing City. He was quite familiar with the most influential families there. Damn, if that's the case, this kid doesn't have a significant background. This villa wasn't bought by him, but given to him by someone else. What is there to be afraid of? Let us just deal with him. Kong Peng cracked his knuckles and said, "But these three girls around Qin, you're pretty good. I'll grab these three women later and treat them well." Tang Junfeng stroked his chin, eyeing Tang Qin and the others. His words immediately drew laughter from those around. "Tang Junfeng, you old lecher, don't do anything reckless this time. The other party has a villa worth over 2 billion. They can't possibly be small fries. If this escalates, I wonder who will take care of you," Li Yi said. Tonight was his girlfriend's birthday, and he was hosting the gathering here. He didn't want to escalate things further, nor did he want to create bigger trouble. He just wanted to drive Qin Yu away and finish the party peacefully. After hearing Li Yi's words, Tang Junfeng was also jolted awake. He chuckled awkwardly. "I was just joking. I didn't mean it." Chapter 381. Use Yu as a target. He was thinking that the chairman of Fengwei Security, as mentioned by Chu Wuyo, was probably Qin Yu's father, not Qin Yu himself. Chu Wuyo probably just misspoke. Who is so young to control a trillion-dollar group? But even if the big boss of Fengwei Security was Qin Yu's father, Qin Yu was not someone Li Yi could provoke. Among the local enterprises in Jiangzhou, there were two star companies, the two most powerful groups. One was Mingwei Group, and the other was Fengwei Security. The strength of these two companies was beyond reach even for the offspring of local prominent families. Didn't you hear what I just said? Since I called Qin Yu Director Qin, then he must be the chairman of Fengwei Security, Chu Wuyo said impatiently. Hearing this, the several wealthy second-generation individuals who shared the same thoughts as Li Yi had no choice but to accept this fact. Li Yi glared fiercely at Zhu Yu and Tang Junfeng, his eyes clearly expressing blame for their earlier speculation about Qin Yu's identity. Damn it, didn't you say that Qin Yu was just from Nanjing City, with no significant connections there, and that this villa was a gift from someone else? Chapter 382. Even you are involved. Zhu Yu had already pleaded for mercy for Zhu Shen the moment he was controlled, seeking help from Li Yi and others. In the end, he was almost hysterical in trying to save his son, but was stopped by two bodyguards. "Qin Yu, Zhu Shen is my only son. As long as you let him go, I am willing to agree to any of your requests." Zhu Yu broke free from the two and hurriedly knelt before Qin Yu. "Zhu Yu, all of this is your own fault. If you had done your job properly and not let your son in, how would this have happened?" Qin Yu said coldly. Without waiting for Zhu Yu to speak, he told the two bodyguards, drag him away and throw him out of the villa, and later throw Zhu Shen out too. The two bodyguards complied and took Zhu Yu away. Meanwhile, Yao Jie watched everything with a hollow gaze, shivering at the distant screams of Zhu Shen. She was also scared and wished she could escape right away. Stealing a glance at Tang Qin, seeing her calm expression made her feel extremely unbalanced. This time, she had completely lost in front of Tang Qin, losing embarrassingly. Qin Yu looked at the stunned Li Yi and others, his gaze stopping on Tang Junfeng. Chapter 383. Equal treatment. The person who looked lost was, of course, the plum maid. 8 people approached, bowing together and saying, "Mr. Qin, hello." Qin Yu nodded and looked at the plump maid, saying from now on, "You are no longer an employee here. You are fired." Then he told Tang Qin, "Later, you will settle her salary." Tang Qin responded. Now that Zhu Yu had been driven away, Tang Qin temporarily took over the role of the villa's housekeeper. The plump maid, though somewhat prepared for this, still looked very pale upon hearing Qin Yu's words. She wanted to plead for herself, but seeing Qin Yu's serious face, she swallowed her words. It was false to say she had no regrets. After all, working here was quite easy, with a monthly income of 20,000 yuan and several days off each month. "What's your name?" Qin Yu asked the slender maid. "My name is Zhou Qian," Zhou Qian replied nervously. "Zhou Qian, how much is your salary?" "Mr. Qin, my salary is 8,000, Zhou Qian quickly answered. "Oh, 8,000. How long have you been working here?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and asked. Zhou Qian thought for a moment and said, "It's been more than a year. I came here when the villa first hired maids." Chapter 384. Venting anger, let them in. After hearing Chu Wuyo's report, Qin Yu instructed. A few minutes later, 5 cars drove up and stopped in front of the villa. 15 people got out of the 5 cars. Among these 15, besides the previously met Chu Shaoqing and Li Yi, the leader was Chu Weiming from the Chu family, along with a middle-aged man in his 50s. The others were all bodyguards. Chu Weio arrived here first. When Qin Yu walked out, he stood in front of these people. Second brother, this is Qin Yu. You must seek justice for me and Li Yi. Chu Shaoqing pointed at Qin Yu and shouted. Chu Weiming ignored Chu Shaoqing's words, showing some emotion as he took a few steps toward Qin Yu. He slightly bowed and politely said, Mr. Qin, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Indeed, it's quite fast. Who is this person? Qin Yu looked at the middle-aged man and asked. His name is Li Quan. Li Yi's father, Chu Weiming introduced. Qin Yu responded with a sound and said lightly, You both came together to seek justice, right? Of course, we came to seek justice from you. Otherwise, why would we come and chat with you? Chu Shaoqing said. Chapter 385. Frustrated Fong Mingliang after returning to Nanyan Mountain Villa. Qin Yu finished his shower and opened the system panel, noticing the sign-in progress. 52. 5 billion, level 5 sign-in unlocked, ready for sign-in. After thinking for a moment, he chose not to sign in. The next morning, he received a phone call from Fong Mingyue. The first thing she asked was if Qin Yu was free. I am free, what's up? Qin Yu asked. My grandfather wants to see you, Fong Mingyue said briefly. Oh, how is your grandfather's health now? Much better. He is in better shape than when you first met him. It seems that Qi Zhang's medical skills are indeed remarkable, as rumored. Does your grandfather know why he wants to see me? I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be a bad thing for you. Are you coming? All right, I'll head over shortly. Are you with your grandfather now? Yes. Okay, I'll be there in a few minutes, Qin Yu said. A few minutes? Are you near the villa on Silver River Mountain? Fong Mingyue asked in confusion. You'll know in a bit, Qin Yu replied mysteriously. Fong Mingyue was silent for a moment, then stopped asking and hung up the phone. Chapter 386. Tang Lichu Fong Mingyue's face was covered with a layer of frost, brewing a stormy atmosphere. Fong Mingliang saw this and was delighted. Finally, someone was standing in the same camp against Qin Yu, and that person was his sister. Sister, this Qin Yu is too much. He is simply insulting you. You should teach him a lesson. Fong Mingyue indeed took action. But the person she hit was not Qin Yu, but Fong Mingliang. With one kick, she sent Fong Mingliang flying to the other side of the lawn, causing him to lie there grimacing in pain. If Fong Mingyue could beat Qin Yu, that kick would have definitely been aimed at him. What Fong Mingliang said was completely hitting the mark, perfectly letting his sister vent her anger. Mingyue, why did you hit your brother again? When will you change this temper? Chao Wanzi was about to advise Fong Mingyue not to be impulsive, as she was very worried that Fong Mingyue would act against Qin Yu in a moment of anger. It would be a huge loss if such a good son-in-law was chased away. Seeing Fong Mingliang being hit now, she felt somewhat relieved, but still had to educate Fong Mingyue a bit. Fong Mingyue ignored her mother's words and said to Qin Yu, Aren't you leaving? My grandfather is waiting for you inside. Chapter 387. The map, especially the aura of the martial artist, had become much denser. Qin Yu, haha, thank you for coming to see this old man. Fong Haishan stepped forward and laughed. Hello, old Master Fong. Qin Yu greeted politely. Qin Xiaoyu, after a few days apart. You have certainly made me see you in a new light. I can't help but exclaim that you are one of the most outstanding young talents I have ever seen. Fong Haishan said with deep emotion as he carefully examined Qin Yu. Since the last time Qin Yu visited the Fong family, he had been paying close attention to Qin Yu's movements, especially when Fan Yingchu and several major forces, including the Qiao family, joined forces to target Qin Yu. He had to listen to reports about Qin Yu 3 times a day. The outcome of that incident was far beyond his expectations, even revealing that Qin Yu was a major shareholder of Long Run Supermarket. He also knew that the downfall of the Qiao family was closely related to Qin Yu. What shocked him the most was that Qin Yu had actually defeated Lu Ju. Moreover, the Qi Jiang he had been searching for was also easily brought to him by Qin Yu. With each incident, he had greatly elevated Qin Yu's status in his mind. For both gratitude and reason, he had to cultivate a good relationship with Qin Yu. Chapter 388. The system task is back a 5th-tier blood core, and it's not even the lowest quality one. Are you kidding me? Qin Yu was somewhat moved. He had learned a lot about blood cores from the Dragon Guard and the Martial Alliance, and he naturally understood what a 5th-tier blood core represented. This was something that all half-step transformation realm warriors dreamed of. Without a 5th-tier blood core, half-step transformation realm warriors could not break through to the transformation realm. However, to obtain a 5th-tier blood core, one must kill a 5th-tier blood-devouring iron-armored beast. But killing a fifth-tier iron-armored beast was incredibly difficult, unless a powerful warrior from the god refining realm intervened. Even several transformation realm supremes might not be able to kill a fifth-tier iron-armored beast. Among the strongest countries in this world, the highest-ranked warriors were merely transformation realm supremes, and most of these countries only had one transformation realm supreme, including Longxia. Fang Haishan smiled and said, "How could I joke about this? That map was something I stumbled upon more than 10 years ago, and its authenticity is unquestionable. As early as 20 years ago, this map caused a huge stir in the Black Domain and Angel City, and many warriors wanted to obtain it." Chapter 389. System Storage Space. Moreover, based on past experiences, the points obtained from the level 6 sign-in task are likely to be 100,000 sign-in points. Not 50,000. My goodness. Thinking of 100,000 sign-in points, Qin Yu secretly swallowed, especially since he could also receive an additional shield talisman that sounded quite impressive. System, you said that after activating the shield talisman, I can be immune to any attacks against me for 1 hour. So if it's a transformation realm supreme or a god refining emperor, they also wouldn't be able to attack me, right? Correct. Qin Yu stroked his chin. Damn, at this stage, I definitely have to go for this system task. However, he also had to complain about this troublesome system. Dog system, why did you wait until I just told Fang Haishan that I didn't want that map before revealing this task? Aren't you making me uncomfortable? Also, answer me honestly. If I'd said I wanted that map, you wouldn't have mentioned this task, would you? You're not answering, right? Then I'll take that as a default acknowledgement. You really are something. Chapter 390. Jingro investment. Then he asked the system, how many sign-in points does it take to open a storage space? You can consume 250 sign-in points to open a 1 cubic meter storage space. Can a larger storage space be opened? No, it can only be 1 cubic meter. All right then, I'll spend 250 sign-in points to open the storage space. Qin Yu immediately instructed. Ding, 250 sign-in points have been consumed, and the space has been successfully opened. The next moment, Qin Yu suddenly felt something new in his mind. With a thought, a square black void appeared before him. Qin Yu took a closer look and placed the scroll he was holding into the black void. Then, the scroll lay there perfectly. Qin Yu felt a rush of excitement. This so-called item storage space disappeared right before his eyes. At this moment, Qin Yu felt extremely refreshed. He exclaimed in delight, "System, you were quite generous this time. I didn't expect this space to be directly controlled by my thoughts. Because only in this way will the host not frequently trouble the system." When Qin Yu heard this, he almost burst out laughing. Fang Minghua looked at Qin Yu's empty hands, showing a puzzled expression. Chapter 391. Taking advantage. Fu Jing was actually him. Young Master Qin, do you know this person? Li Dezhou hurriedly asked. I've seen him once. Have you told Chao Jinghua about this matter? I have. What did he say? Young Master Chao said to let you make the decision. Qin Yu internally cursed the two old foxes. Hearing Li Dezhou continue, young Master Chao has also arrived at the Tianhu Real Estate Headquarters building, along with the general manager of Jingrong Investment, and Fu Jing's brother, Fu Yi, is also here. Young Master Qin, if you have time, why not come over now and talk to them? Qin Yu understood that Li Dezhou wanted to leverage his influence to resolve this matter. This was understandable. Knowing that Chao Jinghua wouldn't dare offend the other party, he naturally wanted to invite him to mediate. After pondering, he asked, where is the Tianhu Real Estate Headquarters building? If it's close to me, I can go there now. Li Dezhou, delighted, quickly provided an address. After Qin Yu heard the address, he checked the car's navigation. It was only a few kilometers away. He said, I'll be there in a few minutes. Great. I'll have Li Junxiao go down to welcome you. Chapter 392. Coercion. Qin Yu glanced sympathetically at Chao Jinghua. He had anticipated this outcome before Fang Minghua exploded. He smiled at Fang Minghua and said, I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Look at you, you even hit your cousin. That's really too much. You need to be more magnanimous in the future, all right? Fang Minghua got angry quickly and calmed down just as fast. With watery eyes, she looked at Qin Yu and said, I know your intentions. Don't go too far. If you really provoke my anger, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. So, does that mean I could be a little excessive? Qin Yu smiled. Fang Minghua ignored him. Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi, although unclear about the situation, felt a bit anxious. The aura that Fang Minghua had just displayed was truly terrifying. Not daring to say a word, they hurried over to help Chao Jinghua up. With their support, Chao Jinghua stood up and brushed off his clothes. He wasn't seriously hurt from the kick. It was just that his stomach felt a bit sore. From this point, it could be seen that Fang Mingwei didn't go all out just now. She merely used Chao Jinghua as a warning. Of course, this monkey refers to Qin Yu. Chapter 393. I'm interested at this moment. Qin Yu and the others walked in. Dad, Qin Yu is here, Li Junxiao said as he entered first, addressing Li Dezhou. Li Dezhou quickly stood up, his face filled with joy as he welcomed Qin Yu. Young Master Qin, you've arrived. Li Dijing and several shareholders from Tianhu Real Estate also stood up. These people understood that the only one who could help them now was the Qin Yu before them. Qin Yu smiled and nodded, glancing at the people standing behind Li Dezhou, then looking at Fu Yi, who was seated there. Qin Yu, it's you. Fu Yi was stunned for a moment when he saw Qin Yu. When he noticed Qin Yu looking at him, he reflexively jumped up, pointing at Qin Yu with a somewhat angry expression. Second young master, do you know that person? Left Wenhong, who was secretly guessing Qin Yu's identity, immediately asked upon seeing Fu Ye's strong reaction. Fu Yi seemed to ignore Left Wenhong's question, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu. Meng Tong also stood up and explained to Left Wenhong, the day before yesterday, Yi Ji's car was smashed. It was this person who did it. So this person has quite a grudge with young Master Fu? Qian Yong asked from the other side. Indeed, I didn't expect Li Daizhou and the others to be involved with him. Chapter 394. Unresolved as soon as this was said, Li Daizhou and the shareholders of Tianhu Real Estate changed their expressions. They all understood who Fu Yi was referring to. This was truly a case of the gods fighting while the common people suffer. It was clear that Qin Yu and Fu Yi had old grievances, and this time, they were bringing the battlefield to Tianhu Real Estate. Are you threatening me? Qin Yu asked. What can you do if I threaten you? You force my hand. I mean what I say. I will definitely make you regret what happened today, Fu Yi said, straightening his back defiantly. He understood that he had already backed down twice. This time, he had to be tough and at least not lose in words to the other party. Otherwise, others would really think he was afraid of Qin Yu. And how could he continue to hang around here in the future? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Fu, let me give you a piece of advice. Once you draw the bow, there's no turning back. If you really dare to provoke me, the price is something you can't afford. Don't say I didn't warn you today. Fu Yi laughed 3 times, stepping forward to face Qin Yu directly. Don't think that just because you have a big mouth in Nanjing City, you can act so arrogantly. I admit that the forces you control are quite significant, but for my Fu family, they're just enough for a light meal. So I return your words to you, if you dare to lay a hand on me. The price will be something you can't bear either. Chapter 395. Playing dirty. I've already called the hospital. Are you saying that this matter today can only be left unresolved? Qin Yong asked as he walked over. He had just been kicked away by Fang Mingwei, and his stomach was still aching painfully. Yes, in the face of Fang Mingwei. I believe that even the head of the Fu family would have to swallow his pride. Is she really that powerful? Aren't you exaggerating? Qin Yong said. Not at all, because she is the chairman of Mingwei Group. Mingwei Group was originally hers. Qin Yong's heart stirred with waves of shock. At the same time, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder she was truly a formidable figure that no one dared to provoke. He didn't expect to run into her so soon after arriving in Nanjing City. Was his luck too good or too bad? Manager Qian, do you know that woman? Is what uncles was said true? Indeed, Qian Yong could only nod. Meng Tong didn't ask further, but felt extremely uneasy inside. She thought that Nanjing City was a place full of hidden talents. She had just arrived and already encountered 2 peers, Qin Yu and Fang Mingwei, who had backgrounds that were no less formidable than the Fu family. Chapter 396. Self-inflicted, I just didn't pay attention. Qin Yu finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, then laughed heartily. He wasn't laughing at Fang Mingwei for encountering such a situation, but rather because he felt really good inside. Is it funny? Not just funny, it's super funny. Then laugh to your heart's content. Hearing Fang Mingwei say this, Qin Yu stopped laughing and asked, then tell me, where are you now? I'll come and pick you up. Fang Mingwei gave an address. The place was less than 2 kilometers from here. Okay, wait a moment. You'll see me soon. After hanging up, Qin Yu started the Dark Knight Shadow and drove to that location. Sure enough, he saw Fang Mingwei's sports car broken down on the roadside, hazard lights flashing, and Fang Mingwei was standing alone by the roadside. Qin Yu drove over, and after Fang Mingwei got in the car, he turned to look at her and couldn't help but laugh again. Still not enough laughter? Fang Mingwei gritted her teeth. Not enough. Let me laugh one more time. I really can't hold it in, or I might get internal injuries. Fang Mingwei opened the car door and tried to get out. Wait, are you really angry? Can I apologize? Get in the car. Qin Yu hurriedly called out to her seriously. Chapter 397. Returning the same way, he then carefully recounted what had happened at the Qin Yu real estate headquarters building not long ago. After hearing this, Fu Jing gritted his teeth and said, "It's Qin Yu again, him again. The dark clouds just won't disperse. What about that Fong Mingwe? What is her background?" As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Left Wenhong. "Young master, she's the chairman of Mingwe Group. I don't know if you've heard of it," Left Wenhong replied. "Mingwe Group?" Fu Jing's expression changed dramatically. How could it be her? Mingwe Group might be unfamiliar to ordinary people, and few knew of it. But among the powerful, it was well known. As the eldest son of the Fu family's head, Fu Jing naturally knew this company. At this moment, he was no longer so furious. His face was somewhat grave, because he knew that the chairman of Mingwe Group, Fong Mingwe, was definitely not someone his family could provoke. Seeing Fu Jing's strong reaction, Left Wenhong guessed that he knew about Mingwe Group and withdrew his gaze, saying no more. "What is her relationship with Qin Yu?" Fu Jing asked after a moment of thought. "I'm not sure about that. I only know she came to Qin Yu real estate with Qin Yu," Qin Yong said. Chapter 398. A visit such an absurd scene was undoubtedly a slap to his face, and it also embarrassed the Fu family. It should be noted that Left Wenhong, Qin Yong, and others were also present, witnessing everything. This was meant to showcase the Fu family's authority, inviting these people to see the power of the two offerings of his family. In the end, it turned into such a joke. "Young master, why did those two experts leave right after they arrived?" Qin Yong noticed the atmosphere was somewhat dull, so he quietly asked, "How would I know? You asked me. Who should I ask?" Fu Jing replied unhappily. Just then his phone rang. Seeing it was a call from his grandfather, he answered and asked, "Grandpa, what's going on? Why did the two offerings leave as soon as they arrived?" How can you still ask me?" "Fu Jing, you've caused a big trouble for the family. Listen, from now on, you must never provoke Qin Yu again. Also, if there's nothing important, once your younger brother's injury is a bit better, you two should return immediately. You're not allowed to stay in Nanjing City any longer." After hearing this, Fu Jing felt a chill in his heart and said with a dry throat, "How could this happen? What exactly happened? Why are you asking so much? Just do as I say. Don't bother with that girl from the Qin family. In any case, you must be back within 3 days," his grandfather said firmly. Chapter 399. Keeping a beauty in a golden house, Yun Chowding smiled at Tang Qin and said, "You've already called me Yun Jie, so from now on, I'll call you sister." "Sure, Yun Jie," Tang Qin replied. "Actually, besides being the general manager of Tianyu Investment, I'm also Qin Yu's assistant and secretary. You all my boss's guests, so I naturally have to be polite. You're being too formal. We're all family now," Qin Miaoyao said with a smile. Hey, why are you three women being so polite to each other as soon as you meet? Isn't that annoying?" Qin Yu said, sitting there calmly and listening to the three of them exchange pleasantries. This remark immediately angered the three women. Of course, Tang Qin was unfazed. Yin Chowding shot him an unhappy glare. Qin Miaoyao turned to Qin Yu and said, "Qin Yu, if you find it annoying, you could just walk away." "Why should I walk away? This is my home," he replied. "Then why are you still talking nonsense? You know you're the host here. Can't you show a little respect to your guests? I was just making small talk. How did it escalate to disrespecting you?" Qin Yu chuckled. Chapter 400. Shopping actually. I want to ask how you ended up with Fong Mingwe again. You took her to Qin Yu real estate, didn't you? Qin Miaoyao continued to ask. Haha, that's the point you want to know, right? Mingwe wanted to go to the racetrack with me, so I went with her. On the way, I stopped by Qin Yu real estate to handle some matters, Qin Yu explained. Racing? Right. I've heard you're quite good at it. Next time, take me to the racetrack. I like to drive fast too, Qin Miaoyao said, her eyes lighting up. We'll go when I have time, Qin Yu replied, lacking enthusiasm. At that moment, Xiaogui stood up and said she was going to make dinner. Qin Yu said, no need to go to the kitchen. It's rare for Yun Jie to come over tonight. Tang Qin, call the manager of Jiangyun Hotel and ask him to send 2 big tables of food here, and a few more bottles of wine. Okay, I'll call them now, Tang Qin said, pulling out her phone. Wait a minute, Qin Miaoyao said. What is wrong, Qin Miaoyao? Don't you want to stay for dinner? Qin Yu asked. Qin Miaoyao chuckled and said, Jiangyun Hotel has a famous dish called crab yolk tofu. I've had it a few times, and it's really to my taste. Make sure they remember to include that dish. Chapter 401. Qin Miaoyao, 2. Qin Miaoyao spoke as if recounting treasured memories and added, I've heard that during peak sales at Jingheng, the daily sales can exceed 20 billion. Qin Yu nodded and said, all right, let's go there. He glanced at everyone and added, tonight, I'm treating. Once we get there, buy whatever you want. Don't hold back or worry about saving money. Yi Shuang Shuang couldn't he help but say, boss, do I get a share too? Of course, Qin Yu replied. If you say that, I won't hold back. I have to buy something worth at least $1 million, or else it wouldn't be fair to your generosity. Qin Miao Yao said with a grin. Although she was wealthy, nothing was as enjoyable as spending someone else's money. Whatever you want, as long as you like it. Qin Yu said nonchalantly. Fang Mingwei rolled her eyes, a bit skeptical. A few moments later, Qin Yu led Yun Chaoting, Tang Qin, Qi Zhen, and Xiagua onto his silver-winged aircraft, followed by Tong Kun and Yun Chaoting's female driver. Lei Qing and the Huanglong brothers stayed behind to watch over the house. Meanwhile, Qin Miao Yao boarded Fang Mingyue's silver-winged aircraft. The two silver wings slowly ascended and flew away from Nanyan Villa. Qin had already asked Tang Qin to contact Chu Wuyo to borrow some vehicles to be sent to the Dihua Mountain Villa. Chapter 402. Su Fan. After getting off the silver wing, Qin Yu saw 4 female servants surrounding him. 2 of them he hadn't seen before, probably new hires. The other 2 were Zhou Qian and Chu Xiaoqing. However, whether it was Chu Xiaoqing or the other maids, they all stared in awe at the silver wing. Clearly, they had never seen such a flying vehicle before. Mr. Qin, Miss Tang. Zhou Qian was the first to react, quickly stepping forward to bow and greet Qin Yu and Tang Qin. The 2 new maids, seeing Zhou Qian's actions, hurriedly followed suit and greeted them as well. You've worked hard. Qin Yu looked at Chu Xiaoqing with some confusion and asked, why are you still here so late? Didn't you ask me to be your maid? Why are you asking me? Xiaoqing replied, biting I know what I mean is, you can come here to work during the day, but there's no need to stay here at night. Chu Xiaoqing said, feeling quite aggrieved. But my dad has already ordered that as long as you don't send me back, I can only stay here. Is that so? If you can ask my dad. Qin Yu stopped questioning her. Qin Yu, I heard you caught Chu Yuan's daughter to be your maid. It wouldn't be this one, would it? Chapter 403. Little kid Su Fan looked at the more than 10 young and beautiful ladies, nodding in satisfaction, as several of them were quite good-looking. He casually pointed at the 3 prettiest ones. The remaining ladies, seeing that Su Fan was not interested in them, didn't lose heart and rushed toward the 2 rich second-generation heirs driving sports cars. However, one girl stood alone, unmoving. Her target was only Su Fan, not those 2 rich kids. This woman was slightly plump, with a round face, wearing a black and white round-neck t-shirt and loose gray-white jeans, looking a bit shy and quiet. Her name was Jiang Zimu, and she learned about Su Fan's deeds through a friend. Coincidentally, she really liked a new bag from a store in the mall that cost over 200,000. With her salary of less than 20,000, it was impossible for her to buy it. Even if she had the money, she wouldn't be willing to spend so much on a bag. So she came here with her friend to try her luck. Perhaps luck would really come, and by accompanying Su Fan in the mall, she could get that coveted bag without spending any money. Unfortunately, the results still left her disappointed. This was also expected, after all. She was not the most outstanding among these more than 10 girls. It was her friend who caught Su Fan's attention. Chapter 404. Jiang Zimu. If it wasn't Chu Wuyo who came over, then who was this person? Seeing the 4 beautiful women he had just approached heading towards that somewhat annoying guy, Su Fan felt a mix of jealousy and confusion. That guy looked unfamiliar, and with such a scene and so many bodyguards, he definitely had some background. I have no impression of him at all. Could he be from out of town? One person said. It's 9 times out of 10 an outsider, and he should have some connection with Chu Wuyo, another person replied. Forget it. Let us not care about him. Let us go in. Su Fan said, feeling somewhat down. Thinking back to how he had approached with high hopes only to be called a kid, while now that guy was chatting and laughing with those beautiful women, he felt extremely frustrated. All right, Suga, let us go. So the 3 of them led the beautiful women beside them towards the back door of the shopping mall. Zimu, you go back first. Wait for me and Su Gongzi to finish shopping, and I'll find you. Jiang Zimu's friend said to her with a happy face. Okay, I hope you have fun tonight. Jiang Zimu could only reply. After saying that, she turned her gaze back to Qin Yu. She always felt that this person looked familiar. Let us go, time to shop. Chapter 405. For whom? Qin Yu thought for a moment and really couldn't find any words to explain. Jiang Zimu saw that Qin Yu didn't answer and asked again, who are those people behind you? Saying this, she pointed to the 4 servants and the bodyguards standing there. My villa's servants and bodyguards, Qin Yu replied. So you become wealthy now? Or were you a hidden, rich second generation before? Not only do you have maids and bodyguards when you go out, but you also brought so many beautiful women. Don't talk nonsense. I usually keep a low profile. It's just that I plan to buy a lot of things tonight. So I brought more people to help carry stuff. After Qin Yu said this, not far behind, Chu Xiaoqing couldn't help but curl her lips. She felt that Qin Yu's words were completely nonsense. How much does one need to buy to require so many people to follow? Jiang Zimu said. You'll know in a bit, Qin Yu replied. No wonder I said I wanted to buy a bag worth over 200,000 and you said it was no big deal. While the two were talking, they also entered the shopping mall. This was the shopping area. They had to go through a high-end, atmospheric corridor before finally reaching the shopping area. The first floor was divided into several areas, and the area they entered from the back door was almost entirely selling lipsticks, perfumes, and cosmetic skincare products. All international luxury brands like Givenchy, Yves Saint Laurent, Louis Vuitton, etc. Chapter 406, Nouveau Riche. Let us go, Fang Mingyue said somewhat impatiently. The store manager listened to the few people's conversation and was quite disappointed. He couldn't understand. Obviously, this gentleman said he would help pay for whatever anyone wanted. Yet, among so many beautiful women, not one said they wanted anything. It was really puzzling. Two old ladies dressed in jewels and exuding wealth looked at Yun Xiaoting and the others with disdain. One of them whispered, "What do you mean you don't want or like anything? It's obviously that you don't have money to buy anything. Exactly, why pretend?" The other one said. Qin Yu frowned upon hearing the two old ladies' words. However, since they spoke very softly and were not addressing them directly, Qin Yu just shot them a glance and said nothing. He instructed the store manager, "How about this, whether it's rings, necklaces, pendants, bracelets, or earrings? Give me the 10 most expensive ones and pack them up." The last sentence was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone present. Even the extremely wealthy Qin Miaojiao was left speechless. Her mouth agape. Nouveau riche. Fang Mingyue succinctly described Qin Yu in 3 words. Chapter 407, Meeting is Fate. This was 140 million. Several months' worth of revenue could only reach this amount. Such performance she didn't even dare to imagine. Of course, she was also worried that upon hearing such a large sum, the other party would be scared off, unable to come up with so much money, which made her very nervous. This figure also shocked Jiang Zimu, her heart racing. She was indeed right. What Qin Yu was buying was truly over 100 million, specifically 140 million. For an ordinary person, it was almost impossible to earn that much money in a lifetime, given the limitations, no matter how hard one worked. As the store manager's words fell, the previously somewhat noisy crowd slowly became silent, and the place immediately turned quiet. Whether it was the several clerks, the 2 old ladies, or the few customers, they all held their breath, staring at Qin Yu, watching if he would really pay. Qin Yu didn't waste any words, palm outstretched, revealing a black card. Swipe. Yes. The store manager took the black card, his attitude becoming even more respectful. Although he didn't know what kind of card it was, just by its style and material, he could tell it was extraordinary. Stealing a glance at Qin Yu, such a handsome man, so wealthy. It's no wonder so many extraordinary beauties gathered around him. Chapter 408, Face turned green. Just a moment ago, he had made up his mind. He had to find a way to leave a good impression in front of these 5 beauties. Perhaps next time he would have a chance. These beautiful women gave him a very unusual feeling, and he wanted to date any one of them. He believed that not all 5 beauties were taken. To this end, he had budgeted a large sum of money. On the other side, Qin Yu didn't care. After all, the other party was Chu Wuyo. Yin Xiaoting was about to refuse when Qin Miaojiao said with great interest, "Oh, what little gift do you want to give us?" Su Fan was delighted and generously pointed to those Chanel bags and clothes and perfumes. "Pick whatever you like from this store. I'll pay for it." "Really? Will you really spend money on me?" Qin Miaojiao said somewhat shyly. As soon as Su Fan saw a glimmer of hope, he quickly replied, "Of course. Feel free to choose. The price doesn't matter." This tone was comparable to what Qin Yu had just said. But what if it's more than one? Qin Miaojiao smiled slyly. "No problem. Take as much as you want." Su Fan straightened his back and said confidently. Chapter 409, Don't go back. Not long after, the clerk who had just come over reported a price. 550 bags for over 30 million, plus the things Tang Xin picked out, another over 10 million. In total, it was 400 million. Swipe the card. When Qin Yu heard this price, his face showed no emotion as he said to Su Fan. With this sentence, almost everyone in the store focused their attention on Su Fan, watching if he would make the payment. The clerks who quoted the price looked both nervous and expectant, waiting for a response. Even the 3 female companions that Su Fan had chosen held their breath, not daring to speak. 400 million. Su Fan really wanted to pick up the shoe sole and smack Qin Yu. Did he really look so much like a fool with too much money? He wanted to flirt with girls, sure, but he didn't come here to be a big spender, ultimately becoming someone else's joke. This amount of money wasn't difficult for him to come up with, but it wasn't exactly easy either. Moreover, even if he really helped pay, he wouldn't gain any substantial benefits and might even get labeled as a big fool by others. However, even though the other party was being unreasonable, he did indeed promise someone else. Su Fan's expression changed several times, but he still didn't say anything. What's wrong? Can't come up with that much money. Qin Yu asked, a bit impatiently seeing Su's struggle. Chapter 410. Luo AI Chi's visit. It's so late. What else needs to be dealt with? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Don't pry into women's affairs. Yin Chaoting shook his head and smiled. Women's affairs? All right, I won't ask again. Qin Yu said with disappointment. Qin Yu, how about I stay here overnight? Are you welcoming? Qin Miaoer asked from aside. Whatever you want, Qin Yu said indifferently. Seeing how much you dislike it, forget it. I'll go to Yin Jia. Qin Miaoer huffed. What? Which eye of yours saw me disliking it? Qin Yu said, speechless. You just don't realize it shows on your face. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. All right, say whatever you want. I'm going back to Yin. You should rest early. Okay, goodbye, Yin Jia. Goodbye. After Yin Chaoting and Qin Miaoer left, Qin Yu turned to Tang Qin and asked, was my expression really that disdainful? Tang Qin nodded. Yes, boss. Then forget it. Let's go back to the room. Qin Yu turned and went back. Boss, you don't seem very happy. Do you want to see something fun? Tang Qin asked as she approached. Oh, what is it? Chapter 411. Lack of discipline, all right. Since you say so, I can only agree, Luo AI Chi said. That's more like it. How about this? I'll transfer the money to you first, and for the house transfer procedures, I'll find that Zhu Yuan from the sales department to handle it later. Qin Yu continued. Okay, I have Manager Zhu's number. Should I call her now? Go ahead and call. Saying this, Luo AI Chi picked up her phone and made the call. About 10 minutes later, Zhu Yuan arrived here. After a while, she left with 2 contracts, the property deed, and some identification documents. Before leaving, Qin Yu asked her about the fees required and ended up transferring a few $100,000 more, saying the extra was her compensation for her hard work. After Zhu Yuan left, Qin Yu used the system to transfer $100 million in cash to Luo AI Chi's account. Looking at the notification of the $100 million arriving, Luo AI Chi felt quite excited. She repeatedly thanked him. Qin Yu, thank you. Seeing her somewhat embarrassed expression, Qin Yu smiled and said, how about this? If you really feel a bit guilty, treat me to a meal. How about that? Sure, I was just thinking that. Luo AI Chi hurriedly replied. Chapter 412. Seeking revenge, another man revealed his 8-pack abs and said to Qin Yu fiercely, with me here, do you dare to be so arrogant? From the looks of these two, they either worked out or really trained. Of course, no matter which it was. In Qin Yu's eyes, they were just looking for trouble. What do you want? Let me tell you straight, if you don't hand over that villa, you're going to regret it. Want to teach me a lesson? You're really overestimating yourself, Chun Hailing said proudly. Exactly. Don't even look at who is stronger and dare to be so arrogant claiming to teach Sister Hailing a lesson. Just because you're a bit handsome and fair-skinned. You're not as tough as our brother Chong, a younger girl said, looking down at Qin Yu with disdain. An apology is a must. Otherwise, our brother Chong will take action, another girl said. Chun Hailing crossed her arms and watched Qin Yu and Luo AI Chi like she was watching a joke. Qin Yu glanced at her, seemingly to himself, but also telling her, although I really want to hit you, I won't hit a woman who is defenseless. After saying that, he stopped looking at Chun Hailing and took Luo AI Chi's hand. Let's go. Chapter 413. Fear Hee. You wanted to see the power of a martial artist, right? Just use your car for a demonstration. No objections? Pan Hai said with a smile. Wu Kai wanted to say something, but seeing the so-called martial artist cast him a malicious glance, he swallowed his words. Instead, Chun Hailing said happily, Great, Pan Hai, with your cousin here. That person won't be able to turn the tide in front of me anymore. That's natural. Pan Hai smiled happily, seeing Chun Hailing's joy. He knew that if this matter went well, he would definitely win Chun Hailing's heart, and he had to thank that person. Everyone knew that Chun Hailing was the only daughter of Chen Jihong, and winning her would surely mean inheriting a large fortune. In the past, while Pan Hai was still the young master of the Jinyuan Hotel, he pursued Chun Hailing, but he wasn't very enthusiastic. This was all because his father, Pan Yeching, was an old friend of Chen Jihong and wanted to match him with Chun Hailing, asking him to pursue her. But now that his family's hotel had changed ownership, The fortune had shrunk tenfold, from tens of billions to a few billion, and his monthly allowance was pitifully low. Therefore, he was particularly focused now, relentlessly pursuing Chun Hailing, spending most of his money on her. Chapter 414. Blue Wing. He wasn't stupid. He knew the other party was not to be trifled with and wouldn't foolishly step forward to be the scapegoat. Young Master Qin, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal. Please continue. I'll take my leave, Hu Biao said with a smile. Yes, I'll leave first too. I won't disturb you, Brother Qin. Pan Hai quickly followed Hu Biao's lead. As they spoke, the two tried to turn and sneak away. Did I tell you to leave? Qin Yu said. Brother Qin, is there something else? Pan Hai asked, stuttering a bit. He felt very complicated facing Qin Yu, feeling both resentment and fear. His father had warned him never to provoke Qin Yu again. Otherwise, the remaining assets of the Pan family would definitely be wiped out. It was this warning that made him more afraid than resentful of Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at the few people in front of him. You guys go stand over there on the first floor. If one of you runs, I'll hold all of you accountable. The few of them were startled, and soon Hu Biao and Pan Hai both replied in unison, yes. Chun Hailing wanted to say something, but seeing Pan Hai's glance, she obediently followed and went down. After they left, Qin Yu sat back down and said to Luo Ai Chi, sit down and eat. We'll deal with those people after we're full. Chapter 415. Blue Shaoling. Qin Yu was confident that if such wristband were sold on the market, they would definitely be a hit. However, shortly after wearing the bracelet, Qin Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain at his wrist where the bracelet was, as if pricked by a needle. He was slightly startled. The next moment, the bracelet lit up with a white glow. A delicate, clear voice of a girl echoed. The bracelet has been activated and is starting up. Then the white light of the bracelet began to spin continuously. This lasted for a few minutes before the voice rang out again. Activation successful. Blue Wing has been bound to the owner. Please give a name to the Blue Wing system for future communication. Damn, no way it's going to bind a system again. Having the Blue Wing can still bind a system. Qin Yu was astonished for a moment, while also realizing one thing in his heart. The Blue Wing must be extraordinary, far surpassing the Silver Wing. After all, things with a level 5 sign-in must be worth at least 500 billion or more. Just like Fengwei Security and Long-Run Supermarket. Their value far exceeds 500 billion. So, a flying vehicle worth no less than 500 billion. Could it be simple? Chapter 416. The arrival of Li Dongxian unexpectedly. What was just a casual question turned out to be true. There really are higher-level flying vehicles that can traverse the void. I wonder if I can sign in for this void-traversing flying vehicle in the future. That would be truly high-end. Qin Yu felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. Blue Shaoling, if you are outside, can you also appear in front of me in this form? Qin Yu asked. Yes, but only within 10 meters of Blue Wing. And the voice can only be emitted from the owner's bracelet, Blue Shaoling replied. 10 meters is fine. Stepping out of Blue Wing, he saw Xiaogua and Yi Shuangshuang standing there dumbfounded. On the other side, Lei Qing and Tong Jun were both staring wide-eyed. Boss, this Silver Wing can't be another one you bought, right? Yi Shuangshuang asked when she saw Qin Yu coming down. Yes, but it's not Silver Wing, it's Blue Wing. Blue Wing? So it was originally blue. I thought you changed its color from silver to blue, just for looks. What are you thinking? Am I that bored? So, you haven't seen Blue Wing before? No, I've never seen it, not even heard of it. Chapter 417. Catering to preferences, Li Dongxian laughed heartily and came in front of Qin Yu, sizing him up and exclaiming, Brother Qin looks much younger than I imagined. At such a young age, you could defeat Lu Ju, truly a hero among the youth. Brother Li is overpraising. I dare not take the title of hero. Qin Yu laughed as he welcomed the others into the living room of the villa. After Xiaogua served tea, Li Dongxian and Qin Yu began to chat enthusiastically. They started with the last incident involving Qin Yu and Lu Ju, then talked about some trivial matters, covering a wide range of topics. Finally, Li Dongxian chuckled. I heard Brother Qin likes to invest in business and has opened an investment company. I happen to have some assets that need to be liquidated. I wonder if Brother Qin is interested? Oh, what assets? Qin Yu's spirits lifted. Just some random things like shares, property rights, mines, properties, etc. If you're interested, I can have my financial advisor talk to your people, Li Dongxian said, pointing to the two people behind him. What is the value of those assets you want to liquidate? Qin Yu was also intrigued. As one of the 4 giants of the Martial Alliance, Li Dongxian must be quite wealthy. Although he spoke casually, the amount was definitely not low. Chapter 418. The leader of the divine list, because everyone is tested with 2 drops of blood at birth to see if they have the potential to become a martial artist. If the potential is good, they can receive secret training from the state. However, even if one has the potential to become a martial artist, those with average potential will not be utilized as resources are limited. So, it can be said that everyone has a chance to become a martial artist. However, after being trained as a martial artist, they must sign a confidentiality agreement not to disclose anything about being a martial artist. Qin Yu's eyes moved slightly at this point. Feeling a bit surprised, Li Dongxian continued, "Martial artists are incredibly important to this world. The blood-devouring iron-armored beast cannot be exterminated, and their essay trend that the more you kill, the more numerous they become. Therefore, countries around the world are doing their best to cultivate martial artists. If the number of martial artists decreases year by year, it would be catastrophic for humanity on Earth. Cannot be exterminated?" Qin Yu was also shocked in his heart. It seems this blood-devouring iron-armored beast is much more complex than he imagined. He asked, since the blood-devouring iron-armored beast cannot be exterminated, what is the highest level of blood-devouring iron-armored beast that has ever appeared? Chapter 419. Planning all right. With Brother Qin's involvement, my odds of success have greatly increased, Li Dongxian said happily. However, nothing is absolute. If something happens during this process that prevents me from going, I can only apologize to you, Qin Yu said. I understand that. If you truly have something that prevents you from coming, I won't hold it against you, Li Dongxian replied sincerely. Okay, then it's settled. Saying this, Qin Yu took a sip of tea. After chatting a bit longer, Qin Yu received a call from Tang Qin. The purchase price for Li Dongxian's assets had been negotiated at 130 billion. It seems that Li Dongxian is indeed wealthy. Selling a small portion of his assets is over 100 billion, following the principle of not wasting. Qin Yu looked at the system panel and instructed Tang Qin to transfer the 130 billion in 2 installments, sending 95 billion today and the remaining 35 billion tomorrow. As for tax payments, that would also be handled tomorrow. After the call, Qin Yu brought this matter up with Li Dongxian, who seemed unconcerned. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Li Dongxian's silver wing returned. He didn't stay long and got up to leave. It seemed he had more than just Qin Yu to meet today. Chapter 420. Outside the City of Angels, Qin Yu explained everything and called out Blue Shaoling, which left Tang Qin shocked for quite a while. By evening, Tang Qin took Xiaogua and Yi Shuang to the 3rd floor of the villa. The bags, jewelry, and watches bought at the Jingheng shopping center last night were all stored in a room on the 3rd floor. As for Qin Yu, he threw some of his change of clothes and the 2 paper document bags he got from the Qiao family into the storage space. The next morning, Qin Yu gave Xiaogua a few instructions, then boarded the Blue Wing with Lei Qing and Tong Jun. After takeoff, Blue Xiaoling's delicate voice asked Master, "Do you need me to help you with a massage?" "You can massage?" Qin Yu asked curiously. "The seats here have massage functions. If you want to use them, I can activate them," Blue Xiaoling replied with a smile. "Let us skip it for now. I'll let you know when I need it," Qin Yu thought. "All right, Master. By the way, how long will it take to reach the City of Angels?" Qin Yu asked. "At this speed, it will take about 6 more hours to arrive. If you want to speed up, that's also possible." "What is the fastest time we can arrive?" "If traveling at the fastest speed, we will arrive in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Chapter 421. Fated Enemies. The scout stopped a passerby to inquire about some matters. After asking, he walked over to Lei Qing and said, "Boss, this is the North District." "North District?" Lei Qing nodded. "Is there really a North District and South District in this outer city?" Qin Yu asked. "That's right. The outer city is divided into 4 areas: East, South, West, and North, each governed by different forces. Among them, the North District is the strongest and larger than the other areas. The one who controls this area is called Tobii, a citizen of the Flying Eagle Nation and a quasi-divine transformation realm martial artist." Quasi-divine transformation. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Then he asked, "Who controls the other 3 areas?" Lei Qing replied, "The West District is controlled by a person named Watanabe Xian, who is from the Island Nation and a half-step divine transformation martial artist. The South District is controlled by a person named Weila, a citizen of the Bull Nation, who is also a half-step divine transformation. As for the East District, the controller is Luo Jingxian, who is from our Longshan Nation, but her strength is the weakest, and she is not a half-step divine transformation. The specifics of her cultivation are unknown." Luo Jingxian. Qin Yu noted down the names of these 4 people and then said, "Let's go buy a phone first." Chapter 422. Spare my life. Especially after glancing at that woman, he felt a wave of nausea. If it weren't for his good composure, he almost vomited out what he had just eaten. It took a lot of effort to suppress the impulse to slap the woman to death. Huang Zhen didn't take Qin Yu seriously. To him, ordinary people were no different from ants. He raised a hand to signal for quiet, and, after the noisy sound subsided, spoke to Lei Qing. Lei Qing, since you refuse to drink the wine I offer, I can only take action. Are you going to act against him without asking for my permission? Qin Yu interjected. You. Huang Zhen was puzzled by Qin Yu's fearless demeanor. Sizing him up, why should I ask for your consent? What right do you have? If you say something unreasonable, I'll use you as my sacrifice. I am Lei Qing's boss, so I can naturally make decisions for him. Qin Yu replied calmly. What? You're Lei Qing's boss? That can't be true. Huang Zhen turned to look at Lei Qing. That's right. He's my boss, Lei Qing confirmed. Huang Zhen was stunned, not expecting Lei Qing to actually admit it. He laughed and said, I didn't expect a dignified divine vessel martial artist to end up working for an ordinary person. Chapter 423, Detoxification. This was also the highest grade blood core Qin Yu had ever seen. Senior, I wonder if you're satisfied with this item? Huang Zhen asked nervously. Qin Yu smiled slightly. It's acceptable. Then, if you are satisfied, can you spare my life? Spare you? Qin Yu sneered, seeing how nervous you are. Are you curious why I have no reaction after inhaling the colorless and odorless poison gas you released here? Why you already know. Huang Zhen's face changed drastically. I also know that you secretly took a pill right after getting out of the car. If I'm not mistaken, that is the antidote to this poison gas. Originally, if you had honestly handed over the blood core to me, I might have spared your life. But you are seeking your own death. You can't blame me. Qin Yu said coldly. Then how come you're fine? Even if you're at half-step chi control, you shouldn't be able to resist this poison gas. Huang Zhen's face shifted as he asked. You're about to die. Why do you care about me? Hearing this, Huang Zhen no longer cared about anything and turned to flee. As he turned, he pulled out something and threw it to the ground, which made a firecracker sound. Chapter 424, Quasi-Divine Transformation Realm. But after taking a few steps, he turned back and asked, Are you also poisoned? Oh, how did you know I was poisoned too? Qin Yu also stood up and tidied his clothes. Your face told me. The woman threw over a small medicine bottle. This is an antidote pill. Just take one, and it will cure your poison. Qin Yu took the bottle, opened the cap, and saw 3 pills inside. Thank you, he said, expressing his gratitude, then poured out 1 pill and examined it carefully before swallowing it. After capping the bottle, he put it in his pocket instead of returning it to the woman. No need to thank me. It's also to repay you for saving me this time. Please keep tonight's events confidential and don't tell anyone. The woman's voice was somewhat cold, a stark contrast to her previous enthusiasm. Don't worry, I won't say anything, Qin Yu replied honestly. He was also afraid that others would find out. After all, as a man, being forced by a woman would be quite embarrassing. That's better. And be careful of Tobii. Tobii, the controller of the North District? Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. Chapter 425, Inner City. The way she was both shy and with a somewhat fiery gaze. Qin Yu could tell what the young girl was thinking. He felt a bit pleased, not expecting to gain a little admirer who had feelings for him here. This feeling was quite nice. He was feeling happy inside, but on the surface, he maintained a serious demeanor and asked, Xiaoya, are you also from Longshan Nation? Xiaoya thought for a moment before answering. Well, I could say yes, or I could say no. Oh, why is that? My father is from Longshan Nation, but my mother is not, and I have grown up in Angel City since childhood, which is why I say it like that. So you're a native of Angel City. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. Yes. How old are you this year? Qin Yu asked. This was also a curiosity of his. From his last conversation with Xiaoya, he could tell that this girl had been working as an assistant to the boss at the Cold Moon Mercenary Company for quite some time. Yet she looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. Xiaoya smiled and said, I'm 28 this year. Mr. Qin, are you very surprised? You're not kidding me, are you? Really 28? Yes, I'm not lying to you. In fact, people who grow up in Angel City generally age more slowly than those outside. Some people look like they're only 30 when they're actually 50 or 60. Xiaoya replied. Chapter 426, Looting. As for what to do, it was naturally to loot the blood cores and upgrade the system. Helping Li Dong win the position of Martial Alliance leader was just a small task done on the side. Half an hour later, 2 cars arrived at the location. Several people got out. Among them were Xiaoya and Yan Yuancheng. Xiaoya brought over 3 portions of food and arranged for a few people to move the boxes of blood cores from the car inside. After eating breakfast, Qin Yu went upstairs. The boxes of blood cores were set out there. He took out 500 blood cores one by one, as well as the 4th grade blood core and 3 third-grade blood cores he obtained last night from his storage space. After looking at these items, he gave the system a command. System, sacrifice all these blood cores. Congratulations to the host for a successful sacrifice, earning 1150 sacrifice points. Qin Yu glanced at the sacrifice point balance, 3329. This number is less than 1/10 of 100,000. Xiaoyu, where are the people you brought? Qin Yu asked Mi Xiaoya as he went down to the first floor. They're outside, just past the community, Mi Xiaoya replied. All right, let's go then. Where are we heading? To the largest bank in Angel City, to withdraw some things, Qin Yu said as he walked out. Chapter 427. Luo Jingxian as he spoke. He looked at Lei Qing and said, Lei Qing, I previously mentioned that I only want blood nuclei, and anything outside of that I'll leave to you. Lei Qing hurriedly replied, Boss, there are too many of these things. If you give them to me, I only need a portion. It's fine, this is what you deserve. Just accept it. After all, you have sacrificed a lot for these things, and you need to be compensated. Besides, even if you don't want them, your brothers will need them, right? Do you want to keep these things here, or transport them elsewhere? Seeing that Qin Yu was insisting, Lei Qing no longer declined and thought for a moment. Since you don't want to keep these things, I'll leave some here and transport the rest out a handle. That's good. Then you can start selecting some items to move out. Okay. Before long, a portion of the items were moved out of the vault. Mi Xiaoya called Yang Yuansheng outside, asking him to send someone over to load the more than 10 boxes of items into the car. Once Qin Yu and the others walked out, he took out a box of blood nuclei and sacrificed them all to the system. Congratulations, host. Blood nuclei sacrifice successful. Gained 13,805 sacrifice points. Chapter 428. Arriving to black market. Believe it or not, it's quite simple. I don't like dealing with people, and I rarely talk to those I'm not close to, especially men, and we talk for so long. Plus, you're a stranger, and with what happened last night, it's natural for him to be suspicious of you, whether you're innocent or not. He would rather wrongfully kill 100 than let one go. Qin Yu's expression darkened. Can you tell me what happened last night? And what is your relationship with that Bell? Luo Jingxian said slowly. I used to have a good relationship with him. After I took over the East District of the outer city, he provided me with a lot of care and help. Also, when my father was still alive, he had some connections with him, so I've always trusted him. The only thing I dislike is that his son, Bach, has taken a liking to me and often bothers me. Who would have thought that last night I was invited to his residence to discuss some matters? I didn't notice that he had put 2 types of drugs in my tea, and I drank it. Then his son showed up and tried to do something inappropriate to me. As she spoke, Luo Jingxuan's expression turned ugly, and she felt a bit nauseous. Chapter 429. The merchant at the first stall. The stall owner was an old man with somewhat messy hair. He was sitting there a bit bored when he noticed Qin Yu and Tong Jun approaching. His eyes lit up. Young man, what do you want to buy? I have everything here. I see you and feel an instant connection. Whatever you need, I'll give you the best price. He spoke in a language of Longxia. And Qin Yu curiously asked, How did you know I'm from Longxia? The old man replied with a hint of pride, Hee, I've been setting up stall here for so many years. I can tell where anyone is from a glance. Qin Yu glanced over the items at the stall, most of which were various parts of animal bodies, such as skeletons, antennae, green blood, scales, and so on. Among these items, the scales were the most numerous, occupying almost half of the stall. These scales varied in thickness and size, with the smallest being the size of half a palm and the largest measuring 30 centimeters in length and width. However, there were only 2 pieces that large. Young man, are you interested in these 2 large scales? The price is negotiable, the old man said, noticing Qin Yu's gaze lingering on the 2 largest scales. How much? Qin Yu asked. Chapter 430. Blood-eating iron-armored beast. Of course I want it. Qin Yu smiled slightly upon hearing about the 3rd-tier blood nuclei. The old man fixed his gaze on Qin Yu's eyes and said, Let's set the price first, a flat 5 billion. Do you want it? 5 billion? Qin Yu glanced at the middle-aged man, saw him nodding, and said, All right, deal. Upon hearing this, the old man finally let out a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a smile. He then took out an exquisite box from a smaller chest. When he opened it, there indeed was a 3rd-tier blood nucleus inside. Qin Yu promptly transferred 51.7 billion. After the transaction was completed, the old man's smile became even brighter, and Qin Yu felt quite pleased with acquiring a 3rd-tier blood nucleus. As the old man prepared to package the 3 blood nuclei, Qin Yu said there was no need for packaging. Then, to the astonishment of both men, Qin Yu instructed Tong Jun to take out a very ordinary cloth bag that he had prepared earlier and directly tossed the 3 blood nuclei into the bag. Both were taken aback. As they left the stall, the old man gave a hint. This hint was easy to understand. Be cautious of the middle-aged man beside him. Qin Yu smiled it off. What was there to fear from a master of the transformation realm? Brother, may I ask your esteemed name? The middle-aged man said. Quite familiar with Qin Yu. Chapter 431. The Black Shop cash again for signing in. Qin Yu felt a bit disappointed. He had already received cash for several level 6 sign-ins. If this continued, he would be left with nothing but money. He couldn't help but complain. If only the system could be upgraded, then I could choose the sign-in point every time. As his mind wandered, Qin Yu continued the arduous task of spending money to purchase blood nuclei. Thus, after more than an hour, it was almost noon. Coming out from the last stall, although this stall had only 2 blood nuclei, both were 3rd tier, which was a bit of a pleasant surprise. He had swept through the entire black market and found only about 900 blood nuclei. This quantity left Qin Yu quite disappointed. What kind of large martial artist resource exchange in Angel City is this? Bah! Out of the 900 blood nuclei, only 10 were 3rd tier. The rest were all 2nd tier. However, the 2nd tier blood nuclei were not all of 1 strike quality. There were quite a few of higher quality as well. He spent around 140 billion, thanks to Guhan, who helped him save a lot of money. The system panel displayed, balance, 227,7503 billion. Sign-in progress, 850 billion, level 5 sign-in unlocked. Cannot sign in until refreshed. Chapter 432, showing teeth misunderstanding is fine. For now, I'll believe you that it's a misunderstanding. Hurry up and settle the bill. It's 500 billion, not a penny less. The shop owner's anger came quickly and left just as fast, urging him on. Guhan seemed a bit scared and dare not speak up anymore. If I can't come up with 500 billion, what will happen? Qin Yu asked. If you can't take anything out, then everything on you, including yourself, belongs to this shop. The shopkeeper grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. It seems that if I don't agree, you're going to take action? Hee hee, do you still want to resist? Even if you try to resist, can you 3 really make a difference? The shopkeeper's eyes glinted with malice. Isn't this Angel City, where warriors are strictly prohibited from fighting? Once discovered, they will face severe punishment. Do you dare to act so openly here? Qin Yu, who was familiar with the regulations of Angel City, couldn't help but ask curiously. The shopkeeper and the others laughed heartily and said, Didn't anyone teach you? No matter how good or strict the security is, there are always dark places. And this just happens to be a place that Angel City can't control, because the signal has been cut off within several miles around here. As long as there are no Qi masters or higher-level warriors releasing their aura, no matter how much you kill, it won't be discovered. Chapter 433. An invitation saying this. Guhan's face revealed a cold glint as he wanted to order his subordinates to teach Qin Yu a lesson first. At that moment, Qin Yu smiled and flipped his palm. A buzzing sound echoed as a blade sliced through the air. A large knife held by one person flew out of their hand and was instantly grasped by Qin Yu's outstretched hand. This truly startled Guhan, who changed his expression and said, You are also a warrior? Qin Yu held the knife and said calmly, It's too late to realize that now. I hate it when others set me up for extortion, especially when they want to kill me to silence me. Since this isn't in the inner city, I'll send you all on your way. Do it. Guhan glanced around at the people and shouted. However, instead of attacking, he took several steps back, creating a small distance between himself and Qin Yu. He had already guessed from Qin Yu's earlier move that he might be a Qi master, but he didn't dare to believe it, because he could also tell that Qin Yu was quite young, so it was impossible for him to be a Qi master. Therefore, he wanted to retreat a bit to observe the situation and escape if it seemed unfavorable. As soon as the command to attack was given, the people around moved swiftly, launching an assault on Qin Yu. Chapter 434. A not-so-good situation. Qin Yu didn't mind and nodded. Luo Jingxian then looked at a person beside her, who understood instantly and took Tong Jun to another place. They entered a lavishly decorated annex, and then Luo Jingxian led Qin Yu up to the second floor. The second floor was also the top floor, with good air circulation and a refreshing coolness. Finally, they arrived at the viewing platform at the back of the second floor. This viewing platform occupied almost half of the second floor's area, with ventilation on 3 sides and a very elegant solid wood table placed beside it. Looking down from this platform, there was surprisingly a cliff below, with trees and rivers, but no buildings. Occasionally, a cool mountain breeze swept in, making it quite pleasant. Qin Yu sat down on a small chair by the solid wood table, and Luo Jingxian asked, "Do you want to drink wine or tea? Whatever is fine." "Then let's have wine. It's just right with the food," Luo Jingxian said with a sly smile. "You can arrange it." Qin Yu frowned, regretting saying whatever earlier. Why didn't he just choose tea directly? But since he had already said it, it was hard to take it back. "Just wait a moment," Luo Jingxian smiled slightly. Saying this, she ran to a wine rack in a partition and brought back several jars of white wine and 2 large bowls. Chapter 435. Back to the black market, what else can we do? We can only fight to the death with them. As the leader, I can't show weakness to my subordinates. At most, I can pull one down with me. No matter how good Luo Jingxuan's alcohol tolerance was, she was already feeling tipsy, and her words came out quite naturally. Qin Yu was touched and stopped discussing that topic, instead asking, "Why did you call me over today? Does it have to be for a reason?" "Haha, you've walked right into a tiger's den this time. If you don't accompany me well, don't think about leaving," Luo Jingxian said with a flirtatious look. "Can I still leave now? What do you think?" Luo Jingxian leaned close to Qin Yu's ear and whispered. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu felt a bit helpless and said, "Stop chatting. I'm still hungry. Let's eat first." "You can't be serious, can you? You've almost finished these dishes, and after drinking so much wine, aren't you full yet?" Luo Jingxian asked in surprise. "Not all. Then let me call someone to bring more food over." "No need. This is enough after finishing these." "All right then." Chapter 436. The young man things of this level can't just be bought with money. Only that so-called Gentian auction house occasionally has these things for auction. So, this gift is too precious. System, sacrifice these blood cores. Congratulations to the host for successful sacrifice, gaining 850 sacrifice points. It took about 2.5 hours to arrive at the black market. As soon as he entered the black market, he heard a familiar voice. "Hi, young man, why are you here again today?" This person was the old man from the first stall yesterday. "What? Are you surprised to see me again?" The old man awkwardly chuckled and hesitated to ask, "By the way, where's the person who was with you yesterday? I don't know him well." "How would I know where he went?" Qin Yu replied. A look of suspicion flashed across the old man's face, but he quickly put on a professional smile. "So, what are you here for today? Do you have any interest in the goods this old man is selling?" Yesterday, Qin Yu had swept through all the blood cores of the stalls, earning him the title of the God of Wealth. So now, not only this old man, but the nearby stall owners were also looking at Qin Yu with bright eyes. Chapter 437. Not here for good hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Daniel. What kind of blood core are you looking for? What's the highest grade blood core you have here? The highest is a 3-tiered, 5-pattern blood core. But there's only one. How much is it? Qin Yu asked again. 270 billion, Daniel said. Qin Yu knew this price was 20 billion more than outside. But he also understood that the higher the grade of the blood core, the rarer it was, and some markup was within the normal range. "Can you give a little discount?" Qin Yu asked. "A little discount can be given, but not much. Are you interested in this blood core, Mr. Qin? Just bring it over later." "Good." Daniel perked up. After exiting the elevator on the 5th floor, Daniel invited Qin Yu into a reception room. After a waiter brought a cup of tea, Daniel also brought the 3-tiered 5-pattern blood core over. Qin Yu opened the box to take a look, and then calmly closed the lid again. "How is it, Mr. Qin?" Seeing Qin Yu's calm demeanor, Daniel couldn't sit still anymore. "How many blood cores do you have left?" Qin Yu countered. "What? How many blood cores?" Qin Yu nodded and said, "How many do you have? If the price is reasonable, I'll take them all." Chapter 438. Go to the black domain. Qin Yu laughed disdainfully. "Whatever, you can do as you please." "What do you mean by that?" Tobal asked. "Are you a pig's brain? I made it so clear, yet you still don't understand." Qin Yu's words were quite rude. He hated being threatened, especially by someone he found so detestable. This is Angel City, and he didn't believe Tobal would dare to act against him here. "You not only rejected me, but you also dare to insult me." Tobal's face turned cold. "So what? Good, very good. Then just wait for my most insane revenge. I don't believe you'll shrink back in the inner city every day. As long as I see you outside, you will definitely die." You're so confident that I will definitely die. Do you believe that the next time I encounter you, not only will I not be killed by you, but I will also beat you until you can't find your teeth?" Qin Yu retorted. "What? Are you really tired of living, daring to speak to me like this? Dumb nunt." Tobal was nearly furious, his aura suddenly rising. What Qin Yu said was the deepest insult to him. He was a quasi-divine realm powerhouse, and in his eyes, Qin Yu was no different from an ant. If this were not the inner city of Angel City, he would have immediately attacked Qin Yu with the most vicious torture. Chapter 439. Arrival. What Qin Yu didn't know was that inside Angel City, whether he went to Li Dongqian's residence, headed to the outer city, or boarded the silver-winged aircraft heading to the Black Domain, he was being monitored by pairs of eyes and a web of surveillance spread throughout. Behind this web was the Skynet organization, and a major shareholder of Skynet was Tobel. Soon, the information that Qin Yu and several others from the Martial Alliance were heading to the Black Domain reached Tobel. He continued to instruct the senior management of Skynet to pay attention to which location or direction Qin Yu arrived at in the Black Domain. While Tobel himself boarded a silver-winged aircraft heading for the Black Domain, he was very much looking forward to it, believing that once he saw Qin Yu, that kid would surely be quite shocked. More than 100 kilometers was just a blink of an eye for the Silver Wing. In the sky above the Black Domain, Qin Yu looked down and was shocked. The very edge of the Black Domain was actually a long wall, dozens of meters high, built of steel, extending endlessly. On the wall, there were armed personnel on standby, as well as heavy artillery. There were countless people stationed inside and outside the city, like ants. Li Yi, do you know how many people are stationed down there? Qin Yu asked Li Dongqian beside him. Chapter 440. There is one more thing I need to mention. Li Sun glanced at Li Dongqian and continued. I have decided to withdraw from the competition for the position of Martial Alliance leader and join Zhu Puan's camp. I have my own consideration for doing this. I understand that with my bottom-tier strength, it will be difficult to win against the three of you, which is why I made this decision. Hearing Li Sun say this, Li Dongqian's face changed drastically, becoming quite ugly. Frowning, he finally spoke to Zheng Yang in a calm manner. Old Zheng, is Li Sun's action unfair? If that's the case, I don't have to compete anymore. It will be better to just admit defeat. Gao Peng on the other side also had a grim expression, but he held back his anger and did not speak. Li Dongqian, you don't need to ask Old Zheng. I've already consulted him about this matter, and Old Zheng has also approved it. Of course, if you admit defeat, I will welcome it with open arms, Zhu Puan said with a half-smile. Li Dongqian's face was as dark as water as he looked at Zhu Puan. He and Zhu Puan had always had significant disagreements and had been competing openly and secretly for many years. Yet, their strengths were the two strongest after Zheng Yang, which was why Zheng Yang could not casually assign the position of Martial Alliance leader to either of them, leading to today's competition. Chapter 441. Easy Qin Yu struck twice more with his sword, and the iron-armored beast finally died for good. With another crack, the sword tip pierced through the back of the already dead, iron-armored beast in the middle of its scales. Then, he prodded that area with his sword a few times, extracting a blood core the size of a longan. He knew that the blood core was in that spot because he had noticed that Qing Ru had extracted it the same way earlier. Casually tossing the blood core into his backpack, he swiftly struck down a group of charging iron-armored beasts with a few sword strokes and charged forward again. The deeper he went inside, the more densely packed the iron-armored beasts became, and naturally, the second-tier iron-armored beasts gradually increased, facing the iron-armored beasts pouring in from all directions. Qin Yu remained relaxed and comfortable. After advancing more than 20 kilometers, Qin Yu's backpack already contained 15 second-tier blood cores. Although killing a second-tier iron-armored beast was effortless, it was inevitable to consume quite a bit of stamina after such a prolonged battle against the continuously arriving iron-armored beasts. Roar! A heavy roar came from a distance. An iron-armored beast, comparable in size to a large rhinoceros, was staring at Qin Yu with a menacing glare, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Qin Yu immediately recognized that this was a third-tier iron-armored beast. Chapter 442. Inventory. Looking at the time, there was still about 1 hour and 30 minutes before returning to that mountaintop. Qin Yu no longer lingered there and flew up, setting off again toward the depths of the Black Domain. This time, his speed was extremely fast. He ignored the lower-tier iron-armored beasts and specifically sought out the third-tier iron-armored beasts. An hour and a half later, all three teams returned to the mountaintop, with Qin Yu being the last to return alone. When Li Dongqian and the others saw Qin Yu return, they breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of a smile appeared on their faces. Zheng Yang also had a glimmer of interest in his eyes upon seeing Qin Yu return. Earlier, when the three teams were fighting the iron-armored beast below, he had followed closely behind to prevent any accidents, ready to intervene if a beast above the third tier appeared. Thus, he had been watching Qin Yu's unexpected performance closely and was particularly attentive. In his eyes, Qin Yu was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, not to mention the future. Even now, Qin Yu's strength had already surpassed that of Li Dongqian and Zhu Puan. Unfortunately, if he had discovered Qin Yu's strength a few days earlier, he would have wholeheartedly supported Qin Yu for the position of Martial Alliance leader. Among the three teams, a small number of people had sustained minor injuries, but none were fatal. Chapter 443. Result. After the final results came out, if my score is higher than yours, you will hand over all the blood cores you just obtained to me. Conversely, the same applies. I will give you my blood cores, but I wonder if you dare to take this bet? Li Dongqian raised his eyebrows slightly and, without hesitation, said, Fine, what's the harm in agreeing to you? He straightforward. Then it's a deal. Zhu Puan laughed, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. Li Dongqian's gaze flickered, and he fell silent. He understood that among his blood cores, only that third tier 4 pattern blood core was useful to him. The rest were just useless. Zhu Puan, wanting to bet with him, was merely coveting that third tier 4 pattern blood core. However, for him, even losing the bet was better than not daring to engage in it at all. Zhu Puan couldn't wait to turn to Qin Yu and said, Your name is Qin Yu, right? Let's see how many blood cores you've obtained. Qin Yu didn't look at Zhu Puan, silently throwing his backpack to the person counting the numbers. The person received the backpack and gently shook his head. He felt that Li Dongqian was going to lose because the backpack was too light. There probably weren't many blood cores inside. Not only did the person counting the blood cores notice this, but those standing nearby did as well. Chapter 444. Searching. No need to thank me. This result is something we both would like to see. Haha, well said. Only then did Li Dongqian look at Zhu Puan and said, Zhu Puan, you lost that bet just now, so it's time for you to fulfill your promise. This bag of blood cores is yours. Zhu Puan said with a sullen face. Then I'll graciously accept it. As he spoke, Li Dongqian took the bag of blood cores thrown over by Zhu Puan. Then, Li Dongqian turned and handed the bag of blood cores to Qin Yu, saying, These blood cores were won because of you, so I'll give them to you. Qin Yu declined a few times, but accepted it calmly. He was indeed short on blood cores and wouldn't be polite about something he wanted. By the way, I wonder if you could part with that third tier 5 pattern blood core. I can exchange it for this bag of blood cores I have. And if you think it's not enough, I can offer other things like money. After Qin Yu received the blood cores, Li Dongqian said with a sigh, Oh, you want that third tier blood core? No problem. But isn't it too much of a loss to exchange your bag of blood cores for mine? Qin Yu said nonchalantly, as the final fate of the blood cores in his hand was to be sacrificed to the system. Their quality didn't matter to him at all. Therefore, he was quite happy with it. In this way, he could also do Li Dongqian a favor. Chapter 445. Unexpected encounter with Chu Hong. Are you all members of the Martial Alliance? Tober asked in stiff Dragon Summer Mandarin. Yes, may I ask who you are? Wu Dun quickly cupped his hands and smiled, as he was the strongest among the 40 people and had to step forward to answer. What about Mr. Zheng, the founder of the Martial Alliance? Tober replied. He was most concerned about this person, if Zheng Yang wanted to protect Qin Yu. Along with the 4 major leaders of the Martial Alliance, he might not be able to handle it. Mr. Zheng just left here, Wu Dun said. What? He left? Tober's expression darkened, and his pressure began to rise sharply. So you mean to say that your Martial Alliance's event has already ended? Yes. Wu Dun and the others behind him trembled slightly in the face of this sudden increase in pressure. They could clearly feel the killing intent in Tober's eyes and regretted not leaving earlier. Did that Qin Yu also leave? Tober's gaze grew colder. He had already decided that as soon as he heard the answer he didn't want to hear, he would immediately massacre all 40 people in front of him, leaving none alive. Wu Dun suddenly raised his head and quickly said, Senior, that Qin Yu hasn't left. He went in a different direction. Chapter 446. Backtracking. All right. Everyone get ready, one person said. The others quickly coordinated, and soon, the 5 of them gathered together, back to back, weapons raised. Chu Hong and Pei Yuan stood on either side. Qin Yu, why are you still standing there? Come here quickly. Chu Hong hurriedly said when he saw Qin Yu standing there with a calm expression. Qin Yu didn't respond to Chu Hong and remained still. Chu Hong wanted to say something, but it was too late. The armored beasts had already appeared from both sides. Leading the charge were 3 third-tier armored beasts, followed by more than 10 second-tier armored beasts and a large group of first-tier armored beasts. With the strength of the 7, it would be hard to withstand the first wave of attacks from that group of armored beasts, without giving everyone much time to think. The 3 third-tier armored beasts charged in almost instantly. Coincidentally, the first armored beast to arrive chose not to attack anyone, but specifically targeted the expressionless Qin Yu. Qin Yu, hurry and dodge. That's a third-tier armored beast. Qin Yu remained unmoved, but in his heart, he sneered at the armored beast, thinking, "It really knows how to pick on soft targets. It's come after me." Chapter 447. Mission accomplished. Wu Dun turned his head with difficulty to look at Tober behind him, his eyes filled with boundless anger. After uttering a few words, he slowly collapsed. Tober slowly withdrew his hand and coldly said, "Blame it on being a Dragon Summer person. Right now, the ones I hate the most are Dragon Summer people." After seeing Qin Yu leave, Tober glanced back at Chu Hong and the other 7, then flashed away, swiftly heading in the direction where Qin Yu had gone. From Qin Yu's earlier actions, he could tell that the other party was quite strong, which surprised him. He had decided not to settle accounts with Qin Yu for now, but rather to see what Qin Yu intended to do deep in the Black Domain. It would be best if Qin Yu and the armored beasts fought to the death. Then he could enjoy the spoils. In another direction, 2 others were also moving quickly, and they were heading to the same place as Qin Yu. One of them held a map that was identical to the one Qin Yu had. However, as the 2 hurried on, they were also wary of each other. Throughout this journey, although Qin Yu was very cautious, he still didn't notice Tober following behind him. The main reason was that the deeper he went into the Black Domain, the shorter the distance his mental power could be released, as if blocked by a layer of membrane. Chapter 448. Escape. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining 100,000 sign-in points. Hearing the 100,000 sign-in points, Qin Yu didn't have time to rejoice. After asking the system a couple of questions, he gritted his teeth and issued an order. System, then consume 75,000 sign-in points to enhance my physical condition. Ding, 75,000 sign-in points have been deducted. Physical enhancement in progress. Will be completed in 30 minutes. Soon, the aura around Qin Yu began to change slowly. To be honest, when he heard that it would take 30 minutes to complete the physical enhancement, he regretted it. In his eagerness earlier, he hadn't considered this point. Enhancing physical condition takes time. But since it had already started, he could only accept it. "Kid, is it true? Honestly answer, how many 5th-tier blood cores did you find?" Vera asked Qin Yu. While enduring the pain of the physical enhancement, Qin Yu replied, "Don't listen to Tober's nonsense. Those few blood cores are all with him." Now, he could only try to delay as much time as possible. "Tober, how do you explain this?" The 2 then turned their gaze towards Tober. Qin Yu's words were actually believed by the 2. After all, with Tober's quasi-divine power, how could he allow someone who seemed quite ordinary like Qin Yu to obtain blood cores? Chapter 449. Counterattack. Qin Yu clenches fists, and the aura of a transcendent 10th tier surged forth. With a movement, he transformed into a blade of air, shooting towards the person opposite him. Although Tober was surprised by the sudden increase in Qin Yu's aura, he didn't care. With a cold laugh, he said, just in time. He didn't use his weapon and directly charged forward with a punch. A thunderous boom echoed, the sound spreading for dozens of kilometers. Vera and Watanabe Genji, who were on their way here, were startled by the momentum and instinctively slowed down. A large number of iron-armored beasts on the ground fell, resulting in many casualties. Qin Yu was sent flying 2 kilometers away by the recoil of Tober's punch, while Tober also retreated a short distance. "Kid, you actually possess strength comparable to a half-step transformation. In that case, I can't keep you alive." Tober's eyes glinted fiercely, his voice booming like thunder. Without waiting for a response from the 2, he leapt towards Qin Yu to attack. "Let's make our move too." Chapter 450. Fall. He slowly added, "So I just need to wait patiently until you lose this layer of protection before dealing with you." Hearing Tober say this, Watanabe Genji looked somewhat dazed and said, "I see, then I'll wait too. Kid, let's see if you're still so arrogant later." "You 2 can take your time waiting," Qin Yu said with a slight smile, showing no signs of panic. He estimated that in a few minutes his physical enhancement would be complete, and by then, his strength would at least be on par with Tober's. Of course, the main thing was that his speed would also increase significantly. With the shield talisman, he was confident he could kill both of them before the shield's effect wore off. Suddenly, a rumble and the roar of iron-armored beasts echoed in the distance. 4 4th-tier iron-armored beasts appeared in Qin Yu's line of sight, charging towards him at a speed that would bring them here in just a minute or 2. With the appearance of the 4th-tier iron-armored beasts, those iron-armored beasts that had previously dared not approach now seemed to have found their backbone and roared as they rushed over. Following closely behind the 4 4th-tier beasts, Tober and Watanabe Genji barely paid attention to this scene. Chapter 451. Discovery. However, After exchanging a few blows with Qin Yu, he immediately regretted not fleeing earlier. Qin Yu showed no concern for Tobal's axe striking him, nor did he dodge, using a life-for-a-life fighting style to swing his hammer at Tobal, dodging the weapon. Caught off guard, Tobal's face was struck twice by the hammer, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. He had indeed mentioned in Angel City that next time he saw Qin Yu, he would beat him until he was searching for his teeth. I'm going to kill you." Tobal stepped back a few paces, letting out a tragic howl that was even louder than the roars of the 4th-tier iron-armored beasts, his eyes red as he gripped his axe and charged at Qin Yu. But this was an incredibly unfair fight. No matter how Tobal attacked, Qin Yu simply stood still, allowing the axe to strike him without flinching. These attacks were no more harmful than a tickle to Qin Yu. Instead, Qin Yu's hammer struck Tobal again and again, leaving him in a wretched state, even spitting out 3 liters of blood. Eventually, it turned into Tobal fleeing while Qin Yu relentlessly pursued him. Chapter 452. Returning to the outer city looking at the hammer in his hand, he initially wanted to throw it away since it was someone else's used item. However, realizing that the hammer was quite handy, and the large red gemstone embedded at the end of the handle was very attractive, he decided to keep it for now. Even if he didn't want the hammer later, he could still remove the gemstone to impress girls. After tossing the hammer into his storage space, he glanced at Vera, who lay on the ground like a dried corpse, and swiftly left the area. He was afraid that the giant hand would appear again, and if his shield talisman lost its effect, it would truly be the end for him. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable layer of gloom in his heart, stemming from the words of that giant hand. After walking for a considerable distance, he finally reached the edge of the black domain and took out the wristband from his storage space, instructing Lan Shaoling to bring over the blue wing. It wasn't long before the blue wing slowly descended from the sky. After entering the blue wing, Qin Yu thought for a moment and asked Lan Shaoling to take the blue wing to the skies above the outer city of Angel City. He took out the blood cores from his storage space and, without any hesitation, sacrificed them all to the system. Chapter 453. Unrest upon hearing the name Qin Yu. Bak abruptly stood up and asked in astonishment, "Qin Yu, is that you?" As he stood, the 3 people beside him also got up. "Looks like you've heard my name," Qin Yu said calmly. "Weren't you in the black domain? How did you end up here?" "Is that so strange? My dad has already gone to the black domain to find you." "Did he not find you?" Bak frowned. "Oh, so that's what you meant." Qin Yu smiled slightly and continued, "He indeed found me, and we had a very friendly conversation." You're definitely lying. If he found you, how could you still be standing here alive?" Bak said matter-of-factly. "Why is it that I can't be alive? Could not be your dad instead?" Qin Yu retorted. "My dad? Haha, don't joke around. How could anything happen to him? He must not have found you, which is why you escaped back here. Let me tell you, even if you hide here, it won't matter. Once my dad returns, Luo Jingxian will still obediently hand you over." Bak's gaze turned cold. Luo Jingxian had already caught on to the implication of their conversation and approached Qin Yu with concern, saying softly, "Qin Yu, if that Tobal really wants to kill you, I can take you to the inner city right away. Once there, he won't be able to do anything to you." Chapter 454. Struggle for power. What do you think? I've only eaten a little something in the morning and haven't eaten anything since, and I've consumed so much energy. No wonder. As she spoke, Luo Jingxian led Qin Yu to a dining table. Before long, the food was served, including rice. This time, Qin Yu didn't drink any alcohol and quickly finished all the food on the table, leaving Luo Jingxian, who was watching, a bit dumbfounded, once again shocked by Qin Yu's appetite. After finishing the meal, they returned to the reception room. Qin Yu took a couple of sips of tea and glanced at Luo Jingxian and the man named Bo Fuhong sitting there, saying to Luo Jingxian, "Now that Tobal is dead, and several high-ranking members from the Northern District have been captured by you, what are your plans?" "What plans? What do you think I should do?" Luo Jingxian was taken aback at first, but quickly understood Qin Yu's meaning and asked, "I suggest directly going to take over the Northern District's forces, kill those who should be killed, and accept the surrender of those who yield. What do you think?" Qin Yu replied. Although Luo Jingxian was somewhat prepared, she still felt a chill in her heart when she heard Qin Yu say this. She felt that the Qin Yu she saw today was like a different person compared to the last 2 times they met, with more sharpness and a bit of coldness, and his temperament had changed somewhat. However, she actually liked this version of him even more. Chapter 455. Premonition. Not bad. Just a casual walk, and there are so many sacrifice points. Should I find trouble in the West and South districts again tomorrow? Although it's a bit hard work. It's still better than buying from the black market. Qin Yu stroked his chin and began to calculate. He had thought of this plan as soon as he came out of the black domain, with the incident at the Nagi Mountain Castle. Soon the managers of the two southwestern districts also learned about it. At the same time, they received the explosive news that Tober, Watanabe, Genji, and Vera had all died in the black domain, causing a wave of panic as everyone feared they would become the second Nagi Mountain Castle. Thus, the senior officials of the two southwestern districts stayed up all night, busy with several matters. The first was to elect a new leader for a large force. Being leaderless was absolutely a taboo. The South District was easy. Vera's eldest son naturally took over his father's position. This person had some ability, and his martial artist level was not low, with hardly anyone opposing him. However, Watanabe Genji had no heir, so the West District went through quite a bit of bloodshed before finally a capable senior took over the position. Chapter 456. Opportunity back at the company. After listening to reports from Lei Qing and Mi Xiaoye, shortly after, Qin Yu had Tong Qiong act as the driver and drove to TS Bank. The purpose of going there was naturally to loot Tober and Veda's blood cores from their vaults. Qin Yu felt a bit excited, a half-step transformation and a quasi-divine realm. Both controlling such a huge force surely had a lot of hidden wealth and blood cores. The first vault opened was Vera's, which indeed hid quite a few good things, with gold, jewelry, and weapons occupying a large portion, followed by resources for martial artists. However, the blood cores accounted for a very small part, and Qin Yu felt somewhat disappointed, as these blood cores yielded a total of 4,220 sacrifice points. After throwing several brand new exquisite jewelry pieces into the storage space, Qin Yu walked out of the vault. Tober's vault was also opened smoothly. This time, Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised, as the items inside were diverse, and the number of blood cores was noticeably much more than the previous one, yielding a total of 11,100 sacrifice points after the sacrifice. Additionally, a small box contained documents for some properties and company shares in the inner city, including shares of the Tianwan Company. Chapter 457. Enemies meet. What do you mean? Hanbin asked. Siler said hopefully, since Lei Qing has arrived in Angel City, as long as we can control him and then make him reveal the vault. With that wealth, we will have the resources to cultivate, and we won't have to risk our lives here anymore. We can enjoy some assets in Angel City. This remark stirred the people present. Then what should we do? Someone asked. This is easy. Siler looked at everyone and said, we first spend some funds to find out Lei Qing's every move in Angel City through Tianwan. Then find a way to lure him out of the inner city. This method is feasible, but we are afraid that the Purple Fire Mercenary Group also knows that Lei Qing has come to Angel City. Then we won't have any opportunity. The person who spoke earlier said. Siler said, don't worry, the Purple Fire Mercenary Group's strength is far less than before, and now they are in a mess. Even if they notice Lei Qing's arrival, they won't be able to manage it for the time being. However, I heard some news that a very powerful organization wants to recruit the Purple Fire Mercenary Group, and I'm afraid that organization is currently negotiating with Wu Chun. Chapter 458. Wu Chun. Siler's eyes turned cold, and his expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to be disrespectful? Just wait and see how you will regret it. I want to see who gave you the courage to say such big words. Just as Lei Qing was about to speak, he saw Qin Yu and Luo Jingxian walking over, so he stopped and stepped aside. Hearing Qin Yu say to Siler, if I were the one who gave him the courage, what would you do? Who are you? Siler looked Qin Yu up and down, asking with some confusion. Who I am is not important. However, last time, sure Lei was defeated by me. You should remember this, right? So you're saying that Lei Qing is working for you. Siler's expression slightly changed, and he was somewhat puzzled, as the person in front of him looked like an ordinary person without any martial artist aura. Indeed, Qin Yu looked at the people behind Siler and continued, I give you a choice, except for Han Bin. Everyone else kneels and begs for mercy, and I will spare your lives. Qin Yu did not want to waste too much time dealing with such small fry and decided to end it quickly. The young man has quite the audacity. Right from the start, he talks so arrogantly, really thinking that defeating Shirley makes him invincible in the world. Siler sneered. Chapter 459. Dongmin Jimu. Wu Chun laughed. What do you want to settle with me? Just based on you, or these few people behind you? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Yu and Luo Jingxian, his gaze lingering a bit longer on Luo Jingxian and Zhu Tao. His martial artist level was too low to see their strength, but he vaguely felt that these two women were not simple. Thinking of this made him a bit wary. He believed that Lei Qing had no backing to dare come here to cause trouble. As for Qin Yu, Wu Chun completely filtered him out. At this moment, Qin Yu spoke. Just based on us few, killing you is already using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Kid, do you have the qualification to speak in front of me? Do you still dare to be so arrogant? Wu Chun looked at Qin Yu disdainfully. Huang Zhun died in my hands, and your vault is also in my hands. I came over this time to help Lei Qing deal with you. From this moment on, your life is in my hands. Do you think I have the qualification to speak? Qin Yu said softly. Wu Chun was shocked and scrutinized Qin Yu, asking, who exactly are you, and what is your relationship with Lei Qing? Who I am is not important. I ask you, who are the people sitting inside? Qin Yu retorted. Chapter 460. A big score. Wu Chun has already agreed to join our medicine alliance. So if you touch him, you're touching my people. That being said, I can't let him go. Qin Yu said with a faint smile. Why not? Because I find you very unpleasant. So I'll take action against your people. Good, very good. This is the first time I've met someone so disrespectful. This is what you said. Saying this, Dongmin Jimu turned to Luo Jingxian and said, Luo Jingxian, you saw it. This kid insisted on opposing me. Are you going to protect him? Luo Jingxian said, didn't you hear what I said earlier? He is my man, of course. I will protect him. Very well. Then I want to waste time with you. Dongmin Jimu's tone suddenly changed. Bai Shu attack. As soon as the words fell, the elder named Bai Shu moved like thunder, attacking Luo Jingxian. Dongmin Jimu approached Qin Yu, reaching for his throat with one hand. He had a good plan. One person would hold Luo Jingxian back while he controlled Qin Yu, leaving Qin Yu at his mercy and forcing him to let Wu Chun go. Unfortunately, had he known Qin Yu's strength, he would never have dared to make such a plan and would have fled long ago. Just then, Bai Kuei, who had been kicked away by Qin Yu earlier, rushed over like a shadow, raising a curved knife, intending to catch Qin Yu off guard. Unfortunately, he underestimated Qin Yu too much. With a shift, Qin Yu avoided Bai Kuei's attack, and while Bai Kuei was momentarily stunned, a large hammer fell from behind his head. Bang! The old man fell to the ground. Not dead on the spot, but heavily unconscious. Overestimating yourself, Qin Yu snorted lightly. This made Dongmin Jimu's face turn pale, while Luo Jingxian curiously said, Qin Yu, that hammer in your hand looks so familiar. Where did you get it? It's a weapon used by Vela. I found it quite handy, so I kept it with me. No wonder, it's originally Vela's. I've seen him use this weapon in battle once, and I still remember it mainly because of that prominent red gemstone. Vela is also very fond of these gems, and this hammer was specially made for him by someone. Luo Jingxian laughed, covering her mouth. Is it funny? Qin Yu asked. A bit. It has a rich vibe. But how come I never noticed you had such a big weapon? Where did you hide it before taking it out? Luo Jingxian inquired curiously. Dongmin Shuo felt a strong shock in his hands from the sound of a clang, nearly dropping his short blade, looking very surprised. The force of Qin Yu's hammer was much more profound than the previous one. Without giving Dongmin Shuo much preparation, Qin Yu wielded the incredibly heavy hammer, striking down on Dongmin Shuo with hammer after hammer like a storm, and the speed kept increasing. With the continuous clang of metal, Dongmin Shuo was forced to retreat under the onslaught, having long lost track of his short blade, and could only use the armors on his forearms to brace against Qin Yu's hammer. He wanted to evade, but he couldn't match Qin Yu's strength, and his attack speed was far inferior. Moreover, Qin Yu calculated each of his movements with precision, leaving him no chance to counterattack or dodge. With another clang, Qin Yu struck Dongmin Shuo's chest, hitting his inner armor. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu struck again at Dongmin Shuo's abdomen. The force of this blow sent Dongmin Shuo flying a considerable distance. Although he didn't fall, his face turned pale, and he was gasping for breath, having sustained considerable internal injuries. Just after Qin Yu finished a phone call, Luo Jingxian arrived, glanced at Dongmin Shuo lying on the ground, and kicked him before asking, "What should we do with him?" "Let's take him back to the Purple Fire Mercenary Corps base first," Qin Yu replied. "No need for that. Just kill him. After all, you both have become sworn enemies. He still has some use," Qin Yu said. "All right, let's go." Qin Yu picked up Dongmin Shuo and flew off with Luo Jingxian. The journey of over 10 kilometers took only a couple of minutes, and they returned to the front of the building, throwing Dongmin Shuo on the ground. Seeing his father lying like a pile of mud, Dongmin Jimu's face was filled with despair. He hurriedly asked Qin Yu, what happened to my dad?" "Don't worry. He won't die immediately," Qin Yu said lightly. "That's good. Just tell me what you want, and as long as you let us go, I will definitely help you. Qin Yu shook his head. Don't fantasize that I will let you go. However, I won't kill you. Just stay here and wait obediently. Although he could obtain more blood cores from the two, he decided against it after some thought. Fang Yi paused for a moment before continuing. Recently, the three major forces received a message that cannot be disclosed for the time being, deep in the dark domain. Not only has the number of 5th-tier blood-eating iron-armored beasts increased dramatically, but many 6th-tier blood-eating iron-armored beasts have also appeared. As he spoke, there was a hint of unease in his eyes. 6th-tier iron-armored beasts? Qin Yu couldn't help but ask, are there really 6th-tier blood-eating iron-armored beasts? I thought that was just a rumor. Fang, he shook his head and laughed. The reason most martial artists think it's just a rumor is that the last appearance of 6th-tier iron-armored beasts was over 100 years ago. It's been too long. So it has become a rumor. Regardless, the information released by the three major forces is absolutely true. So if you enter the depths of the dark domain, you must be extremely cautious. If you do encounter a 6th-tier iron-armored beast, or get entangled with a couple of 5th-tier iron-armored beasts, you won't have time to escape. Qin Yu recalled the giant hand that had reached out from the rift in the void he saw yesterday and pondered for a moment before asking, have you studied the language of the blood-eating iron-armored beasts? Fang, he was a bit curious why Qin Yu brought this up and shook his head. No, I haven't heard of anyone who understands the language of blood-eating iron-armored beasts. I only know that at the 1st and 2nd tiers, they have no intelligence and only seek to kill and feed. 3rd-tier iron-armored beasts already have some intelligence and can think, while 4th-tier ones have human-like thoughts. Qin Yu felt a bit guilty, fearing that this girl might suddenly explode in anger, which would be troublesome. He smiled casually. Let's go. Stop standing here like a fool. Let's go in and sit down and talk. Saying this, he swaggered into the main villa. Fang Mingwei stood dazed for a long time before turning back into the house with gritted teeth. Seeing Qin Yu sitting down in a chair as if it were his home and casually ordering Wu Xiaoya to make tea, Fang Mingwei's expression grew even darker. She sat down opposite Qin Yu, her gaze piercing like a knife. Qin Yu waited for a moment, took a sip of tea handed to him by Wu Xiaoya, and noticed that Fang Mingwei was still staring at him without speaking. He gently cleared his throat and said, Mingwei, with you looking at me like this, is there something dirty on my face? This time, he didn't dare to call her Xiaoya, fearing he might offend her too deeply, which would result in her not selling him the blood cores, and that would be a huge loss. He hadn't kissed her impulsively. It was purely revenge for the frustration he felt from her earlier. In short, this woman was long overdue for a reckoning. Of course, it was also because he felt confident after his strength had significantly increased. He had clearly sensed the divine consciousness of a quasi-divine realm being focused on him just now. Meanwhile, Yi Shuang felt a bit envious as she understood the value of the bracelet, knowing it was worth several years of her salary. Qin Yu thought for a moment, and then gave Yi Shuang a small gift. Initially, he hadn't planned to give her anything, but on a whim, he ended up doing so. After all, these small gifts are very precious to others, but to him, they're insignificant. Just give them. Yi Shuang was quite surprised to see that she also had a share. By the way, have you eaten since you just got back? Xiaogui asked. I've already eaten. All right then. Qin Yu and Tong Jun walked back into the blue wing, moving the 8 boxes inside down to the 2nd floor of the villa. Xiaogui looked at the boxes, confused, and rubbed her head, not asking further. Not long after, Qin Yu sacrificed all the blood cores to the system. Congratulations to the host for successful sacrifice, earning 9,329 sacrifice points. Looking at the system panel, there are now a total of 97,650 sacrifice points, just 2,350 points short of 100,000. Another task for upgrading the system has also been completed, and he only needs a little over 2,000 more blood cores to upgrade the system, which made Qin Yu feel a bit excited. After the successful sacrifice of the blood cores, the main event followed, which was the trillion-level 7th tier sign-in. Chapter 467. I'm laying my cards on the table. Oh, if that's the case, it will be easy to handle. After the exchange, please hurry and deliver it here. I need it urgently. Don't worry, it will arrive soon. I will arrange for a silver wing to deliver it to your doorstep. Shueshun said with a smile. If it were just him trying to use 350,000 Dragon Guard points to exchange for all the blood cores, it would be a bit difficult and would take several days, as blood cores are relatively scarce anywhere. But now Qin Yu's identity is different. The higher-ups have specifically instructed that as long as Qin Yu has any requests, they must do their best to fulfill them. So, Using Qin Yu's influence, it would be settled in no time. Thank you for your trouble. I will wait here at Nanyan Mountain Villa, Qin Yu said. All right. You won't have to wait long. After the call, about an hour later, a silver wing flew over. Several people came from the silver wing, and then the blood cores were brought up. After sacrificing all these blood cores, he earned 1750 sacrifice points. Still 600 sacrifice points short. After thinking for a while, he called Fong Mingyue to ask if she had any blood cores for sale. Fong Mingyue said helplessly, "How about this? I happen to be going to the Zhangtian auction house in Yuzhou Yuqing to bid on some items later. You can come with me, and you can bid on any blood cores available." Chapter 468. Zhu Xian. Fong Mingyue snorted lightly, implying, "I can guess without you saying it. It must be some gossipy person who told you. Aunt Qin is going to a place later, so she didn't come along. Aren't you afraid there will be danger without her here?" Qin Yu asked with a smile. "Aren't you here? If there's danger, you will take it on first." Qin Yu had nothing to say upon hearing this. The blue wing traveled for half an hour and arrived at the rooftop helipad of a tall building. This building also belongs to Fong Mingyue, containing offices, hotels, restaurants, cinemas, and shopping malls, everything one could need. After coming down from the rooftop, the three first went to a restaurant for dinner, then found a car on the basement floor to drive to the Zhangtian auction house, with Wu Xiaoya controlling the steering wheel in front. Upon arriving at the Zhangtian auction house, it was a 5-story building with a large area. Qin Yu accompanied Fong Mingyue to a place to pay a certain amount of deposit, received a number plate, and then directly entered the auction hall. The auction hall was filled with over 1,000 people, and Qin Yu and Fong Mingyue found seats in the middle. Qin Yu scanned the crowd with his mental energy. Among the over 1,000 people, at least 100 were martial artists. Chapter 469. High price bidding. Who says I can't buy other things besides a 4th-tier blood core? Zhang Xian shook his head slightly and continued. I just wanted to buy those 2 blood cores and give them to you. With these 2 blood cores, it will greatly help you break through your realm. Unfortunately, the other person bid up to 17 billion, far exceeding my expectations, so I had to give up. I'm just worried that after you buy those 2 blood cores, you won't have enough money left to bid for the 4th-tier blood core, the woman said, somewhat touched. Haha, Lu Ku, you underestimate me too much. A mere 4th-tier blood core is no pressure for me. I hope so. The 19th item was soon presented. A 3rd-tier 5-pattern blood core, starting at 20 billion. After a fierce bidding war, the price rose to 35 billion. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Qin Yu raised his number plate and said, 40 billion. The price jumped by 5 billion all of a sudden, immediately causing some commotion in the auction house, and once again attracted the attention of the crowd. Even the auctioneer on the stage smiled in surprise at Qin Yu. The person who had just bid darkened his expression, glanced at Qin Yu, and ultimately chose to give up reluctantly. Chapter 470. 5 years. Fong Mingyue looked at Qin Yu and said pointedly, "That's why martial artists generally use blood crystals to improve their cultivation instead of absorbing blood cores. You should be careful." What careful? Didn't I say last time that buying so many blood cores is not for cultivation? Then that's best. Qin Yu looked around and asked, "Do you have any other items you want to bid on?" "None." Fong Mingyue shook her head. "Then let's go. There's no need to sit here any longer. Let's go pay and get our things and head back." I think so too. With that, Qin Yu and Fong Mingyue stood up, called a service staff from the auction house to lead the way, and left the auction hall. Seeing Qin Yu leave, those who intended to bid on the upcoming items couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that Qin Yu would also bid against them. "Let's go too." Seeing Qin Yu leave, Zhu Xian said to Lu Ku, his only purpose for coming today was for that 4th-tier blood core. Now that the blood core has fallen into someone else's hands, he has no mood to stay here any longer. All right. Lu Ku nodded in agreement and stood up with Zhu Xian to walk out of the auction house, followed by 2 martial artists. Chapter 471. Agree or not. Come on, don't compare me to ordinary people. My master said that I have a special constitution that is different from others. Once I break through to the transformation stage, I can unleash the potential of this constitution. At that time, breaking through the martial artist realm will be as easy as eating and drinking. Therefore, it is not impossible to become a divine transformation realm in 5 years, Fong Mingyue said. If that is the case, won't you be even stronger than me in the future? Qin Yu said enviously. Fong Mingyue smiled slightly. So, even though you are much stronger than me now, who knows who will be stronger or weaker in the future? Once I surpass you, you will be the first one I beat up. Qin Yu held back a laugh and asked, hearing you say that, should I take the initiative and beat you up first? You dare. Hey, Are you reasonable? You're going to beat me up. Why should I still be polite to you? You can give it a try. Don't forget that I have a quasi-divine transformation realm as my bodyguard. Fong Mingwei saw the malicious gaze of Qin Yu and hurriedly threatened him, knowing that Qin Yu was indeed someone who could back up his words. Your bodyguard is not around, so what are you showing off for? Qin Yu looked at Fong Mingwei confidently, a hint of amusement on his face. Chapter 472. Defeated, the six people stood up, feeling somewhat exhausted, their legs trembling and unstable from the terrifying pressure they had just experienced. With lingering fear, they secretly glanced at Qin Yu and then looked around, their eyes revealing suspicion. Mingwei, he agreed to fight you. I want to see how strong you really are, Qin Yu said with a smile. Fong Mingwei shook her head, losing interest in fighting. Let's go back to the hotel. You can handle things here yourself. With that, she no longer looked at Qin Yu and walked toward the car, opening the door and sitting in the back seat. Wu Xiaoya hurriedly got into the car as well. Qin Yu shook his head, not even glancing at the six people, and got into the car, instructing Wu Xiaoya to drive away. As they watched the car drive away right in front of them, the young master of the Huajin sect asked, "What should we do now? What do you want to do? We were already in trouble. We should be praying for safety." Another replied. However, as soon as the words were spoken, the pressure descended again, even more terrifying than before. The six of them couldn't make a sound and all spat out blood, collapsing to the ground, while the last four divine vessel martial artists fainted. Although they didn't lose their lives, they suffered serious internal injuries, and for at least 10 years, their cultivation would not only fail to progress, but would also regress. Chapter 473. System Store Dad, it's me. Hearing his father's tone, Zhu Xian felt a bit startled. Do you understand why I called you? This, please enlighten me. You ungrateful child. Are you still in the dark? Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused this time? If it's not handled well, even I will be implicated. The tone on the other end was calm, but increasingly serious. Zhu Xian's heart sank, and he nervously asked, "What are you referring to?" "Let me tell you. You tried to bid for that 4th-tier blood core at the Zhangtian auction house, but you couldn't outbid others. And then you sent someone to try to rob it from them. Now look, not only are your people seriously injured, but someone is also calling me to demand accountability. You ungrateful child. Did you not think to investigate the other party's background before brazenly attempting to rob them? Did you really think you could run rampant in Longsha now? Are you saying that the force behind that Qin Yu is one you don't dare to provoke?" Zhu Xian hurriedly asked. His heart was already filled with dread. Indeed, his father was contacting him about this matter. Which Qin Yu? Zhu Yuan asked, confused. Chapter 474. It's up to you. The longevity pill requires 1,000 sign-in points. Of course, if purchased with sacrifice points, the cost is halved. The third category is flying devices. The silver wing is priced at 500 sign-in points or 250 sacrifice points. The blue wing is priced at 10,000 sign-in points or 5,000 sacrifice points. The black wing is priced at 200,000 sign-in points or 100,000 sacrifice points. These are the only 3 items in this category. Seeing the black wing below the blue wing, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Could this be the flying device that can traverse the void? But those 200,000 sign-in points were not something he could hope for at the moment. System. Can the items in the store only be purchased with sign-in points and sacrifice points? After looking at the listed items, Qin Yu asked the system. Yes. Can I buy them with cash? Qin Yu asked, unwilling to give up. No, the system replied, adding, however, you can also obtain these items through system sign-ins. Oh. Qin Yu showed no signs of joy. The items obtained through system sign-ins were no different from those purchased with sign-in points. Was this dog system just fooling people? After thinking for a moment, he asked the system, after the system upgrade, are there no rewards? Chapter 475. Frustrated Zhu Xian, they had already experienced how difficult it was to deal with Fong Mingwei, and if she really proposed any conditions, it would definitely be something hard to fulfill. Zhu Xian really didn't have confidence that he could satisfy her. However, since Fong Mingwei handed this matter over to Qin Yu to handle, the nature of it was completely different. In their view, Qin Yu might be Fong Mingyu's assistant or have some other relationship with her, and certainly did not have much background. How demanding could an ordinary person be? Brother Qin, feel free to propose any conditions. I will definitely make you satisfied, Zhu Xian said with a smile, cupping his hands at Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised 2 fingers. As long as you meet my 2 conditions, we can let this matter pass. Okay, you go ahead. The first condition is that the grudge between us arose from that 4th-tier blood core last night. You wanted to send someone to rob my blood core. So you should compensate me with a fourth-tier blood core as well. Zhu Xian's smile stiffened, and he frowned, saying a fourth-tier blood core? Isn't that asking too much? You saw it yourself. To bid for a fourth-tier blood core at the Zhangtian auction house, it costs at least 2 billion. This matter shouldn't require me to pay such a hefty price, right? Chapter 476. Displeased, fine, then I'll do it myself. Qin Yu said, somewhat dissatisfied, and then began to eat heartily. In the astonished gazes of the three, he finished all the remaining dishes on the table in just 2 to 3 minutes, devouring them like a whirlwind. After taking a sip of tea and wiping his mouth, Qin Yu stood up and said to Fang Mingwei, let's go. He then turned to Lu Ku and said, tell Zhu Xian to send the fourth-tier blood core to Nanjing City tomorrow after he finds it. Okay, I will let him know, Lu Ku said, finally feeling a weight lifted from her heart and showing a slight smile. But considering how attentive you were in serving me just now, I have to reward you, Qin Yu said, stroking his chin and looking at Lu Ku. No need. It's what I should do. Lu Ku waved her hand, feeling a bit speechless and not understanding why Qin Yu suddenly wanted to reward her. That won't do. I said I will reward you. Saying this, Qin Yu took advantage of Lu Ku's moment of distraction to lift her chin with one hand and lean down to kiss her. After releasing his hand, he smiled and said, this is my reward for you. It's still my first kiss, very precious. Chapter 477. Stealing glances, I also want to know, is your current martial artist realm really as rumored, already a master of chi control? Finally, Ding Jianwu asked Qin Yu. No, Qin Yu denied. Not. Ding Jianwu pondered for a moment and suddenly realized, then you must be a half-step chi control. Not that either, Qin Yu replied. Ding Qianru laughed and said, I told you, you must still be just a Huajin master. Last time you probably just got lucky to obtain so many blood cores. Hearing you say this confirms that my thoughts were correct. Ding Jianwu pondered for a moment and said, Qin Yu, although you are still at the transformation stage, your strength is probably far beyond that of a typical transformation stage expert. Qin Yu shook his head and said, I am not a transformation master, so there is no need to guess. To be honest, I have actually become a supreme being of the God transformation stage. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ding Xianru, who had just taken a sip of her tea, almost spat it out. Although she managed to hold it back, she still coughed a bit. Seeing her like this made Qin Yu feel secretly pleased. What did you just say? Supreme being of the God transformation stage? Ding Xianru asked strangely while rubbing her throat. Yes. Qin Yu, if you don't want to talk about it, that is fine, but why are you bragging? You almost made me look foolish. Ding Xianru said a bit angrily. Chapter 478. Late arrival, oh maybe. Qin Yu replied indifferently. Did that person find you? Li Dongxian asked again. He found me. What did he want? To kill me. Hearing this answer, everyone present was taken aback. Li Dongxian asked. So did you escape from him or defeat him? Neither. He was killed by the blood-devouring, iron-armored beast. Qin Yu answered truthfully. Killed by the blood-devouring, iron-armored beast? Li Dongxian was even more confused. After hearing about this matter, he conducted a serious investigation and concluded that just based on that person's aura, he was able to suppress dozens of members of the Martial Alliance to the point where they couldn't breathe, indicating that his strength had reached the level of Zhengyang. Moreover, that person's identity pointed directly to the ruler of the northern district of the outer city of Angel City, Tobal, a quasi-god transformation stage expert. That's why he called Qin Yu immediately. If Qin Yu said he was killed by the blood-devouring iron-armored beast, then what level of iron-armored beast was that? And how did Qin Yu escape? He was killed by a 5th-level blood-devouring iron-armored beast. Seeing Li Dongqian's puzzled expression, Qin Yu explained. This answer was half true and half false, as Qin Yu had no idea what level that giant hand belonged to. Chapter 479. A small man Qin Yu followed Lu Kursin to the dining table, exchanged a few words with everyone, and then sat down next to Lu Kursin. Qin Yu, this is Su Qian, Li Ping's boyfriend. Lu Kursin introduced the only person Qin Yu didn't know. Qin Yu merely glanced at the person without any further action. The one who complained about him being late just now was this Su Qian. Su Qian, who had been smiling, gradually stopped smiling, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. He said softly, Qin Yu, just now a few of us were discussing you, saying you are quite wealthy and own a sport car worth over 100 million. I'm curious if what they said is true. Do you really own a sports car worth over 100 million? On the surface, he appeared to be humbly asking for advice, but the implication was clearly one of disbelief. He indeed thought that way. Before Qin Yu arrived, he had his doubts. And now seeing Qin Yu's somewhat ordinary appearance only strengthened his suspicions. If Qin Yu were truly a rich man, or the second generation of a prominent family, how could he have stayed at Qishang Advertising for so long without revealing any signs, and even lived in a shabby rental house for 2 years? Chapter 480. Regret. Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Besides that, I also brought another gift. Hope you like it." As he spoke, he took out something from his hand when no one was paying attention and handed it to Lu Kersin. Lu Kersin received it. It was a beautifully packaged black box with a white camellia sticker in the middle. Everyone was puzzled. Qin Yu had clearly entered empty-handed just now. So how did he suddenly produce such a large box? However, no one questioned their doubts, and all unanimously believed that they must have missed seeing the box when Qin Yu came in. "What gift did you bring? This packaging looks very high-end. The contents must be very valuable," Li Qiuping asked, staring at the box. "Not expensive, just a bag," Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. "Oh, it's just a bag." However, just as Li Qiuping finished speaking, they heard Li Ping's surprised voice. "Hey, isn't this a Chanel bag packaging? Are Chanel bags expensive?" Li Qiuping asked. "Last time I went to the Chanel boutique with Su Qian, the bags there generally cost over 10,000. And this one was bought from there for over 60,000, Li Ping said, shaking the handbag in her hand. Chapter 481. Letting it slip. "Okay, then come over here. I have something to discuss with you." "Where are you now?" "At home." "Oh, I thought you were in Nanyangxing." "I'm off today," Yin Chaoting said. "All right, I'll head over now." Saying this, Qin Yu drove straight to Yin Chaoting's residence. On the way, he received a call from Shuaishan. Shuaishan mentioned that there was a high-level meeting of the Jiangzhou Dragon Guard tomorrow and asked if Qin Yu had time to attend. Without thinking, Qin Yu declined. However, he remembered another matter and asked Shuaishan if Xiao Zhenfeng had been caught. Shuaishan replied that Xiao Zhenfeng was dead, having perished in a sea of fire. His body burned to a crisp. Qin Yu didn't press further. After driving for more than 30 minutes, he arrived at Yun Chaoting's residence. When Yun Chaoting saw Qin Yu enter, he asked, "Have you eaten? I just ate a while ago." "Well then, I'll take your car to a place." "What about your female driver? She has some matters to handle and hasn't been with me these days," Yun Chaoting said. "So you called me over just to be your driver, and for free?" Qin Yu joked. "Yes, are you not happy?" Chapter 482. Zhaomingya. Yin Chaoting stared at Qin Yu for a while and sneered. "You are lying again, thinking you can fool me. You can see that? Anyway, the more serious you talk, the more false the content must be." When Qin Yu heard Yun Chaoting's conclusion, he felt a sense of helplessness. How come both Yin Chaoting and Fang Mingwei have such sharp eyes, saying the same thing? How will he live in front of these two women in the future? Feeling a bit dejected, he said, "All right, I admit it, I was wrong." "You're admitting it just like that? Not going to continue deceiving?" Qin Yu rubbed his nose and then grinned. "Since I admitted my mistake, don't keep picking on me. Let us go. Aren't we heading to Nanyue capital?" "Then let us go." Yin Chaoting didn't say much, and the two of them walked out of the tea room. It was indeed not far from Nanyue capital. It only took a few minutes to drive there. After parking the car at Nanyue Plaza, they entered through the back door of the main building to the front desk of Nanyue capital. As soon as they stepped in, Qin Yu sensed a pair of eyes staring at him. Turning to look at the person, it was a woman whose height was comparable to Yun Chaoting, with a face as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water and an enchanting figure. Chapter 483. Competitors. Zhao Mingya shook her head and said, "That's not the reason. I just took over my father's company, which mainly produces touch control chips. 70% of our products are supplied to a technology company. Since the 1st of this month, Nanyue Capital has taken a controlling stake in Lonway Technology and has become its direct manager. Last week, the supply contract between our company and Lonway Technology expired, but we have yet to renew it. Instead, I've heard that Nanyue Capital is looking for another supplier. That's why I rushed here. Remembering that Lu Donglian also works at this company, I sought her out." Qin Yu asked, "So that's the reason. If you ultimately can't become that technology company supplier again, how big of a loss would it be for your company?" Zhao Mingya smiled bitterly. "If that happens, it would be a heavy blow for both my company and myself. In the short term, if there's a backlog of products and insufficient sales orders, the company will have to lay off a large portion of its employees, and just the compensation would be a significant expense. Especially since I just took office and such a big problem has arisen, I would have to resign in shame." Chapter 484. You asked me. Wang Chong and Li Juliang were both stunned, exchanging glances and noticing the ominous look in each other's eyes. As they entered the office, three people happened to walk out. One of the men in his 40s greeted Yun Xiaoting with a smile and looked curiously at Qin Yu and Zhao Mingya before leading the other two out. He was Director Xie, responsible for the operations of the branch. Yun Xiaoting explained briefly and then said to Zhao Mingya, "President Qin is sitting right there. You can go talk to her." "Okay, thank you." Zhao Mingya thanked her and walked towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu followed Yun Xiaoting to another side. Qin Yu noticed Yun Xiaoting and Qin Yu enter and was a bit curious as Zhao Mingya approached her. "Hello, President Qin, I'm Zhao Mingya." She introduced herself and explained her background. "Zhao Mingya, did Sister Yun bring you in?" Qin Yu asked, not discussing business but rather this. "Yes," Zhao Mingya replied quickly. At that moment, Director Xie also brought Li Juliang and Wang Chong in, arriving at Qin Yu's desk. Then, Zhao Mingya and Li Juliang started to argue fiercely, each refusing to give in, discussing their company's product quality, specifications, output, prices, and so on. Chapter 485. Training plan is no problem. I'm already very grateful that you brought me to see President Qin. Since things are like this, I can only make other plans. Zhao Mingya revealed a smile that was more painful than crying. She didn't expect things to develop this way. It all depended on whether Qin Yu would plead with President Qin. In her heart, she wanted to shout, "Qin Yu, can't you just ask President Qin? If you succeed, I'll treat you to a big meal and even give you a huge red envelope." But she didn't dare to say it out loud. Qin Yu nodded and looked at Qin Yu, saying, "Don't even think about me asking you. That's impossible." "Fine, suit yourself. I still mean what I said earlier," Qin Yu said seriously. "However, I brought back some small gift from out of town. Do you want them?" Qin Yu said casually. "What kind of small gifts?" Qin Yu, not knowing when he had a jewelry box in hand, placed it on the desk and said this, "If you want it, you have to agree to cooperate with Zhao Mingya." Qin Yu opened the box, revealing a necklace made of diamonds and rubies, with 18 rubies that were crystal clear, shining brilliantly red as they swayed in her hand. Zhao Mingya was stunned. She understood the value. Each of these 18 high-quality, large rubies was worth no less than 2 million. Chapter 486. "So, simple still think it's expensive? Do you want to become a martial artist?" Qin Yu asked. "Ido," Qin Yu replied. "Then that's all that matters. Why so much talk? But how can I believe that what you're saying is true? If I spend so much money and end up with nothing, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" "That is not a problem. I can show you right now," Qin Yu said confidently. "Oh, how will you show me?" Qin Yu asked. "Yun Jia, do you want to become a martial artist?" Qin Yu suddenly turned to Yun Xiaoting. "Me?" Yun Xiaoting pointed to herself, surprised. "Yes, if you become a martial artist, your physical condition will have a qualitative leap, and you won't feel tired at work anymore." Qin Yu, fearing she might refuse, coaxed her gently. "Okay, I agree." Hearing Qin Yu say this, Yun Xiaoting was also tempted and nodded. "All right, I will now turn you from an ordinary person into a martial artist so that Qin Yu can see if I'm lying." At this point, Fang Mingyue, Qin Yu, and others all understood what Qin Yu was planning to do. Qin Yu lightly cleared her throat and asked, "Qin Yu, how about I give it a try?" Chapter 487. Magical after seeing Yun Xiaoting become a martial artist. She was already feeling an intense desire for the pill Yun Xiaoting just took. Despite her unimaginable wealth and power, there was always a gap between ordinary people and martial artists that was hard to cross. Only by becoming a martial artist could one cultivate and potentially become a true powerhouse, mastering one's own fate. She had seriously researched martial artists. And after breaking through to the master stage, one's lifespan would continuously increase with the elevation of their realm. Who wouldn't long for longevity? She came to Nanjing City to establish Nanyue capital for 3 reasons, one of which was the desire to become a martial artist. "No need," Fang Mingyue said lightly, tossing a bag to Qin Yu. Then she said to Qin Yu, "There are 12 third-tier blood cores inside. You also want exchange for that kind of pill?" Qin Yu immediately understood Fang Mingyue's intentions. "Yes," Fang Mingyue nodded. "No problem." After Qin Yu sacrificed all 12 third-tier blood cores to the system, he spent 450 sacrifice points in the system store to buy 3 body refining pills and handed them to Fang Mingyue. Fang Mingyue took the 3 pills and frowned. Wanted to ask Qin Yu why such precious pills didn't even have a container. Chapter 488. Goodbye Song Z, it seems to be real. That's great. When I return to school the day after tomorrow, I must let my classmates see how awesome I am. Fong Mingliang said, throwing a punch, feeling very excited. How awesome are you? Can you show me? Fong Mingwei said softly. Fong Mingliang thought to himself that it was bad. He regretted being too carried away just now. He awkwardly smiled and said, Sister, don't take it to heart. I was just joking. This kid fears nothing but his sister because if Fong Mingwei were to hit him, she would really be ruthless. One time, he had acted recklessly at school, sending people to beat up two who had offended him, and it caused quite a stir at the Fong family. After Fong Mingyue found out the reason, she directly gave him a beating. The pain he experienced that time still sent chills down his spine when he thought about it. Since that incident, he no longer dared to cause trouble at school. Joking? Haha, if I hear any bad rumors about you at school, I will come over and break your hand. Now that you have become a martial artist, I suppose your ability to take a hit has improved quite a bit, and I can give you an even harder beating. Don't think that just because I'm leaving Longxia for overseas tomorrow, you won't have to worry about me teaching you a lesson anymore. Chapter 489 Farewell. When Tang Qin saw Song Zi come in, she immediately got up and began chatting warmly with her, indicating that they had known each other for a long time and had a good relationship. By the way, the boss of the company is here too. Let me introduce you to him, Tang Qin said, pulling Song Zi's hand with a smile. Where is he? Song Zi asked. Tang Qin pointed to Qin Yu, who was drinking coffee not far away, and pulled Song Zi over. When they reached Qin Yu, Song Zi quickly recognized him and exclaimed, Mr. Qin, I didn't realize the boss of Qin Yu Investment was you. Song Zi, didn't expect to see you again so soon, Qin Yu said, putting down his coffee. You know each other? Tang Qin asked, a bit surprised. We met a while back, Qin Yu replied. Oh, since you both know each other, I won't have to introduce you. Song Zi was a client I met when I was a sales manager in my previous company, and later she became my good friend. She used to be the marketing director at a large company, but she recently left her job. So I invited her to come to our company as the vice president and also the general manager of the branch, Tang Qin explained. Qin Yu nodded and said, well, you can decide on this matter. Then I have to call you boss now, Song Zi said with a smile. Chapter 490, Until we meet again. Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Last time he had just said it casually, and there was no farewell ceremony. He didn't expect this girl to remember it so well. Now he could only blame himself for saying too much. How does it seem like everything you said last time was a lie? Fong Mingyue stared at Qin Yu without blinking. Qin Yu didn't want to be labeled as someone who doesn't keep his word in front of Fong Mingyue. In a split second, dozens of thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. How could it be a lie? I, Qin Yu, absolutely keep my word and will definitely give you a very surprising ceremony, Qin Yu said with a smile. Oh, then I'll be waiting to see what surprise you have for me, Fong Mingyue said, quite interested. Qin Yu gazed at Fong Mingyue with some affection and said, actually, the ceremony I mentioned is to give you a kiss goodbye, providing you with an unforgettable surprise. Since you requested it so strongly, I won't hold back. As he spoke, he reached out both hands towards Fong Mingyue. Fong Mingyue quickly stepped back to avoid Qin Yu's wandering hands. She had indeed retreated, but before she could steady herself, her rosy lips, like peach blossoms, were sealed by Qin Yu's big mouth in a somewhat rough manner. Chapter 491, The Chun Family. Yes. Qin Yu replied shortly. Qi Jiang was overjoyed. Then can I exchange that kind of pill with you using blood cores? Yes. For blood cores can be exchanged for one of that kind of pill, right? Qi Jiang asked again. Qin Yu nodded. Good, I brought the blood cores. Let's exchange now. Saying this, Qi Jiang took out a square box with a diameter of 20 centimeters and handed it to Qi Zhen, who then passed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu opened the box and saw that it indeed contained 4 third-tier blood cores. He directly instructed the system to sacrifice these 4 blood cores and then use the sacrifice points in the system store to buy a body refinement pill. He placed the body refinement pill in the box and handed it back to Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen received the box, looking puzzled. Qin Xiaoyu, what do you mean by this? Qi Jiang asked. The pill is inside, Qin Yu said calmly. The pill? Isn't this the 4 blood cores I gave you? How did it turn into a pill? Open the lid and take a look. You'll know if I'm telling the truth. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Qi Zhen opened the box. Sure enough, she saw a very small pill lying inside. Brother Qin, how did you do this? Just now you opened the lid and didn't take anything out, then closed it again, and those 4 blood cores disappeared, turning into this body refinement pill. Qi Zhen asked curiously. Chapter 492, Going to the Chun family. Sister, do you need me to send someone to pick you up? It will be much safer on the way, Chun Xion quickly asked. No need, I can get there faster by myself. Okay, then I'll wait for your news. Be careful on the way, Qian said before hanging up. Putting down her phone, her expression turned gloomy. Qian, are you okay? Wang Sueki, sitting opposite Qian, noticed her unusual expression after the call and asked with concern. She had become a frequent visitor to the Qin family, and whenever she returned to Guanyang town without anything to do, she would come over to sit and often accompany Qian to relax outside or shop for some things. Qian had grown more fond of this understanding girl. Qian shook her head and said heavily, "Help me call your Uncle Qin over. I need to discuss something with him." Okay. Wang Sueki got up and ran outside to call Qin Sudong, who was working on a vegetable plot not far behind the house. Qin Sudong came back with farming tools and, after listening to Qian's words, asked after a moment of silence, "Did your father agree to us going? I'm afraid once we get to the Qin family, we'll be turned away at the door." Chapter 493 Arrangements. Upon entering the house, Qin Yu saw that both his parents were sitting inside, and unexpectedly, Wang Sueki was also there. When Qin Yu walked in, all three stood up. "Qin Yu, you really didn't lie to me. You arrived so quickly, and it hasn't even been 20 minutes, Qian exclaimed. "I told you. How could your son lie to you? Now you believe it, right? Believe you, my foot." Qian's tone changed as she continued, "You little brat. I almost fell for your trick. It must have been when I called you that you happened to be coming back, right? And you said it only takes 20 minutes from Nanjing City to home. Do you think I'm that dumb? Okay, if you don't believe what I said, you can ask Xiaogua. She wouldn't lie to you." Qin Yu replied helplessly. "Xiaogua, she's here too?" Qian looked behind Qin Yu and indeed saw Xiaogua walking in from outside, greeting her sweetly. "Hello, Aunt." Qian's face lit up with a surprised smile as she walked over and took Xiaogua's hand, asking her various questions. Qin Yu exchanged a few words with Qin Sudong and then turned to Wang Sueki, saying, "Sueki, why are you here too?"